Nobody's going to be allowed to answer it, but let's just hear it. It's a nice question.
Who ate all the pies? Has football lost its sense of humour?
Thank you very much. It seems as though our time is up. We're going to be in Bedford next week. We have the Justice Secretary, Liz Truss, and the guitarist from Bombay Bicycle Club, who campaigns to involve young people in politics, on our panel. The week after that, we're going to be in Sunderland, so to come and take part in our audience, Bedford or Sunderland, go to our website. The address is there. Call 0330-123-9988. 5 Live, of course, carries on the debate on Question Time, Extra Time. But my great thanks to our panel here and to all of you who came to Stoke-on-Trent tonight, where the by-election result will actually be announced in the early hours of the morning, as will Cope. So I hope if you're interested in that.
I didn't realise I was rebroadcasting the BBC. Shut up, David. Hey, Mr. B. I've sent you the link, PMars. I need someone to add my other account because I can't add people. Oh, yeah, bummer. Bad weather here as well, Mr. B. Shroomy! Shout out to Shroomy. Right, I just need some people now. 12 people watching already. 14. We're shooting up in numbers. I need people in here. Who wants in? Hit me up for a link. Let's see. Might be able to get Spurs. Let's see if we can get Spurs. Looks like he went to bed. So, where are we? Hey, Martin. Why don't you come on, Mark? Can't believe I've got 15 viewers. It's just me. Hang in there, folks. I'm trying to round up a panel. What happened to PMars? PMars, where are you? Yeah, it's like an unmanned supply vessel, Shroomy. So they have like all the food in it and water and clothes. Gorilla suits. They're in it, aren't they? The gorilla suits. Yeah, Super Bowl jerseys. It's all there. No, I don't have money to buy bridges with. And also, I don't believe you own a bridge. Is no one going to come? I only. Hey, Spec, do you want to come? What's for dinner? Cake. We like cake here. A plank over a brook. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna just hang in here and hope that people. There's 23 people watching now. I feel quite embarrassed. Yay! Cool. Dave and Ed can join. And where's Ed? Ed, upside down head. Oops. Shit. P Mars, I sent you the link. Ed, I sent you the link. Oh, well, let me send it to Spec, of course. Spec. Sent it to you as well, Dave, in G Plus, though. Spec, my G Plus invite is still pending to you. Have I got another way of sending you a link? Steve. Do you have G Plus Spec? Oh, we always have this, don't we, where we can't see each other for some reason. Good, good. That's good, Steve. P Mars, get in here. I only started this hangout because you told me to. Yeah, it's on that one. Yeah, it's on my Gem Panda one, I think, or it might be Jeremy. Yeah, I haven't. I haven't got any peeps. Still me. How can there possibly be 29 people watching me? Hang in there, guys. We're trying to round up a panel. Fucking, I'm gonna have to invite Cathexis, aren't I? Right, let's see who else. Timmy, of course. I know, how can there possibly be 30 people watching? I've got absolutely nothing to say. P-Mars, you've let me down, man. Spurs, please come in. I've sent you the link. Yeah. Well, we have had some good conversations on here. I think it's been reasonable. I've only had one that I've had to ditch. Oh, please, Spurs. Come on, man. I need you. Bring any chums you like. Because Poncho Chan is down. Oh, come on, Spurs. Please, come on, because you can make a good conversation. That'll get it. 5 minutes and we'll have it rocking.
Come on, Spurs.
Hey, P-Mars. Finally.
Well, I was hoping someone would join.
I know. I mean,
I was going to join.
When you end up being a Billy No Mates on the internet, you know you're in trouble.
You got 35 years, though.
You know, I accepted it for real life, you know, probably about a decade ago, but, you know, I've not given up on the internet yet.
The internet is all I have. Because the flat earth made all my friends and family abandon me. So,
seriously?
Well, 9/11, I guess, more so.
Right.
I kind of went crazy with it. But now I'm older and wiser. I wouldn't do the same thing again. Because I think I don't think it's people's jobs to wake other people up anymore. And I think that's actually, like, I think everyone has their own path, and maybe some people aren't supposed to be woken up to the truth.
Mm.
But
well, maybe it's not the truth.
Well,
I just think that way of characterizing it, and I get this a lot, where people will say, well, you're just not woken up, and I just think it's, do you need to think about things in a particularly, like, a special way in order for them to make sense? That doesn't seem like, a way to reason to a conclusion that reflects reality. Hi, Adam.
Well, I was skeptical. I mean, I look at both sides. Like, I would read the 9/11 debunking stuff, but there was things that they couldn't really address, like the symmetrical collapse of the Building 7. So I was never really satisfied with the official story. Plus, I didn't buy the whole like they told us they attacked us for our freedom, and it just didn't make any sense strategically to me either for Osama bin Laden to attack us like in that, because he gave our military an excuse to go into war with Muslim or terrorism or whatever in Islamic countries. So
Yeah, but I think he was trying to promote that. He wanted that as an outcome. I think he expected and wanted that as an outcome.
they said though, like his ultimate goal was to get America, our military, out of the Islamic world.
Right.
So if that's his goal, he shouldn't be doing.
But I think he felt he would achieve that in the same way that, you know, it was achieved in Vietnam kind of thing.
Now, why don't you? We should have Steve come in.
Draw you into a war that you can't win, so that eventually you get tired of it and go away. And that's kind of what's happened. But not. I mean, there's still air bases in Saudi Arabia, which is ultimately what it was supposedly about. Yes, Steve, you can.
Well, I just like before I was even a conspiracy theorist, I never believed the official story because that part didn't make sense to me because it just seems like bad strategy.
Pete, sorry, mate. Pete, do you want to come in? You can come in if you have a way of me sending you a link. I sent you a G+ invite about 6 months ago. Let me just find Steve. Sorry, mate. I'm just trying to fill it up.
All good.
Keep saying interesting stuff. So what about now with your family then? Have you repaired the damage or? Well, that's probably.
Well, see, my mom was like a hardcore Catholic, and so I thought the Pope was like evil, of course, right? And you know, before I always thought he was evil, but I never really questioned her about it. But then when I started, you know, becoming a truth seeker, I had the information now to back up my claims, and I would. So that was like a big issue with us. But yeah, it's better now. Like, I'm not trying to convince them of shit anymore, but I feel like people don't like being around me because I talk about these things a lot, like just because it's what I'm interested in, I guess, and they don't like these subjects that I'm interested in, so people avoid me or something. I don't know, or maybe I'm just boring. I don't know what the fuck. It's weird though.
I don't know. I guess it's just not a subject for everyone, is it? You know, and
yeah,
it can get a little bit.
Because my worldview is basically all the television, movies, music is there to mind control us, right?
Right.
So it's like usually when people hang out, they're like, "I like this TV show" or "I like this movie," and then I'm like,
"Hey,
did you know that's there to mind control you?" And then hey,
hi, Steve. Welcome.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That is good. All right, well, how are you, Pamars? Or I don't know what your real name is. So
P-Mars.
Yeah.
P-Mars.
Patrick, or whatever. Call me whatever.
Have they found P on Mars? I don't know.
They found a fork in the face.
Well, NASA said they just found 7 more oblate spheroids.
Hello.
Hey, good night.
Oh,
Is this
shit.
live?
Yes, live, man. We're live. No, it's gossip free, I'm afraid.
Are you guys trying to defame my character?
We've only mentioned you. We've only mentioned you 3 times.
No, I mean just by me being here and live at the same time.
What?
What is your reputation in the flat Earth community right now? Is it?
Well, it's about to go down the toilet if I'm sitting here next to good old
because
Jim Panda and now
he's a
Timmy
criminal.
Osman.
He's a hacker.
Who's that? Is that Goofy?
Oh, that's Tim. It looks like.
Oh, Tim, is it? Yeah.
Who's Tim?
Tim,
Is he supposed to be on holiday?
I'm not
well,
sure.
Tim's sort of omnipresent.
Is it? I think he's on holiday all the time, pretty much. Every day is a holiday.
Damn, you got 37 watching right now.
I know, that is unbelievable, isn't it?
No,
Well,
is it
Great.
Because I joined, man.
Is it cool if I ban Big L's troll account? Where he's exposing Adam. He's kind of doxing Adam.
You've got to
Who?
stop exposing people, dude. You got to
Big
stop
L.
it. It's very naughty.
Well, I just saw the link.
What's he
Came to
doing?
say hi.
He's
I
just
don't know how long I
doxing.
can
He's just
stay.
not doxing, is he?
He's putting Adam's name on one of his sock accounts. So I'm just gonna ban it. He'll come back as a different account.
Yeah, just ban it.
Okay. I just want to get your permission. So
Yeah, please don't,
What?
Big Al.
Nana is A4's
Hard
first
work.
name.
Don't do what I wouldn't do. Don't do that. All right.
I'll send Big Al an invite. That might make him stop being naughty.
Oh. Pete Shea said 34 watching because Pete Chan is AWOL right now.
Is
Oh,
that
I
what
guess it's the case.
my viewer count's going to plummet as soon as Vinny gets back from wherever making coffee.
Yeah, I think he's making
Rolling a
coffee.
joint.
No, he might be getting tea this time. I'm not sure.
Might be
Sorry,
some
Adam. I
cannabis
don't know
tea.
what's going on there. Sorry, go on.
no, Pete Chan's been pretty hilarious the last couple days. I've enjoyed it. They're like Pete was. I heard Pete going after Pillbox and
Oh yeah, that
Jimmy.
was great, wasn't it? Yeah.
Very interesting.
I
What
don't
was it?
understand.
Because Pete had intimated, I think, that Knowledge Scavenger had used a voice changer and was Brenda.
So ridiculous.
And then he said, like, that's not an attack. Like, he's basically accusing her of being a transgender person. But that's not an attack because, by his logic, an attack is when someone physically comes up to your door in real life, not just says something on the internet. That's not an attack.
Doesn't MG Pillbox, doesn't he have another account, Michael or something? I seem to remember like last year, some point he popped on to Earth Discussions back in the day before they were, fucking horrible, hostile people, and and said, yeah, it was on there. It was called Michael, and he was just taking the biscuit, taking the piss.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's easy to make a sock account and everything, but when you start accusing people of having a voice changer and you don't believe, you think
And
everyone's
being,
someone
yeah.
else, like crazy paranoia shit.
That's just
Yeah.
ridiculous, you know.
Yeah, YouTube. He thinks
yeah.
that I am Look-a-Pig, and which is just disrespectful in its own right. And then he also thinks that Negator is that gentleman named Ian. Ian, Jim Panda.
Yeah.
Familiar?
I know,
Yeah, they sound nothing alike. Like nothing alike. I don't understand the level of
It's like there's
retardation.
something in the conspiracy community where it's like Bill Hicks has to be Alex Jones. It's like no one can just be different people. I don't get this like
Right? Yeah.
auto hoaxing shit with no
Can
evidence.
you guys hear me?
Hey,
Oh, there you are.
Hi, mate.
Hey, I'll be back if Cathexis isn't going on for like 8 hours.
No, I'm only here for a little bit tonight. Don't worry about it.
What?
Oh,
What?
cold shoulder.
I'm an enemy to humanity, so it therefore must mean that he cannot be
Well,
present.
It's
Oh.
probably
If he's on a panel with you,
It's
gonna
best.
it's
Trust
gonna
me.
damage his
Best.
reputation.
No, you mean his reputation being
How
on
Yeah,
can
panel
you're
with
gonna
you, or
ruin-
vice
I don't
versa?
understand, guys. You've got to explain this. How can Cathexis be an enemy to humanity when he literally like rubs coconut oil all over himself?
Can't really argue with that.
Oh my god. I tell the many uses of coconut and that oil, and this is the one you go
Exactly.
with. And Steve Antonio's.
You can fit
Do
in
you
tight
like my-
spaces.
You're like my favorite subtle troll out of all the people.
Subtle
Seriously.
troll.
Yeah.
Subtle troll.
Subtle troll. No, you're not an explicit troll, but you're hilarious, man.
Subtle troll.
Yeah, remember when we were talking
I
to
don't know
Jed?
about that accolade. I don't know about that.
Well, no, you trolled the shit out of Jed, and he didn't even know it when you were
that's
talking about we must identify this person and know which side he's on so we can then attack him accordingly. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was brilliant. And you were so hardcore with believing in a globe when I first met you, and then you like left for like a month, and then you came back.
Yeah.
And you're like more, I don't know, up for the idea.
Well, which way does the Earth spin, dude? Google it right now. Google it right now.
What's Google say?
Clockwise.
Oh yeah, you said that earlier today. You're like, it's clockwise and well, I guess it would be clockwise. Yeah,
Just
clockwise
like
if you're looking,
ballerina, dude.
if you're looking down from the North Pole, yeah.
Yeah. And then if you look from the underneath.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It goes two different ways.
Exactly.
Oh, wait, no, it doesn't.
But then you're looking at it and then it goes one way. And then you look at it another way and then you're like, no, it's going this way.
I know. When you hear it spins a different way in the south, it's like, really? Have you thought this through, guys?
It spins a different way depending on how you look at it and which side of the brain you use.
Are you seriously trying to suggest you can explain this on a flat Earth? Go, please.
No, I'm saying that it's
to hear
misunderstood when somebody tries to use it as some type of like complete shutdown of the flat Earth.
Well, it is.
Well, I'm sorry, your brain can't conceptualize other ideas.
No, I can't. But let's see if you can. What geometric shape would allow for the same effect?
A pair of titties, like right over a flat map.
No,
I don't know. It makes sense to me.
How would that?
2 points of rotation. I don't know. A cylinder over a flat map. I don't know why you
Neither of those
conceptualize this stuff.
Two cylinders attached in parallel, rotating in two different directions.
It's all spinning the same direction.
How would south be the same in Australia as it is in South?
Well, yeah, that's what the straw man is. Look, the AE map is just a projection for one, and two, the Gleason's map is in error as well. There's no way South Africa and South America would be pointing two different directions and be able to see the Southern Star Trails. I recognize that.
Let's just remember what track we're on here. You're suggesting a geometric shape other than a sphere, where that's what we see in the apparent movement of the stars works. And so far you've given two suggestions which don't work. So
yeah, well, I wasn't suggesting anything except for pointing out how silly it is to say it spins in two different directions when you look south and north.
I do think it is a killer blow if people genuinely understand it, because there isn't anything else that works, and it the only thing what it forces people into is things like Mark Sargent's explanation, where it's a planetarium or.
He's been outed as
well. Look, it was a joke that's. I didn't come here to argue the merits of either side. I just thought it was funny that what Steve Antonios was saying earlier. So I don't want to get into this.
Well, look, Mark Sargent's already been outed, so you can't really refer to him anymore. He's a glober.
Is he?
Yeah, he holds a ball in his hand pretty much every time he talks.
Every time he talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Well, I would say is. Because I've been told that.
He did say something very weird, and I called him out that night on Specs, where, let me get the exact quote, I actually have it written down, where he was, in the beginning of the interview, he said, I cannot prove a flat Earth 100%, but I can poke enough holes in the heliocentric model that you could never go back. And he said
it like a black hole or a wormhole where you can't go the other way. What were you talking about here?
Well, he had like a smirk on his face, and like, I don't know, it was just a suspect thing to say. I don't know. I don't want to get down too far on that, but no, Jim Panda, you did a really good job when you talked to him. I thought that was extremely. I was trying to beat around the bush to get to that question, and I
Right.
ran out of time. And then
I was really proud of my question, and everyone afterwards said, "Oh, everyone was just a wimp. No one took him on." And I thought mine was a good question.
yours was a very fair question. That was actually what I was trying to get to by asking him the questions that I did, and then I took too much time and felt like a dick, so I kind of moved on.
Right, because I didn't accuse him of anything. I just asked him to consider the scenario that he might be wrong, and it was and he wasn't able to consider it at all. He just he did.
Well, because when I asked him, I said, "At what percentage do you think it's flawed at this point?" And he said 99.9%. But he always gives, like that small amount that he could be wrong. And I think that's dangerous on both sides of it. Anybody who says I can't be wrong about this, that's dogma, because it's very difficult to verify in that 100% confirmed type of way. I think certainty is absurd on this topic. But then again, try to ask that question to yourself that you asked Mark Sargent. What if you're wrong, Jeremy?
Well, I mean,
It's a frustrating thing.
I don't really need to ask that question because, it's sort of apples
You don't
and
need
oranges.
to ask that question.
Well, I don't. Not in the way that I was asking it, because what I was asking him.
Yeah, you're talking about the damage to society.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What it would mean to people if they. Whereas if I'm wrong, I'm not responsible, am I? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know he's probably more responsible than others in that case. Yeah, in that
Right.
regard. Sure.
So that's why I would say that. Are you coming
Okay,
on,
well-
Mark? I think I sent you the link, Mark.
So yeah, let's ask reasonably though. What if you're wrong though, Jeremy? Have you considered that in a realistic
course.
way?
I have considered it many, many times. I mean, I'm confronted with it more than you guys are, I think.
Yeah.
I
would
because
agree.
These days, most flat earthers don't seem to sort of deal with anyone who isn't one.
Well,
I mean, I guess maybe they do in their real lives.
yeah, and I get so much shit for dealing with you guys. It's ridiculous. I'm called a shill by damn near both sides at this point, just because I'm willing to talk with you guys and discuss this kind of
you were on
stuff.
Globebusters last week.
And Bob didn't take too kind to the fact that first of all, that was last minute. That wasn't scheduled or planned. He called me 10 minutes before the show, and I decided that I'd go on. Anyways, I'm happy to go on. I like Bob and Jaron. Anybody who says that charlatans is absurd, in my opinion. But that aside, when he went down his spiel concerning, the trolls and whatnot, what did I say? Did I not offer the rebuttal to that? Didn't I defend you?
I don't know.
Did I not?
Remember. What did you say?
I said that you mean very well. You firmly believe that this is not real and that the globe is 100%. You're a very good and genuine person. I've talked with you quite often privately. I defended you and Negator and Tim. Go back to 2 hours, 27 minutes. After he does his little spiel about it, I'm the first one to pipe up and I say I'd like to disagree with you guys.
Right. Okay.
So
well, I'll listen
you
to
guys
that.
want to give me so much shit. I get so much shit for defending the people who are active in this, who oppose the ideas. Nah. It's just frustrating.
But you just said it's absurd that someone would think they're charlatans when they're clearly charlatans.
Have you had private conversations with either of them? Do you know them in any way, shape, or form?
No. I've seen
Okay.
Adam.
Do you think that I'm a stupid person?
No, but I think people are easily fooled. Like, I think I could be fooled.
You are.
I can be fooled.
You are.
Right. So, but like I see it in a hangout with Adam, this guy that it was like from it was on Tim Osmond's channel. This old the Adam guy, he worked at a pizza place. I think he was a redhead with a beard.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, okay. He was saying that Jaronism is a total like shill, and that he was exposed before as a scamming people for money. So
yeah, you don't know anything about the Bitcoin situation.
I don't know anything about
He's
that,
already been
but
addressed it, and that was the old video that Tim put back up. It comes from more than a year ago, so I'm aware of it. Trust me, we're all aware of it. But look,
Okay,
whatever.
well, I
Think
think-
what you want. I don't give a shit. I'm not here to argue with you guys
Yeah.
about anything. You got whatever. But shit, what was I gonna say?
Charles defending us.
Yeah, I mean, just seriously, re-listen to that. 2 hours, 27 minutes. I didn't like honestly, I got shit for that. Not terrible, but you know what I mean? Like people are hitting me up saying, why would I defend anyone? Like it's ridiculous how people get so dogmatic and they take sides. I mean, all we're dealing with is ideas and personalities out here. That's it. Everybody wants to assume the other team apparently is I don't know, they're shills or paid or charlatans, or it's ridiculous. But here is one of the most beautiful, I'm going to change the subject real quick. The most beautiful ironies I've ever seen ever in my entire life, okay?
Mhm.
So, there's a newish flat earth YouTube channel called Plane Earth Society, I think it's called, or Infinite Plane Society. That's what it's called. All right. And so the guy also has written some books. He wrote a book called like The Flat Earth Activist, and then he wrote some other books. He seems to be in his late 20s, but he's a very smart guy, very well read. I'm assuming his books are decent too. Well, anyways, the book is called The Flat Earth Activist, A Guide to Dismantling the Globe Paradigm. Guess what this man's name is? It is Tim Osman. I'm serious. I'm going to link it to you. And now he spells it Ozman, and it could very well be a pen name, but he has been writing books for a long time. But I just found that to be hilariously ironic. And then have you seen the John LeBon on Amazon? It's
No.
a cartoon. Let me find it real quick. I'll link it too. Yeah, Super Agent John LeBon is it's like a cartoon book for kids.
Oh, right.
Shout out to
serious.
Shroomy.
Oh yeah, shout out Shroomy and stuff. It's funny. Shroomy got called a flat earther by Martin Leakey. I said something in chat. Oh yeah, and thanks for blowing my cover, Jeremy.
What was that? Oh, that.
Yeah. I mean, the key people know already.
What wasn't I supposed to tell them? Because I didn't see this note, so I obviously told them.
Well, key people know of it. It's not a secret. It's just it's funny to use it to troll even the flat earthers.
Oh well, you have to make a new one now, won't you?
Yeah, I sat down and watched Timmy's tutorial and figured out how to do it. So.
Let me show you mine. Let me show our audience. There's quite a lot of flat earthers in the audience.
What? How many troll accounts you have?
Let me show them what it's like. What the life of a troll is.
How many socks do you have?
No, then I have to do this a bit of an odd way. 'Cause I'm on this.
No, we've got 42 watching. Yeah. Oh
No.
shit!
Right. So if I go to here, your channel list. Oh fuck. Excuse my French. I don't think it's going to let me do it actually, because I'm in here. Let me see. Try again. Oh yeah, it's done it. Right, cool.
What's done what?
Okay, I'll screen share it.
What's going on?
I'm sharing my troll accounts. So
That is a bad idea, Jevrim.
well, everyone knows what they are. Most of them have got, my name on them. I think it's okay.
I don't know anything.
Oh wow! Let me see. Is this yours?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude! You got to come up with some.
Everyone, get a pen. Get a paper.
Holy
And pen
shit.
ready.
Oh, here's one. Look, because Jibby's in the audience. What's this one? This is called
You stop lying.
Jibby, stop lying. That is something about a composite image.
Poncho Pete sycophant.
Please tell
one
the
here, look.
truth.
Negator is more famous than I can't remember what it is. Let's see.
Is it me? Does it say me?
This is naughty.
Is it Nick?
Negator is.
Oh, it doesn't say. Go to the chat and type something real quick.
I don't know whether it'll.
I swear to God, if it says me, I'm out of here. I'm done with you.
More famous than Poncho.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh,
probably.
is it Poncho? Okay.
Yeah.
All my accounts are about Poncho. Like, Poncho, please don't ban me.
And I have like this. Look, I've got Gem Panda the Great, Gem Panda von Braun. That's for like NASA.
Panda von Braun. You Nazi bitch.
And then I've got the where's that one gone? There's somewhere there's Gem Panda the Unbannable.
Yeah, I seen that
That's
one.
untrue.
And then there's Gem Panda. I thought I said unbannable. And then
Yeah.
then there's Gem Panda. I did say unbannable. I know I did.
Gem Panda.
Yeah, it's brilliant, dude.
But it's Martin leaking up, educating Martin.
The life of a troll.
The whole history of trolling here.
That's amazing. And you just learned this new technique, wasn't it? Like in the past month or so?
Well, no, I still did it. I just did it in a more long-winded manner. I've got Troll Squadron Leader here, and then I've got Troll Squadron Leader One Engine on Fire. That was for when I'd been timed out.
Have you got
Stonehenge is real, stop being silly. Yeah, so that is the life of a troll.
There we are, everyone. I think now you're going to have John Watson and Ute and a couple others screenshot this, and
oh, they're going to love that.
They're going to distribute that.
I don't think.
Oh, here, hold on, guys. Jibby wants on, so I'm going to give him the link.
I know. I sent it to. Yeah, if you can you send it to him? I sent
the YouTube. You know how the YouTube thing is lame.
I sent it to his G Plus, but he hasn't accepted my invite. So
here, I get you, Jibby. 1 second. There you go. Jibby, 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 can't you see? So yeah, good on you, man. I've only got one sock right now, which is, I totally agree with the super serious slaughterer of sophism, to be honest with you. And then you saw the picture, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
The icon. Yeah, it's his icon on a white knight, and it says Sophist Slayer on it. Because he is technically the White Knight of the Globe. Let's be honest.
You saved my life.
Yeah, he saved P. Mars's life.
Yeah, come and get in here, Spurs, and kick some ass, as Pete Shea is intimating. Why don't you come in, Pete?
Someone come in.
They're all
because you're all agents. You're all agents as well.
Texas needs help.
Hey,
My name is Spurs, and I do a shit American accent.
Spurs is a British dude.
Y'all are psyoping up in here. I just came to bust up the shields.
Nice.
Yeah.
Boy, you got that Jeff Stewart.
Yeah.
What's down, dude?
It's Jibby, aka Jeff Stewart. All Jibby's impressions are awesome, though.
I don't know. I'm about to go do some of that do-si-do. I'll talk to you guys later.
I'll see what's going on.
I did that like fucking months ago, dude. I came on and I was just doing that accent. Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh well.
Welcome, Jibby.
How's it going, guys?
I just want to find out what is totally off the table in terms of conversation, like
children.
Save the children.
So that no age of consent then. Is that the question, right? All right.
Hey, John Doe, no bueno. Yeah, talk about anything, I guess.
So this Kyrie Irving thing, I kind of
man,
think
you always got to bring this back to Flat Earth, P. Mars. The fuck is wrong with you, man?
What are you talking about? You guys are all flat earthers, so we have
Go
to
on.
talk about Flat Earth now. So this Kyrie Irving thing, I think it's an inside joke, a little tongue-in-cheek from the elite, because someone who plays basketball is called a baller, right?
No,
So
what a basketballer.
that's also what the flat earthers call to mock the globetards. They call them ballers.
So a baller converted to being a flat earther, you're saying?
Well, that's when they're being
And-
polite.
The whole game of basketball is based off this Mayan game pits, where the hoop represents the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
First of all, you got
Oh,
this
come on.
information from a black Hebrew Israelite who hates white people and is
No.
insisting, because he's never heard this before,
No.
that it's an Illuminati psyops, okay? You do great
It is-
research,
No,
P-Mars.
no. Basketball was based. I'm a basketball player myself. I know a lot about the history of the game. It was started by the Freemasons, and it's totally controlled. This guy's an MK Ultra athlete. That's why, like,
Well, I mean, like, dude, this guy hangs around
it's
balls all
totally,
the time.
it's totally a psyop. This whole
And
shit.
he sees
It's
balls
totally-
in the
the elite
dressing
are
room.
laughing. They're like,
Guys.
these flat earthers think this baller is gonna help them out.
So
It's a joke.
okay. So you are a conspiracy theorist. You think there's a scientific dictatorship. You think that 9/11 was an inside job. Most of these hoaxes and false flags exist. You believe in magic and demons, and yet you will believe this one thing that the elite tell you. Great.
That's
No,
ridiculous.
because it's not. I don't have to appeal to authority. I can see the curve myself. So
Bullshit.
How are you seeing the curve and none of us are? I need some of these
I don't
GoPros.
know.
Dude, you got some fucking amazing glasses right there.
I think it's the glasses. You see him on his icon.
They curved as
If you
well.
talk to someone who flies a plane, they can see the curve if they go high.
No, they
enough,
don't.
yeah.
No, they don't. Shut up.
Okay.
Mathematically impossible, you
It's
cloud.
impossible, dude.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
Charles,
Seriously.
Charles did say that you should start to see the curvature right around maximum airplane
Go
altitude.
to
5,000
go to Earth Discussions, ask Cortus, and he'll say no, you can't see the curve.
You can't see it, but you're supposed to be starting to see it around 35.
Yeah, you're supposed to be, but
40,000
you
feet.
don't.
I think that the thing is, I think if you're flying an aircraft, it's somewhat different to if you're a passenger in one, because
How? Are they higher?
Yeah,
Are the pilots higher?
You have a much wider field of view.
Hmm.
You have a very, very limited field of view in an
I can
aircraft.
dig- okay.
Well, like the video on Killuminati's channel where he watches the sunset twice using a drone, to me is proof of a curve right there. It's proof the sun is hidden from obstruction of the curve.
No, it's proof that the drone goes higher, and then he can see the sun.
Right? It's proof that you have bad conceptualization abilities, P-Mars.
Okay.
Oh,
You can't imagine other people's daydreams, he means by that.
essentially. That's what I meant. Thank you
And
for
you-
interpreting.
You don't need to like an authority to find that out. You know.
Unless you can act it out well in front of us, then we'll get an idea. But apart from that, no.
But I would believe. I mean, people are pretty brainwashed and mind
So if a
controlled.
scientist came out tomorrow and be like, yeah, we were wrong. It's flat. You'd believe that. But
No, he wouldn't believe it, because what would happen is that scientist would get sacked. NASA would disown him.
Have any professors said the Earth is flat at colleges, universities?
No, they always lose their job and then
yeah, they lose tenure
you do
immediately when they go
realize
against
when
the
9/11
scientific
happened-
dictatorship.
When 9/11 happened, there was professors that were saying 9/11
Yeah, that was
a
controlled
conspiracy.
opposition. You know that.
Because there's
architects
evidence.
and engineers was the thermite push. It was
Because
controlled
no-
opposition.
It's because the 9/11 hoax has evidence and the flat Earth has no evidence. That's the
Flat Earth
difference.
has, all the evidence there is.
No, it's clearly space weapons. Fake space weapons. Come on, dude.
it was a laser weapon. Dr. Judy Wood goes into great length about this.
Buy her book. It's $90.
I heard the book's really good. I haven't gone through it myself.
Yeah, I heard the book is really good. I haven't read it, but I heard it was really
Yeah,
good.
it's like
You should buy
600 pages. You should buy it. It's $90. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? You're sort of inconsistent here, P-Mars. Like, you have all these conspiracy theories. You believe that it is a scientific dictatorship. What do you think the anchor of that scientific dictatorship would be? It would be them making the difference between religion and, where this new science that came around in late 1500s, early 1600s, and they used the Copernican model in order to do this. So it's just such a contradiction for you to recognize the scientific dictatorship, but one of their axioms, you're going to just say, no, they can't be lying about that.
Yeah, because there's professions that would notice it, like people who travel, like airplane pilots.
Mathematically, it's impossible.
Surveyors.
Everybody
At
who
that height.
speaks out is always shunned. Anybody who speaks out is kicked out
And
of the
surveyors are planar surveyors, 95% of them. Okay, so they treat the Earth as if it's flat by a 10 by 10 mile radius, or
It's like,
square, whatever.
It's like
Yeah.
gluing Chex Mix pieces on a basketball.
Yeah, because the Earth operates like a flat plane, even though it's on a sphere.
Yeah, yeah. So surveyors literally are instructed to treat it as it's flat. So
Right.
who would
They
see
all
that?
combine
Like, what are you talking
together.
about, P-Mars?
It all fits in nicely.
You're a little low, Jibby. Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk you.
Well, it's not like Chex Mix pieces glued to a basketball when all the surveyors land just the grids. When all the grids match up with the other grids, they fit perfectly. They don't fit like Chex Mix pieces glued on a basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, all the surveyors are doing are triangulating positions, and then the geodesists, which is applied mathematics, they're the ones who takes that planar surveying data and basically
Wrap it around
stitches
the ball.
or stitches it into what they call the geoid. So, and that's applied mathematics. It's just advanced trigonometry.
Yeah, Confectious, hi, mate.
What's up, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, cool. So if I understand this right, you're saying that if people say the Earth's flat and they're in the science background, they'll be shunned.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with
Or
that.
is it just about the flat Earth that people get shunned then?
Well,
No, it's many controversial ideas.
Anything
Absolutely.
outside
So say a scientist went against Einstein, then would he be shunned?
Say again, when they get what?
So they went against Einstein.
They
They get
went
shunned for
against Science Dine? What did you say?
Albert Einstein.
Oh, Einstein. Yeah, there's quite a bit of a backlash against anybody who goes against relativity. Actually, in the early 50s, I think they called it, what was it called? Like in Russia, they were rounding up physicists who were disagreeing with Einstein. They call it the Einstein terror. Go Google those two words. It's very shocking.
Right. So what would their shunning mean, though? What would it mean to them? Would they lose
Well,
their jobs?
You'd probably, lose your tenure, lose your jobs, lose your grants. Most of modern science is based off of, grants and whatnot.
Well,
So I
What
think
about
that
what about the scientific released recently about a holographic universe?
what about it? I mean, that's just
Well, they're major
Professor
universities.
Gates.
Yeah, they're major universities. So you're saying they're going to lose their jobs now?
No. If it fits
Well,
into
that goes
their
against-
puzzle
that-
pieces.
Well, that doesn't fit. That doesn't fit the model we know, does it?
Mark, mate. What did you say?
No,
Something about theory, holographic theory.
There was recently there was a Danish statistician named Bjorn Lomborg who wrote a book called The Skeptical Environmentalist, and he basically talked a lot of shit about the science behind man-made global warming, and he got basically attacked by the scientific community like a witch hunt style.
We're not talking about global warming, though, are we, Plymouth?
Well, no, that's a good example. Mark, that's actually a good example.
I'm just trying to clarify if it's only flat Earth that people get shunned for, because it's clearly not, is it?
Well, there's also
people go against the mainstream science all the time, and they're not shunned.
No, not necessarily. I mean, you have certain things that are sort of allowed. I mean, a theoretical physicist, James Gates, is claiming that he's found the computer code of this reality in string theory, and he's asserting that this is all a simulation. Now,
So it's
even
not
Neil
just a
deGrasse
blanket rule,
Tyson-
then, is it, Confex? It's not a blanket rule
What's
that
that?
everyone gets shunned. Then someone must be making a decision somewhere.
No,
saying,
but 20
they
years ago,
released
that would have been
document-
controversial.
Yeah, things controversial happen all the time, Confexes.
Yeah.
You're talking about people getting shunned, deliberately shunned, and that's why no one's coming out about a flat Earth.
No,
That's utterly
Okay.
ridiculous.
That was a point Steve Antonios was making, but I
Yeah, but
kind of
that's
agree with.
ridiculous.
I think that if you go against the mainstream hard line, that's when you're going to lose opportunities, jobs. And we saw also look at the woman who found blood cells in a T-Rex bone. She actually initially, when she brought it up, she lost her job and her grant because she's like, I don't know why, I just found this living tissue in this T-Rex bone.
Are you
And
sure?
that was
debunked.
That
was
was
debunked.
You didn't
It
lose it.
wasn't actually living tissue either.
no,
was it?
no,
No, it wasn't.
originally she lost her job, but then she's back and working again. But
Yeah, but
originally it
living
was a
tissue.
huge
It
controversy.
wasn't living
Lose the
tissue,
job.
Cathexis. You know what I mean? This is what
She
annoys
did
me
not
about
lose her job.
when you say things like that, Cathexis.
What
It's
is
a
her
blatant lie,
name? One
mate.
second.
It's either a
Mary
blatant lie.
Schweitzer.
Mary Schweitzer. Yes. 1 second.
It's either a blatant lie or you're really stupid. I can't
No, if
quite make my mind up.
I misspoke, then sure. But I could have sworn it was in
Soft
that
Well,
CB.
likewise. I mean, I'm not entirely.
No.
sure.
It was. I
don't
could have
think-
sworn it was in the 60 Minutes.
I think I'm
Um,
thinking of there was right after that there was some guy that came out that said he'd done the same thing, and
No, he's right. It's a female, but he's wrong in the premise. That was debunked. Texas, you know the whole story, I think.
Yeah, she even done a
I
release
did.
after creation.
Yes, here it is. Scientists dismissed after soft tissue found on dinosaur fossil. So
Right.
she
Hold
was
on, who
dismissed.
is-
That's
who is
the
the
entire
scientist?
point.
who is the
Mary
scientist?
Schweitzer.
Is that who that names?
Yes, that's the woman who
Okay,
found
send me
the
the
living
link.
tissue.
Let's see the link.
It's the first thing that fucking comes up. What are you
It
talking
wasn't
about?
living tissue.
Here, I'll link it to
Cathexis.
you. What's that?
Wasn't
It's not living
it wasn't
tissue.
living
It's
tissue.
soft tissue.
Yeah, it was soft.
Yeah,
tissue.
well,
and it was only
whatever.
soft after it sat in acid for 9 weeks or something.
Yep.
Yes, but it does appear that she still lost her position when she brought it to attention. That's all. My point was.
What about the guy who
But-
spoke out against what is it, Scientific America or something about 9/11? He spoke about the engineering of the buildings, about what the steel could withstand, and he was fired, was he not? I can't remember his name or who he worked for.
It's so funny to hear Pure Anarchy talk about the steel beams being weakened by the fire.
Right, this
Yeah.
report, Cathexis, is about Mark Armitage, the guy I was talking about, not about Mary Schweitzer.
Well, I'm talking about Mary Schweitzer.
Yeah, and you're incorrect. I've just followed the link that you said to follow, which is from a site called Ancient Origin, and it's a report about Mark Armitage, not about Mary Schweitzer.
No, I thought she was part of that team. Let me see.
No, he's a
Yeah, well, I got that. My
Young-
memory of it is from the 60 Minutes interview, but I could be wrong, as I said. Could have sworn that's what it said in the 60 Minutes interview, but that's fine. Whatever. I got to go back and look at it. But the point is, if you still pull up controversial things within that goes against the modern mainstream paradigm, it is quite possible that you could lose tenure, you could lose position, you could lose grants. And I think it's kind of well known within the communities.
right. But this didn't happen to her. She announced she made a similar discovery in 1993.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about the other one.
She'd made you see, the problem with these type of discoveries is that it's actually when they find fossilized bones, what they're trying to do is keep them intact, not chop them to bits. And in order to do this, she had to get inside the bone. It's just as it happened, they got a fossil that was so big they couldn't transport it in one go, so they had to actually cut it. And that's how she was able to access the inside of a fossilized bone.
Jeremy, look at the link I just put up.
Is that in the external?
Well,
Welcome,
Mr.
Martin.
Leakey.
Hiya. Hiya, Carl. Thanks for the invite.
Your mic's all jibbied.
Maybe. What an interesting group here tonight.
Yeah, this is a good team. I like this.
Good team, very good team.
The flat Earth is slow right now, so you've all they got. You're all
Yeah.
they got, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, it's not going at 1,000
You mean
miles
the
an hour.
opposition? Because, the whole Kyrie Irving thing ain't making it slow.
Hey, we got
That's a
pillboxes.
joke.
Yeah, we could make it really
Sure.
tough in here.
Oh, shit. I'd pay to see that.
Well, we're an equal opportunities employer.
Oh, this would be lovely. Please.
Who is?
I would,
Tabitha.
like I said.
I have a G Plus invitation pending with you, Pillbox. If you accept it, I can send you a link.
Jimmy, send it to
Pillbox,
him.
really?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
send-
just send it to him.
Pillbox is a good guy.
Or somebody else can send it.
Well, he said the other night that he won't talk to Cathexis because he's talking to me, but Jibby's talking to me, so I
Well,
bet you better run, Jibby.
Technically, I'm not talking to Tim Osmond.
Okay,
Okay.
let's keep these not talking treaties in paper and not together, please. It'll make it very awkward.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to be saying his name right now, so
Well,
I'm not
that's a
talking.
bit weird because you got that Martin guy on here and he fucking bans everybody from every chat that he's moderating.
That ain't
Well, he doesn't
4-2.
ban me. He's never banned me.
No,
Holy
it's not him. It's his Potato Squad moderator.
That's a bit weird. Gem, that's a bit weird. He hasn't banned you, Gem, but he's banned flat earthers. So, like he's a moderator in flat earth shows and he bans flat earthers, but he doesn't ban.
Here we
It's
go.
not him. It's the Potato Squad.
I got enemies in this, you know that.
No, he's the one that does it to me. He fucking bans me whenever he sees me, and I've seen him do it to other people too. This Martin dude.
It's what I fucking do, guy. But, you know, don't mean to say I don't dislike you. I mean, I don't. I like everyone.
You need to fix your headset up. You need to
Martin,
fix
I
your-
hate to
whatever
say
you
it,
got on
but
your head
yeah, you
off.
might want to reload, like rejoin.
Oh,
You're all crackly. Yeah,
Oh, thanks, Kath. I will.
no problem.
We're having trouble connecting
Yeah.
with Wales.
Address the issue when the issue's there to be addressed. You know, I wasn't going to say
Must be the
nothing.
curve,
I'm trying to
that's
be
what
on
it
my
is.
best behavior here, but seeing him join and then sit there and try and join in when somebody was talking about being banned and whatnot, that guy is one of the biggest culprits of banning people. He's a moderator of all those fucking potato shows and all the affiliates to him, and he bans any flat earther that comes in there and frees
Hey, Jed.
free things. You know, I've been having conversation with Timmy Osmond and everything. Timmy Osmond even let me fucking join the panels he was on and whatnot. P Mars has let me do it. You seem to be letting me do it. So I don't see why these so-called flat earthers
We had a
are
great
so
chat
are
last
so
time.
adamant about blocking flat earthers.
Well, I mean, there's also you have to take into account personal dislikes and personal subjective feelings towards.
Well, that shouldn't interfere with the truth and the
It
flow of
shouldn't, but
information.
it does. It does.
It does,
Oh,
unfortunately.
well, that means that there's a cult going on. That if you
Or
don't
there's
suck
just-
dick in the cult,
there's just
then you know what I
people
mean.
who are
Then you're going to be outcasted. Well,
No.
if you want to be a part of that, then you're going to be known as a part of the cult.
No, you have to suck balls, not dick.
Oh,
Just
great.
like poor old Pillbox here. I've seen a
Pillbox,
snippet
man.
now where Pillbox got outcasted because he was having a joke about fucking Larry. Larry has a joke
This
about
is just going to be a
everybody,
shit show, by the way.
It'll turn into a shit show for a while when you bring people like Martin in, who's known to ban everybody. Come on.
Oh, it's totally because of Martin. Hey, totally.
Hang in there, Tim. It'll get better. If
We
survive,
need Poncho Chan to come
Less
back. up.
equals
He's
more. All
miles over
right,
there.
less equals more Cathexis. Less equals more Cathexis.
Oh, it does, brother. It does.
We got a Trojan horse on the panel.
I can start insulting a few of them if you want.
For a minute, man.
If that helps.
What's up,
Welcome
I
man?
can barely hear you, Pillbox.
Yeah, you're a little low, Pillbox.
Has anybody heard about the new planets that NASA's found?
Oh
the
yeah, I
second
saw
one.
the
Like
CGI
this.
renderings and everything. They look for real.
Yeah, JLB actually did a really good piece on it
Beautiful,
today.
man. I was actually expecting perfect
was that
spheres, but
nice?
we saw some real CGI renderings of oblate spheroids, 7 of them, perfect spheres.
Oh, perfect spheres, damn.
Perfect spheres, man.
So, did you think that they could actually see them with great quality, or what are you
What do you
thinking?
mean? They seem to have a pretty good idea of what they look like.
Yeah, and it's based
Are they
off of
CGI
the
rendering?
brightness of the light of the star, essentially. It's all inferred.
And where are these planets located? I never caught that.
Oh,
Is it
it's-
past-
It's also
40
the
million
light
light
travels
years
through
away or
the.
some shit.
It's also the light.
It's like the nearest star, like
It's 40
4
light years
trillion light
away,
years
which is
away, or whatever.
23 million. 23 million.
And
um,
I just love how it's called the Trappist.
I know.
That's perfect
A, B, and
for
C.
Tim. Get it?
Yeah, get it.
It's like a wordplay on rapist. Sorry.
What?
Yeah. So what did they name the planet? Racicon.
Trappist.
Trappist.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the
So I'm
Trappist
confused
system.
with all you disbelievers of the current news. What do you think the agenda is for them to come out and say these things?
Their
lost
agenda,
in
their
fantasy.
agenda is that they have
There's so
land.
many people that are skeptical of this, so the people that are skeptical, they have something to actually. Well, look, NASA's found a new planet, so they are doing something.
5,000 exoplanets is expanded.
NASA doesn't have the time to address flat Earth because they're too busy finding new planets.
No, they have. They've got time to ring Vinny.
No, they it's
Or
what it is,
And
yeah.
Morgile, yeah.
They must have. They've got
Yeah,
time to ring
they're
them.
stupid enough. They're literally stupid enough to call him on a NASA line. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, well, he's got a book
Not
sale
only that,
coming
Tim,
up, hasn't
They
he?
did this because he had a notepad and he had 8 lines of the first 8 chapters of his book on that notepad, and one of those lines mentioned NASA. So I can see why that would definitely incite them
Look,
to
Jeremy,
call.
I'm pretty sure it's a PR stunt.
So am I.
Yeah.
I tell you what I see there. I see a man who's had a bill arrive that he can't pay, and he's in a panic.
Yeah.
And he's
I
trying to
just
raise
assumed
some
it
money.
was Tim that was calling him
Exactly.
Morgile.
I
Yeah,
suggest that it was
Rocket Man even
Is there
came
any
to one of my
proof that
chats
was
and asked
actually-
me.
Is there any proof that
Rocket
was actually
Man did
NASA
you a
calling
solid.
them?
Well, he showed a NASA number on his phone, and it is a NASA. It's like their main.
He could have spoofed it himself, though.
He could.
Yeah, that's right. He could have. Yeah, he
Easily.
could have.
Anybody could have spoofed it.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Interesting. I never thought of that. To be said, it's true.
So it's
And
proof of
NASA's a-
nothing, really.
NASA's a private
I-
company. so NASA's a private company, so you won't be held accountable if you impersonate them.
Who
because they're a
here
private
really
company.
believes
If
that
you-
NASA called him
If you
and said
impersonate a
that?
government official, then you can be held accountable, but you can't be held accountable if you're impersonating a private company.
But
Well,
that's a
Vincent
good
got
question.
real
though.
visitors.
Who does believe that he was actually called by NASA?
I did.
I haven't seen a phone call.
I'm thinking about it. I'm not
There was
sure.
no phone call. There was no phone call. He's just made it up.
No one called. No one got threatened.
He's supposed to have rang him twice, but on the second time, he
They
didn't
wouldn't
bother
ring
to
him.
record the phone call.
You're right, Tim. That's stupid. They wouldn't give themselves.
It was a false
Yeah.
flag, guys.
Well, Vincent got visitors.
Hey, Martin, your mic is a little crappy still, but I mean, I don't
I'll
know.
go on my phone now. Will Tim? It'll be better on. I'll be back now anyway.
Okay, you
Why
might
don't you
want to
turn your
close a
camera
bunch
off?
of windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might work.
Actually, no. Drop off your video. Just go to audio. It'll probably it'll help your bandwidth.
Yeah.
Dude.
I'll clear my cache and come back. Let me take 5 minutes. Right?
No. Just turn off the video. I promise that'll help.
Honest. all
Yeah,
right.
that
Usually does.
Make sure to get those cookies.
What's that?
That'll do it. That'll do it, guys. Don't worry. Cookies.
Cookies always sorts it out.
I was
You
only
guys
one
did.
fucking camera anyway. Oh. Yeah, I done 2.5 hours of rabbiting earlier, talking at it.
It sounds a little bit better, but maybe some tabs might be open still.
Because I want to clear my cache. I'll be perfect then. You watch.
I think we're just having trouble connecting with Wales. It's a pretty out of the way place.
Hey Tim.
Yeah, there's been a storm going through England, isn't there? So
Oh,
that
it's
might
bad.
be one of the reasons.
Hey Tim.
Maybe the satellites
What's up?
are out of position.
That girl
Can you give me the scientific method?
Oh God, please. Can't listen to that guy anymore. Seriously, he made an ass of himself the other night on some hangout. I forget which one. It's terrible. Did you see that, Cathexis? There's only like 8 watchers.
No, I don't think I saw that one. I was on the line with someone.
Oh God, it was so bad. John, oh God, he's terrible.
Who was
Terrible,
it?
Cathexis. John Stunja.
Well, I disagree. I think that
You gotta
I
admit, he
think
knows how to
his
defend the flat earth.
his information is very solid, but in certain settings he doesn't come off that way. He's very aggressive, and that's just kind of a. It just is what it is.
That's his style, dude. But you gotta admit, he knows how to defend the flat earth to death. I haven't seen him take an L yet.
Yeah, but you can't literally like read the definition for Coriolis effect and think that you're really debunking the spinning globe model with that. I mean, that's just really
You're
really
missing
silly.
his larger point, I think. If you think
You should
that
see
that's
all
he's
the
doing.
fallacies he listed with Jeremy the other day. I don't know where that was, Jeremy, but you were talking to him, and he just goes on with calls everything a fallacy. It's just,
Yeah.
it gets ridiculous, man.
Well, I
That's a
mean,
fallacy,
he's
fallacy.
accurately calling out there's a numerous amount of
No, he's not.
fallacies.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's almost everything that anyone ever presents in an argument can be called a fallacy. There are so many.
Yeah, that's the
for
fallacy of
instance,
fallacies.
I mean,
He's
one
got
you
the
hear a lot-
tritium down.
One you hear a lot, and I mean, I make this quite a lot, is people argue from probability. And they say, I don't believe this because it's really improbable.
Yes,
Well,
42 video frames of booster rockets
Well,
is very
right,
statistically
but-
improbable.
But in fact, improbable things happen all the time. People win the lottery every week, or
JB, are you still on about that, man? You were
Hell
debunked.
yeah, I haven't heard a good
thoroughly,
debunk.
man. Really? Of course, because Jamie deleted his channel. He
Hey,
found.
Tim, so
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, he had just found videos where it showed a different angle, and it definitely is the rocket. Like, I don't know what you're going on about. You can't
There
say
was
that
a
it's half
different
fake and
angle?
half real.
The only one
Just
that I
goofy.
saw was one that was a little bit more zoomed in, but it was still the same template. It's just more zoomed in. It's that altered mirror thing that they do. They just take the
Do you
mirror
see? Do you
template.
see how they got you chasing your tail, man? Looking at the most minute thing. I mean, you think that the Earth is flat, but you have absolutely no evidence for that, except your own arguments for incredulity.
all the other things that we
Well, the water argument is silly, and I've explained that to Dell. I hope you have listened to that conversation we had. It's
Yeah,
a silly
I heard
argument.
you read it off your notepad.
It's silly.
Yeah.
It's silly based on the fake concept of gravity.
Hey, so Tim, you brought up
Right,
the
wouldn't we
Coriolis
feel a
effect.
change in
Saying that the
gravity
atmospheric
during
pressures,
the tides?
the atmospheric pressures of this spinning ball can keep water, on the spinning ball adhering to, curving around the ball. But that's all on the faith of the gravity. So you're going out on a leap of faith of gravity. You might as well expect me to believe in the Bible.
Boom.
Yeah, if
Well, that's
tugging on the
that's
tides,
fine, though.
wouldn't that affect us?
Well, the Bible
Wouldn't
doesn't
we get,
apply to you, so.
lighter and
If you guys don't want to believe in gravity, that's fine with me, guys.
I
Seriously.
thought the Bible,
a side
applies
point,
to
I would-
everyone.
A side point I'd like
No.
to make here, just before we move on, is that it's absolutely acceptable for someone who is going in a hangout to prepare a question or have some idea of what they're going to say in advance and to
Of
write
course,
it down.
I was just fucking with him.
Well, I think,
It was a joke, dude.
I know, but other people have said.
And I got shit for defending him on Globebusters
Right, well, I'm
the
not
other
having
day.
a go at you. I'm saying this to the audience because I think it's entirely reasonable to write things down, especially when you're going into an environment where you're going to be under fire. That's what
I
you
think
should
I
do.
think it's stupid. I think it's stupid not to. And really, like,
Right.
that conversation wasn't dynamic, and I wasn't actually not reading off it at a lot of the points.
Right.
So I wrote down 12 questions within like 25 minutes, and
Yeah,
I
but
got
that,
through I
but
think
that,
10
but
of them.
Tim, that leads credence to the fact that you're a shell. So it.
Yeah,
you know,
don't say leads
whatever.
credence because that's 100% proof I'm a troll. That
Well, no, I just
admitted
wrote
to.
that
Hey,
down.
check it.
No, I just wrote that down. Let me
Hey,
fix that.
Kath, this is a
Sup,
question
guy?
for the whole panel. Since Tim brought up the Coriolis effect, why is it selective? Why does it work on bullets but not planes or hot air balloons?
Well, they say that powered vehicles, as like planes and helicopters, it's such a slight force that it doesn't affect things with engines.
It's
the
basically
mainstream answer.
But it affects bullets that are
in
going.
the case of a bullet, all of the energy required for its motion is in it at the start of its journey.
Yeah.
That's
Well, when
basically
does it
the
work
difference.
for bullets, though? That should be the first question.
Yeah.
When does it work for bullets?
I'm sorry.
After like a mile and a half, I think.
Yeah, you're really low, Pillbox.
That's
Yeah,
good.
I
Keep it
don't-
low.
I guess my volume's down for some reason. I guess
That's
I'm not
good.
supposed to be here, but yeah, we don't.
Hold on, well, I can
we don't
make it
ever,
now, hang on.
we
Oh.
don't ever use Coriolis effect though, so I'm just trying to figure out when do people actually use it.
So there's no army manuals that show Coriolis effect at all. Is that what you're saying?
No,
there,
but
Tim?
notice you believe
That's a straw
that.
man.
So there are?
And
No, so there
notice
are?
You've never read
Is
it.
there?
You've never read
Yeah,
it.
there
I've
are.
been to it.
There
How many
are.
gunnery ranges have you been to? Noob?
I have videos of me shooting guns all the
Zero.
time.
Zero.
Idiot.
You've never been there. You've never done it. You are a noob. They never
Sure.
even mention Coriolis.
I'm a
in
noob, really?
Any gunnery.
Okay.
They don't even mention.
See, this is
the
why I don't
word
talk to
Big
this
L.
guy. This guy's an
It's
idiot. He knows nothing about me.
pathetic. It is so
God.
easy. It's like shooting
Just
dead
because
fish
it's
in
in
a
a manual
barrel.
doesn't mean it's real.
That's not even in the manual, Jibby. It's not even mentioned. It's not even taught.
I thought I saw it in the manual.
Isn't that what
It's in the
teenagers
manual.
say?
Doesn't mean it's real though.
Yeah, people who have never done it know better. Trust me. Trust them.
Well, let's get Negator X on here because he's actually provided links with the manuals that show.
Yeah, the guy that's never been to gunnery and pushes pencils. Let's get this expert on here. Yeah.
Yeah, because really what he's doing is he has
I'd like
links
to know how we got
what
it.
you say doesn't exist.
I'd love to see that. I'd love to see your pseudoscience manual.
So you're saying
explanations,
no Army manuals
Please,
ever
noob.
have
It
ever
doesn't
said
matter
anything
if
about
it
the
says it.
Coriolis?
I actually been there and done it.
So
That's the
no?
difference.
Yeah,
Yes,
of course you had
I've
pillbox.
been there and done it. And when I did it,
I
did it
try
pretty
to
well
shoot shit
without
at 2
any
miles. It's
manual.
pretty
Wow.
fucking hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing because in real life you never make any adjustments for any Coriolis.
Oh,
Wow,
okay.
it's amazing. Artillery 15 miles is not propelled. It's self-propelled. No adjustments.
These are tired arguments, man. You go back
So
to Mark Sargent's show, dude.
Please, pathetic. You got to get some
Be
life
one of it- be
experience.
one of his
Get some life
experts, dude.
experience. Yeah, let's see those experts.
like
Yeah,
Be
let
one
us
of-
know
be
if
one
you
of
can
his
show us a
religious
glimpse of
fundamental
gravity. Yeah,
nobodies
I know the
on his
Pizzagate
show.
crew. Yeah, the Pizzagate crew. Yeah, the great
What is
protect the
Pizzagate crew? What does that even mean? I never talk about
We've seen
Pizzagate.
well, you had your chance. You said it
Ever.
the other day. You protected all of them.
Yeah,
Who?
pillbox.
in the
was you a
What are you
pudding.
tanker?
talking about?
Oi,
What are you
pillbox.
talking about?
Look at your Colonel Mark Sargent. And look
Pillbox,
at
was
it.
you a
Look in the
tanker?
chat. Let's look in the chat. You absent, little bit absent-minded. You forgot what you
Weren't
said.
you in a tank?
What did
pillbox?
I say? You're. Go ahead. What did I say?
Yeah, I've been in some vehicles. I've been in a few different vehicles. Yeah, but yeah, this is too easy. You guys are pretending you've seen
So
something.
Can you answer a
I could
goddamn
give you
question?
a
What are
year
you
to show me
what are you
one
saying that I
book with
said,
Coriolis
dude?
effect. No, you're a Pizzagate lover, man.
Hello?
Pizzagate. We're talking about Coriolis, not Pizzagate.
I have no idea
Yeah,
what
I
he's
know.
talking
I know.
about.
Well, that's why you had to start being insulting and saying you're religious and this and that.
No, you're saying that I say shit, so why don't you provide evidence of me saying something?
I guess that's what happens when you start calling.
Oh, you have
names.
no
You
evidence,
can't
just like
take
your
it, can you?
Coriolis bullshit,
You
just
can't
like your
take it,
flat
can
Earth
you? Oh,
bullshit,
poor
just like your
baby,
religious
call names,
bullshit.
Poor baby, poor
Tim,
baby Timmy.
just produce the
What a
manual.
big guy. He calls names and gets upset. All right, Pizzagate boy. Anything else? So when are we
What
going
the
to see
fuck?
this manual?
Why do you
Coriolis
keep
effect?
calling Pizzagate? What is
Take
your
your
obsession
time.
with
We'll be waiting here.
pedophiles
Take
and
your time. Let me
Pizzagate?
know when you find that manual in a Navy SEAL
I'm not
instructor and a
looking.
Marine sniper instructor that can
Do you want me
explain
to look?
Coriolis effect. Now he's admitted he's never seen it. Yeah, and then we'll go to the range and actually perform it and see what they actually do in real life. I bet it'll be very interesting. Oh,
Okay,
man.
well, there's
Next.
videos of all kinds of people taking the Coriolis, so why don't you go and fucking debunk them?
Be happy to.
Guy's an absolute clown. His debate tactic is just to talk over you, basically.
Where's the document?
Who's typing like a madman?
Us,
Well,
Texas.
Good Texas. He's
I
got
know
a
that-
1970 typewriter.
He's got some like cherry.
Ting, ting. I know that the Gator has a document, and he's given me the number of it, and I found the document, but it's very extensive. So I'm trying to find the bit in it that refers to Coriolis. But if anybody else wants to look for it,
like Tim,
it's called.
On the side note,
whatever
Timmy,
you-
what you think about geocentricity?
FM 6-40 Field Artillery Manual Cannon Gunnery.
Wait, it isn't even in the sniper manuals.
No, this is for longer range artillery.
Oh.
What? Not the right kind of bullet? Is that what you're saying now?
No.
It
I
just
didn't.
seems
I didn't
selective.
say anything now, and I didn't say anything before.
Fucking calf.
Shut up.
Yeah, I think Pillbox has gone anyway, so. Pillbox has
Yeah.
gone
I
anyway.
think he has
so.
gone
Has he?
He has.
because he's not here.
So I think
Whereabouts is it, Negator? Tell me where in the doc to look.
I think the argument's mute now.
Well, he might be in the audience, and it'd be good to get this one out of the way, wouldn't it? Because I hear this a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Well,
we
did you
got
like
removed.
how he didn't answer that when I said so? There's
We
no
got removed.
manuals.
Right.
Because there's
We got
tons of
removed.
manuals that say it.
Well, he said in the chat, come on, like let's not be dishonest now, Tim. He said volume don't work, suspicious, and then you removed him.
No, he actually left. He left first, and then I removed him. Yes, he was in the chat.
Yeah. But still, the point in being, he left, and then he's left a comment in the chat saying volume don't work, suspicious, and then you removed him. Come on, don't be dishonest now. Come on.
What did I say that it was dishonest, Adam?
A4's keeping me
I'm
honest.
trying to sit there. You tried to sit there and say that he left on his own accord. Well, he left.
did.
Might have been to fix it. There could have been a whole.
He said
different
next,
bunch of
and then he
reasons
left, and then I kicked him because he was in the
And
chat.
then he left a comment. And then he left a comment saying volume don't work, suspicious. And then you've removed it from the hangout. So he might be trying to fix his. He might be trying to fix his volume.
I don't really
so that he
care.
can rejoin.
Adam, I don't really care.
Come on now, Timmy. If you're going to be dishonest, then you're going to be dishonest. Not much I can do.
Okay. Whatever I was
Okay.
dishonest about. Go ahead.
Right, so here's the document.
Taking
that
things
we
out of
can
context.
see.
Is this about the marksman? Yeah.
Mr. B just posted a document as well, and I'm searching through it, and I can't seem to find
I'm on the wrong one.
the word Coriolis.
Here we
in
go.
it.
So here you go. Look, corrections to range in meters to compensate for the rotation of the Earth. And you can see there's a table here that allows you to.
No, this is CGI. It's fake.
Does it specifically say Coriolis?
It said the spin of the Earth.
No, that's
So-
not Coriolis, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's not using the technical word, so.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
So, and this is from, just so everyone knows where it's from
Global Security.
Hang on, let me. Oh, I'm in the chapter here.
Oh, dude, there it is right there. It says globalsecurity.com.
Yeah,
it says
global.
Yeah,
global
I've just gone right out there.
So-
Presupposition, just put global
Yeah.
security.
So
Yeah,
this is
global.
what it's called, look.
Global security.
Security
FME,
all
that's
around the
Perfect,
globe.
the name.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be like
The one that Mr. B posted,
oblate spheroid security?
FM6-40, the one that Mr. B posted, does not say anything about Coriolis, and the only time it uses the word rotation is speaking of the actual projectile itself. This
Okay,
is
I've
the
just
field
showed-
artillery
I
field
just
manual.
showed where it does say that. That's the document I'm looking
Considering
at.
that's,
looking at
that's an
what
unsecure
page?
site on
Go
.org.
to 7-Eleven. There's no way you could have
With all
looked
those
at that.
with all those ads on it too.
7-11?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can
All those
just search
ads
for
for my
it.
fucking taking up my data on an unsecure site. I ain't going there.
Wait, 107-110? Wait.
7-11.
No, I'm looking at a different document than
this
you,
is
the
the
one
wrong-
Mr. B posted.
This is
I thought it
from-
was FM6-40, you said.
Oh, hold on. I thought you said you were looking at one Neg posted.
Yeah, which is FM6-40.
It's the
the
wrong
hell?
type of bullet.
1 second. Okay.
Are we still talking about Glory Hollis?
Yeah, the Gloriolis effect.
Yeah, the Glory.
Non-effect.
Oh, who the fuck's phoning me?
Oh, okay.
It's NASA.
You're a popular
Yo.
guy.
Yo, Martin. What's up, Martin? One love, bro.
Fucking one love, brothers. Good to see you all. Thanks
Peace
for
to the
inviting me.
gods.
Pleasure to be here, bro.
God.
Cheers to the rock god.
What does the National Space Center do?
Oh, it's got some cool shit in there, man. Jeremy turned me on the other day to the British Space Program. I looked it up, and when I Wikipedia it said it's all in the Space Center in Britain. So I'm going to be
So then
seeing that. Yeah,
You're
that'll
going
be-
to see a lot. You're going to see a lot of tinfoil.
yeah. Blue Street, is it, Jeremy? Blue Street.
I think some of it was developed in that area, Martin, because I seem to remember
I seen the do
as a
bomber
very
there.
young child,
seen-
someone my parents knew was
Really?
involved in it.
Huh? Really?
I think so, yeah, but it's a very faint memory, and both my parents are no longer with us, so I guess I'll never know.
You chaps should meet up.
We
You
could
and
do actually
Martin.
this
I'm
Saturday.
looking forward to it.
I've
Except
got
it
no
costs.
car and I can't bloody walk.
Guess what, Jeremy? They want double the fucking train fare because it's Saturday. I got to pay 73 fucking quid.
Fucking hell.
It's cheaper to go to fucking Amsterdam. I shit you not. You can't.
Or you just go to Amsterdam and get high. I don't know.
Yeah, what you do is fly to
I
Amsterdam
could stay there for fuck
and
off.
then fly out of Amsterdam to East Midlands.
No, I'd go straight to Martin D. I'm Najiki, stay there. That'd be cool. It's
Hey,
done with
Steve. So, when did you decide to join Zionism?
I'm sorry.
You heard me.
5-pointed star. Wait.
I heard you.
Oh, that's 6-pointed star.
and I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you, and I'm not going to respond to that.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that where you're pushing the globe?
My ex-wife went to Amsterdam a couple of weeks ago.
Oh,
And
cool.
I said, "What the fuck were you doing in Amsterdam?"
Getting fucked.
I said, "What did you go there
dude.
for? To look at tulips and buy cheese?"
Dude,
That's
I said, "Oh, yeah, well,
crazy.
pretty much."
I met Cathexis at Auschwitz, bro. We're there just chilling, bro. Like, what's
Yeah.
up, bro?
My auntie was
Yeah,
in.
that's where we
Listen,
met.
my father was in.
What I do.
Auschwitz. 4 years he spent on that fucking gaff post.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
met
was right in front of the
Cathexis at.
sign where, right where it said 1.4 million instead of 4 million, like it used to.
Really?
They
Because
took
when
Right in
I
front
half
of
the
that
Jews
sign.
out of Europe in 1939, and the population of the Jews of Europe was 7 million in 1919.
Yep.
Then they ship half of them out in 1939, leaving 3.5 million. So the population of the Jews in Europe in 1939 was 3.5 million. How the fuck did they kill
Yep.
6?
Yep.
Ridiculous.
So Martin, me and Cathexis played a game where I tell him, "Here's $50 if you can find me a gas chamber in this fucking
The
vicinity."
fucking, mate, the fucking bolt, the bolts are on the inside of the fucking door. You can open it. Listen, it's just bogus. The way people, they said they got popped up in the
I'm going to put it out right now. I'll give you 6 million if you find one.
I see what you did there.
What you did there.
You guys ever seen a video of someone claiming, "Oh, this person has 20,000 subs, but when they live stream, they only have 80
6 million.
viewers"?
I know what's going on there, P-Man.
I don't think that's suspicious at all because right now I'm watching a stream.
I had 100 people just watching me talk just now. Over 100. It peaked at 127.
Yeah, that was really good,
fucking
man.
people watching me on a vlog. That's fucking
That's really good, man. But like, I don't think it's suspicious because like your sub count should be way higher than your live viewer, right? Because just
My
because
sub
there's a
count
lot of
is
people,
low, so I just don't move.
just because some like people are sub to you doesn't mean they're gonna watch your live show every time you.
Oh, I know that.
They could watch the backups and stuff. I don't know. I've seen people be suspicious about that, but like right now, I'm watching the Game Chasers, and they have 100,000 subs. and
Yeah.
only like 700 are watching the
Well,
live.
dude, I'll tell you right now, yeah. That
So it's
PewDie-
just, yeah,
Okay.
people don't watch live streams as much.
The NASA live stream
Dude,
subs.
PewDiePie, right? He has like 53
I was
million
gonna say
subscribers,
it.
which is
I
kind of
was gonna
strange, seeing as he's a Nazi. I would have thought he'd have 6 million.
Is he a Nazi? I don't like
He's a crypto Nazi.
The crypto Nazi, yeah, of course.
I don't know.
Wait, you talking about Werner von Braun?
No, PewDiePie.
Oh,
PewDiePie.
oh, you talking about NASA? Like their roots?
Yeah,
Oh,
Bruno von
PewDiePie,
Braun.
okay.
I covered that in my vlog earlier.
PewDiePie, he set up the whole rocket program for the Germans and shit, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Steve,
you know,
don't stop.
Martin, did you ever know how many slaves died in the cave that Werner von Braun had making the V2s
yeah,
and
man,
V1s?
yeah, it's tens of thousands. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Not
the last
only
one
that,
I
when
could
he-
find is 6,000 people died from typhus and poor nutrition while they were making
Down
the
to it.
V1s and V2s. Well, that
they
was
got
Werner von
bombed as
Braun's
well,
little
Peter, man.
operation.
By the RAF, they had a really bad bombardment to take out the V1 program by the RAF.
Well, let me ask you this. I've heard.
And
sorry,
killed-
Martin.
They just killed a fuckload of the slaves. The British.
Well,
did
let
it.
me ask you something real quick, Martin, because I know that you're in that part of the world and you've done a lot of research on
Oh, I've
this.
been out there.
JOB says that V1s and V2s did not rain down on London. He says it was.
He's an idiot.
It was.
Okay, I got folk that
he's
can
just
film it.
saying that it didn't happen. What's your take on that?
Jesus
bullshit.
Christ.
I know there's so many fucking people I've seen that talked about fucking, they used to call it V2 Alley, where they were on a strict trajectory, where they would literally just, they were expected to go over this one certain way, where they would just come down in them sort of Stepney area.
So how many people
cut out.
died from those?
Not
I've
many,
heard it's
not
up
many.
to 90,000.
No. Very few died. The buzz bombs, you had time to clear because by the time the noise finished, you had by the time it come down, you had a clear minute to get out the fucking way.
Yeah, but the V2s were silent practically, right? I mean,
They were buzzing bombs. They were really loud, like crippling, brain bursting loud, and then they cut out the buzz bombs. And then when it cut out, you knew that they'd switched off, they were coming down. But they had so much high explosives in them. The explosions on them were phenomenal. They were like bunker busters. They really were.
So how many do you think died from the V1s and V2s altogether?
I don't think we'll ever.
I heard 9.
The thing is,
I've heard 90,000.
The government actively tried to cover up the V2s because they were so spooky, so scary.
They were very. We've never seen anything like it for
because
humans.
it's traveling at faster than the speed of sound. You can't hear it coming. So
yeah, and I just find it absolutely amazing that you have 6,000 slaves who died making them, and you had damn near 90,000 probably from the actual bombing of London, and then we make him into a hero 10 years later out in front of NASA.
And NASA's almost Nazi, isn't it? You can look at a word and it looks like Nazi. I thought of that when I was a kid as well.
No, you didn't.
It's disturbing. That's all I'm saying.
NASA in Hebrew means to deceive.
Countries do that all the time, though, don't they? I mean, particularly in America. I mean, you always have to struggle with your foreign policy anyway, don't you? And
yeah, but do we turn them into heroes like that?
Yeah, but you do know the Manhattan Project, they were all into witchcraft. You know, Oberon, Edward Teller, they were involved with Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, and they also they put a homunculus up trying to infuse it with a spirit on the first explosion.
They tried to make a fucking golem at Trinity.
Yeah.
And I heard that it was fucking Hillary Clinton. Her birthday is on the day of the Trinity test. I shit you not. They had this big tank called Jumbo. And they said that they put a fucking baby in there to infuse it with nuclear shit and make a golem. That's what they said.
From what I heard, it was what's his name? Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Put a homunculus down.
Yeah.
At the first explosion, but the private ones.
Give me any reputable source for this data that you're giving me now.
Let me find it real quick.
I just find it weird that all these rocket scientists were into Satanism, and it is true.
Like culture, like P. Mars.
You got think about it. You got Jack Parsons. He's sitting there hanging out with Aleister Crowley.
He's a Satanist.
He was a dark occultist. Call it whatever you want.
Very good.
Big PL. John.
It's funny how you guys can believe this stuff, but you can't even figure out the Earth is round.
Yeah, listen to this, Exit. Blow your mind. Jack Parsons' birthday is the 2nd of October, same as me. So I got the same birthday as the Beast. Spooky.
Yeah. I think all this talk is largely irrelevant. It's a sort of
irrelevant to you.
Well, it's an attempt to sort of. I mean, let's assume then, for the sake of argument, that Werner von Braun is a devil worshipping baby eater.
Well, nobody was saying that. We're just pointing out as Nazi. Really.
I want to make him as bad as
a nice fella.
How does it change?
My dad was in the German army.
How does it? What does that change about rocket?
Well, we turned.
Well, then he's probably not going to be honest. Not going to be.
That's
a good guy.
Not
for the best people.
Oh, why wouldn't a man like that do that?
Well, why are they like to be less honest than anyone else? Everyone's capable of dishonesty.
Yeah, you're right there, Jeremy. It's true. It may be just a story laid out for the public and no reality in it.
Well, I mean, no, we can't ignore Jack Parsons' connections. We can't ignore what Nazi war machine had done. We can't ignore these things. It's just a fact of history.
Hey, Cathexis, where are you getting those facts from?
I've done a lot of research. I got about 100 books on the subject, and I've been to the trench systems of. I've been to the beaches of Dunkirk. I've been to the beaches of D-Day. I've been to the trench systems of the First World War. In the Somme. I've been to Ypres. I've done them all. I am versed on all this. I've studied it for good 30 years.
So Cathexis, where are you getting that information from?
That's just the modernly accepted history of the situation. Even Jeremy doesn't deny that.
Well, why do you deny some history and then kind of cherry pick ones that?
What other history do I deny?
I guess you like to kind of malform history to fit your confirmation bias, like
Well, no, they might have malformed history.
overgeneralizing
It's real.
the sphere Earth and
especially the Jesuits.
Copernicus.
I've never generalized it. I've talked about it historically, and I've been accurate the whole time.
You've overgeneralized, like I said.
Overgeneralized.
Copernicus.
That's a
Yeah,
new
you're
one.
always going about Copernicus like other flat earthers, man.
The terrestrial motion of the Earth was nothing more than a hypothesis
That's
used
where I go.
to serve. Yeah. Okay.
I love flat earthness. Listen, even the other side, I love it all. The whole fucking thing, like,
just
it
leaves.
suits me.
Well, I love it too, Martin. Actually,
I know, Jed. I know, and you, Kath.
I really do love it.
Even Tim around, I
I
like
would so
the
miss
really
it
do.
if it wasn't here.
What I mean now.
Well, the
Fucking
problem
awesome
is when you look at the actual history of these things and you even accept them at face value, it just paints the picture that I've been presenting out here. Is there's nothing wrong with that? I mean, we should accept the modern historical acceptance of who Copernicus was, his relations, how the system came about, who tailored it up afterwards, etc., etc. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Did he really exist? Could they have laid all that down to us? You know, you got to think. I'm reading a book, The History of the Jesuits, by this guy called Paris, and he literally got his life threatened. They were going to kill him for this book. It's really rare and very telling, and everything that we suspected is true. With the making of wars, arranging the governments, they even made Hitler. Pope Pius XVI did.
That's right.
Yeah, they've literally added to the Bible, taken away from the Bible, and they've presented the history that we see today. What is real in it, we can't tell.
Yeah.
Really, I don't know if the Battle of Agincourt happened, no, Faxis. I really don't.
And the Jesuits, this isn't some conspiracy theory. This is history. If you just do even a day's worth of research into the Jesuits, you'll see their hands on almost every major aspect of our life.
This guy was an insider in the Vatican, and he knew about the people in the Vatican. They really are fucking wary of the Jesuits' infiltration through Ignatius Loyola, right, in the early days, and they literally infiltrated the Vatican and basically took over it with black popes. People knew what was going on, and they didn't like the Society of Jesus. They really didn't. They tried to stop it, but they were powerful and sinister and evil and murderous. And yeah, everything that we suspected is true. This guy was an insider. He was there, but he had to go in hiding. They risked it. They threatened his life, his family. He had to go in hiding just to publish this book. That's why I believe it. So it's a rare book too. You can't get hold of it. It was in a rare book collection. I downloaded. Fucking shit
Nice.
off. Give me an email, any of you. Give me an email, Perfectus. I can send it to you easy.
Yeah, I'll
I got
post it in the
every
side
flat
chat.
Earth book. Every flat Earth book. I got 100, 200 flat Earth books. Everything you could imagine. I could send you a couple more.
Yeah, dude, I would love to get that book. I'm trying to get Solutions book.
gmail.com and just send me an email and I'll email them to you, brother. No problem.
All right, sweet, dude.
Nice.
I'm trying to get Cerrucci's book too. Does anyone know where I can get his book?
Yeah, I got them all, bruv. I got everyone you can imagine. Starting with Zeticism, fucking Abazads, even Beyond the Poles. I got them all.
Yeah, I've got those books. I know there's a couple that I'm missing, but yeah,
I got about 100, 200 maybe. I'm not being funny. I got every fucking
that's
book.
excellent.
I got a book full of newspaper cuttings from over the decades about flat Earth that have been suppressed. That's really interesting and telling. That is. I was going to do a post about it, but I'll get around to it. I was going to narrate this book, record it, and put it out on a post. But I'm going to read it first. So the second time I read it,
yeah, that's the better idea.
Yeah.
When I did World Beyond the Poles, I hadn't
I
read
was
it
going to
yet.
say that.
Yeah, I didn't read it
You're going
yet.
to do all that now, or what?
No, I noticed that on the first
Nobody's
one.
done it.
Well, listen,
Nobody's done it.
the first video I had 18,000 views, and then if you look at the statistics though, the second and third video it dropped off dramatically. There were still people who listened to it, but it went from the 18,000
How much
views.
it costs?
People just wanted
was going to do it. But he never.
People just
He
wanted
stopped.
the PDF. So I decided to stop reading it because it is quite long.
Oh,
and
you put the link in it, in your descriptions for the book.
well, yeah, I put it in there.
Oh, that's nice.
But it is quite long and it's very verbose. I was actually,
Very.
I
It's hard
hate to
to
say
read,
it,
brother.
but it was a bit rough on me,
It is
and
rough.
so I just decided to stop. But I did read
Then
King's the
pictures.
Throne on my channel. But I don't know if you've read King's the Throne yet, but that
No.
book is fantastic.
I got
Yeah,
it. Oh, you could. All right.
you just
I'll
check
get
that
round
out.
to that. Okay. I mean, I'm reading about 4
Well,
books. at a
I've got it
time.
on my channel. I read the whole thing in 3 parts. So
Ah.
Texas, the Worlds Beyond the Poles version you have, is that the complete version PDF, or is that the one
Well,
that's missing a few pages?
actually, I have the complete version now. I need to update my channel with it, but that one is missing a couple pages. But we got
Yeah,
it sorted.
Yeah,
I dropped my email in the group chat.
I've also got
if you
about
could send me the whole thing.
200 conspiracy books, not Flat Earth Brothers, stuff like about the Trilateral Commission or mind control or all that sort of stuff. Conspiracy books. I got about 100 of them. Everyone from Zachariah Sitchin to fucking Mars to fucking, I don't know, Ace Ventura. You know, it's sort of all the conspiracy books you can imagine. Fucking brilliant titles. Brilliant titles. That's what I got the Jesuit book collection from in that. So anybody wants any, just email me. Honest to God, I'll send them to you. Be cool. I got loads
Sweet,
of
bro.
conspiracy books.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, not just Flat Earth, fucking proper conspiracy books. Really mind-blowing shit too. Really mind-blowing. On Tavistock Institute, Trilateral Commission's quite interesting. Skull and Bones book. All of them. I got them all. So cool. You name it, I got it. I collect books. I fucking love them. Oh, well, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I got.
I'm trying to get the Cathexis ketogenic book. I can't find it.
Oh, what is it again?
The Cathexis
It's almost
ketogenic
done.
book.
It's almost done. I'm only like 40 pages in.
Work on it, brother. In your spare time, it'd be really cool if you could, though.
Yeah, that would be cool, actually, bro.
Really cool.
It's really a big conspiracy. I'm trying to give people heart attacks. I get accused of that.
It's making me great.
Jesus Christ.
What is it about? Is it you just rub coconut oil all over your body? Or...
Yeah.
Basically.
I actually looked into the diet, and the mainstream will tell you it'll give you a heart attack.
Yeah, but I lost 120 pounds in 8 months. So fuck the mainstream. I've been studying this for 3 years now. They're tricking everyone. This is the way where fat is the healthiest thing you can put in your body. It's just when you combine it with carbohydrates that it oxidizes and causes the plaque in the arteries. If you don't eat carbohydrates, then
vegan. It happened to vegan from just dairy products. He got clots in the legs, didn't he?
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, he actually had a great 4-hour conversation with him about a week and a half ago.
Cool.
Vegan Warrior.
I
He
really
is,
like him.
dude. He is amazing.
I know,
So-
I know, brother. I talked to him today. He's so fucking cool. I really like
Yeah,
the guy.
he's good people, and he's very knowledgeable about diet, and he's very aware of the ketogenic diet as well. But when you go vegan, it's very difficult to get the high caloric material you need out of the animal fats because you're not gonna even eat them. So the only thing you have is coconut oil and avocados. But if you're still willing to eat meat, though, it's in my opinion the better diet.
I still think you need to eat. I think you still need meat in your system, dude.
I love my meat, man. I can't give it up.
Yeah. Chicken is so good for you.
Fuck, loves my
Especially
chicken.
KFC, big O.
I just had a Domino's pizza open 2 days ago.
Fuck you.
Cutching, pepperoni.
No, I prefer Church's chicken.
Nice bit of donkey.
Really, I like Popeyes.
What about Arby's?
You said Arby's. I've never ate at Arby's. I ate at Red Robin's for the first time a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah,
it was decent.
I do love my food.
Have you ever ate a baby fetus?
Oh,
I mean, chicken nuggets.
No, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Ugh.
Who's this?
Wait, you mean McDonald's hamburgers and
You mean Pepsi?
Pepsi?
Percent KFC is called.
Just about to say.
Pepsi. That's fucked up.
Who's this new character?
Oh.
It's Tim.
It is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Do you have a fucking what's his name? Do you have David Cole's book, Martin?
Which one's that?
The Beyond the Gates of Auschwitz.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
no, I haven't
dude.
got that. I got good war collection. Really
You need to
good.
get that.
I will. Can I write it down?
Great.
Who's it again, please?
David Cole, The
Okay,
Gates Beyond Auschwitz, or Beyond the Gates of Auschwitz. It's one of
thanks.
those.
I will.
Yeah. Who are you familiar with? Like David Irving?
David Irving mainly. I've read
That's-
Dancing, and I've read.
Yeah, David Irving is probably the best.
In my opinion, he's one of the best historians in the world because he tells it as it is.
Absolutely.
I really like.
Dude,
the
he has
guy-
documents.
When
Yeah,
you're
he has
watching.
documents from Hitler's like dentist appointments and shit. Like it's crazy what he has, dude.
Yeah, he had all Dr.
Insane.
Morale, Hitler's doctor, who made him a drug addict by giving him crystal meth around the clock.
Yeah, meth
cocaine eye
injections in the morning and barbiturates at night.
Cocaine eye drops. So he was buzzing
Yep.
his cunt off all the time. Dr. Morale, I think, was a plant. I mean, Dr. Morale came along a bit later in basically Hitler's leadership. So I think he might have been an American plant.
I had the same
addicted.
thought. That is amazing, Martin. Yeah, when I
you?
found out about that, started researching into it, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, because of the way he changed from the early days of being so cool and loving and looking healthy to this fucked up, mad, crazy, spaced out wizard. Because let's be
Yeah,
honest,
you're all wound up on meth for
it
all
was
these
fucking-
days. It's crazy.
you know, psychosis, basically. You can see it on him as well.
What was the medical term for the drug they were giving him? I know
Oh,
it was
it's
like medical
Pervitin.
meth.
It was called Pervitin. Yeah,
Which is crystal
and
meth.
it was
Yeah,
actually
basically.
synthesized in Japan back in '38, and then they turned it into like the super drug. They tried to say it was for that. I
They give
think
it to
personally, this is why
Luftwaffe
World.
pilot, too.
Well, yeah,
And
personally, I think World War II was so vicious and vile because
They were all
the
waste.
amount of meth that all sides were using.
That's where they went raping,
And-
brother. They were all coked
Yeah,
up
and think about it. Like, you know how we always wonder why the kamikazes did what they did? They were wound up on a shitload of meth when they did it.
It's true. It's fucking
It's
true.
crazy, dude. That war was fueled by methamphetamines, and people have no idea.
No, there is a book, one of them books in that collection. It's about that, the drugs in World War II. It's focuses on that.
Isn't that what they used to give to the soldiers as well?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Barbarossa, when they invaded-
Amphetamines. And,
Yeah.
It was daily. It was daily given.
They had little ampule, sort of like bullet-shaped things with the tablets in there. Everyone, all the soldiers when they invaded
Yeah,
France,
it was
were
standard
on it.
issue. It was standard issue on the front lines.
So, like the equivalent to Adderall.
They
Oh,
did
methamphetamine. Yeah.
Adderall is not as bad as what they were
Space.
giving Hitler, dude.
Yeah, they were giving methylamphetamines, which is meth, and Adderall is just basic amphetamines.
Exactly.
The half life is less than the half life of meth. So meth takes 12 hours to run its course. Adderall takes 6 hours.
That's right. You know your stuff, Boyle.
Big Al,
Yeah.
you got to change that image, man.
Why?
Yeah, Dr. Morale. I think
That's
the Americans,
Bro,
did a good,
this is a nice
survey.
house. Okay, I'll do it for you, Jeremy. Just because
Thank you, mate.
you invited me in
It
without
looks
me
like a
asking.
nice house, to be honest.
I didn't even have to ask, and Jeremy sent me an
That
invite.
looks
I was
like
gonna
a
cry.
Yeah, it is a nice house.
That's the projects.
project.
I mean,
In my projects.
okay, it sure proves that public housing has good houses too.
Of course.
It's got the symbolism there. It's got like, what is that, a pyramid roof or something going on?
That's the
Okay,
Fibonacci.
I'll be back.
model. Oh, basically.
And 5 windows. What happened about the 6th one, dude?
Couldn't afford it. It's the projects, public housing.
Well, it'd be a bit suspicious if it had 6. But then again, it would be a house of an occultist because it has 5. So
Yeah, it's Masonic geometry.
Yeah.
We can't understand.
it's either 5 or it's 6, and you're fucked either way.
Yeah. They know it's in that code. They use it all right.
Yeah, I believe that shit about the Jack Parsons would do a ritual to the goat god Pan before his
Yeah,
rocket
man.
launches.
Yeah, why do you think you have such a strong spell cast on you, P. Mars?
Because he's interested.
His
in it.
magic was very strong. Yours is not.
I think his magic is quite strong. He's good, isn't he?
It comes down to the power of the will of the individual.
Exactly that.
Love over will.
One person can change the world, guys. Look at Gandhi, look at
That's
Hitler,
right.
Stalin. One person can change the world.
So who decides what history gets told then?
The Jesuits.
The people who
It
win the
appears
I don't know, libraries.
that academia
The white
and
man.
historians and the Jesuits and all these entities do.
It's
So
a
you're
debate.
saying
as well.
what is there a group of people that look at history and they say, well, we won't tell them that, and we'll tell them this.
Yeah.
A collective
The
around
winners write,
table.
the victors write the history
Right.
books.
got
You
it.
know
And the
that, Mark.
publishers as well. The publishers, if they don't like your book because they
They
don't
will,
like what's in it,
all
they
the
won't publish it.
publishers are Jewish anyway, as you know. Most of them are run by Jewish.
Oh, so it's a Jew-run world then, is it?
Yeah, they somehow flipped World War
I don't
II.
believe that for a second.
And did I hear you say,
Let's
Martin,
chime
did I hear
in
you
from
say
not
the
blaming the Jews.
Did I hear
It's
you
crazy
say
how
the
they
Catholics
flipped-
hated Jesus?
It's crazy how they flipped like World War II, where they said the Jews were the victims when really it was Germany.
Yeah, no.
Because Germany suffered heavy
Terrible.
under
Yeah, of course they was the
Even
fucking
before,
victims.
even before
Don't
the
be
war, they were
fucking
even
stupid.
before the war, the Germans were suffering.
Yeah,
That must be
Because
really
of the
uncomfortable.
reparations.
the Germans
Mark.
suffered.
Fucking stupid. They had the Treaty of Versailles and they had the stupid war reparations. But impossible.
So you're saying the Germans were the victims of the war then? It wasn't them that
the
started
First World War. The Treaty of Versailles started the abuse of Germany. And
Yeah,
the-
they were reclaiming their
Hold on a
land that
minute,
was
guys.
taken from them.
Yeah, but Convexis, didn't you say that NASA was run by Nazis? Aren't Nazis Germans?
Yeah.
Well,
But
are
they
all
weren't-
Germans Nazis?
yeah, but-
So
Still
the
doesn't
Germans-
matter if
so
you
the
want to get
Germans
your
aren't
facts
victims
right.
then, are they? The Germans
According
aren't
to
victims
you,
then,
all
are
Germans
they?
are Nazis then.
Well, my father was in
Yeah.
the German
So
army.
how
I
are
got
they
pushed
victims then, Convexis?
fought
The
for
German-
3 fucking years in the trenches.
How can they be victims in one breath, then the next breath you're
The-
saying that they're
who's saying
they're
any
running
of
pushed
that?
NASA?
into a corner.
Well, you
in
just
World
said 10
War
minutes ago
After World War One, they were pushed
NASA
into
was
a
all
corner.
Nazis.
Nazis
Yeah,
didn't
they
represent
are.
all Germans, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The
You got the
average
German
person in
people,
Germany.
They
and
had
then you have
half
the
each
Nazi
Russia and
soldiers.
America at the Milan Project. They're 3,000
Right,
each.
so the
It's not
Nazis
just
weren't the
America.
victims then. The Nazis were
Zionists
No,
don't
no,
represent
no,
all
no.
of Israel.
No.
Oh,
Like
so
how
what
people
do
say
you mean
Jews.
victims then, Convexis?
The people.
I didn't say the fucking word victims, dude. You're inferring things incorrectly.
Well,
You're trying to
agreed
make
with them.
something
You
out into
agreed
something
with
else.
Convexis, so I just wanted to clarify
Victims.
your
Okay, in the beginning, hold on. After World War One, they lost their land to Poland at the time. In order to regain that back, in 1940-ish, they went and took it back. That was the whole point of the beginning of the war. And for whatever reason, they decided to go further in each direction. I'm not defending them in any way, shape, or
Not
form. But let's
really.
get the
Because
history
the people
right.
who were
Let's
in
understand it.
Czechoslovakian Sudetenland were being abused
Right, so
by the Czechoslovakians. They went and
so what Germans were the victims then?
They
were the
German people.
They went fucking bankrupt.
Well, the
The
Nazis were
German
German, weren't they?
people.
The thousands of
Weren't the Nazis German
Not
then,
the
Convexis?
war machine. The people suffered because
So
of the
you know
war
what? So
machine
the Nazis
effort.
weren't people then?
Who do you think?
Do you know
let
about
the
Danzig?
Nazis take power?
The Jesuits.
You know about
Yeah.
So all Germans were victims, but not the Nazis.
No.
The position
German
that
A lot
Germany
of
was in.
Nazis were misled.
Look, a
You
lot
could
of the
say
young
that,
Nazis
but
were
they
dead.
aren't fucking innocent either.
Most died. Most died.
The position
You were
that
a
Germany
fucking
was
officer in the German army, you were probably dead, rotting in the fields of Europe. Hardly any got through. My father's brother got killed. My uncle Oscar. Not many Germans survived. The Nazis were completely fucking obliterated, as you know, and the rest were fucking hung in the Nuremberg trials. The rest went to fucking
So
Argentina.
NASA wasn't run by Nazis then?
Not
Oh
all.
my God,
No,
Jesus
most
Christ.
Americans were
You
in
are
power.
very twisted in your logic, Mr. Taylor.
What are you on about? You just told me that the fucking
What are you
Nazis
on
were
about?
wiped out,
I
and you're
said
saying
that.
that it's run
Not
by
so
NASA.
me.
So
The
you can't have
Americans
it
would
both
have been
ways,
in
can you?
control.
What are you on about?
So
Obviously.
they weren't wiped out then.
So what about the Nazi scientists during Operation Paperclip? They were
Yeah,
saved.
Russians
What
had
about the
half.
Russians?
10,800 of them.
Yeah, and the
Just
Russians had the
expose
half.
your logic.
Just the scientists, though, not the soldiers. They still wanted the scientists.
And why did the Germans have advanced technology so much ahead of the rest of the world? Who were they in touch with? Where did they get it from? No, that's
Well,
the question.
the reason they had rocketry was because after the Versailles Treaty, they weren't allowed an air force. So
that's right.
It meant that other things got developed. That's why they had a lot of gliding clubs in Germany.
Makes
And,
sense.
Oh yeah.
but the rocketry as well was something that wasn't banned under the
It's
Versailles.
not airplanes, right? I get you. They
Yeah.
developed on that. Very clever. Okay.
So it's our fault ultimately.
I thought that
They were
fucking
good.
Treaty of Versailles was a disgusting thing. The Germans.
Guess
That's
so.
The wheelbarrow of cash to buy a loaf of bread after the fucking hyperinflation hit. Mass starvation. It looked like bloody Ethiopia. The slums of Berlin were just unbelievable. I got pictures of them. These people needed a break. When Hitler come along, he solved it all. But what Hitler done, he's a crafty bastard. He took the credit for basically what the Weimar Republic, who was run by von Bismarck, basically he built the autobahns. Hitler took the credit. Hitler didn't build the autobahns. The fucking Weimar Republic did a lot, and Hitler took the credit for it. But that's part of his thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, all I care about is accurate history, whatever that may be. And this is the reason why I ask questions concerning like Holocaust, and I found inconsistencies, and I talk about them. And the same goes with the. I mean, look, the victors do write the history books, and what Germany did from 1933 until 1940 had rebuilt a country so fast and so powerful, we'd never seen anything like it. He was the Time Man of the Year in 1939 because of his success in rebuilding So there is credit to be given. I'm not defending what
George, the
happening,
King of England,
though.
loved him. The King George went to
And the
visit him,
Jesuits
loved him.
absolutely loved him. The Vatican
Pope
fucking
Pius
backed him
supported the right.
120%.
I know.
Yeah, it was a Vatican. Honestly, in my opinion, the strings were being pulled. The strings were being pulled by the Vatican, in my opinion. And you can see, even Himmler said, "We will build our ranks in the same way that the Jesuits have shown us how to."
Exactly. I got the statements in that book, what Himmler says. He was went to a Jesuit school. He had a Jesuit regiment. The people wronged him, Jesuits. That black sun he's got in that palace in Bismarck, that was his palace, right, or his castle, was going to be the center for this religion of Thula or
yeah. I know what you're talking about with the Brill and such.
Exactly, the Brill. So it's really intriguing. They did believe
it is. There's a lot of mysteries that surround it, and a lot of people will dismiss so much if they just accept what is handed to us, as gospel.
Yeah.
Also, you guys can find pictures of Catholic priests and all of them doing the Nazi salute.
I have. I got pictures of it.
Yeah,
I got
big time.
It's crazy.
Like 16 like that, shaking hands, a Masonic handshake like that. With Hitler. Yeah.
And why do they dress the Pope up like Santa Claus when he dies?
It's weird, isn't it?
I'd have to see a picture of it.
Oh yeah, just put in
can't
Pope
convince
Santa
me.
Claus in Google Images.
I think Israel should be destroyed.
Yeah, man, they're fucking disgusting.
Yeah, but I don't mean the people, of course. I mean just the.
No.
It shouldn't exist in the way that.
don't mean the people.
Of course he doesn't.
Of course, I take it the Israelites are innocent as well.
Do you know what they've done to Palestine, Mark Taylor? Have you seen what they've done to the Palestinian people?
He doesn't care because they're Muslims.
It breaks my fucking
There's
heart.
no point.
Palestine's a beautiful.
So that again, I can hear you can fix this. DJ Wavy was talking.
So lovely.
I'm saying that. Have you seen what Israel?
Did you just say all Muslims are terrorists?
Have you seen what Israel has done to the Palestinian people and the Palestinian land?
You did say that, huh?
That's all my point is. That's it.
It's fucking
And I think that's
disgusting.
what Big Al was pointing out. That's all.
Yeah, isn't it ironic, Mark, how supposedly the Jews were the victims, but now they're doing the same thing to Palestine?
They're not gassing them.
Don't you find that kind of ironic?
What? So that makes their history null and void, then, does it?
No.
Who said
That's
that?
not a.
You just did.
It's not a leap. That's a
kind of
weird leap of logic. Come
You
on,
just
dude.
said that the Jews didn't get gassed in the chambers.
I didn't
6
say
million
that.
died.
There's no scientific evidence of that.
Yeah, there isn't.
Dude, David Irving.
So you ignore the history that tells us. So you ignore the
That's-
history that tells us that Jews were killed in the gas chambers.
Not 6 million, no.
There wasn't
No,
gas
not 6 million.
chambers. That was
So there was no
delousing
gas
chambers.
Some was sharp.
Nope.
They
No,
did
those.
the
Hold on.
carbon
Those
dioxide.
were delousing chambers
They've done that.
used to get rid of ticks and fleas.
done
Right.
that.
Now, how did
Right,
they allow
right.
The investigation found that the amount of
You need to look at Irving, brother.
whatever it isn't Zyklon B, it's some constituent part of it that they
That's
looked.
right.
But
David
they
Irving
said it
absolutely
wasn't consistent
slapped.
with delouse.
So cool.
They said it was
Slapped the
consistent with
Holocaust.
gas.
David Irving is an idiot.
Treblinka, fucking not even there. Is it?
He's fucking genius, dude.
The guy
Yeah,
who
of course, he
fucking,
would be a genius to you, Big L.
do you know Phil fucking
Absolutely genius. Yeah, I'll say it.
Your heroes are like that. I can understand that.
But I,
Listen,
you know, I
David
don't
Irving.
think, I don't think the adjusted figure really makes
That DJ, wavy.
because, first of all, the 6 million claim, as far as I knew, was never 6 million Jews.
They altered it anyway.
It was 6 million people that were killed,
People.
and he killed communists and gypsies.
No,
and,
no,
and-
the 6 million has been hijacked by the Jews, though.
and all sorts of other people as well.
They
So,
just use it and they admit it. It's hijacked
so
by
I think
the
that.
Jews.
So
Exactly right.
I think there's that factor to take into consideration. But even if we say it's not 6 million, even if we say it's 1 million, it's still an horrific, terrible thing. It just
Absolutely, 80 million people died in World War II.
No one's trying to take away the.
make it less of a terrible
Well,
thing.
hold on. Stalin killed 40 million after World War II. Mao killed 38 million after that.
Right, and they-
But we don't ever focus on it as a society and go,
No.
"Oh, look how
No.
terrible that was."
Because that didn't happen in Europe, and that those things are non-centric to us.
Well, no. What Stalin was pretty damn close.
Yeah, apart from that, that information didn't come out till years after Stalin.
Right. It trickled out, and it was a very different situation during the Cold War.
It was.
You know, you only ever had sketchy ideas of what was going on
I
behind
studied
the
the
Iron
Cold War, and I've been behind the Iron Curtain, Jeremy. I've been to a lot of communist countries. I've been to East Germany. I've been to Russia. I've been to Poland. I've been to Albania. I've been to so many communist countries, and I got torn apart as my name, Litka. The woman went on one port. They said to my captain, "We're going to take Martin away." He had to pay him $2,000 American, a fuckload of fags, and a fuckload of booze out of the bomb, so they'd leave my ass alone. So they didn't take me
You
away.
got a ransom against you? Essentially,
They just blackmailed the captain, saying, "Listen, if we don't," because of my name, Litka, they looked into it and found out my father was political asylum and escaped from Russia. I live in Sweden, and they knew about my
Damn,
father.
Martin.
My father's a ship captain, see, and they knew all about him. So they said, "Like, we're going to take him in because he's related to him." Like, and the captain said, "Like, we can't take him. We're going to take him to a gulag, for fuck's sake." So the captain literally paid $2,000 American, about boxes of Jack Daniels and Jim Beam, bourbon and that.
Nice.
And bit loads of boxes of fags for them. They fucked off then. They were black guys. Honestly, got black leather coats. They looked exactly like Gestapo, but they were Spetsnaz, sorry. They were armed. They hated me. They put me up against the wall, pulled my sleeves up to see if I was a junkie. I'm not joking.
They can't be. They're not that committed, then, are they? Really?
Are you
Like-
sure this wasn't just because you're Welsh?
No, it was. I had 2 knives while I was smoking hot knives, right, in my drawer. And he took them out of the drawer and he said, "What's these?" And I said, "I got Dr. Martens on. I use them to fix my boots. I heat them up." Oh, all right, like that. But this girl I was going out with, she shared my cabin, Sarah. She used to collect weed from Amsterdam. She didn't smoke it herself. She used to pay it to me so I could fuck her. She was literally paying me weed to give her one. So that was cool. But they caught her. Yeah, they caught her with the ganja. I wouldn't give her one otherwise. So
Hey, Jeremy, what's wrong with the Welsh?
We're just normal. I don't know really.
So is the Nottingham not normal?
They're there for us to oppress. That's their role in life. To be
What?
oppressed by the English.
Yeah, we're in invaded country,
Really?
man. They haven't give it back, yeah.
We have castles all
He's my
over
master.
Wales, specifically so we could oppress the Welsh.
Holy shit!
Hey, Jeremy.
We had to go back with Llewellyn.
There as a reminder of their oppression.
Look, when Llewellyn got wiped out, that was it. But we have gone Welsh nationalists and we have attacked England.
Yes.
A lot of English bought cottages in Wales and the Welsh nationalists blew them all up. There was actually a joke.
How close are you guys geographically?
The Welsh nationalists.
Very close.
Who led a
Britain's
campaign of
tiny.
burning down English-owned holiday cottages.
How close are you guys geographically, roughly?
Sorry?
How close are you guys
probably,
geographically?
I'm about 300 miles from Jeremy, 350 maybe.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's not that far.
From John approach to Land's End, just short of 1,000 miles, you know.
It's not that far, Martin. It'd take me about 3.5 hours to get to Cardiff.
That's so crazy because that's how far it is for me to get up to like North Tampa. You know what I mean? Like in America, we have to travel so much to get to certain areas.
That's,
you guys are all so
so
close to each
vast,
other.
isn't it? Yeah, we are so close.
Coriolis dependent though.
I had to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Remember, you're going at 1,000 miles an hour.
Distance
Yep.
you cover, you must be
Speed and
covering some
the other
curvature
way,
there. Places.
Actually, yeah, we actually have been started selling Coriolis insurance. So if anybody would like, we need to get you. You're dealing with the curvature. I mean, the spin of the Earth, which is very fast. So you got to get this insurance.
Yeah,
I'd better get it then.
And I've got
All the
some.
ballers
I've
need
got,
to
I've
get
got a plot of land on the sun that I'm selling as well.
Just in case the world stops spinning.
So
all of a
Steve,
sudden.
you believe in the flat Earth as well now, do you?
Yeah.
If you have enough of these,
PMARS.
if you have enough chilly
Yeah, bad
earthquakes, you
accidents.
can slow down the
PMARS.
Coriolis.
Wait, I want to see how far
I'm
you
a
can
head-
put that banana down your throat. Try it.
I'm a hack
Oh,
flat
Try
earther.
it. I dare you, dude.
Hey, I don't got my coconut oil out.
Miles, you need some coconut oil on it first.
You know what? I had the worst fucking comment of my life yesterday. It was the fucking worst threat
Don't
I've
do it.
ever fucking had. You should see it.
Do
I'm
it,
not
dude.
joking. The worst thing about it, he's one of my own countrymen.
Lube it up first, Demos.
Dude.
What was the threat, Martin? What
Oh,
was
if
the
I
threat?
read it out, you guys would piss your fucking self laughing. It's he's gonna bend me in half, like a banana, stick my head at my ass. He's gonna if I'm
For
wrong,
saying the
and
Earth
your
is
mother's
flat?
not your mother, and it's your missus, I apologise, lol. Basically, really threatening my ass big time. Crazy. So I look up
Martin,
this
I couldn't believe I saw you like a month ago, just fed up with the trolls, and you went on camera and you're like, "Fuck you! This is my address. Come to my house," and like you completely doxed yourself.
Listen, there's a law called this guy shot a teenager called Tony Martin, right? There was a law brought in. You can't fucking top anyone in your house. So they can come in and fucking kill you and rape you. Well, I was shit. So I knew they changed the law 5 years ago. So now, if someone attacks me in my house, I can fucking kill them, right? And I don't go to jail. I'm protecting myself, my own
Dude,
property.
I'm just
So
saying,
that's
it's
awesome.
pretty gangster. That's all I'm saying, Martin.
I ain't gonna go
Actually,
down.
I'll tell you what.
I don't scare and I ain't fucking frightened of no cunt.
Martin, I'll tell you what. About a year ago, I went and watched your channel, and you were outside with that beautiful African American looking lady. I don't know
Oh, that's so. Yeah, she went off with a boy because I didn't want to take up with her.
Well, what was so crazy is you had your shirt off, you had like a gold chain on, you had this beautiful woman sitting to your right with like a pit bull, and you were just sit back on camera looking like a king. The shit was amazing.
Hey, Martin, you stay away from my women, all right?
Yeah, all right. That's
Right.
not what Tim and them was saying on the edge the other night, but they were nice. They were laughing at me like they usually do, but Tim came out and he said something really fucking nice. I was really...
No, I'm not laughing at you. I was fucking impressed. I was
Yeah,
like, damn,
fucking
Martin's got it on lock.
Yeah, in the summer, everyone
Fucking
comes.
Martin.
It's like a centre for like coming and have a chill out and smoking a bit of music. They all do.
Oh,
Everyone
yeah.
do. And that one
Yeah, I
was-
saw you like
when they
talking to
got
your
it,
neighbors when they walk by and shit. Like,
Oh, they
it
love
seems like
you,
a good
yeah.
community.
Well, it is. I make it so. It was dead when I come. They all, everywhere I go, I bring life. And they said, like, you know, the people around you were shit before you come. I just
That's
bring the
right.
fucking thing, like. I just bring the love. I bring the
Hey,
buzz. Change my
Jeremy.
vibe.
So wait, I got a question for Cathexis.
Yeah, man.
What's up, dude?
Should we tell Israelis to get over the Holocaust?
Damn it! Stop that shit, Big L.
All right, go on,
Should we?
P. Mars. What's your serious question to me?
So they broke up the protests in North Dakota at the pipeline recently.
Oh, yeah.
Guess how many arrests? Guess how many arrests they made?
6
Go
million.
on.
33.
That's a
33?
Fucking 33.
fuck
Yep.
off.
I called it. I just called it.
I knew
It
you'd
was
get
either
that, Jeremy.
33, 44.
I want Jeremy to answer my question. Watch this.
You know, Lady Gaga.
All right, Jeremy, go ahead.
Right?
All right, go ahead, Big L.
Lady Gaga.
Jeremy.
Jeremy, should we tell Israelis to get over the Holocaust?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell them to get over it already and
Nice.
stop whining like bitches.
That,
We're
there's
sick
no
of it,
need to
man.
say that, is
My
there?
Holocaust.
Well, in the
asked
politest
him
way
about
possible,
tonight.
you just get over it.
But
I'm
I
bitter.
think
I'm
it's
bitter
no-
about Second World War. I'm affected by it, guys. I really am. It's in my lifetime memory. My mother was in the fucking shelters getting blasted, and I still feel like anger towards the Russians. I really do. For My father fucking fighting them for 3 years in the trenches, and my uncle getting killed. My nana
Those Russians
got a
are the
letter
devil,
from
that's why.
Field Marshal Mannerheim, and I got a copy of it. I found it online, PDF to my uncle signed from Field Marshal Mannerheim to my grandmother.
Those,
It's quite outstanding, I think.
I was talking to a guy named George not too long ago. He has some animosity towards the Russians too because they killed some of his.
They're fucking animals, mate. It's babies.
Yeah, they're devils, dude.
What it is, right? They cleared the steppe. So the people, like from the Mongolians, like we've absolutely never seen civilization, never seen a city. So instantly they take them off the steppe from Mongolia, and further east than that as well. And these places like Uzbekistan, as you know, they're all like fucking Borat. So he collects all them by the million to feed into Stalingrad and the like. He brings them in, and these people are instantly in cities like Moscow and these huge cities. These people are given money and uniforms and guns. So what do? They go fucking ballistic on raping sprees, and they realize they can do this shit and get away with it and murder. And they do to a terrible extent. Now, I know the Germans went death squads after Barbarossa. They followed closely behind the army, and they went into each environment. They collected the Jews. They put them in a square. They fucking killed them. This happened. I no doubt about it. But we're talking about the estimates of millions. Now, they did execute Jews. There's no doubt about that. And they were anti-Semitic. They did hate them. But the Jews...
And what bothers me,
Germany.
What bothers me so much is everybody gets caught up on that number, the 6 million, and they always point this out here, especially here in the West, even in America. But if you look at the amount of people that not only World War II killed, but like I mentioned earlier, Stalin and Mao afterwards, why don't we ever get taught that information? Why doesn't that? I never got taught about Stalin.
Yeah, but that 6 million has been revised, Cathexis.
I read about him as a kid.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
And why
So
the hypocrisy?
why is it people like you and other people keep quoting that number?
You're missing my point, Mark. It's not about that. What I'm saying is, how come we don't hear?
Now, though, I mean, we hear about Simon Pol Pot. You know, we
hear about it briefly. Don't dismiss that. You know we do. It's not something we are focused on.
If you're in the atheist Christian debate, mate, you hear it about 3 or 4 times a day.
Oh yeah, because they were atheists. Yeah, Stalin was an atheist. So was Pol Pot. You're right.
Oh, it's the atheist fault,
and why don't we learn about other parts of World War II? They make it seem like America went into Germany to save Jews because they really cared about them.
That's the picture of it.
In America, in the homeland, they were still lynching people. In America, they were still lynching people in the South.
Yeah,
So
we're
obviously it
talking
wasn't
about the
human.
American perception of all this, and Big
It
L is
wasn't a
not
human-
wrong.
I got
by
a
pointing
book
this out.
America didn't enter the
You should
war to
read
save
it.
the Jews. They know about the Jews being killed en masse.
Yeah, it was actually most of their bombing of the
MI5
train
knew about
lines.
The Jews being killed en masse.
No, what
They
he's
even
talking
took
about is the
pictures.
way it's
They even
portrayed.
took
They
pictures.
said they went
West,
into the
Mark.
Holocaust and gassed them in gas chambers en masse. They said they arrived in trains. They said they separated them. So you got fucking a guy that's doing a fucking selection process. You're going to death. You're going to the fucking camp to work. This place was enormous, the size of a city. Stalingrad, Auschwitz was not what you imagine. People actually went to Auschwitz, worked, and went home in the night. I'm not shitting you. This place was a vast.
It was
place.
a concentration camp, not a fucking death camp.
Yeah, we had concentration camps in America for the Japanese after we
They
started
swam in
invading.
They swam in the Civil War. And the still.
Put forward testimony then. You're going to dismiss that testimony?
Oh, you're talking about the
The British
24
invented
people
the
who were
concentration
prosecuted?
camp.
No, I'm
In,
talking about the
the Cold
guards that have told their story about how the Jews were gassed and how they used to do exactly what you just said
I'd
they
take
don't
it
do.
case by case. I would have some
What about the SS guards
It
who
didn't
took
happen,
pictures?
guys. There's no
What about
gas
the SS
chambers.
guards
They
who
didn't
took
fucking
pictures
do it.
Those are crisis
the trains
guards.
pulling into the
And we're
stations
blaming the
to
people. And they got feel guilty for something they haven't fucking done because of the fucking plot.
I don't understand where this leads, though. What is the point of this whole?
Well, my
So they can
entire
deny any
point.
Jews were gassed, Jeremy.
Okay,
That's
so
the
here's my
fucking
point.
claim.
Here's my point. And why are the Jews only victims in World War II?
They're not.
They're not.
They're focused
They
on
haven't.
in the
Well-
West is what he's talking about. Here in America, this is the story that we get going through schooling.
Well,
that's
because
what we
being-
get to hear.
Because being rounded up and slaughtered is different to being killed in a war.
Yes, Jeremy, that was
They got
happening in America,
gypsies,
Jeremy.
they got gays, they've
No,
got
to the
people
extent
who are
that that was happening in
dissenters.
Germany. Let me say this. Let me say this to what Jeremy just said. They were doing that in the South. They
So
were
how
rounding
many
up black
blacks
people and
died
lynching
then?
them
How many
in
blacks
America.
died?
Right,
in
and
the
we
South
know about
Africa?
that as well. I mean, I don't really understand what the point is. It's like,
No.
That's the point.
I
The
mean,
point is they're lying about
what is the
history,
point?
and it's
I
not
don't
happened.
understand.
The Holocaust hasn't happened.
They're
Like they say.
misrepresenting history, and I think it's
Do you
important
know the
to
word
point this
Holocaust
out.
didn't arrive till 1969?
It's not like the transatlantic slave trade is some sort of secret. I mean, it's
No,
well
no,
known.
it's not what he intended.
And the, you know, the
It was
despicable-
marketed. They admit it. Look, the fucking
the
Holocaust was
despicable
marketed.
elements of it, or
The word Holocaust came out in
despicable,
1960.
but the more despicable elements of it are well
Well, listen
known.
to Martin real quick. Martin, can you please explain that?
Look, the fucking word Holocaust burnt off and it was brought out in 1969. It was marketed. There's Jews online admitting it that they marketed the Holocaust because basically Palestine was owned by the British in the war. We gave fucking Palestine to the to the Israelites so they could have
Yeah.
their homeland.
Yeah, in
Because
48.
it's in the Bible as a deal. They sorted out Europe, what Stalin did at Yalta with Roosevelt and fucking Churchill, Freemasons together, sorted out Europe and shared it out between them on the back of a fucking dually. So tens of millions of people on the back of a dually. This is what they think about us, the psychopathic bastards. This is what we're dealing with. And the Holocaust, if there was them piles you see of dead bodies being wound up like that with fucking basically diggers, what are they called? The move earth movers, bulldozers, bulldozing people. We've all seen it. So there are endless bodies. Now, who's done that? Is that the Nazis? No, because they were fighting in fucking Europe. Hardly anyone was left. There was hardly anyone left to hold the camps. Most German men were dead. Only people serving on the front were boys.
Martin,
women.
that's an utterly ridiculous.
You don't need a lot of
that is
people, though,
That
to
is utterly
keep
ridiculous claim to make.
Never
That
happened.
is utterly
Not the way
Yeah,
they
you
said
just
it.
need
The
5
Russians fucking
soldiers
did
to
it.
gas 6
Well-
million. Yeah.
It was
Well,
the fucking
someone
Russians.
in my family liberated Belsen.
Yeah, I know a
were
guy
on-
who was there as well. He said it was
they were there on
terrible.
the second day. So, you know, I have it on pretty good authority that, well, I know what he said.
I know that shit happened, mate, but I'm not saying Velson was a gasser, mate. I don't think they've done it on, like they're saying, on an industrial scale, like a business. Bring them in.
So what would
gas
be an
them,
industrial
work them.
scale then, Martin?
6 million. Have you done the math?
Well, once
Have you
again,
done the
you're
math on the
quoting
size of
6
their
million when
crematorium,
that number's
mate?
been
Of course he hasn't
revised.
done the math.
That number's already been revised. So why do you keep quoting it?
No, they have revised it. You're right. They brought it
So
down
why
to
do you keep
3.5.
quoting 6 million when you know it's
The
they've
point
already
is, they
You moron. We're not
What is it?
quoting
What
it.
is
Desire
it?
We're on the
people
You just
to
fucking
feel
said it about
guilty
10
for something
times,
they
you
haven't fucking
raving
done.
idiot.
So what is it? Wait, what is it now then? What is it now? Is it
I really don't
3.3 million?
spend all this time on this anyway because it's.
They still
Yeah,
quote it
listen, the
to this
problem
day.
is
No,
they
you
still
fucking
use that
quote it.
number.
You quote
gone
it,
from
Miguel.
it.
No, it is
Idiots like
used
you
in the
fucking
mainstream,
I
Mark.
know.
No, they don't.
Fucking is.
It's
They
been
don't give up on
revised
this
many
shit.
times. Fucking
What is
people
on
that
the
want to
body?
jump on a
I already know
bandwagon
it's less
might
than a million.
mention it. People like in this chat room now, or
I
people
know
that
that,
have
but
got
they still
some
quote
fucking
6
axe
million.
to grind might quote that number, but it's been revised. Everyone
Yeah.
knows, and everyone can check that number.
So-
They
so
still
you
want
just
to know.
admitted-
We've got to
wait.
admit.
So I don't understand.
just
why
admitted they
you
were liars.
Wait,
and
can you
other
just
people
wait?
like you keep quoting 6 million?
Nah,
didn't
You
they-
just admitted they were liars.
I'm
You
dead.
just admitted they were
3 million
liars.
people.
There we go.
No, the number was revised.
Yes, you did. Yes.
The
Yes.
number was revised. We
It
all
was
know you're a liar,
revised.
big girl.
It was
Revised.
revised, but you just admitted it.
Okay,
It's in
okay, big girl.
volume
Of
3
course.
of the Jewish
Of
revision of the
Jesus.
Holocaust.
What is it?
I don't know. What is it?
What's that book again,
I-
sorry?
No, it isn't. I just made it up.
Oh, that was better. You're funny. Oh, you're really funny. Who are you anyway? I don't really know. Sorry, I haven't really introduced.
Stephen, I've been around for a
Hi,
while.
Stephen. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he
Around
wasn't
the
close,
gay
but
clubs.
apparently
Yeah,
he's a flat earth now.
He pretends
No,
to
he
be a
used
player.
to be like a really hardcore globe guy, and he
Oh,
was
yeah.
very mean.
just
And
saw
then
the
he went
hostel-
away for like a month and a half,
Well, where's
and now
the
he's like
Montana?
the coolest guy ever.
I just saw the
joking, Mac.
hostility of all the Globers, and I was just like, ah, it's not right.
Fair enough.
It must be the
Yeah,
coconut
'cause
oil.
that's how we
Steve.
determine the shape of the Earth. by
Exactly.
You have a good
So
heart,
let's-
Steve.
so
Have
You're
you
not
thrown
a
away your
devil.
telescopes,
in the
Steve?
hangout.
Yeah, I threw it away.
You threw it away, yeah?
I can
You
see
could have
I can see
donated it.
satellites with my own eyes. Apparently,
I can
Can
see.
He had to
Yeah,
account for the
telescope are a waste of money.
Coriolis when he threw it away.
Telescopes are a waste of money.
Yeah,
Yeah, of
waste of
course
money.
they
I
are,
can't even
big
see
old,
satellites
course
with
they
them, but I
Big
can see
waste of
satellites
money,
with my
dude.
own
Yeah, of
eyes.
course they are, big old.
Fucking waste of money.
Oh, hell, Piggy
Anyway.
too.
So wait, did they revise
Telescopes
it?
are a
Then?
waste of money, man. No wonder you fucking people.
Did they revise it then?
Jesus Christ.
I know.
Hey, Martillo, when girls come over, is that what you're saying? Look at my telescopes.
Then you're right.
My
Wait, you're
telescope-
assuming that girls come over, Mark.
My telescope brings the girls to the
My
yard.
telescope.
Hey, Steve, guess how many molecules are in your body? 6 million.
Is it 33?
6 million.
Molecules, eh?
But we revised it to like.
So wait,
How many atoms?
so wait. But they revised the number. What is the number then? I didn't know you could just magically
It's like, I think
undead a
it's
few million
1
people.
I think it's 1.3 million Jews.
Exactly.
How many
Yeah.
atoms in my
1.5
brain?
million children.
And why is reality not really here? And why is it all illusionary by nature and collapsing just for thine eyes and not really there? Because obviously, if consciousness is not there, you cannot perceive it. And if you close your eyes, it's not there. You see your reality in your mind. So you're actually not sitting in your room. Your room is in your head. Reality is in your mind, guys.
That's
Right.
right.
I don't really go for this solipsistic.
Well, they say it's to project. All right, there's some ways that they say with consciousness is perceiving reality. It's either you can
quantum
call it
mechanics,
Sheldrick,
101.
it's,
The thing is, although that may be true,
morphic field projection.
Jim, you
or
just
like
gotta
this.
have a rebuttal, don't you?
We
well,
just-
well, I mean, it's a philosophical position. What he's proposing is hard solipsism, but the problem I have with hard solipsism is it's useless. It's what uses it.
But here's the thing, Jeremy.
What
The
uses
thing.
it to believe that everything that you're experiencing is an illusion.
Well, here's the proof of it. Hold on, Jeremy. I've actually been sent here. I don't have a consciousness, and I'm here to tell you that this is the reality of the situation. You are experiencing this in your head right now. You need to wake up.
I totally understand the concept. Don't get me
well,
wrong.
it's a
I-
reality
it's not
too, though,
useful.
Jeremy.
It's
Quantum
and it's
mechanics
not
is the
new.
reality.
It's not something you guys invented. It goes back to.
And I don't do.
What do you mean by you
interpretation
guys?
Either.
So where are you
Come on.
processing all of this information then?
It's just
in your
not
head,
useful to believe that.
It could be in the ether, guys. It could be actually external. The experience.
not
it could be
convenient
connected to
either.
All of it. We share thoughts, guys. We
You've
are.
got to,
So,
it's the
so
result.
wait, you only believe useful things? Is that what you're saying?
It's the result
Right.
of an assumed set of
You go with
axioms. Wait,
No,
let
you're
me
going
finish.
with the byproduct of mental processes.
Let me
Yeah,
finish.
that's
Come
what's
on, let me
going
get
on.
a sentence out. It's the result of an assumed set of axioms, which
Okay.
everyone has to have. Everyone, all of us do it. We have to make presuppositions in order to begin reasoning. Like, for instance,
Well, that's true.
Hang on, let me finish. I would. One of my presuppositions would be that the laws of logic stand. That would be a simple one. And from that is one of the things that you need to begin reasoning. And
So
everyone makes those presuppositions. You can choose what they are.
So you think solipsism is not
So if
helpful?
you use a set of presuppositions which leads you to believe that everything you're experiencing
There
is
is
an
nothing
illusion,
there.
when you could choose another set
All
that
it
leads you
is
to believe that
mind.
you're experiencing.
Well, hold on.
It's
Wouldn't you rather
consciousness.
conform to the
That
nature
seems
of reality? Wouldn't you
Exactly.
rather conform
Exactly.
to the
Fucking
nature of
lovely,
reality?
brother.
you cannot know any further than what I'm saying. You have to make those presuppositions.
So it's either one of two things. One, it's in our head, in consciousness, and the world's illusory in that regard, or this is a materialistic construct.
No, it's definitely not limited to two things. It's probably.
So what is your axiom concerning this?
It's probably limited to the number of people there are on Earth to experience it, because everyone is going to be slightly different, I would have thought.
Yeah.
But it is definitely not limited to a choice between materialism and.
So how do you interpret the results of quantum mechanic experiments?
Exactly, 99% and 99.9 empty space the atom is, and the electron.
But no, what I mean is that matter requires a knower. Matter requires a knower for the wave function to collapse.
Yeah, and our bodies and our minds are subject to quantum effect and collapsing in the wave function as well. Do you get that? So not only the reality that you're perceiving is subject to wave function and collapse, your mind and your body are also quantum, so they're subject to quantum effect. You got to put that into the perspective of it all. So your consciousness is it's so beautiful when you get it.
So how do you interpret that, Jim Panda?
I interpret it that I don't know loads about the double slit and this sort of thing.
Do you want me to explain it?
Hang on, no. I know. I don't need to explain.
No,
it.
come on, Martin, explain it. You need to explain it to him. He doesn't know.
Episode 4 on my channel. You can learn it.
He doesn't
You got 6
understand it.
million
Right?
seconds.
Well, he knows about the interference pattern, for sure.
There are these extensions to it, which supposedly lead us to a creator. And my understanding of those that they are misunderstandings.
Jeremy, say the words "the measurement problem" to any physicist, and they will go white as a fucking sheet.
No, they won't. The measurement problem.
The measurement problem is God. It's the instant God in their face. They can't handle the reality of it.
The measurement problem occurs. The measurement problem occurs when you check the pressure in your tires.
Perfectionist, can you explain the protein?
It's well known about. It's not some new thing that we've just come across. It just isn't.
Hey Jim, are you an atheist?
Yes.
I know he is.
Why?
But I'm not, and I never.
That's illogical.
Well,
I don't think so. I think it's illogical because what have you got to lose, Jack? What if you're wrong?
Jeremy, let's say, all right, let's say I take you to this property with buildings. This property with buildings, and I say it was already here. Would you believe me? Nobody built it. It was just here already.
So you're making a watchmaker argument, and the problem with I think with the watchmaker argument.
You're so clever, Jack.
Hang on. If you're saying that some things are created, and this is evident in their design, then which things aren't created, and how are you making comparisons?
Interesting.
Because surely you would have to believe that everything is God created.
Yes.
And
you're being called.
And
if that is the case, how are you able to? Everything is God created, so you have no. You don't have anything to compare to. You have nothing that wasn't God created. So you can say, well, I know this thing was. This shows evidence of creation. Do you see my point?
Jeremy, it's just
although it's a bit messy.
The simple way to put it is there's got to be a creator, dude. This is not by mistake.
Look, the active protein is just never mind the flagella fruit fly. Explain the active protein to imperfectus.
Well, wait, what did you say?
Matter cannot create itself.
Everybody's turned into John Stunja.
Yeah.
Free. I gotta admit, Tim, I've been taking some John lessons. I've been taking John 101 lately, so excuse me. But matter cannot create itself.
Yeah, it just can't. And matter cannot give rise to biology. It's just
who's saying matter created itself? We're saying that.
No. Do you know the nano machine? The man machine in the Bible. There's some theories that there might have been an algae producing machine that you can make and produce from an empty vessel algae from the air and the environment, and it creates matter, and this algae is edible for humans.
Interesting.
The content of it is interesting. Look it up. It's really fucking interesting. I looked into the field of this algae, Because there's a theory that that's what the manna machine was doing. They were trying to work out how they fed the Exodus, the Jews, when they were in the desert. And they said there was this machine in the Bible called the manna machine. And there's a theory out there that it was a machine creating this algae, which can sustain people, like seaweed can.
Also, there's too many gaps in evolution.
Big O, who said that nothing comes from something? Who says this?
Lawrence Krauss and fucking Richard Dawkins, the two greatest fucking atheists on earth.
Well, isn't that what the Big Bang is?
Krauss says it too. Krauss says that matter can create itself. All it needs is a little bit of gravity. That's Krauss's exact words.
Listen, the electrical charge in a fucking atom can explain gravity.
Matter is converted from energy in the Big Bang, I believe.
Can you give me the premise
Big Bang
of
bullshit.
premise of it?
So what is energy?
Everywhere at the same time. That's just.
So what is energy?
Well, the premise is not that there's an ontological nothing that created something.
Okay,
that's not the Big
Well,
Bang.
what's the premise then?
Well,
Hold
that's-
on.
yeah.
Well, wait, what's the premise then?
Hold on a minute.
Premise
hold-
is a mathematical construct that basically
Oh God.
that cannot they don't know what's before it or when it happened. They can only supposedly calculate.
But let's just make it clear that the fact that some random person in a hangout isn't able to explain the finer intricacies of the Big Bang Theory is irrelevant. That is irrelevant. And
Jeremy, I'm not here to disprove or prove it. We're having a conversation here, right?
Yeah, I just asked.
Going over it.
So awesome tonight, and I so totally enjoyed it. I gotta be honest, really good.
But because at the end of the day, we're not going to change each other's minds. I mean,
Doesn't
that's
the
clear.
Bible close up? It's important to point out the fallacies as they pop up.
But that's a fallacy to ask somebody what the modern understanding of it is.
That's where you were going with it, Kat. You know?
Yeah, I wanted to know what the modern explanation of it
Well,
is.
if you
I
have
thought he
an
knew.
understanding of the Big Bang Theory, go ahead and explain it.
I do.
Well, no, that's why I asked him a question because I'd like to
have
see
that to be able to really
No, his answer was correct. It is a mathematical extrapolation.
Right.
Coming from
And
a
it's a
Jesuit
theory.
Catholic school, Jesuit
Let me
Catholic
explain.
schools taught Scott.
Yeah,
Wait, how do we know
Lemaitre
it was
is
a
the
Big
one who
Bang?
gave us the Big Bang.
How do we know it was a Big Bang? I mean, like, if
I like
no one was there to hear the sound, does it make
We
sense?
don't.
No, it wasn't
Yeah,
a
we
bang.
don't.
And
It's
presumably it was in a vacuum, right? So, no sound.
No.
It wasn't a bang.
No.
Background radiation from the Big Bang, they say.
Yeah.
Big Bangs can't happen in the vacuum, guys.
Yeah, I'm not here to say you're wrong and I'm right because at the
Yeah,
end of the day, because at the end of the day, both sides is a belief system.
Thank you.
Both
Preach, brother.
No.
That's what's up.
One has evidence for justification, though.
No, man.
What is absolute truth, Tim? What is absolute truth?
Oh, come on.
God and
can you give me the
defined by essence.
Define truth.
Go.
In reality, is good, and it is bad, and
Cathexis, you can't go down that. Cathexis, you can't go down that road because Darth Dawkins does exactly the same fucking thing.
Absolutely.
So how
nobody's dealing
in the globe in the Bible, but he believes
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
He refers to he refers to science, like as science was a creation of God, and therefore God showed Darth Dawkins that it's a globe, and it doesn't work. You can't.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't
I got
at
the
all.
God delusion up there. I have the book.
Yeah, Dawkins has quite a delusion. I don't know if you guys saw it, but
Cathexis.
Sure,
The
buddy.
model, the Big Bang Theory, the model describes how the universe expanded
It's bullshit,
from a
Nathan.
very.
Theory.
Go ahead and hop in, Martin.
Theory is
From a very. Hold on, shut the fuck up. Thanks. From a very high. Okay, go ahead.
Side of a grain of rice. Ever so, all of the space.
Martin, let the man speak, please.
Got it.
We're just having lag.
Anyway, from a very high density and high temperature state, nobody ever says that there's an ontological nothing that created everything. You guys just carry it around and traps it around because you don't know anything about the Big Bang Theory.
I do.
What do you mean by you guys?
Well, the Big Bang could be like popcorn, couldn't it? When
You mean
it
black
pop, and then
people?
it goes bigger. doesn't it?
You just said we can't explain. I fucking can.
Are we gonna? Hey, Steve. Sometimes your shit is cute, but sometimes it's unneeded. So just shut the fuck up unless you have something cogent to say. Okay?
Damn.
Thanks.
Damn.
Hey man, Steve's cool, dude.
Oh, don't be too
Oh, this cat's got claws. I'm not.
Get the
Hey,
coconut
Timmy.
oil.
Yeah,
I'll
get
tell you what I
Say
do
whatever he
appreciate.
wants. He just comes in and out, says
You are
what he
catches,
fucking
bruv.
wants, and disappears again when he gets pissed off. I
Yeah,
don't
put your
care.
hand out. I'll throw this to you. Right? Coming in. Chill you out. Just come in. Oh, did you get it? Try again. No.
I'll tell you what though, I appreciate how Tim has admitted that, because I asked him if he believes there's a God or isn't. He said he
Yeah?
doesn't know, and I appreciate that answer.
I
because
appreciate that too.
nothing's for
Man, something I
certain,
want to
dude.
add to the whole, and I respect that too. Something I want to add though quickly about this whole Big Bang or not or whatever. It comes down to belief. It does, and you can have evidence for your belief, absolutely, but it is still a belief at the end of the day. It is a
Right,
belief
should we on
system.
there?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, it says a big yellow thing that says
But-
live
but-
in the top right.
The point I'm trying to make is, if I think we'd all be better off to recognize what is a belief system and what is not. And the Big Bang is basically the atheist's creation story. So
Oh,
we
there you
need
go.
to recognize that it's a belief.
That's well, it's everything's a belief, isn't it?
No, it's not. That argument is silly.
So hey, hold on. Do you think there's any religious people that believe in the Big Bang Theory, Cathexis?
Yeah, of course. But they've just adopted it to say God did it.
Is it an atheist
creation story
point of view, or
Tim,
is it
I'm
a
saying it's-
scientific point of view?
Wait, Tim,
Well,
let me
it's
step
the
you one further. Let me step you
materialists.
one further. The Big Bang
No,
Theory
it's a
was
scientific point of view.
So it's
The Big Bang
Obviously,
Theory
because
is a
they're
creation
using
story.
they're using empirical evidence and extrapolating. Yes, so it is that is
So it's
science.
a scientific
It's not the
creation
atheism
story. Okay.
It's not your little
So
overgeneralization of
isn't
naturalism
atheist
and all
going
this
to
shit.
use-
No, materialism is exactly that. I mean, that's the dogma of materialism.
Yeah, but how
Yeah,
can
Tim.
it be an atheist
Shut up.
creationist story?
Did you know?
religious
Did you know the
people
Big
believe it?
Bang? Did you know the Big Bang was coined by a priest? A Jesuit
Lemaitre.
priest, by the way.
Yeah, Lemaitre.
It'd have
So,
to be a
so
Jesuit.
obviously, yeah. I guess,
And how come NASA is the only one seeing this expansion of the Big Bang still occurring, yet we don't see any?
Well, when you say NASA,
As the foremost authority on things we,
The spokesperson for
civilians
space and
cannot
objects
see,
that
only
float
they
around
can
in an imperfect vacuum.
see the galaxies.
Yeah, they're like the high priests. They go into the temple and find the stuff that we
in
can't
fact,
see.
it wasn't discovered by NASA, was it? It was discovered by a team who
Hubble.
was looking for something else.
Well,
and
wasn't
discovered it by accident.
Yes, it's exclusive imagery only by them. They're the only ones that can see the
Yeah,
expanding
1927.
galaxies.
So was NASA around in 1927?
No, that was Lemaitre's idea, but NASA expands on the idea, is what he's trying to say.
And you know, you need a big radio telescope in order to be able to detect things like cosmic background radiation. You know, these are, you know, just because something requires, you know, very high tech and you know, exclusive limited.
Yeah, why deny it?
Prove it.
Why can't we
Doesn't-
see this data then?
Who's denying it?
Why isn't it available to us?
You all do. Everyone
No, if
denies
you
it.
take a look at
you map and tell you that's it. That's bullshit.
yeah,
mate.
take a look at WMAP, and it points to us being geocentric. So
Right in
I
the
mean,
middle.
why would
Flat.
anybody deny it?
They say the universe is fucking flat. They say that it's
Yeah, I
shelved
just did
and
that,
everything points towards us. And there's
Yeah.
us, not on the Maria, the name of the fucking Milky Way, but actually in the center of creation.
Yeah,
Because-
everything points to us in 3 WMAP
Yeah, but
satellites
if
that
you they went to
pointed out.
Jupiter, that'd be the same.
And
view
you've got
from
a globe
Jupiter as
edge
well.
It's because of our perspective. That's because of our perspective.
Oh, now you guys are going to say perspective?
Yes, yes, actually, it is because there's
Stop making that shit.
shit that's too far away that we can't even see.
Okay,
fraction.
have you looked at the problems with the WMAP satellites and what they've discovered?
You won't get me on cosmology.
Has anybody here?
No.
Let's have a conversation where we try not to interrupt with people.
I have. I've studied everything. I have.
Try
WMAP,
not
I
to interrupt
studied.
people. Thanks.
Yeah, we're talking over each other like
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. Labour won Stoke-on-Trent, by the way, just in case anyone's interested.
Oh yeah, nice. It's lovely there. Not many blacks.
What?
I think the ESA has a lot to do with that map as
What
well.
did you
I don't
just say,
think it was
Martin?
just NASA.
He's a racist. What do you know?
That's a terrible thing.
What did he just say?
Conservatives should be in charge. man.
That just happened, I think.
All right.
What did you just say?
Joking. I'm kidding, mate. I don't know where that comes
The old guy that looks like Tchaikovsky just won Stoke-on-Trent or whatever it is.
Are you an anti-Sovietist?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a bigot towards Soviets.
I love America. I fucking love America. I love Americans. I love America.
I'm anti-vegan.
Anti-vegan. That's fucked up, man. Yo, Vegan Warrior is legit, dude.
I brought Wales.
Dude, I was in a panel with him yesterday with the Black Flat Earth.
Yeah, dude, he's legit.
You met Vegan Warrior.
Hey, Jimmy, you were in there, weren't you? I think I seen you.
I was in the chat.
I seen you.
It was hilarious.
The Black Flat Earthers, you said.
Yep.
Jeez, man.
It's like a new phenomenon.
With the
with
the smoke detector battery.
And we're all like the same flat.
Hey, those dudes are smart though, dude.
Yeah, dude, that guy, You've Been Exposed, is fucking legit. Seriously. Love that dude.
Utes in the chat suggesting I put the donate thing on, the super chat thing on.
The super chat. Let's get Jeremy paid. Wait. I thought Negator was cutting your checks. What the
You
fuck?
can give me $1. Give me $5. You can
Next
send
packing his
$10.
job in, he said he can't work under these conditions. He said,
Hey,
like
Jeremy.
on the Truman Show, I can't work under these conditions.
That seems laughable now, but if you get $5, that's your lunch, man.
Right? You should turn on super chat. I'll give you $1.
Like, dude,
I put it on, but I switched it off again because I don't think it's good.
Today in the future is all about being edgy. So we want people to send in super chats, things for Jeremy to say out loud in the hangout.
Watching me.
That's a
he'll
good
say it.
hangout.
Does anyone want to have a serious conversation?
Since Monday.
I'd be very happy.
Let's go back to creationists.
Yeah, let's get back to a conversation.
Because I like this topic. This is a good topic.
It's what I'm really enjoying tonight. I gotta be honest, guys.
So does DNA?
Right, let's get tough. Come on.
Yeah, let's get
Does
tough.
DNA?
Get
Does
your
DNA
boxing
prove
gloves on.
a creator?
Fucking having you.
Yeah, we got a battle royal here. Flat
Does the
easy.
human body
do it?
prove
I
a creator?
personally think so. I mean, they
There's
call it
two-
code and information for a reason, and
There's
information is semiotic.
big gaps in evolution. There's big gaps in evolution as well.
Semantics. Oh yeah. Go
Watch
ahead,
this.
Martin.
Watch this. Huh?
Yeah.
Fibonacci.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Very nice.
How can you explain Fibonacci
Well
on my
done.
body everywhere? How can you explain the length of my arm?
It's a very
Everything.
precise computer code.
Yeah, I'll actually say the Fibonacci sequence is the fingerprint of God, in my
Of
opinion.
course it is, brother. Even the DNA code, all of it. It's all just pointing towards.
Which all could be. And they put it in the imagery of like the
When I
Milky
think,
Way.
oh,
and
yeah, I
shit
guess a
like that, I
lovely
don't know.
buzz. It got to be true. And I heard a voice once in my head when my missus was dying.
Some people don't actually
Some
hear you
people-
talking when they talk. It's funny.
I know.
It's like Jamie sometimes, man. Jesus.
Who's
Christ.
Jamie?
Yeah. You've always
Thanks,
got to
Space
wait.
Man.
You've always got to wait.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're a
That's him,
cunt, Jeremy. You're a cunt.
Yeah,
That's what
he's
Jill
a
says
cunt.
all the time.
I get
You're a
jokes
cunt,
like
Jeremy.
you.
You're a cunt.
I think I attacked him. Well, I've attacked most people.
J39's a clown. He's hilarious.
Well, it's J40 now. He's got 1 year old.
He was on Jed show the other night, and I heard him on about me, and he said I was a psycho. But he said,
Oh no, he said head on ribs, didn't he, or something like that?
Well, I did lay into him, and I am a fucker. But whatever.
No,
I don't mind him. I quite like
No,
him.
what happened with J49 or 39 is that he became a
went
flat
straight.
earther. He was Nathan Oakley's first guest, if I remember correctly.
never.
And then, like, some smart globalists came around and thought, kind of tricked him into thinking that he got tricked. And then he rebelled against all the ideas and attacked everyone.
And now
That was ages ago, wasn't it, Kath? That was like 2 years ago now, bruv, when I happened.
Yeah, it's been like a year and a
Summer
half.
2015 it was.
Yeah, poor guy.
One of us. One of
No.
One of us.
I remember I just got into Flat Earth, then started just posting that time then. It was fucking awesome. That back then.
Oh, JLB
Come a long
posted
way
Jed's
since then, yeah,
Hangout.
guys.
Jeremy.
Spruce
you see
Kino put up a pretty
Hey.
awesome video. If you guys want to watch a couple minutes of it, it's amazing
Yeah.
in my opinion.
What? What is it?
It's about Mark Sargent.
It's about Mark Sargent.
Oh, I like Smack. He's my friend.
I'll just play like the last 2 minutes.
He's not your friend anymore. He's
Mark
a
and the
globe.
Funky Bunch.
I like.
Does it have 6 million views yet?
Let's see it.
It should. Alright, I'm gonna play it,
Let's
guys.
see it.
I'm gonna cut
We
my
almost
mom.
had a conversation.
Yeah, Tim.
Sorry, Tim. Hang in there. We'll get
You
one.
wouldn't say this if you got to know him. I swear you would.
We'll get
Let's
back
see
to
it.
it, Tim. Hold that thought.
Mute, everyone mute yourself.
Years of his script.
to his master
Everyone mute, please.
within the arena of the flat earth without being detected by the hive mind that he often refers to. So how do they do that? The most prominent hand gesture for the Masons is the Masonic aim. The Masons are so proud and confident of their perception.
What is this bollocks?
Allow Mark Sargent
retard.
to deploy a
Best accent ever.
microphone to hold.
Exposed.
That's chemo putting a fucking accent on, man. Jesus.
Yeah,
Christ.
right.
What a fucking idiot.
He spent a few weeks in America. He's got the twang now.
I think Mark Sargent is a shield because
he's
he
already admitted
holds
to
his
it, Jim.
hand
I
like
had
an
to
eagle.
share that. You're looking in the wrong direction. You're all looking at Mark and missing the fucking point. Why do you think he's so obvious and he brings it up all the time? Because he ain't. It would be fucking stupid.
You know what? Hey, Martin, the other night I got to ask him some questions, and I'm kicking myself for not asking if he was a traveling man.
Yeah. You should. Well, he's been asked a couple of times if he's a traveling man, and he says no. But his family are. Some of them are higher, and he admits it.
You don't think he is?
Oh,
I think it's
if he is, it
convenient.
doesn't matter because I tell you what, when you get to know him, he's an awesome guy. He's funny as fuck, and he's got no malice in him. I don't think you could like these people are psychopaths and evil, and they just hate everyone, don't they? And I don't think Mark's got a bad bone in his body.
No, Mark's a
And
shill.
I don't think he. No, I think you look in the wrong direction. I really do.
No, we've established this for like 2 years since he came out.
I think it's suspicious if anyone goes on Coast to Coast with George Norrie.
I have
really.
been suspicious.
It's kind of shilly.
Well,
He is kind of shilly.
If you get on
He's
Coast
the
to
biggest
Coast and you're
shill
treated
on the
well,
internet ever.
he was treated very well, and the Morgul was shit on when he was. I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right. I
Mark
want
had
to go back to
royal
the conversation with Tim. Right.
Shilling for shilling.
So before we continue this, Tim, what is your worldview?
Oh, I Tim.
About
That
what?
accent.
I'm gonna use the Dawkins method on you right now.
What is your worldview?
What is your worldview, Tim?
About what? It's pretty dynamic. I don't know.
Your axioms, I would imagine.
I'm doing the Darth Dawkins on you right now. That's why. All right. Just bear with me.
Well, I'm kind of
Because the Christian God
kind of like
has-
John LeBon in the skeptical empiricism a little bit, but
getting on my
I
nerves
don't. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Christian God has revealed to me.
No, go ahead, Martin.
No, I'm just saying these videos he's putting out, it's getting on my nerves. John, he's just like so negative. Why is he being so negative about everything?
Yeah, do go on.
Oh, Tim, stop acting so bored. Come on.
Tim's good. I like to hear him. He's got a lot of good shit to say.
Just like he just sits, he just
You're
acts
not
like he's
talking
just
over
not connecting at all. Like it's just nothing's
Yeah,
going
he
on. People
does.
talk to me, so like, "What are you doing?"
He was trying to
What is
make
this?"
a point and he was interrupted again.
I know, it's
please,
terrible, man.
Just be careful when other people are talking.
Sorry.
Good on you. Right, go ahead, Timmy.
No, I'm good. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay.
Martin, the floor is yours.
Jesus Christ.
No, you can say something now, Mark.
So what is your worldview?
Your worldview.
Oh God! Well, I've travelled the world in the 7 seas looking for that answer.
Everybody's looking for something.
I don't think you can really just ask that question in that way. I think, you know, as Tim says, a worldview is, you know, that would be an extensive set of axioms. We just lost the phones, I think.
Sorry?
I mean,
All
you
the
have to
people on
introduce it, and you have to kind of like say why you have your worldview, what's your position, and then you ask, like, you know, how can they
People usually ask in context. Like,
how can you justify your worldview?
If someone
from
says
an
that in
atheist
an
position?
atheist Christian debate, you know they're asking you if you believe in God or not, basically.
Yeah, it's a presuppositionalist technique. But I think the term worldview could simply mean what are your philosophical axioms that you base your actions on?
Is that the real Nathan Oakley?
Nathan Oakley?
It's not Nathan.
No, it's not.
Probably Tim.
It's a
You
troll.
can translate. Yeah, I think it just means what are your paradigms that you base your axioms on? Like it can be distilled down, I think. And yeah, you're right, Jeremy. It does tend to include, do you think there's a creator or not?
Which there is.
There is.
Yeah, I look around and I see immense complexity of ecosystems of
Either
elaborate
way, there's
inner
creation.
systems.
You guys, nobody's denying that there's creation here in front of us. By the
The
very
atheists are.
Okay.
no,
Yeah,
by the very
atheists do.
nature of the word, we were created by our parents, and obviously something created them and created the earth and everything. If it's
Right.
God, if it's the Big Bang, if it's anything, it doesn't matter. We're here. We were created. Period.
It's true, Tim.
But the atheists would take issue with that. And I mean, the more militant.
No,
ones.
listen, you should stop speaking for atheists because obviously maybe
I
you were
used to
lost
be.
in life and you still are, and you were an atheist for 10 years or whatever, and you had a few
Yeah, I was.
friends that acted this way. They don't all act the same way. So just don't do the
Okay,
sweeping
quite.
brush
Look, I
with that.
generalize quite a
I don't
lot,
even
but
do
go
that.
to Earth discussions and ask that same question. Watch the answer you get.
Where do we know? What show we on?
You
Wait.
won't get an answer. You just get.
Where are
you'll
we?
Just get hostility.
We're on Debate Flat Earth and More.
Oh, cool. Is it? Oh, I haven't been on here before. I didn't know. It
This
was on my Hangouts. And I
This
didn't
is
know where I
my
was going.
debate channel. That
Oh,
Yeah,
nice
Tim
one.
Panda's Shield Channel.
I seen your
panel.
name on it, Jem. I seen your name on it.
yeah, I've done it a few times.
Thanks for the invite. Kind of you.
No worries.
Yeah, I just smacked my face into the keyboard and I just appeared here. But yeah,
Right.
It's awesome. Don't do that.
That'd be why your
No.
face looks like that then.
yeah.
Do you have
probably-
little like sort of keys in your head?
Yeah,
And
I've
little
got some
gaps?
keys, man. I'll take them out. Hold on.
Funny. Oh god, you fucking mad. I love it. I fucking love it. Do you see my picture? That's me experiencing consciousness and talking to you guys, and it comes out. I do it all the time. I did it last night with. This is last night with Sympathetic Dread and Stefan making music.
Stimulating.
I do it all the time.
Is that the
It does-
three-titted map?
No, it's just doodlings, really.
I
But
saw
I
a
find
Sonic checkerboard
it's
in there.
relaxing. Oh, I've done that on that, the Sonic checkerboard. Yeah.
There you go.
Shield.
Because my friend was talking about that place in Wales, Shield. Yeah. I'm on the Shield Wall of Fame. Do you know a recent one? I don't know who it is though. I'm on the postal service, right next to Alex Jones and just above Max Sargent. I've arrived. Oh yeah. It's not bad, is it? On the Shield Wall of Fame, I shit you not. I can't believe it when I saw it. Why do you think that shit then? That's weird. 'Cause
Why
of
do
my
you think
friend.
they? Why did they call the old currency? You know, the shilling. Why was it called the shilling?
Oh wow! I got one of them, I know. A shilling. I collect all the coins. Wow.
It must probably Latin because
What about
they had
Trump?
in
Trump
Germany. They had
and pence.
shillings. It's spelled differently,
Tuppence.
so.
What about Marx?
What about
Somebody
ADD?
in Marx.
What about ADD?
Yeah, what about it? ADT.
Come on, Nathan. What about ADD? What about it?
Oh, I'm stuck, Nathan.
What is ADD?
Nathan's bamboozled us.
Attention deficit disorder.
Oh, right.
Oh,
jeez. Whoa, I didn't even.
I thought he was acting it out.
Blew my mind now.
Who are
Yeah,
you,
that-
Nathan? Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. Hiya.
Hey, my
Oh,
name's
mate.
Charles. How you doing?
Charles, how'd you do? Thanks for
Martin, it's
Remember what I said about critical thinking?
Yeah, I don't do that. I just go with the flow, guys. I just like
probably
drag
why the
along with
Earth's
you all.
flat.
It's a different picture. It's a different picture compared to before, but the voice is the same.
Funny. I love this fucking.
It's the great.
flat Earth stuff. This fucking. You're all awesome. It's so cool.
Right. So where did the serious conversation get to?
Oh yeah, we was blasting the Holocaust as a fake. Well, I can't say that because in Britain it's actually a crime. So
Yeah,
I
we
don't.
off-roaded to the Holocaust, and then we got back on it kind of with the Big Bang.
Big Bang. Do you want me to explain it? Go on, double split experiment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Did
explain
nothing
it,
come
yeah.
into
Which
something?
one?
Big Bang, go ahead.
Right.
Floor is
Okay.
yours.
So out of nothing, they say, imagine all
Wrong.
this infinitesimal grains
Oh
rising
no, he
in
said imagine.
singularity.
He's so right.
It's a
And then
Big Bang
it's still
Theory. You have to
everywhere
imagine it.
at the same
right?
time. But they say Now, the momentum, physics should state that the expansion after the Big Bang should slow down. That's not what they're finding. Because of the Doppler effect, what they're spotting is they reckon that it's actually going faster into whatever, because they don't even know, a void. Now, how can the Big Bang actually happen it's not like a center and then it emanated out. They say it happened everywhere at the same time. So everything just came into existence from a singularity, the grain of rice, with all the space taken up of atoms.
So is the singularity nothing, or does it have mass? Is it something? The singularity?
Well, I did. I followed. Terence McKenna. Do you know him? He died years ago. He's a very famous physicist and talker. He's brilliant. He talked about the singularity quite often. He had a bit of a thing for it. He actually thought it might happen again, like the singularity could emerge or happen again. The singularity coming. Yeah, have you heard that theory?
Yeah, that's another theory. But so you're saying on one hand that it came from nothing, and on the other hand you're saying that there's a singularity.
They're saying, the physicists. I don't believe the Big Bang at all. I'm afraid. I believe.
They're describing a computer being booted up, basically. You have nothing, you turn the power on, boom. And then it expands.
That's so false.
Look, atoms are bits. Consciousness can be looked at the software, and the creator could be the hardware. You could look at this as a computer. I read a book by Greg Braden, and he spelt it out beautifully in that book. What was it? I still got it. Anyone wants any books? Don't forget to email me, guys. Send cool books. Not just flat Earth. You know what? Conspiracy, good shit.
Oh, I can see Tim being a fan of Greg Braden.
I get 10 Tim books. He reads. Do you read books? You would read. That's what.
Tim reads books, right?
Terence McKenna he's a shaman. He's not a physicist.
He's like a beatniks, big beatniks kind of shaman
Dennis is
guy.
still around, brother, and he still sounds like him. He goes on coast to coast now and again. Dennis McKenna. But I got on loads of recordings, and there's all like techno music in the background. And he's the only person I've ever known who can explain a trip. Because a trip is a pretty hard thing to define. I can't even remember tripping until I'm tripping. And then you remember all the previous trips. It's really fucking weird.
That's true.
Trying to explain it, he puts it beautifully. How to explain a trip. The only person I know who can do it.
We have LFC in the chat. We need to get him on here to complete the full house.
Lord Stephen Cocksucker.
Nice.
I'll invite him.
Oh, yeah, he's my friend, actually. Stephen's a good mate. We hang out. I go on his show. And he doesn't talk about any crazy shit with me. We're just friends.
Everything he says
Nah.
is
I don't like because he turned
Martin,
Convexus into
why
one
do
of
you
them.
resist?
Well, what's great is that he actually has a model that he can actually represent his convictions with. So it's great.
Wait. So he's not an enemy to humanity if he's trying to switch
absolutely
people
not.
away from heliocentricity?
Who do you think
He's
is
an enemy to the president of the United States, isn't he? So.
what do you guys think is going to be the first celebrity concaver?
I was
Convexus.
Yeah,
Convexus. No, you mean convexus?
He's gonna go concave. Amia. He was joking before on April Fool's Day. He actually told him he was going to go concave, and Steve put a video out saying, "Yeah, if you are, how brilliant!" And he wasn't. He was pissing him around. It was cool. Last April Fool's Day. I don't know if you remember. It was funny. Effie history.
No.
I can't catch the accent. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry. Nobody can. I heard that last night.
So nobody
I'm
can.
not an English guy. What am I supposed to do?
So what was the subject?
Consciousness.
The rapper.
Where does new consciousness come from as we expand the population? New souls, new consciousness.
I think about this often. Well, I go with the Buddhist theory. If you read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which I'm a big purveyor of actually, and I wouldn't mind it read to me when I die instead of this bullshit fucking satanic religion thing that they've got us doing. I want the Tibetan Book of the Dead recited. Now, what happens there is when you're in the spiritual form, you are escorted through a cave-like building where there's loads of couples mating, and you have whatever one you have an energetic connection with, you will say, "I'll go with them."
Sounds like a
and then the woman conceives. No, the woman conceives, and the soul goes in. Then I believe the soul goes in on conception. I tell you why. I made a baby, and I remember it was like any other time of the conception, and my missus said exactly the same. I could feel consciousness arriving. I'm not joking. My missus said the same. My son is coming, and he's a hell of a strong spirit, so that explains that.
So has anyone ever had consciousness without a brain?
Good
question. What about when you leave your body? I'm pretty much assuming you don't take your brain with you.
People have heart transplants. They can take on the characteristics of the person who the heart belonged to. Do you know that?
I think that's bullshit. I bet that's a wives' tale.
It might be.
There's a lot of stories of it, though.
There is.
Different organs, they take on the personality traits.
Yeah, like that thing, Gary Gilmore's Eyes. You ever heard that song?
Yeah,
he was
but
a
you always
murderer.
see these on these crappy, cheapo documentary type info.
Yeah, Channel 5 thing. The boy with 10 dicks or the woman with 19 legs. I've seen them.
Yeah, that's when you see these claims about, organ transplants and.
You're right, yeah.
All that. I don't buy it.
Some of it's true, but not all of it.
Well, your personality isn't. We know where personality comes from. We know that it's a product of the brain. We know this because people who suffer, brain injuries have personality changes.
From previous lives, and I think I got memories of previous lives.
And babies can't function. I mean, it's pretty evident. That
It's not proof because the mind could be a metaphysical thing that uses the body, the brain. The brain could be like an antenna. It's an antenna that the mind uses to.
Well, it
access
could be,
the
but
body.
your conjecture isn't greater than ours. So go ahead.
What about water?
Well,
has
the
memory?
modern science doesn't know
Memory.
shit about how the brain works, and I think that's intentional.
That's why it's still metaphysical. I mean, we can't just. I mean, absence of evidence doesn't.
Sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
It
think
doesn't
we know quite-
necessarily mean that we can actually fathom it at this point. I mean, it's it doesn't mean that the answer's not there. It just means that we don't have it.
The point I made is that because someone gets brain damage and then their personality change doesn't prove that the mind is a physical thing.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. There are people who have lost all of their memory. For instance, they have no short-term memory at all. So we know which bits of the brain do what thing, and we know quite a lot about it. And from people who have had their brain damaged, their head damaged in different ways, we've been able to determine quite a lot about
people have damage on the amygdala, and they have memory loss. If it's by there on the top where the amygdala is, where the memory is is stored, and if they get a bang on the top of the head, they can have amnesia through it.
But there is a guy who's alive now who has no memory. And
I see him. He can't remember
what that's
the
like. He writes notes to himself all the time while he's awake.
Well, it also can be quantified too. I mean, like savants and stuff like that, they can see where they're lacking and where they're gaining.
That's fucking
and stuff
true.
like that. So it's pretty obvious to me.
Savants
Doesn't mean that when I die, I don't go, some metaphysical body or something that goes and does something else. Who knows?
There's an astral plane.
Reincarnation could be. It's possible. I don't know.
Right, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence of consciousness. Right.
No, there's not. But surgeons and doctors, when they see consciousness leaving a body, they will actually admit that it seems, because the person is there and the life goes. The person's empty. It's just an empty shell. And it's not a physical thing. The life
Because they're dead. Their life goes. They're dead.
The consciousness goes is why, not the consciousness goes on its journey to the next level.
It's interesting you say that, actually, because a good friend of mine who's a biologist and has done a lot of work in research biology, and I was sort of discussing these issues with her, and she kind of says that. She says that she knows she believes there's a spirit, if you like, because, and I said, why do you believe that? And she said, because we know when things are dead.
They say.
And she's a biologist.
Dogs can too. Like the smell of a human is instantly changed when they die.
Right.
Like they know. It's
Do
weird.
Do you think plants have consciousness?
Yes,
yes,
they do.
Kirlian photography shows that.
All nature has consciousness.
Brilliant photography.
And the auras.
One of many.
Don't say that to John LeBon. He'll rip your asshole. And
he will.
Seriously.
They make videos.
Isn't that nonsense?
You've done his next tip.
Yeah, I think it is, dude. I think it is.
Now that we found.
It looks pretty though. It would be
Yeah,
cool.
it does look cool.
So, yeah, I think plants have intelligence.
They have. They're aware.
They react to different stimuli.
That's right. You can put them on into a encephalogram, which can pick up electric like impulses from plants, and you put a flame to them, and they will react on the encephalogram. It will jump. They react to arguments. If you're bad vibing around them, they'll react. If it's peaceful, they won't.
You still vegan?
No,
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, they have done a test where they subjected some plants to a predatory plant that it competes for space with normally, and they did this test where they were able to then introduce plants that were offspring of these plants that had been exposed to these predatory plants, and these offspring were aware of these predatory plants. They knew that they were predatory before they'd done anything predatory to them.
Wow. It's encoded then on memory of sorts? I know water has memory. That's
very
pretty
difficult.
good.
I imagine if I mean, I'm just sort of quoting that kind of anecdotally, but I imagine if we go and look at that study, we'll find it's heavily disputed, probably.
Well, isn't that the same thing with children, like children in the womb, and before they're born? You know, like you say they're in a drought or something like that. You know, they're being born in a drought, or you know, the mother hasn't been fed. You know, hasn't had food in a while. The baby's metabolism will actually be different depending on these circumstances outside of the womb.
Oh my God, guys, check this out.
Oh man,
the notion of plants being conscious life forms became a legal affair. In 2007, the government of Switzerland it had issued a Bill of Rights for plants. Swiss government Federal Ethics Committee on Non-Human Biotechnology concludes that plants have rights and we have to treat them appropriately. What the fuck?
Take that.
Vegans. That's got to be off a spoof website.
Is that real?
Probably.
Maybe I should for murder for mowing the lawn.
I better start respecting plants then. I do anyway. I touch his trees on the way past just to do an energy exchange, which happens and works.
Let me see here. I'm gonna see if that's
There was a book that came out 2015. There's a Guardian article about it. Are plants intelligent? New book says yes.
Yeah. There is a entry on Wikipedia for plant rights.
Fucking hell.
And also, back to what you guys were just saying a moment ago about different generations picking up on different things that happen to the parents, etc., even with plants. If you look at Rupert Sheldrake's work, I
know, I do.
Yeah, I absolutely love him. He has a theory called harmonic resonance, where he says that these changes in the DNA essentially come from experience, and they can be carried on to the next, to the offspring. And he goes quite a bit further than what I'm able to, but very interesting theory. Everybody needs to watch his TED Talk.
Morphic Field. His TED Talks are brilliant.
Morphic Field. Yeah.
The psychicness is I love when he's proven about these dogs can sense their owner leaving their works, even if they take a different route. The dog will know instantly that his parent is on the way home. They psychically pick up. Cats also. But something he says it's the morphic field, and possibly that intelligence, like you said, is an antenna, and all intelligence is and information is external. And for us to take it from the Akashic record or whatever you want to call it, morphic field is very interesting.
Yeah, but it's his TED Talk that actually woke me up to the problems that I found in scientism, and they banned it. They completely took it off their archives. It's called the banned TED Talk. It's Rupert Sheldrake laying it down.
Do you on that? I got it on video. I got it.
Yeah, I've got it. So you can find it on YouTube, but they took it down because he pointed out the 10 dogmas of modern day science, and that's not something they want people to think about. I'll tell you that much.
It's not something they think is true. is
Ted is not
likely to be the case.
No. Ted is there for these great men to come and speak about their ideas. Okay, are you saying that
if you go on there and you say everyone who's come before me is not a great man speaking about their ideas?
That's not what he's
but is
saying.
bullshitting
You haven't seen it. You haven't seen it, so you can't make this assertion.
To have your talk.
No, you have not taken the time to watch this. You have no right to speak on it in that way. I'm sorry, dude.
That is what you're saying. If you're saying
no, it's not. You are taking it way out of context.
If you're saying he's talking about the 10 dogmas of modern science,
yes.
and everyone who's been on there is of modern science, then he's in.
No. You're totally misrepresenting it. Just take 20 minutes out of your day and go learn something.
I've seen his.
Oh, really? What was one of his dogmas?
Oh, I can't remember. It was ages, probably 2 years ago or ages.
What was one of his? I can't remember. It was ages ago.
Okay, Jeremy, you're misrepresenting it.
It wasn't even when I was in this side of things. It was on the other side when I came across.
What he points out is absolutely valid, and anybody can verify it for themselves. He's not being disrespectful. He's only pointing out that there is such a thing called scientism, and we're dealing with it right now.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
It's all
Sorry,
math,
dude.
and they're inventing and making up all the shit to meet their fucking math. Can you see?
I mean, a
what's
lot of the
going
TED
on, guys?
Talk stuff, they don't come out and just say, "Hey, look, I found this thing which refutes what this other guy said." So that means that all this guy's work is utter bullshit.
Yeah.
It is, I didn't build up on it at all. I'm just taking everything that this guy said way back when. And
if you're talking generally about dogma in science, then
But it offends you because you're a scientismist. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. You just misuse the word scientism. You just you misappropriate it because what scientism is misuse of science. It's using science when it's not appropriate. That's what science is.
Right?
And you turned it into this whole, science is a religion.
No, I'm not saying no. Science is amazing. Scientism is a belief system.
Fucking satanic shit. It's fucking devoid of God. I hate it.
That's what religion is, Kat.
You don't get to decide reality based on.
It's not a. You are misrepresenting the way I explain this.
I'm misrepresenting the way you misrepresent it. Is that?
I don't misrepresent it.
No, you do.
I don't.
You do.
No, I don't. Okay, so let's go over a couple, okay?
Yeah,
One of the dogmas is that everything is essentially mechanical. Dogs, for example, are complex mechanisms rather than living organisms with goals of their own. Even people are machines, lumbering robots, in Richard Dawkins' vivid phrase, with brains that are like genetically programmed computers. That's the biological robot argument that's pushed by most evolutionists. So that's one dogma that is accepted by biology.
That is a total and utter mischaracterization.
No, it's not. You think that I'm a biological robot.
Nobody anywhere thinks about humanity or dogs or any living
Richard
thing
Dawkins
in that way.
said,
That is just
Richard Dawkins quotes right here, lumbering robots.
Right, but all you're doing is cherry picking.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you his argument here, okay?
Richard Dawkins has no appreciation for art. He has no appreciation for music.
What kind of weird assertion is that?
Oh, he's out fucking raping children.
Well, why would he? He's just a lumbering robot and all of this.
Okay, here's another dogma. Here's another dogma.
He doesn't
Mechanistic.
love anyone. He doesn't enjoy.
Here's another dogma. Mechanistic medicine is the only kind that really works. We do not explore in the West any alternative ideas concerning medicine. It is only mechanistic medicine that they claim works. That's another dogma.
That's not true. I've had acupuncture on the NHS. So
you've had acupuncture, so have I.
We're talking about the dogmas of the mainstream.
Well, you can't get any more mainstream than the National Health Service.
My doctor said the chakra system didn't exist. I asked him.
And the celiac plexus is very there. I can tell you that much. Biologically. So, look, there are dogmas in scientism. I know you don't like that word, but you're gonna have to deal with it.
Well, you haven't established that at all, have you?
Have you? You haven't seen obviously my 13-part series this Monday.
Yeah, and it's all nonsense.
Oh, it's nonsense because a creationist is helping make the argument. Fuck off, dude. That's ridiculous.
Creationist nonsense.
It is not, dude.
It absolutely is. It's what I've seen from creationists for the last 5 years. It's exactly the same thing, just co-opted by you guys. And you can try and pretend it's not, but it is, mate.
So you can dismiss it. So you're good by just dismissing things, by just put a label on it. Oh, that's just a creationist argument. So therefore, you don't have to deal with it.
Well, I mean, I have dealt with it. I have.
Obviously.
I argued with John many times in chat and in Hangouts. So
I'm saying the merits of the show that I have done. You're just dismissing all of it with one fell swoop, saying it's creationist argument.
I made comments on your last show on the evolution one. I made a long comment on it.
Oh, your show was awesome, Kafaxis. With
Oh, thanks, dude.
Oh, I fucking
apparently
love
I'm
your
just
show,
an
mate.
idiot creationist.
No, I
noticed
on it.
that
So
comment.
good.
Probably better that you don't read it.
Call me a
your
fundy.
information. Right
Call
up
me
my
a fundy.
street. All your stuff, you know,
That's
so
what it is. That's exactly what it is. I'm
Call me
sorry.
a fundy. Do it.
You sit there all the time, Cathexis, tell me I'm brainwashed and indoctrinated.
I'm not saying that to
No,
you.
that sort of thing. And then all you're doing is parroting the same old creationist nonsense.
Am I ever rude to you?
The years. You know?
Am I ever
Hey,
rude to you,
Kath.
Jeremy?
Hey, Kath. I think
What's up?
you might have heard this quote before, but I think it goes, it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone they've been fooled.
Yep, Mark Twain.
Yeah.
That's it, brother.
I love
Right there.
Mark
You nailed it.
One of my favorites.
You nailed it,
Samuel
brother.
Langon Clement. I love the guy. You know he went to jail?
I'm sure.
Yeah, he did a bit of bird. You find a lot of these people who are legends in society done a bit of jail.
I'm looking for your
Like
comment,
Hitler,
Jeremy.
Stalin.
I can't find
Malcolm
it.
X went to jail.
You like my picture, guys? It's coming on.
We've been bamboozled. We've been hornswoggled.
Been bamboozled.
Bamboozled.
I was
Dude, you knew.
pretty rude. Yeah.
I can't find it. It wasn't the past two videos. It must have been further back.
No, it's on it's on number 10, the evolution one.
Hey, I heard the Earth might be concave or some shit.
I thought I
don't know,
can't actually let
Or
you
some
do
shit, yeah.
evolution.
I have this
Or some shit.
hypothesis that Cathexis thinks the flat Earth is a valid question because he has 1K subscribers. What do you guys
Oh
think?
no, I can't believe I had.
I had 200. Hold on. By the time that I decided to make a video, my comments had garnered me 250 subs just from 6 months of me commenting on flat Earth videos. Okay, when I finally did my
so they
first,
went up by hundreds.
I did my first. Here's the funny part. When I did my first hangout was with Event Skeptic, and I ended up going up to about 400. Well, then I plateaued, and I was on Free Chan and doing all the hangouts and debate and everything. All of a sudden, Tim Osmond takes my name, Porn Bombs Nathan Oakley's fucking channel, with my name and face, then goes around trolling the shit out of me for a good 6 months.
I know,
He gave me, listen, 300 subs I went up in a month once he started using my name, because everybody, it was brand recognition. Everybody had to go find the real Cathexis, and so
Yeah, I
they
remember.
subbed to me so that they could know.
I remember.
It's hilarious.
It was fucking awesome. He was twat, wasn't he? Yeah.
So listen, I don't care what the truth is at the end of the day. If I discover it and I'm certain about it, I will come out and tell everybody, and they will listen to me, because if I'm certain about it, then they're going to say, oh, well, maybe there's good reason for it.
How
But
did
I'm
you go
not
down with
certain yet.
Globebusters? Do you enjoy it on there? Because you was fucking awesome. I was rooting for you, man. It was
I
so
appreciate
cool.
it, man. Yeah, it's great talking to those guys. It's
You
very
was good.
fluid.
You was really good. I loved all the stuff you come out with. I loved you on it. I thought, oh yeah. When I was like, when they said like, oh, fucking Bob was in chat, wasn't he? Like, Faxis would be brilliant on there. I think he asked you then, didn't he, in chat?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, you were there for that alternative ideas
I'm
hangout
always
when you
there for
invited me.
everything. I don't miss a trick with the flat earthers.
Hey, Jeremy, I can't find your comment. I'm back on 9 now.
Yeah, it's definitely on 10.
It wasn't there, and I don't have any hidden stuff. No wonder I didn't know. I would.
Blocked. That's what it is.
I don't have you blocked. Wait a second. Can a moderator, if I make a mod on my channel,
Yeah.
can they block other
Yeah.
people's channels?
Yeah, and they can alter comments too.
Oh, son of a bitch.
You can ban people.
No, but it must be there because John's replied.
John's reply. It's got to be there. I don't know what the hell's
Sure.
wrong here.
All right, let me find it. I'll find it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can't get it from my
how you doing?
What's up, Uncle? Well, I'll be a son of an
Yeah,
uncle.
I
Let's
thought that
not
was
come in and say
America.
shout out to people.
Hi, Uncle.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hey,
Gotta
Shout out to my
Killuminati.
favorite researcher. What's up, brother?
Killuminati. Shout out to him. Hey, dude, I was just trying to figure out the difference between pseudoscience, fringe science, junk science, and scientism.
Theoretical
Okay.
science.
So
Now,
what
is there theoretical science too?
Well, yeah. See, okay, here's the difference.
Okay.
Science, what I call lowercase s, hard-nosed science, that is repeatable, testable, verifiable, repeatable. Okay, this is science with an actual scientific experiment attached to it, where a hypothesis is created and verified, and everybody else can repeat it. That creates the body of work that we call science as well. Okay, when we use it as in that regard, like science says this. I don't like saying it like that, but that's the body of science that we talk about. But here's the problem. There are a bunch of sciences running around pretending, well, excuse me, there's a bunch of pseudosciences running around pretending to be sciences. But if they don't have a way to test their hypothesis, then what they are offering is conjecture, an idea, a philosophy. And when you look at things like cosmology, it is solely based on philosophical principles. It is not a science like you would think, because you can't control your variables. You can only observe things and then make up a story around it. So that's what I mean by it when I point this out. So when people are using the Big Bang cosmology and they're using this story of evolution, these are just so stories that have been postulated by certain people within the sciences, and they've ran with it to create this particular understanding of our existence. That's what I call scientism, is when it's not attached to real, hard-nosed, lowercase s science.
So almost all pseudoscience would be scientism.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you could simplify it in that regard. But the argument is, well, what is pseudoscience? And my argument is that pseudoscience is something that cannot be verified through testable, repeatable, verifiable, lowercase s science, like experimentation. Outside of experimentation, then I just wish people would be more honest. You don't need to call them pseudoscience. That's fine. Like, that sounds rude. I get that. Call it something else, but don't call it real science. Let's call it observable science or something else. Because if you can't test it in any way, shape, or form where you can control the variables, then it should not be considered to be real science. That's what science is. It's a method.
If we called it blobby science, then everything all of its findings would then become valid.
Well, no, I think the distinction should just be made. That's fine. Consider it theoretical science, but don't go around acting as if this is fact and proven scientifically. You see what I mean? Like, it's carted around that way.
You realize theories are based on facts.
You talking to me or Jeremy?
I don't know.
Well, like the
That's like
theory of gravity, you mean, it's not proven, or theory of relativity. It's been busted. Or should
It
we
starts
go-
as a hypothesis, and then it becomes a theory when they've got
Isn't
facts.
it? It's
I
just
know
a
how scientific method
it's,
works.
it's a combination of things in science working together at the same time.
Right.
But theories have facts that support them, so they are like facts.
No, but these things have to work at the same time. Together.
Also, I was a quick question. Jeremy leaving a comment. What was his account name?
It was Gem Panda 2012, and it's a reply to Tim's comment on that.
Oh, okay. That's why I was looking for it outright.
Okay, Gem Panda.
Peace to the
I
Eds.
didn't know that. I'll sub you know.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, here I found it. Here, let me read it, guys. What I see is what I always see from young Earth creationists: pitiful dishonesty. Here we have someone who claims to be trained as an engineer, pretending he has a full understanding of all the concepts and processes being described in the biology papers he is quoting. Of course, he will challenge me to point out where he is wrong, and I can't. I don't have the education and background in these things, but neither does John. John claims to be all about the scientific method, and yet he starts out by using quotations to mischaracterize how science has gone about developing. This is really long. Fuck you, Jeremy. I'm not reading.
No, read the next bit. The next
Come on, that's good.
Okay. If we were to believe that John wants us to believe from his carefully chosen quotations, we would walk away thinking everything useful that is known in evolutionary biology came directly from the pen of Darwin, that useful scientific predictions are impossible in evolutionary biology, and that no hypothesis could be tested through experiment, something which he would know is untrue if he had the background in biology he's pretending to have. Here's a funny thing, actually, Jeremy. His background is in biology, not in engineering, as you pointed out.
Well, you've told me
is
he's
credentialed.
qualified as an engineer. He's not qualified.
I've never said that ever in my entire life.
Okay, all right.
He
So
is-
what are his qualifications in biology then?
Yes, molecular biology.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's his qualifications. 20 years. So,
So how
it
does
is
he know
what it
about
is.
all the other stuff as well then? How is he an
Because of 15 years of study since he's been retired, or
How is he an
however long.
expert on all fields of science?
Is he
Doesn't
asserting
matter.
that he's an expert?
Well, he's saying that he knows more than the leading experts in all.
No,
of those
he's not.
fields.
He's saying that the
knows
mainstream understanding of these issues are being skewed by this scientism issue, and that we need to look at it from the ground up and understand it.
Dude, he believes he lives under a dome that was created 6,000 years ago.
You see, this is called an ad hom fallacy. You are asserting that he cannot be listened to in any way, shape, or form.
No,
because-
he's put that in his response to one of my things.
Okay, so how does that have to do with
At the
anything
start
of the
of-
merits of his argumentation?
He said at the start of it what he believes, and he believes he lives under a dome, and he believes, and he's a young Earth creationist, and he believes the Earth is flat. He said that himself.
Okay, but what does that have to do with about his biology?
And there was a big bang, but no one saw it, and it made no sound.
Because he's saying he knows better than all of those.
No, he's not. We're just presenting information. That's all this whole series has been about, is to
Saying
look
they're
at
wrong,
both
and he's
sides.
How long ago was
There
that?
is no
6
space.
million years ago?
He's saying there is.
Yeah, I think it was.
He says there is no space because he thinks he lives under a dome and it all ends there. He thinks the
What does that
world.
have to do about biology?
So he thinks every cosmologist and astronomer is incorrect. He thinks every geologist is incorrect. He thinks every biologist is incorrect.
Cartographer.
Right. I mean, we could go on, couldn't we? But it doesn't seem
Just
to be
take
very
the
scientific.
information on its own merits.
how
How about
many-
you do that?
Wait, dude, how many years ago was this dome supposed to be there?
Why would I though?
According to the
So
Bible.
6 million years ago.
Why would I when someone openly admits to being a young Earth creationist? I mean, that's just.
Oh, here's a good one. Here's a
that
good
is-
one.
That is a reason to disregard.
Here we go.
it,
I
right?
love this. Cathexis. The reason atheists get angry when you quote the full title of The Origin of Species, which
Right.
you just did not complete the full title, but that's another point, is because you do it dishonestly, is all creationists do. And as John did with this, is that the favored races of finches? No, John, it's not fucking finches. No, the favored races are clearly that.
Oh, right. Let's now read the quotation. Now read the quotation from page 1
On the origin of the species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life.
Right, and read the
That's
quotation.
it. Nevertheless, as our varieties certainly do occasionally revert in some of their characters to ancestral forms, it seems to me not improbable that if we could succeed in naturalizing or were to cultivate during many generations the several races, for instance, of, let's say, cabbage in very poor soil. So you're claiming that that is all based off of cabbage? You're saying that that's what he's talking about, Darwin's talking about here?
I'm saying that he uses that term universally with all organisms when he's talking about different varieties.
But that includes humans, does it not?
It does. It does. It does indeed.
I'm not asserting it has anything to do with race. I'm asserting that this is the problem where eugenics got the fucking ideas
fucking
from.
Nazis fucking survival of the fittest because of that.
But he doesn't. But don't forget, in the origin of species, he doesn't mention humans. So
he doesn't mention what?
He doesn't talk about humans in
So
Origin.
it's there to be inferred, and
Well, but
Darwinists end up taking that.
That's fine, and that's fine. But you're not saying that. You're trying to pretend that he is talking about race in the way.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Hang
No,
on,
no,
hang
no,
on.
no, no.
Let me finish. He's talking about race in the way that we talk about it when we use the word today. And we do not.
No, I'm not. I never said
minute,
that.
Wait a minute. We do not go to the supermarket and say, which race of apples do you prefer to buy?
Hold on. You have completely misrepresented
Darwin
my position.
did use the word in that way.
That's the way I'm using the word.
Deliberately try and pretend that he's talking about race.
No, I'm not. You're such a jackass if you're asserting this.
Organisms.
I have never, ever asserted that it has anything to do with color. I said this from the beginning. Even during this program itself, I was saying that it has to do with the species races within it. Like different types of people, different types of cabbages, different types. I never meant color.
Well, let's find the bit in that very show, Cathexis, and hear what you have to say about it.
It was around 45 minutes.
You're so sincere about what you're saying. I can't remember your precise words, but you are not saying that. You were definitely not saying that. And you were not correct.
No, I was making an argument against eugenics.
And you were not correcting John when he's saying, is he talking about finches?
You're taking it totally the wrong way. We had neither of us had that intention that
but
have
in
it come
fact,
off
he's
that
talking
way.
about something even more innocuous than
We're talking about, look, what was the next thing we spoke of? We spoke of eugenics.
Which existed before Darwin.
Yes, I remember. That was it. I remember, yeah.
Yes, that has nothing to do with color. That has to do with the strongest of the race.
The war was where we got to. Where you got to.
The human race, the strongest of the human race. This is why I went into eugenics after I made that point. Ed, go on, please.
All right, what I was going to say is didn't Darwin make mention to the pygmy races of human beings and talk about the differences between average people and those people? Yeah, that's in the same context that Cathexis is talking about.
Thank you.
By modern accounts, from some of the things that Darwin wrote, you would say he was a racist by modern standards.
But I'm not making that argument, Jeremy. That's a
times.
But Jeremy, that is a disingenuous argument against him. I would never make that.
You made exactly that argument.
No, I didn't. You're a liar if you say that.
No, he created the racism.
Let's hear the hangout. Yeah, you're welcome to play that hangout, Kat.
I went directly into eugenics. I had nothing to do with the color of people. You are absurd, dude.
But what is eugenics, Cathexis?
It has nothing to do with color. It matters about the strength of the person, the human race. They are manipulating the human race.
Why were you both drawing attention to the fact that Darwin used the word race in the
favored races? Because that needs to be pointed out, because that's the problem with eugenics. They went after the strongest of the human race and got rid of the weakest of the human race. Had nothing to do with color. Don't be silly, dude. I don't know what kind of creationist you're talking to.
I get offended by the racism. I really don't.
It's not we're not talking about racism like you think, dude.
Hey, Cap, remember I asked you about the principle?
So when John...
Me and Uncle are trying to get a copy. Me and
I'll have to upload it.
Wait, Jeremy. Can somebody link us to the full documentary?
I think I can do that.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Big L, why'd you keep removing people from the hangout? It's not your job to snipe people, so why'd you keep sniping Adam?
Because he's a fucking being a knob.
He wasn't even doing it. He wasn't even saying anything.
Yeah, but it's not your fucking room, Big L, to snipe
too fucking
people.
bad I did it.
It's not your fucking room to snipe people.
Too bad. Keep crying, bitch.
Oh, so you're just going to come in rooms and snipe people at your will?
He hasn't spoken in 3 hours. He was making room for other people.
Okay to snipe people.
Leave my brother alone, man.
Well, we could have asked him to leave, couldn't we? You know, it's not...
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm not going to remove no one else. I promise.
Yeah, but you just removed John and Adam twice, Big L. So why'd you do
Wait,
that?
he didn't remove John.
Yes, he did. You just
John
removed
who?
him.
That's Adam's.
Adam, you're on a ball.
Yeah,
He's
I know.
fucking the Australian.
Twice he's removed him.
dolphin.
Once again, Big L shows that he can't discuss
The
anything.
wait,
He
you
has
mean
to
the
act like
violent
child.
Australian who threatens people's
Yeah,
children?
yeah,
You're
exactly.
a lot of child.
Fucking
Slapped
that, he
you,
did.
a lot of child.
And he went into
Slapped
fucking
you.
Paula like a fucking pussy.
Not slapped me. You
banging
never
into
slapped me,
fucking
Big L.
women.
Slapped you, bro. Some girl slapped you.
fucking
Fucking
slapped
using
you,
the DJ
son.
wave.
You guys are hilarious.
I'll slap you, son.
See, you fucking talks like fucking pussies, man. See, people who talks like that are not hard. People who are quiet and calm, they're fucking hard.
You
All
double
that-
my
all
age
that
with half
mouthing
the
off is
intellect,
fucking
bro.
the mouthing off is a pussy thing.
Yo, man. So,
Yo, man,
let's
what's up?
talk about the principal.
I gotta.
Yeah, I got it. I'm looking for it now, brother. I think I got it for you. 2
Uh-oh.
secs. I might have it.
Threaten people's children when that motherfucker's got my image, using my image right now. I haven't said in a word about it, and I haven't been interrupting anybody. You wanna
Oh
let
my
this
God, what is that
continue
whining?
through?
Fucking noise.
I'm not
nothing
using
to
your
word.
image.
Here
Talking
we
about
go.
Oh, I got that shell trick as
What, he's
well,
allowed to remove me
Caffaxis.
for no reason whatsoever.
Can somebody mute him? Can somebody mute that whiny little bitch? I got
All
that
right.
shell trick video
Well,
as
he was
well,
removed.
Caffaxis, to avoid the little fucking Australian prick likes abusing fucking women. Listen, if I get my hands on you, Adam, you'll be in fucking trouble. Get the
Look, I
fuck away
wasn't
from
gonna,
me.
I wasn't gonna remove him, but he removed my other
Yeah, but
account.
this is what happens, Big Al. Then he makes a fuss, and I have to spend the next hour trying
He's
to
a
sort
whiny
it all
bitch.
out.
Martin's going
Adam,
hard.
I'm
The
telling
paint
you, I'm not in the
gets
mood for
destroyed.
him. I know, brother. I'm not in the
Why
mood for him.
do it? Just don't do
dick.
it.
It's your hangout in it, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, anyways,
Oh,
so
cool.
let's move forward. Ed, what were we talking? Oh yeah, no, we're talking about the principal.
I'm looking for
Let
the
me,
principal. I'm looking for the.
Okay, Martin. I think I might be able to find one online, but that movie is one of the more important films that I've seen in my entire life. I can't stress that enough.
Do you know Lawrence Krauss tried to back out of it, but they showed him the contract he'd actually signed. But he tried to back out with the information, and Michikaku, they sort of said, oh, he was put in wrong context. We didn't really mean that. They tried to get out of it. There's a documentary out there by the director, who's a really cool guy, by the way.
Well, why do you think they needed to make that movie in that way? Because normally when
No, that's a misrepresentation in order to deal with the backlash that they were receiving. I guarantee it. They were pressured into making those statements against it.
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going against such a large mainstream idea
look who
here.
they are.
I
They're
don't
the
think Krauss was tricked. I don't think the woman, Miss Janeway or whatever, hold on, she narrated the whole fucking film. She knew exactly what the film was about.
You fucking
That
bang
is
on.
absurd.
I got it.
She was pressured.
That's
Let's see.
Oh, I'm sure I downloaded it.
I might be able to find a streaming version of it.
Oh, is it? Oh, that'd be better.
there's a few versions of
If you find the copy, just put it in the Google.
I have a copy. It's just
If
I gotta
you guys want to
upload
continue
it.
the other conversation.
Oh yeah, back to trouble. I was enjoying that.
What was
What was the conversation? Something about episode 10 or no, I don't know.
Oh, we were just going over Jeremy's misrepresentation of my point.
Hey, P Mars. So are you gonna ban Adam for what he's saying, or is that fine? You fucking
Yeah,
hypocrite.
can I second that?
Jeremy. So what is anybody tell me a good service that I can use to upload something that's about 300 megabytes large?
Yeah, you can use multi-YouTube
Google Drive.
downloader. I think I can give that to you
Dropbox.
now. Which is awesome. You can do dozens of videos at the same time. It's so good. Give me a second and I'll get it to you.
Okay, I have it. It is, let me make sure here. It is not, well, it's actually 900, it's actually 1 gig. You might as well say it's 1 gig.
Yeah, you can do that.
So
with
what
it.
service could I use?
Dropbox.
Well, I can just give the link out. What, Dropbox?
Dropbox,
But don't you need
I think
an
you do need an account with Dropbox.
Yeah, you need an
Yeah,
account
it's easy
for
to
free,
do
though.
though. It's easy to do with Dropbox.
Yeah, but which one you don't need an account? There's
I
no-
do it
Drive,
for
if
this
you already have
multi-download.
Gmail, just email it to yourself or
Yeah.
something like that. You can
Yeah.
I
Yo, if
have
you guys could
Google
find,
Drive.
if you guys could
Pass the
find a
link
link and
around.
give it to me and Uncle, dude, we'd appreciate that a lot.
Well,
Yeah,
I
uploaded.
got
Let me check my Dropbox real quick. I might have it because I sent it to Spec a little while ago.
Sweet,
Oh,
dude.
nice.
I might
Yeah,
have
dude,
it
the
on my
movie
phone.
is amazing. And Uncle, I think you'll really appreciate it. It has nothing to
Oh,
do
it
with
is
the
so
plot of
good.
nonsense. It is just a great
It's mind-blowing.
history of...
It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's a great history of heliocentricity, and it's a history of the other geocentric systems, and then it's showing proof through new data that demonstrates that everything's pointing to us being the center of this existence. That is huge. Yeah, it's no bullshit. You could do the independent investigation on the WMAP
It all
satellites
seems
yourself.
to be shelved up, and they're all sort of pointing right at us.
Yeah,
It's not shit.
yeah.
This is real.
And even like these guys, Max Planck and fucking Krauss and even Michio Kaku admit to it.
Kaku, man.
And you see, right before it came out,
When I hear the word
they made
admit, I know that it is a level of bullshit going on.
Of course, you would like to
Well,
assert
yeah,
that
it's-
because it goes against your
So
belief
what you're
system.
saying is they believed one thing, and then they were somehow
No, they were
persuaded
telling
to change
the
their
facts.
minds and say
Have
that
you
they
seen
now
it,
believe
Jeremy?
another thing.
Jeremy, have you seen it?
Jeremy watches.
All
like
we're
in-
talking, I don't need to have seen it. All we're talking
No,
about,
you do.
No, I don't. All we're talking about now is the meaning of the word admit.
Well, it's like talking about Zcash without actually watching it. That makes no sense.
That's what we're talking about. The meaning of
What
the
do you
word
mean,
admit.
admit?
Your claim
What
was
does that
that
mean?
even they admit it, whatever it was.
Yes,
were
they admit that the facts point to that. That's what I was asserting there. Yeah, and that's the truth of the matter. The facts
Right.
of the data.
So
point
again,
to this.
let's just clarify what we mean by the word admit. They believe
All right,
one
scientism is
thing, and
saying that.
they've now changed their minds and are saying
No,
that,
they haven't changed it. Science
That's what
doesn't
admit
work that-
means.
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
Science
but
doesn't
that's-
work that way. It's
that
a
is what
collection
admit
of data.
means.
It's a collection. No, they admit that the facts point to it, but they're doing more investigation. What is so hard about that?
This is physics. This is the physicists saying this. This is not bullshit. This is real. You've got to watch it. This is physics are changing their fucking model for this. Everything's pointing towards this. It's blowing their minds.
Yeah, it is actually quite a hot topic. Just Google WMAP satellite controversy, and you'll find plenty of information on it.
Good one.
Yeah.
Calf, man, you
And
right
I've
on
never
my
said
fucking
satellites
wavelength,
are fake, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the space
Anyway.
they're in.
Very
I've had this
controversial.
since I was a little kid. Look, I've had
It's
it
a very
since I was
controversial movie, guys. Clearly.
He's good.
Yeah, I'm uploading it now to my folder. And
Oh, you're so awesome, dude.
Put the link in.
You are an awesome dude.
Wicked fucking pisser. Wicked awesome.
Wicked awesome.
Good boy, I am. You're allowed to have fans, Calf, because you're famous. I'm one of your fans.
Oh, feelings mutual, dude.
I've had this since I was a little kid. Like, so cool.
I'm convinced it's a ball.
No, man.
That's it. Pack it up, guys.
Motherfucker.
I got a bone to pick with Ed Upside Down Head.
Oh,
I watched.
shit.
I watched an old hangout with you and like Tim and Adam.
Yeah.
Tim recently posted, and you made an analogy about old video games sucking and not being fun.
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Retro
No fucking Star Wars, no Galaxian, no
Retro
fucking
Old video games are fun.
Retro games are still fun.
Retro games are the best.
You're fucking
Retro games are only good when you look at them through nostalgia
Yeah,
glasses.
but it takes me back and makes
No,
me
they
feel
are
like I
not.
was younger.
That's bullshit. If they were fun in 1986, they're fun now. God damn it!
Bang on,
You played
man.
some the other day. You can play them for free online.
I got downloaded a load of them. You can get them on a games website. What's it fucking called? Oh, it's
In some ways they're better. Like I hate these fucking PS4. I want to play a game and I sign
Well,
on.
I'm going in the pub down there last week for my son.
I hate, you just want to play a game for 5 minutes. You have to download a patch. It takes a half hour. It's fucking
Dude,
annoying sometimes.
I fucking bought a PS4 yesterday. I spent
I bought
4
one
and a half
last
hours
week.
downloading
I
Battlefield
bought
1.
it 100 quid for 10 games. 10 fucking games. 100 quid. Which is $125. Not bad, eh?
And with all these microtransactions, it's like all these online games aren't as fun because they're all just about like trying to get little $2
I love
out
how
of here.
PMars is so about that truth. He's pointing out the way, guys.
It's so fun.
Dude, I like retro games.
Get funky, dude. And I love America.
Well, I'm not lying to myself about the shape of the earth.
It's flat.
Neither am I.
Look out the fucking window. Get a pair of binoculars, why don't you? Buy P900. Have a look how far you can see. There's no fucking curve.
Dirt, the dirt, the dirt, the dirt.
It is flat.
Yeah.
The earth is flat round.
Listen,
Yeah,
I've been
flat
doing
round.
this shit 2
Yeah,
fucking
it's
years.
flat round.
It ain't a fucking ball.
It's
Come back to
okay,
it, no
P.
sense
Mars.
in my
Look,
ball.
I know
It's
the
too fucking
consensus
tense.
reality is very hard to break away from, but one day you'll figure it out.
Oh my
You will.
lord.
And you won't
Well,
get
not if you
intimidated by the
stop
instant.
your pursuit.
Listen,
I watched a lot
let
of
me
the
guide you,
videos.
brother. Let me guide you, brother.
Obviously.
Tell you the truth.
I watched a lot of the videos he sent me, and it was just
You gotta trust me.
there's no. It's like gyroscopes prove the flat Earth, and they don't. And
No,
then,
they prove no
Listen,
spin.
Fucking planes do not dip their fucking nose to accommodate the ball.
Boom.
Can't use planes.
It goes straight
Yeah,
to
the planes. No, they have an argument, but that's the thing. It's like actually, it's really interesting. Rob Skiba just put out a new
I see
presentation that
it.
he
Oh, it's
did.
fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it's really good. He did this whole thing out in Amsterdam. But anyways, he keeps
Australia.
mentioning this one aspect. He says, but look, everything that you look at, there's always a yeah, but answer to it. So even if you found something that seems like a silver bullet, there's always a good explanation for it. But this goes for both sides. This is what's so crazy about this whole pursuit. So you can stop searching. P Mars. You can feel that you're in the possession of truth and stop searching if you want. But if that's going to be the case for you, then so be it, I guess.
I got people. I want to help. Winnie.
This is not so cut and dry as you'd like to make it.
It's not assuming that everything we know up to now is invalid or incorrect. That's not searching for truth.
That's not what anyone's doing.
But that's what you all.
No, they're trying to figure out what the case is from the ground up. That's what people are doing, and that's not dismissing anything necessarily. That's just looking alternatively.
That is by definition. That is
No, it's and that's the thing is whatever the truth of the matter is going to be found at the end of the day, and truth does not fear investigation. So why people get so upset about this is honestly a red flag to me that there might be something fucking wrong here.
Last time you said this was earlier on in the chat when I'd had my 5th account ban from that.
Nice.
What?
Over political hillbillies?
When you
did you?
When you said
I don't ban you.
That truth doesn't fear challenge or whatever it was you said.
Truth does not fear investigation.
Did you come over to my show, Jeremy? I'm just wondering.
Did I?
He was there.
Did you come over to my show?
Yeah, I was on.
Oh, thanks.
So,
what's wrong with that statement?
Well, I think it's correct, but
exactly.
But I don't think that that's what you're doing.
I think people are vetting the ball. I think that's all this is.
I don't think investigating is one thing, but
who are you talking about? Are you talking about me, or are you lumping a bunch of people you think are idiots together?
I'm lumping a bunch of people I think.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you. It looks like Big L was removed, by the way.
Well,
that's all right. He's just
A4 got him.
I never met Big Al before. Are we talking?
Dude, look, the thing about Big Al, you gotta understand, is he's under MK Ultra. I'm his handler, and
there's
a
a
lot
few
of
of
people
them.
don't know that. But
Does anyone notice people's character changing? Like they disappear from the flat Earth scene, they come back months later, and their voices seem to have changed, and their
who's that?
personalities.
You got an
seem to have
example?
changed. Well, one Jeff Stewart. I actually went on a hangout with him.
Wait, is he not a redneck anymore?
No, man.
He talks like me.
He just talks like Boston guy all of a sudden.
He went away on a ship on holiday. Something happened. He come back different.
And now
was he more of a redneck?
He was just different. I said on a fucking hangout. I said, "Have you been MK Ultra? Did they video your ass? You know when like in Clockwork Orange when they show you images."
Yeah, he came back and attacked Flat Earth, said it was a full psyop. But then you'd be like, yeah, they're still
Exactly
flat.
that.
But this
He
is a
went
psyop.
fucking nuts on my ass. Which really upset me because I thought we were really close. But yeah, I can still go on his shows. He still invites me because I'm good with Chris as well. But we got a funny sort of relationship, me.
I would make an argument that Poncho had a similar event where he was once one way and then went away and came back and became ridiculous. So
Okay. Ace McLeod is my very good friend. Is he sounding different to you? I'm just asking.
Wait,
because he sounds like a
who?
different person.
Wait, who? What now?
Hey, remember really laid out sort of voice where he's half asleep. He's really laid back. This guy the other day was really alert and high pitched.
Is that
like it.
Yeah, A4 removed. I told you, A4 removed Big Al.
There's a lesson to be learned here, you little pussy. What we're going to do is sit in the chair, have a think
You know-
about what a terrible person you are, okay?
Right, Big Al is never coming in this hangover again. Because
A4 is the one who did it. What are you talking about?
Me. Because I've got fucking Adam in the chat going on and on and on and on because he's been removed. I've had to fucking email him the link so he can come in. And now
That's brilliant.
going on and on and on and on.
Why like a bastard?
Fucking
You think
just
you-
fucking
wait.
don't fucking snipe people in my fucking hangout.
Yeah, I don't think Jeremy likes black people.
Oh, God.
Jeremy's awesome.
This is too much. I love it.
I love it.
Yeah, dude. The first round of people he had in here was me, Tim Osmond, Jibby, Pillbox, A4, Martin, and P Mars. It was insane.
It's amazing more people aren't sniped, honestly. So
It's amazing that we're all still here. Yeah.
I'm not sniped anymore.
Jim's troll party.
Yeah, exactly.
Great for shouting people out. We got a lot of requests for shout outs, so I'll let you guys take
Hey, let's have
Shout
requests
out
for
Truby.
shout downs.
Yeah.
I'll
So how
shout you
many
down.
people have seen Tim Osmond? Not many.
Shout out to Test Vision. Unless you
Speaking
guys
of
have some
people
other-
going away and changing, remember when A4 went to Thailand and then he was
Yeah,
nice
man.
for a week?
Dude, he came back like super nice.
He came back super nice. I thought he was a lovely person. We got on for a little while.
Yeah.
I thought, you know what I figured out? It was probably the Lady Boys. Really got to
You
him.
know what? They did. One fucked him back.
Shout out to you, Yvette.
Shout out
Jay,
Yvette for
sorry,
sure.
I don't mean to.
I love Yvette. I love Yvette. She's so beautiful. And a big, beautiful eyes.
Such a pimp, Martin.
Yep.
I love her. I've known her a long time. She was one of the first person in a flat Earth to come to me. You know, Geo Shifter.
Oh yeah, we
Yeah, one
go
of my
way
first-
back. It's been like 2 years since
Yeah, exactly.
me and Yvette and all everybody
We
were
hung
out
out
the
one
scene with you.
Christmas Day and a Boxing Day once a couple of years back. She was having a bottle. We had a really good time, but I was a dick. And she told me off.
So let's see. Oh, Jibby, I wanna bring something up while Jeremy's present.
I love that.
All right.
Jeremy, have you seen Jibby's newest work with his P900?
No.
And a little.
Okay, well he did a recording of Venus the other day.
Oh yeah,
And
I've done
I
it.
really am appreciating about Jibby's work is he's pointing out that the whole cymatic, like underwater thing that all the other flat earthers are pointing out,
Right.
trying to say that's what it looks like. Just like Mr. B, Jibby went ahead and showed the real truth of the matter and showed you had to manually focus it in order to get it to show up correctly.
Oh, good job. Kudos to
Good
you.
job, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I was trying to show people how to focus in better on Venus.
Yeah, I got exactly like that. Me from I got a wicked camera.
Right.
It does the same.
Yeah, you have to set it to manual, and it's going to look like that orb.
ISO still.
And then you got to turn the dial towards infinity, and then it shrinks Venus, and which is sharpening it manually.
Okay.
And now you have a contrast issue to deal with, where it's going to look like liquid plasma light, like this.
Wow.
And what you have to do is there's like a hack with the P900 where you shine a flashlight into the lens, and this auto adjusts the contrast, and then you lock it in, and that will keep that contrast level so you can see the crescent now. And it's not like this is like the brightest thing in the sky right now.
Oh yeah.
I always this
So
lately.
really
isn't
hard
it?
to
Yeah.
So why is it going so
and
high when it's the morning star?
Great job.
Well, no, we're on the evening star. Well, in America, it's been the evening star for about 4 months now, and it's going higher and higher and higher.
I see.
So it'll tick back.
Very high.
It'll tick back to our morning star probably by, I would say, September. So it's a cycle. It's on the ecliptic, and it's
Wow,
ticking back
can't
like a
believe
couple
you called
degrees
it
every night.
crescent.
But no, it's dude. I really appreciate
So
you
what
doing
we're
that.
seeing is distorted, and that's not reality. That's what it really looks like, a crescent. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like unfortunately, those videos that show like this what looks like a cymatic pattern in water, that is unfocused, and that's not what stars and planets look like.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Get it
this
right.
here. Like this. This is
Yeah,
not
take a look, Martin.
anything close to the shape
Fucking brilliant, mate.
until you do the contrast adjustment.
So,
And-
Confectious, do you think that's
Wow.
do you think that's wrong that they're blatantly lying to people, trying to make
No,
out?
no, no, no. Listen, it's Hanlon's razor. Never attribute to malice what can easily be explained by stupidity or a mistake or ignorance.
Well, no,
These
it's not
people,
stupidity, is
they
it?
get a
Because
camera.
They clearly say this is the way stars should look. That's what they're saying when they post the video.
Listen, that's because they get a camera, they point it up there, it autofocuses, they see that, and they're dumb, and they fucking think that's the way it looks. So they go out, make this video, and then a bunch of people run with it because people are dumb.
And it's
What are
not-
you
You guys
talking
need to get a
about,
lens.
Right.
You need to get a lens like this.
So we've agreed then, flat earthers are dumb. Thanks.
Well,
Confectious.
People are
Wow.
fucking dumb. People
You need to get a
are
lens
dumb.
like that.
Wow, well
Let
done.
me just present you, Ed. Do it again.
Let me
This same
see.
technique should be able
How
to be done.
impressive. What's that? Is that a
That's a
torch?
that's a
Flashlight.
1300 millimeter telephoto.
Wow.
Where? Let me see.
Oh, look at your guitars.
Holy shit, dude. That's nice.
Fucking
all
hell,
idiots.
man.
They're all
This is like a
idiots.
lightsaber.
Have you seen
Yeah,
the
it's like the
curve?
black saber.
Oh,
Have you seen the curve, Ed?
Thing's huge.
It's
It's
fucking brilliant, Ed.
for all agents. on
Let me
the
have a look at
team.
your guitars, then.
We've all got
Look at
them.
that. You've got good shit.
I got a
Ed.
bunch of them, man. I got like fucking 10 of
So
them.
we can do
Ah.
surveillance
You've
operation.
got good shit, Ed.
Guys.
I like your shit.
Ed can see Jibby's house with that lens.
It's a good match. You can see
Probably
across
could.
the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, I got some cameras. I got some fucking telescopes too, but I prefer
I'll
using
show you
this
my
lens for
camera.
my camera.
I got this stuff. It's fucking awesome, my camera. It's a Fuji Fine Pixel. It's nearly a P900. It's got
I
laser
got a-
magnification. I'm going to be honest. And,
I got a Samsung NX1. It shoots 4K, so that's really what I wanted to do.
I took a photograph of you all because it's not. This is a treat. Right. Yeah. One time. Yeah, it's got like an amazing zoom on it, and I can get like Venus right in, like you just said. So I'm going to try and work out my camera. It can be done on this. You want to see the zoom on this, guys?
Charlotte is going nuts in the chat.
Oh,
All
Charlotte.
right, let's talk about some artistic and intellectual endeavors.
She's sort of changing her attitude towards me lately. I'm quite pleased. I'm not getting nasty fucking shit about it, which I'm pleased about.
It's the internet, Martin. You're gonna get a grab bag. You know
Mate,
that.
I had death threats this morning. He's gonna come and kill me. So I'm got my fucking weapons ready. I'm on my boot. I'll be like fucking John Wick.
Now, could anybody help
with
me?
a ninja.
Can someone help me? I heard that someone went to Vinny's door.
Yeah, they
Three
took his
people.
computers, man.
Yeah. Three
What
people.
happened?
Mate, listen.
I think the camera's stuck on you, Ed, right now. I'm just letting you know. I can see it on the watch page.
Jibby, what happened?
Well, he got a visit from three people, not in uniform, who came and demanded all of his computers and accused him of doing not so nice things on the work computers.
Guys,
he told them no.
Yeah, but Jibby,
wait.
you have to admit that
Guys.
that doesn't make one bit of sense.
Hold on. I don't know the full story. Can I please hear it real quick?
Yeah, tell her.
Before you jump all over it. Jibby.
All right, so he had that visit, and he was accused of doing things on the internet on his work computers that they didn't like, and he told them to get off his property, or it's going to be $50,000 each. This, that, and the other. They said, "Okay, we'll be back tomorrow for them." His job apparently was informed of this, and then he was cut off all access to his company's computers.
What?
Almost like, yeah. So somebody, whoever it was or whatever it was, called his job, informed this other sister company to his, alerted them, and then he really says there's a lot that he can't say, but he
I
said the
know.
next morning he was just dealing with them over the phone.
Oh shit!
He didn't show up in person,
Listen
but
to this, Jibby, right? Do you know
I
a few
haven't
months
gotten
back,
the latest details yet.
I had a sub called Jan, right? And he sent me emails. We were just talking, and then he sends me an email. He said, "Matt," he said, "this morning, 4 guys not in uniform. I think they were police. Knocked my door, and they took my computers away." And I thought it was because he was in communique with me. And it's not the first time this has happened. There's a couple now. It's freaking me. Now, he came back, emailed me a couple of days later and said, "Oh, it's all okay. They took my computers thinking there was porn on there." And they brought him back and said, oh, they're okay, they're clean, and give him his computers back. And that freaked me out because he said that it was because he was emailing me because he's in no contact with any other flat earther and related it to flat earth. Freaked me fucking out. Now you're saying that about the same fucking thing.
Oh, yeah. That'll give them jurisdiction to take any one of our computers. Like if anybody gets in trouble for, say, a national thing like a terrorism or something like that, anybody who's been on a panel with them or anything like that, you're subject now to have your computers confiscated.
It's not me. It's people connected with me. I have people saying like things are happening when they're connected with me. It's fucking doing my head in, Jip. I'm scared a bit because of connection with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I actually had something happen when I was on a hangout a long time ago, like 7 months ago. That was extraordinarily sketchy. Where I think I don't want to get into it, but it gave me. Well, it gave me like a wake-up call, and I was like, wait a second, I need to be very careful who the fuck I am talking to out here, because
fuck, mate.
Well, yeah, and I mean, nothing happened or anything like that, but it was just one of those moments where I'm like, wait a second.
I get it.
You know, anybody can come up on here, they could play something, they could say something, they could do anything in order to get the rest of the people in trouble in some way.
Somebody said they would blackmail me, said they would put fucking child porn all over my Facebook live feed. But I had about 500 people in my fucking Facebook. I didn't know. There was only a few. So I dumped my Facebook and got rid of it. I opened a new account.
Yeah,
Scared me.
it's sketchy.
Saying he was
It's
going to do
sketchy,
that to
dude.
me. Imagine that. People started putting porn, normal porn, but like sucking dicks and stuff, and it's on my fucking live feed. On fucking my Facebook account. I got scared. I thought, Jesus Christ, imagine if I wake up and I put my fucking Facebook on and there's something like that on there they've done to me. Threatening me. I'm not shitting you guys. I had to get rid of the account. I had to explain to a couple of people who broke their heart crying, who are friends, because I dumped the account. Why did you do it?
Yeah,
Why didn't you warn us?
there's just a lot of sketchy people out here, you know. I mean, when we first opened up Free Chan, there was a couple times when we got horrifically porn bombed. I'm talking about some guy came on and showed like stump porn. I mean, it was like the most and like no, it was like throats getting
just bad porn.
No,
like
it was like
fisting.
it was like throats getting cut and stump porn, all this like sick shit, and we couldn't. Yeah, like we couldn't kick them off because we didn't have controls, and there was this blaring music with all of this like horrific stuff. And there was nothing we could do about it except to drop, and then I had to log into the moderator account in order to kick them out. So you know, like it's pretty sketchy out here. You got to admit. I mean, we're talking to like random people and shit. You know,
I deals with some crazy.
So you think flat Earth is that important to get people?
It is.
To send
It's
agents?
vital. I believe it with all my soul and all my heart. The people should wake up. If not to the flat Earth, to the global
let you
liars.
talk about it all day in open hangouts.
Yeah, all day long. And in the
So
spare
it can't be that dangerous thing, can it, Martin?
It is.
What are you
not
talking
a
about?
thing. It's a
If
wonderful
they didn't want it out there, why are they letting people having hangouts 24/7?
how are they going to stop them?
Mix.
Cut their internet off.
Power to
Okay,
people.
yeah,
We're
that's
not
how
in
the world works.
I'm
That's
having
how
a
the world
meeting
works,
2
Mark.
days time.
What do they usually go around to your house and ask
we
you
are
to
gonna
give them their
talk.
computers?
I don't know what it's like over there in Denmark.
Well,
Right.
is it in America? Do you think the FBI would knock on the door and say, "Excuse me, I know you've been watching child porn. Any chance you could give us the computers to prosecute you with?"
It could fucking
No way. The NSA can get in any fucking time they want. They
Yeah,
don't
dude, they have full control over what we do out
No, it's
here.
not. Obviously, it's not on there. They could fucking put it on there.
Wouldn't
But my
ask for
uncle
them,
got
would
set
they?
up
They'd
once.
take them.
That's his point.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know anything about it. I asked the
Don't be
question.
fucking stupid. What intelligence agency or
I
police or anyone
asked
knocks on
Jibby
the door,
what happened.
knocks on the door and asks for someone's fucking computer?
I don't fucking know, dude. I asked and I just heard what it was.
Services.
And when you say no, they can't have them. They say, "Oh, we're coming back tomorrow." Don't be fucking. That is
I have no idea what that means. What do you think he made it up or some shit? I don't know.
Never made it up.
I don't know.
Make
He
it up.
most certainly got in trouble for either ringing the people he was ringing using his company name in emails because he mentioned a company name. I'm not sure whether it's his.
I know what
company.
the company is.
Wait, when he was calling NASA?
No,
he was calling
yeah,
the
when he
ESA
rang
and NASA.
Yeah, when he rang the ESA, he said he worked for a company and he gave the name of a company.
Oh, that's
I know
not
the
smart,
company.
Vinny.
Showed
Come
us
on.
Google Earth the other day.
Okay, yeah, but it's not. I mean,
with the terror,
what's
with
the
the
point?
terror situation in Europe at the moment, I should think anything like that gets investigated.
Well,
whether
we're
it is
fucking
investigated by
Europeans.
police, I doubt it very much.
Okay, so what do you think it is then?
It was
'Cause I
most
don't know.
likely exaggerated because on live on air he said the police are surrounding my house. I've got to go with them.
Oh
and
shit!
Now he's saying that it's not the police. So how can he be confused?
Vinny.
Come up, Vinny Martin.
Right? Did he?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
he doesn't
gone
think
from,
it's
gone from
real.
my house is surrounded. The police are here. I've got to go.
So you don't think any of it's real? You think it's all made up?
He most likely got people from his work come round to see him because if he gave his work's name and company,
And he
he's
showed it
ringing
on
up, and
Google
he's ringing
Earth,
up
man.
agencies.
He had been showing some of his work. Actually.
I seen it on Google Earth. He
You
showed
know what
us
I mean?
all.
And some of what he works on is confidential in the
I
sense,
shouldn't have done it. I
you know,
thought it is.
components that are, you know, unique to certain companies and products, and he makes.
That's on him.
That's why his work's restricted his access to his work computers and things like that. That's not something. If the police had the investigation, they wouldn't be blocking you on the work's computers, would they? All it is exaggerated. As everything else in this fucking flat Earth, it's exaggerated for effect.
Flat Earth's not exaggerated. Leave my flat Earth alone, man. I love my flat Earth.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you got me thinking, then, brother. You got me thinking. Not sure, no. Ooh, you keep doing this to me, guys.
Yeah, I
don't know. Martin, I'm sure I could see a drone flying behind you in the window there.
There's a camera straight across the road, and it points this way, and there's a facial recognition
we already know
unit
that.
on my crossing. Well, you know, because he probably watches me.
Yeah.
Everyone knows everything about me. Even the trolls know everything about me, like Mick or any of them. It's fucking terrible, isn't it, the internet? Especially when you put your face out there and your real name and.
I mean, who really thinks that NASA's rung up fucking Morgile?
Oh no, that's unbelievable. That one. I mean, Cat. Come on, you don't believe that?
No, the first time I saw it,
Wouldn't
I
you
said,
be shaking
you can.
and scared, like when you're making that post? Ooh.
His bigger fish.
I said the first time I heard it, I immediately said, "Wait, can't you just like make? Isn't there software to allow for you to ghost calls and stuff, or like websites you can go to ghost calls?"
Yeah. You can mask a number. You can.
Yeah, no offense to Morgile, but
No, I get it.
He could have called fucking JPL or something to say, "Hey, can somebody give me a call back? I'd like to get some information from somebody."
there's a lot of, and that I'm not trying to say anything like terrible here. I mean, I'm just saying it's a. I don't take things at face value. Is my point.
My argument is if Morgile's going to get a call from NASA, why didn't they call him when he did his 6-hour fucking No Satellites in Space epic? It just happens to fall right before his book's released.
Yeah, apart from that, he could have just dialed the number into his phone and showed the screen on the phone. No one knows that was an incoming call.
But
remember, an outgoing call
as well.
He doesn't actually have a book. All he's got is 8 lines on a notepad, one of which mentioned NASA. So, you know, I don't really know why NASA are so upset with him about that. Considering entire documentaries that have gone out saying they fake stuff.
Hey guys, that thing we were talking about earlier, that link that I'm fucking posting in the chat here.
Not conspiracy theorists, boy. So.
What about it?
It's in the chat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Big L.
Oh, thanks.
Oh wait, he's out of the chat. Yeah, it's nice. I'll send him the link.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it just popped in.
That's going to be gone tomorrow, though. I'm not leaving that on my fucking public Dropbox because, yeah, obviously, I don't need to explain it.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
So cool.
But I mean, what would you put that down to, Kafexis, that Morgile thing? Would you take that down to him being completely dishonest, or would you put it down to him being
Well, what I put it down to is, listen, first of all, I don't take things at face value personally. I don't think anybody else should. Secondly, I don't immediately assume maliciousness. Now, from your side of the fence, you would like to assert that, but that's fine. I don't know what it is. Look, it is what it is.
I haven't asserted anything, Kafexis. All I'm trying to do is understand the mind of someone who can get a phone call about a book they're apparently writing and think that NASA's calling them. That's what I'm trying to understand. Whether it's a blatant lie to try and promote his book in some way, or whether someone's rung him as a joke, and he's and is that fucking?
Or what if it's true, Mark? What if that's true?
What if it's true, Mark?
What if it's true?
What would that mean?
Right.
What if it's true?
Now, what evidence have we got that NASA's wrong anyone that's ever?
Hey,
put
we got
anything out
that
about
caller ID box, buddy.
And Robert Bassano.
What, so if I put in a number of the FBI into my phone, then does that mean they've wronged me if I show you the screen?
No.
No, but that's you take him on his. You can take him on his word, or you don't. It's up to you, dude.
We've got that NASA wrong Morgile.
Oh, none, Mark. I don't know what to think now.
There's no other evidence.
Mark, what do you want me to say?
There's never been
I don't
any
care.
evidence of NASA ringing anyone else that's made
Right.
bad things.
It
about
would be
NASA.
good for selling the.
Well, yeah,
getting the book
LSC.
out, like.
LSC has a couple of videos up
No,
where
he
NASA
doesn't.
rang them.
LSC thinks he's fucking God, and you want to put him up for evidence?
Well, hold on a second. Given LSC's past, I'm pretty sure he's going to get calls from people. From
Right.
Yeah,
We're
I
at the
imagine
ball.
the FBI are fucking watching his every move.
Secret Service more than likely, but whatever. Whatever, though. I mean, he has legitimacy behind that claim. I don't care what anybody says.
That is a good point. Yeah.
Everyone, really.
But people say they've got all these NASA insiders that keep sending them emails. They never produce any evidence, just an email.
Wait,
Yeah,
who
I
said
get
that?
you.
Who's the last person who
LSC
said
says
that? Oh, well, that's LSC. We already gone over that.
Well, Jibby just said
No,
LSC.
he had a 45
I
minute video
love
or
the way
something.
you're not cynical, Mark. It really is funky.
Well,
He has at least two
I
conversations
go on the evidence that I have, not
I
wild
get
assertions
you where you're coming from,
and
brother.
conspiracy stories. That's why
Yeah, no,
mine.
you're quite good, Mark. I dig you. I know where you're coming from, brother.
I wouldn't say you dig me on live on air, mine, mate.
Yeah.
No, not live on there because I know she's Mark like Tigger. So.
Yeah, maybe you want to throw a few fucks and cunts into me while you're live on.
Yeah,
air.
you fucking rude
Yeah,
fucker. I'll have you later.
That's better.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor gets grimy.
I love it.
Yeah.
Shit. So cool, so cool. Let's have a look what's happening. Anybody released anything cool?
He has a lot of expensive CGI animation about the new 7 planets that they must have just got done in the past 2 days or so. That
I was
they
schooling
created, funded,
people.
paid for.
Gaga.
I
Developed the
was schooling
software.
people today. I was schooling people today on that shit. Somebody was so there's so many people. My whole Facebook feed was blown up with 7 fucking planets, and I'm like ripping everybody up. I'm like, do you know how they fucking find those things? I'm like, there's a satellite that looks at a star, and it's the
twinkle.
fucking star.
Yeah, but look at the
right?
minuteness of what they're saying.
Right, but look at it from the flip side. Look at it from the flip side. If there's a civilization looking at Earth, right? Not only does the Earth have to be in between our sun and their planet, right?
Yep.
But they have to observe it for an entire Earth year to see the second flicker.
Yep. It's so ridiculous.
It doesn't even visually go dim. They see it by computer numbers on the screen.
Yeah,
Like,
it's so hilarious.
Dimness.
So wait. So all of our lives, we've known twinkle, twinkle, little star. So we've known the stars twinkle. Now they point up some fucking like, I don't know, devices, and they're like, that twinkle means that there's a planet there. It's ridiculous.
Right? There was this normie guy I was talking to today, hardcore into fucking normie science, right? And he's like, well, you don't have any fucking credentials and blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, normie, how about this? You believe in Einstein's theories and gravitational lensing, right? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, so you believe in LIGO and their experiment? He's like, of course, why wouldn't I? I was like, so if there's rogue gravitational waves flying through the universe, how do you know that that's not the reason the stars twinkle? And that way, how do you fucking differentiate between a planet going around a star or a fucking gravity wave? And I don't fucking believe in either.
It's pseudoscience to the 10th degree. It is crazy, dude.
Hold on a minute. Before we, I mean,
hold on.
How are you able to make that conclusion? Ed?
You don't
That it's pseudoscience? We just explained it.
I mean, well,
critical thinking. Yes, thank you.
Well, not really, is it? What you're saying is, I don't think they can measure this. Well, you're
No, they
wrong.
can measure it. I just don't think it's probable what they're saying it is.
Based on what affixes?
Jem, do you think do you
Based
think
on
it's
critical
twinkle in a
thinking.
star?
That's
Do you
not
think a
critical
twinkle?
thinking, because in critical thinking you use evidence.
Explain stellar
But
nurseries.
you're ignoring the evidence.
Explain the.
How do you hold
Yes,
on? Hold on.
clearly.
How do you?
I know
how do
how
you-
nebula.
how
Yes,
do
you
you-
are clearly.
How
that's
is it
not
critical thinking? How is it critical thinking to see a twinkle in a star and say there's 7 Earth-like planets and we know the mass and chemical composition of the fucking light shift from the star?
Right. So what you're saying is then what scientists do is they point a telescope or a radio telescope at the sky and that detects twinkles.
No, they reckon that the body of the planet.
They have a sheet of paper at the end of it, and it says twinkle or no twinkle on it. And from that, they deduce the conclusions that you stated. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, is twinkle a technical term?
Well,
Hold on. Let's say flicker.
Yes.
Let's say flicker.
From this,
let's say flicker.
Deduce all of these other
all right,
things.
Jim. But like the argument that I made about
what? Let me rephrase it for you, Ed. Are astronomers able to make very accurate measurements using very sensitive equipment, which will lead them to a series of further conclusions? You know, when we say it like that, it sounds a little bit more reasonable.
So
you can only see so much.
Okay, so do you think it's reasonable to assert? Do you think it's reasonable to assert that they know the mass of these objects?
I don't know, because I don't know the methods.
Yeah, they do.
It's not just a twinkle of the star.
And I don't pretend to know. And
it's not just a twinkle of the star.
Maybe you should look at it more like we have.
What they show us is just numbers on a screen, and they measure the the illumination of the star.
Right, but numbers on a screen aren't irrelevant because you've just characterized them as just.
They claim to know the mass, Jeremy, of these objects.
They claim to know the chemical composition.
Yes, but do you know how they know that, Ed?
Yeah, from a spectrum. Oh, that must be.
All right. Let's use some critical thinking, guys. Guys, let's use some critical thinking.
Through spectroscopy, don't they?
Let's use some critical thinking real quick. Okay, so NASA recently came out and said that diamonds fall from the sky from Saturn, Neptune, and Jupiter, but they're gas giants and they don't have any ground. Where do they fall to?
Right. If you can get where it says that from.
I don't think I've ever
Actually,
heard that
I've seen some theories. They think Jupiter might have some sort of.
I think they said that. I think they said that about one of the moons where they reckoned it
was Neptune. It was Neptune and Uranus.
Comet Shoemaker Levy hit Jupiter. Well, that was CGI because it's not a gas. As it's gas giant, how can it hit it and strike it? It would go straight through.
So you think that astronomers all over the world all saw the same piece of CGI?
Yes.
How many of the gas giants have rings?
A teenager. Do you know Shoemaker was a kid in his fucking garage? Do you know that? Oh, Levy, sorry. He was a famous astronomer. And Levy was a 14-year-old boy in his garage.
Yeah. So what?
Can you believe that? Now, because he's apparently spotted this dot first. It's going to strike you.
Forward Stephen, the reason for the season.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Oh, Stephen, one love, my brother.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Christ, how are you,
brother? It's really good. I watched you the other night, and I said in my mind, say hiya to me, Steve. Say hiya. Because I was watching you live to see if you could pick up on it, because you're so tuned in. I think you almost did. In a way, indirectly. One love, Steve.
Ed, they're blood diamonds.
Yeah.
They're blood diamonds.
But what is the problem with that? I can't remember.
We can hear you, Lord.
So, Jim, if diamonds fall from the sky, right? Do they fall to the other side of the
it
gas?
says they form.
I don't think it was on Jupiter, was it?
No, it's Jupiter and
Uranus
Saturn.
and Neptune
Jupiter
and other ones.
Saturn, and it says they form oceans.
Exactly.
Right.
You could apparently put Saturn on the top of a glass of water. It's so light.
It's just when you ask a question like that, Ed, it seems to me intellectually dishonest because
no. Intellectual dishonesty. Hold on. Intellectual dishonesty is saying that there is no land for fucking 100 years, right? And no land on these planets, and then all of a sudden, solid, super hard carbon, compressed carbon is compressing in the atmosphere and falling perpetually to the other side of the gas planet because there is no ground.
Catching.
So what you're saying is that we should have all knowledge that there could be of any phenomena in the universe.
Yes, bullshit.
We should start with that.
Look,
and if you don't have full knowledge of something,
who says there's
Martin, for fuck's sake, stop talking over me. If we don't have full knowledge of something and our knowledge of it improves over time, then everything we know about it we should disregard.
No, I agree with what you're saying. But here's the problem with modern science: is everybody hails modern science as being, oh, if it's wrong, we'll correct it. But nobody does. They hold on to old dogmatic beliefs and they tell you new things like light can't escape a fucking black hole, but
you're just describing a
ejecting out of it.
situation where science changed, and just given that example.
No,
is an
it's
example of science
spectroscopy.
changing.
It's inferred by spectroscopy is all it is. That's it.
Well, it's not hard evidence. It doesn't even follow the scientific method. It's a theory or a hypothesis at best.
Thank you. Not even a hypothesis, the theory. Sorry, dude, it's inferred.
Look, I'm not dishonest enough to argue this point any further. You guys obviously are dishonest enough, and you want to pretend.
No, we're
educated
enough.
You want to pretend that you know enough about how we know about.
But
Yes,
Jim,
because
you're the
we
only one
research.
claiming that you know. You're the only one claiming that you know.
About it, you know that it cannot be known, and you're just being dishonest. You just lying.
No, your religion's been challenged and you're offended.
Jen, I love cosmology and I'm massive on it. I don't think it's real.
Jeremy, we research this shit constantly. I know Ed does for sure.
you
Him
are
and I
not
talk
a
about this stuff privately.
Okay. Tell me precisely what measurements methods they use, and what is the name of the piece of equipment they use to
spectrometry. Yeah, it's spectrometry. Is what they use.
No, I want to know the name of the specific piece of equipment because you've studied it in detail and you know that it.
I'm telling you the method.
Science is false.
All you have to do is Google what that word means.
No. The point is now what we're establishing now is whether you know about it or whether you don't know.
I just told you what it is.
No, you've given me a general name of a general field.
So I have to go find the mechanical, like the actual piece of equipment that was used to measure Neptune. Is that what you're saying?
I want to know the exact name of the piece of equipment. And stop stalling.
Yeah, let me get the amperage. I'm not gonna fucking Google it either. I don't give a shit.
I'm not gonna.
You don't know it, Texas.
No, but I know what it is, and I know that they use it like that.
You can't sit there and say they only know this from spectroscopy. You can't sit there and say they only.
Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Are you gonna let me fucking finish the sentence? You can't sit there and say they only know this from spectroscopy when you do not know the piece of equipment that was used. You don't know. All you know is what you've read in an article about it. You haven't read the papers are on it. You haven't read where the data came from. You don't know anything about it. Don't sit there and pretend that you know better and you know that they're just making these assumptions from spectroscopy.
Lord Stephen Christ, do you think spectroscopy is an effective way to find out the atmosphere of Neptune?
You're still pretending. You're still doing it, Texas.
No, that's what they use. They use spectrographs.
That you know how these conclusions
measure the Doppler.
until you can actually point me to the piece of paper that shows how these conclusions were drawn.
No, I don't.
You don't think so either? Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're in consensus there.
Hey, Stephen, do you think you're Jesus Christ reincarnated?
Well, thank you for your informed opinions.
I know. Stephen and Christopher.
They're very useful contribution to the debate.
Obviously.
Do you, P-Mars?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Are you Jewish, Stephen?
I was hoping you were going to say you did because I was going to agree with you.
I'm the only flat earther that do. Don't I, Steve? I'm the only flat earther that goes on Stephen Christ shows.
Why would he have us on his show?
Well,
I've been on his show.
I've been on Steve's show.
I've been on his show once.
We hung out for about a couple of hours. It was fucking awesome. And his missus was fucking really nice. Wasn't Lee in it? Steve, Lee Prada. So safe. They all made me really welcome. And a good night.
Why don't you think I'm the reincarnated Christ, P-Mars?
No, I think you are.
You would think I am.
I was just wondering if you.
Well, you could well.
It's quite likely, actually.
I've actually thought it as well because he has got some power.
Well, I don't know if you know this, LSC, but a lot of people are going around calling me Conthexis because they think I'm a secret concaver because I know a good amount about it and I own that book and I think people have heard me talk about it. And I'm nice to you. Apparently, being nice to you was enough for them.
Convexus would be the opposite of concave.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, convexus, because my name's Cathexis, you know. But yeah, I've been called convexus too, which is pretty funny.
You get it. So cool. Fucking you guys, man. Right. Just
Yeah, you're on the troll chat tonight, dude. We get down.
How are you feeling? How are you doing, Steve? You are okay, mister?
I'm doing good.
Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. I've been watching you the last few weeks. Really good stuff, actually. You had a good talk the other night. I was quite relaxed, and I was listening to you in town. Really, really relaxed. You were very nice about us. You talk about the flat earthers, obviously, but yeah, you were very civil.
Wait, this is the Lord Stephen Christ?
You've never met him?
No, never ever.
Stephen's a smart guy, man.
Very.
Yeah, I enjoy talking with him.
Well, this is knowledgeable. So I'm going to sit back and try to feel the ambiance.
It's hard to find people around with financial intelligence.
Yeah, Uncle, don't be too friendly. You'll be on an FBI watch list.
So how do you feel about
Oh, okay. Well, I love the name Lord and Christ in the same one. It's pretty benevolent.
It's redundant.
Oh, everyone knows it.
Slightly facetious. Clever.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. A lot of people get offended by it. I'm not sure why.
You've got quite a presence. I like
that's because you resist me, and you should not resist.
I like to. I actually
Jimmy
right through my house. Yeah. It was so cool. It was really weird. It was so cool.
Carl, Stephen, you do know why people get angry when you say that. Why do you
I don't. Don't bother me one
People have told you 1,000 times.
Are you playing my Darth Vader piece?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes. This is where I killed everybody while they were trying to steal them.
And they got different faces on.
Oh, that's going to be to the FEMA camps for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, FEMA camps.
Well, he's already put me on the list back in 2000.
Well, LSC, is there Wi-Fi in the FEMA camps? I mean, if there is, then I'm cool.
No, there's boxes. You're going to be dead in.
And why does everybody assume that the dark side is the strongest?
It's strong for quick boosts. It's like a turbo boost. You can't hold it down for too long.
My life, man. Steve, look, you're on the internet. Yeah, you're very famous. You're on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Stephen Lord Christ.
That's
it was good, actually, that guy. Yeah, I seen it.
Some dude testimony. I saw that just today.
Yeah, I seen it. It was fucking good, Steve.
It's Vidos.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm posting an article. Yeah. I'm posting an article about diamonds, and I'm going to quote this real quick. Baines and Delitsky considered the data for pure carbon instead of carbon, hydrogen, helium mixture, she explained. We cannot exclude the proposed scenario, parenthesis, diamond rain on Saturn or Jupiter, but we simply have no data on mixture in planets, so we do not know if diamond formation occurs at all.
And that's called abject speculation. Because there's no scientific evidence of this, and it's really just speculation.
I tell you what, do you know the micrometeorite Steve talks about? I've got a book full of them up there.
It isn't just speculation anyway, because...
But Jen, what's the experiment? Jeremy, what's the experiment that they are able to validate this scientifically with?
Hold on.
Yeah, Ed, why is it you believe that? Why is it you believe that bit of science, Ed, but you won't believe the bit that says they found 7 planets?
Where are you from, Mark?
Right. This is what I got. This is from the Daily Telegraph, okay? And it says the headline is "Diamonds may fall as rain and formations on Saturn and Jupiter." And this talks about astrophysicists calculated the conditions on the 2 biggest planets of the solar system are enough to produce stable oceans made from diamonds. They claim that powerful lightning storms in the planet's atmosphere cause particles of carbon to form.
Actually, that makes sense.
Which then drift down through the gas. As the carbon falls, it is crushed by the enormous pressures that exist on the 2 planets, causing them to force dense chunks of diamond. Hang on.
Sounds like an awesome sci-fi novel.
The scientists say the diamond will eventually melt to form liquid diamond, which may then form a stable ocean layer. Dr. Kevin Baines from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, who conducted the work along with Dr. Mona Delitsky from California, Specialty Engineering, said, at the boundaries, locations of sharp increase in density on Jupiter and Saturn, there may be diamond rain or diamond ocean sitting as a layer.
Good God.
They use new data from experiments on how diamond changes state.
What experiment?
Fucking big, man.
Let him go. Let him finish. Let him finish.
They use new data from experiments on how diamond changes state at extremely high pressures and temperatures. They calculated the altitude on each planet at which diamond reaches its melting point.
It's stiffy for diamonds.
So, you know, it isn't just a case of spectroscopy. There's stuff here about.
Well, that's the beginning of it, is what I meant.
But there's stuff here where they've measured. They've obviously, you know, they've done an Earthbound experiment that supports the hypothesis or part of the hypothesis. They've measured temperatures. They've done calculations based on, you know, the gravity and the density and this sort of thing.
Well, how do they know the gravity and density of the atmosphere there?
Right. Well, you know, we can continue to pull this apart, but I think my point is made that this isn't just something that is a result of one. Well, originally this started out as a twinkle. We know this
also,
because
you got to
something
consider.
twinkles.
You got to consider if Saturn is only like 1,000 feet wide, that would make the diamonds like really, really like microscopic.
Yes.
Can I like?
It could be like tektites.
You know what I take from this, from my viewpoint, Christianity is a religion that worships the sun, moon, Jupiter, and Saturn. Jupiter and Saturn are very special to these occult people. And diamond is demon, and rain can be REIGN. When they say diamond reigns on Jupiter and Saturn, they're talking about demons. That's where the demons reign.
Do you have options here?
Maybe it's because the diamond's base crystal habit is octahedral too. Maybe they're like actually like indirectly.
There's glass in the sky, guys.
I love it. We got 3 models. We got 3 different models.
Don't do the place. Sorry, Steve. What is 30? Who's listening now?
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you sound like a flat earther.
Come on, Steve. You was good the other night. You was rocking and rolling on that show. You was on. Remember? You were good. You were good. You done well.
Don't you guys think that? I mean, obviously, I'm not a flat earther, but the mainstream heliocentrism is feeling threatened by
big time.
And so they have Neil deGrasse Tyson and Joe Rogan, and they also
talk
have
about a clown show, Steve.
What
ridiculous! What a
Steve
shit
on
show!
Joe Rogan. I would like to see Steve on Joe Rogan.
I would too.
It's funny how you guys are upset when facts are inflicted on you in that way.
What facts were instituted there?
You don't like it, do you?
What are you talking about? My point still stands. It's abject speculation by a couple guys with PhDs who think that because they assert it, then all of a sudden it has to be true. Fuck that.
Yeah,
sorry,
but I just explained how what you claim is just asserted.
It's
actually reasoned.
Oh my god. It is reasoned, yes, and there are people who get grants in order to do this type of research. Astrophysics might as well be fucking sci-fi writing.
Why do you guys hate Tyson
nonsense?
and people like that so much? Why do you guys hate?
Because he's a lying actor who's not good at what he does. I could do better than him.
So have you been to university, Cathexis?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
no,
I
education
have.
sucks.
Long
You got a
time ago.
PhD, Cathexis.
I haven't
Didn't go that far.
You don't need a PhD.
Would you agree then that PhD, if you do something like that, it takes a lot of hard work?
I got the best education.
Come on, Mark.
ever had.
Surely you would agree Cathexis is a better lying actor than.
Oh, fuck off, Jeremy. That's disrespectful.
I'm a brilliant actor.
Oh, well, so it's okay for you to call people lying actors, but when someone calls you, it's disrespectful.
Well, it is, and it is disrespectful. I'm being disrespectful towards that cunt. Yes, I am.
Right. So
He's
you
not
shit on all his
smart.
hard work. Why? Just because you don't like what he's saying?
No, because he's lying and he fucking knows it.
Why is he lying?
He's an actor.
Prove one lie that you
Can I
told
play?
them, please.
He's sitting there going on and on about this fantastical world of space, and I think at the level that he's at, he knows damn well that it isn't what they're saying it is.
It is. It's fucking bullshit.
Right,
There's
so
so
you've got
many
no
fucking
evidence of any
paintings.
lying.
I have good
What
reasons.
he's saying, so
Go on,
it's a
explain
lie.
stellar nurseries. Why are they just fucking making stellar? Why is it just producing stars in the Orion Nebula, that small spludge you see in the Orion Nebula, and it's apparently a stellar nursery? That means it's making stars and spitting them out, apparently, by the million. So this one little tiny space of sky is a stellar nursery. Why? aren't the
It's not
stars.
actually tiny, Martin. I think you'll find it's quite.
Mark, this is you believe in such a fantastical science fiction story.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I've been
understand
out
how
to
you don't
pictures,
see
though,
it.
Cathexis. So
Oh,
you tell
there-
me what are
it's
all the
real
colours
then.
in the star? What are all the colours that I see in the sky? Then I've took pictures of
Stars.
Pretty lights.
I'm not on about stars. I'm on about clouds of gas.
Nice, yeah, they're
Oh yeah, the
beautiful.
nebulosity.
So
No, the nebulosity.
what is
I
that
see
then?
them.
There are
Magellanic clouds,
galaxies, and they're
nebulosity, they're there.
beautiful.
I'm
Like
about
whatever,
galaxies, and I'm on about
things happen in
No,
the
he's on
sky.
about.
I'm on about
He's on
nebula.
about nebulosity,
Cathexis.
the
I'm on about
clouds.
nebula. Gas.
What about them?
I've seen it,
So
mate. It is, it's
so
there,
what
it's
is
there.
all that then?
That's gas.
What is all that?
So it must
Do
be
you
real
know
then.
what it is?
If you're saying it's gas,
It
then
could be
it's real.
electromagnetic disturbance.
Those colors,
It could
those
be,
colors
think-
are there in the visible
gas.
spectrum.
I think it's
They add
electronic.
those in.
I think it's
Say that again,
electromagnetic
Jimmy.
universe.
And me,
Them
Cathexis.
gases
Exactly.
aren't available in the visible spectrum. Yes, they are.
The colors,
I
those
think- I
brilliant
think-
colors they show us from Hubble, those are all
No,
emitted,
no.
added
No,
in.
no, he's
They
talking
say
about
that those
something
are
else.
the
He's
colors
talking
of
about
gas.
his
We
own.
agree.
Colours
Flat
myself.
earthers
I've took
think
loads
alike.
of images of it.
fucking love it.
Jibby, he's talking about the ones that he can get within his telescope. Okay, what you want to know what those are? You're asking me what those are.
You said space
you
isn't
said it's
real. So
gravity.
what is it then?
Not in the
come
way
those
that you
gases
think it
rings
is.
still
Have you
get
ever
sucked
looked?
in then?
So
Martin.
what is it then? When I'm looking and I can see a little tiny star, which I'm told is a dwarf star, and there's a
Yeah.
cloud of oxygen gas around there,
Yeah.
and oxygen glows blue.
Yes.
So you see a blue ring around an old star, which I'm told and which I believe that has blown up, and
That's
that's
what
the
they tell you.
gas that's left over.
Well, it wouldn't
from
be blown up
explosion.
because that would be called a supernovae. And a supernovae, they say, happens in our local solar system. Would be fucking having it from the gamma ray burst. So it's a.
Well, who said,
if it is a
who said anything
spent
about it being in our local?
supernovae.
Who
Well,
said
that's what
anything
they
about
say.
it being in our? No, I didn't say that. You said that.
No, that's why we create that event.
Yeah, but
a
I didn't say it was
supernovae.
in our local solar system.
Well, it
You
must be
said
a
that.
very old supernovae. These supernovae that happen like.
Yeah, but it's
every
not in
few
our local
1,000 years.
galaxy, is it? I didn't say it was. You said that, Martin.
Listen, cosmology is distorted. I understand cosmology probably better than
Oh,
most
so now
of
we've
them.
gone from space is fake. You can't.
No, I
fucking
love
dismiss
space.
what
I
I've just
study
said,
Space is being
and now-
misrepresented to you, is what our point is.
So I'm asking you what it is then. What is it I see that I can
Have
see?
you been up there?
Like the Messiah. The Messiah. There's
I
over
haven't been
100
up there.
I don't know.
There's over
I
100.
don't know.
Hold on.
There's
Have you
over
ever looked
100
into?
Messiah. There's no, hold up. There's over 100.
It's plasma. How about that? It's plasma, Mark.
Plasma. There you are.
Well, you
I
just
would
said it was
practice.
fake though.
Don't know
No,
why
I
it is,
didn't. I said they're
brother.
misrepresenting
No, you said
space
space.
to
You
you.
said space as we know it is fake.
Yes,
So-
as we know it,
as
they're
we know it.
So
misrepresenting
when I look
it
up
to
in the
us.
sky and I see blue gas and I see
It's 'cause of
galaxies,
Where
I
is
see
it?
like-
Okay.
I
Listen.
understand that,
Okay, everybody just keeps on fucking talking over each other. Whatever. I don't give a shit.
What about the M51 galaxy? That's got a major galaxy with a smaller galaxy
God.
next to it. You can see
The first one
interaction
Google
between.
gives you.
You're just going to carry on talking, Martin, yeah?
Well, it's true. Go on, sorry.
So
Well,
what's
which
that?
one
What's that then,
actually-
Cathexis?
Ourselves, not
So what
NASA.
can I see? What can I see when I see that a galaxy interacting with a smaller galaxy?
You've seen this yourself?
Yes, I've got pictures of it.
That, but are these from your telescope?
Yes, from my telescope, from my 6-inch telescope. Yes.
Can we see that, man?
Everyone can see these things.
Okay.
They're
Yes.
out in the night sky.
People can.
I would
What
like
I
to
think
see
they are.
civilian
Okay.
photographs
So,
of such
so
things.
well,
yes.
like my
Done.
icon, that's Andromeda.
Wow.
That's Andromeda, and the light on the
Oh,
top.
I know where to find
Yeah,
that.
Andromeda, yeah.
That's,
it's a
that's
smudge.
Andromeda, and that little light on top above Andromeda. That's
Isn't
what-
that by the
Oh, for
Big
fuck's
Dipper?
sake.
I'm only asking, Mac, where it is. Is that by the Big Dipper?
Can I finally answer the question he directed towards me?
Go ahead.
I think they're misrepresenting space. And I think that if you look at alternative ideas, like let's say even the electromagnetic universe theory, which says that what we're seeing, the colors that we're seeing are magnetic resonance issues. That's what red shift and blue shift is. And that's why we see this color so much. And most of this is plasma. And it's just being misrepresented to us.
But
So
that's
I think that
pseudoscience,
considering,
Cathexis.
no, you could assert that, but you
No,
believe in
what do you mean?
pseudoscience.
What are you on about? I can assert
Yeah,
it.
the
You show me
electromagnetic
one paper.
universe
You
theory.
show me
Hold
one
on, I will.
paper. Show me one scientific
If you
paper
look at
that
the
says what
work
I'm
that
seeing
the
in the sky
hold on,
is
can you let me
electromagnetic.
finish? Let me finish. The electromagnetic universe theory guys who are doing this, these are PhDs. These guys are well certified to do it. They are doing experiments here on Earth. Replicate Martin, please. They're doing experiments here on Earth, where they are replicating what they are seeing in the sky through magnetic and heat attributes through experiment, okay? You call it pseudoscience all you want, but what pseudoscience is being able to say something is one way when you can't do a fucking experiment about it. You believe in pseudoscience.
Who are the people who are doing these experiments?
Oh my god! Every time I come in here, I got to do everybody else's fucking research. I'm not doing it.
So you expect to make assertions with no evidence?
You said this is real.
Here, I'll bring it. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you guys.
I got it. I'll give it to you now. I got it. I'm bringing it up to you. I'll put it in the chat. You know, I got it. Have a look at this Thunderbolts project to blow your fucking mind.
I think I could make $1 million if I just made a Google plugin like that game where you only talk if you have the ball.
Right?
Right. I'll put it in the chat, okay, guys?
Is this what we're talking about, Cathexis? Thunderbolt.
What that Martin's giving you? Yes, that's that. But there are more than just the people who are associated with this. There are several others. But these guys are PhDs doing real science on the ground and showing that they can reproduce the things that we see in the sky through experiment, through electromagnetic experiment.
I've read about this before.
Oh, you're gonna call it pseudoscience?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. You're the one. What did I just say? This is the stuff that can be validated through experiment. What you believe cannot. That is a just so story you are asserting to be true. That is the pseudoscience. This is why
can you
it
show
hurts
me
your
where
belief.
they've reconstructed a galaxy then, please?
Can you
show me
just
where they've
go-
reconstructed a galaxy, please?
I'm talking about effects that we see in the sky, not
Well, you just said
necessarily
that
a
they
galaxy.
recreated it on Earth.
Not
can you
everything.
show me
They even
where
do that
they
with
recreated a
cinematics.
galaxy?
Let me ask Mark a question real quick. Mark, you keep bringing up galaxies, right? How do you know that what you claim to be a galaxy isn't a part of what we are a part of? How do you know that's an individual thing? Like, how does anybody even know that we're a part of a galaxy?
Because it's not just one. There are thousands and thousands of these things. You can see them
So?
over time.
There's spirals in the sky, Mark. So
no,
what?
they're not just spirals. If you watch them over a certain amount of time, you can see changes. You can see changes in gas in the sky, changing all different colours where it's interacting with its surrounding areas.
I understand that.
You can see stars. You can see stars
And my question
behind
is,
this.
my question is that falls in the same fallacy that everything we see in the sky, it must be true for us. So if we see galaxies in the sky that we deem as galaxies, how does that even prove that we are in a galaxy? How does that not? What is the differentiating? What's the differentiating information that says what we're seeing isn't a part of what we're a part of?
Because of the distances involved, I think.
How do you know the distances? How have
There's
you
loads of
verified
different
them?
ways. There's a scale that they use. For stars that are close, they use parallax, and it goes all the
I gotta
way
hurry
up.
up and get this video made.
They use the brightness. Brightness is another one of them. Loads of different ways.
Okay, great.
That's nice.
They use stars that they know the certain brightness of the star, and they can work out from that how far away it is.
It's electrified. Look, the stuff that we're looking at, those colors that you're seeing out there in this project here, they're saying that it's electrified plasma, and they're able to do this within an experimental construct to duplicate what we're seeing with those colors and shapes and
Does it have
whatnot.
a glass? Does it have a glass encasement?
Yes.
They're proving that there's glass in the sky, guys. That's essentially what's happening.
There is. Definitely is.
I'm just reading about the electric universe. It says here, the International Science Foundation, a front group of EU supporters.
Are you on Rational Wiki?
Who falsely claim to neither support or oppose the electric universe.
Well, let him talk.
Says they provided $2.2 million US dollars to fund a laboratory experiment to test the EU claims regarding the nature of the sun. There is no independent analysis of their work and no publications about Sapphire Foundation on Google Scholar. The Sapphire project is housed in Ontario and is documented in videos from the EU 2016 conference. They say their intent is to compare the results of this experiment to the results of NASA's Solar Probe mission and thereby demonstrate whether EU solar model has any grounding in reality.
Okay,
So it
you're on
doesn't
this
sound like it's very solid science.
You're on
yes,
Rational
I am
Wiki.
on Rational Wiki.
How did I know that? That is so weird. Isn't that weird, guys?
Because you obviously looked it up to see what rebuttals you're going to get.
No, I don't. I just know where you're at, dude.
And you think a good rebuttal to those rebuttals is just to dismiss it because it's on Rational Wiki and therefore
No, I think
therefore
that
it can be
I
disregarded.
think that you go there first shows your level of research.
I just went to let's see. It's the third result in Google.
Yes. So you go straight to that instead of look at what they say, then look at what is the alternative idea.
The second result was YouTube, which is no good for me while I'm in a hangout. And the first result was from them, where they're going to say the crap that you just said. So,
why don't you look at what they say first before you try to dismiss it by going to Rational Wiki?
Well,
now you're not going to be curious to look into it. You see what you've done to yourself.
No, because I don't need to. I wasn't.
You don't need to.
I wasn't looking into the electric universe. I was looking into whether your claim about their science being sound was true.
I followed
and
it
that claim was not true, was it?
Okay, fine. Go ahead. I'm just saying that there are alternative ways to explain our cosmology, and you guys are trapped in pseudoscience.
You complained that you were having to do my homework to support your claim. I've gone and looked, and I cannot find what supports your claim. So if you've got something that does, please present.
If you go to their website, you'll see the people who are associated with it. You'll see the experiments that they're conducting instead of just reading one paragraph from Rational Wiki. Okay. If you're already looking, then you might as well bookmark it for a later time. I ain't got time to sit here and go through this. I'm just saying that there is alternative
claims, which aren't
no,
true.
I made my claim just fine.
Yeah, but you aren't able to support it with
I am supporting it, but you can choose to look at it or not. I think there's glass in the sky, though. I think LSC might be right.
I got a book full of things that have fallen from the sky up by there. Man, there's thousands of encounters of these things falling from the sky all over Russia, everywhere. Very interesting.
I mean, I'm on their website. I mean, straight away, there's plenty of opportunities for me to buy books, DVDs, and
Red flag.
I'll say this about LSC's model. Those mega cryomedia fucking argument. That's hard to fucking ignore if things burn up in the atmosphere. I'll say that. That's as far as I'll go with that.
Interesting, eh?
Yeah, one just fell in England last week, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a story to that you can link?
I haven't.
Fell through somebody's roof, I think.
Is there any proof to curvature in the sky?
I thought of him when I seen it.
What fell in England, Stephen?
Yeah, I fell in England.
A mega cryometeor, apparently.
Oh,
yeah, I think
a chunk of the dome. Mark.
Oh, okay.
It's coming apart now. It's falling down.
I don't get down on the dome with the glass thing, but I've looked into the mega cryomedia claims, and they're pretty fucking interesting. I'll say that.
The star trails on the equator prove curve, in my opinion.
They prove a celestial sphere in some shape.
Is the curve you're
Heaven
seeing,
is-
or
heaven
are
is
you
spherical.
railroad tracks going from east towards you, and then from you towards west, where they converge, like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays? It looks like a flat sky. I'm saying.
Whoa.
Flat.
Wow, I didn't even see this one. There was another one. Huge chunk of ice falls off. Oh, that was off a roof. Never mind. Okay. But,
yeah, it killed a woman. It did, Steve, in the centre of Wolverhampton. Fucking landed on her.
No,
She's only
this one,
27.
ice block drops from sky, crashes through
Oh.
roof. This is the one I was talking about, February 16th.
That could also be a lot of chunk of condensation that falls off a plane too. No. Because
Yeah,
ice-
when they
Yeah, but the
they
problem
always
is
say
that
that.
they've been falling ever
the
way
soil.
before airplanes were ever invented. They've been falling down from the
All
sky.
right, if it's before the time of plane.
It's Stephen, you claimed before that
You know,
they've fallen and killed a few people in England before, but I asked you to provide the evidence, but you couldn't.
Is this why fish fall from the sky because of the waters above?
I thought
Bro,
that.
do
I
you
thought-
think
I think
do
so.
crabs think that?
I'd like to
that
know
is
how
weird.
sea plankton make it to the ISS.
That is weird. Where these fish?
On the
I mean,
window.
how are these fish falling? I mean, it's not like a tornado. I guess the physics involved with a tornado doesn't.
Did you
Can't
guys
lift
hear?
them off
I mean,
of like a lake or anything like that. So it is pretty weird that these fish are like falling I don't know where they're coming from. Like, possible.
That reminds me of something. I gotta look it up. I'm gonna find an article that I want to share with you guys. Hold on, I'll find it.
Cool.
And this is by me.
You guys didn't like my demon theory?
Oh, that's shopped. Never mind.
That's a Russian vid stretch there, you know.
Oh, I also missed another Megacry meteor fall in Georgia. That was earlier this month. So there was 2 this month.
Wow.
The Grayson family said it was a wonder no one was hurt or worse when a big piece of ice fell from the sky Tuesday morning. The big chunk of frozen water fell around 7:45 a.m., leaving a big hole in the roof of the Grayson home of the Wicketer family. What do you think? What is going on here?
Is it
I don't know,
wait? Is
Stephen,
it
but what about the
glass
one
or
that-
is it ice?
Always looking for one in England.
says
not in
it's
America.
ice.
Wow, that's
So ice is gonna fall.
No, my theory is that there is a sheet or a mantle of frozen of ice that's adhered to the glass sky, and so every once in a while, a piece jars loose and it falls down to the ground.
Do you think that's what the meteorites are that we see like over Russia and some of these other ones that we've seen over
I
the years?
think Tunguska. Well, I'm not sure about the
Tunguska. Oh no, I mean like the one we catch on like the drive cams recently
that one,
and stuff like that.
Yeah, that one definitely had to skid across the glass to melt through, but that's not a Megacry meteor. That would be just like
You think the Tunguska?
Well, how's it keep its acceleration then, Stephen?
What, Marcus? What did you
Well,
say?
how does it keep its acceleration? Because when it enters the Earth's atmosphere, it's traveling at a huge rate of knots.
Well,
so
you-
if it's hit a glass ceiling, how is it still going fast enough to burn up?
Oh,
if you're going, you're going like what? About at least 15,000 miles per hour.
Yes, but how has it done that if it's hit a glass ceiling? Stephen?
It doesn't hit it head on. It hits it on a very
Ricochet?
acute angle.
Well, it has to
Wait,
cut
wait,
through.
wait, where is
doesn't
it coming
glides
from?
on.
So it has to cut through the ceiling, doesn't
Wait,
it?
wait,
Yeah,
wait, hold
Otherwise
on.
it-
it's how we get meteor showers. It's
So,
it's
no,
so
wait,
if
wait,
it
wait,
cuts
wait,
through,
Steve.
then it'd lose all its energy, wouldn't it, Stephen?
So there's a difference between a meteor, the glass, and the ice, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying
Where
there's,
did
there's ice and glass attached, or there's
What
ice
about the
attached to it.
rocks? They claim that meteorites are rocks.
Yeah, there's debris above the glass in inner space.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so like in a lot of these iron meteorites, they have octahedral patterns in them. They call it a Widmann-Stoughton pattern.
So how does it keep its energy once it's hit a glass ceiling?
It loses energy, Mark. It
So
starts
how's
to-
it still
starts to slow
traveling?
down.
How's it still traveling fast enough to burn up?
Ceiling.
Oh, come on. If you're gonna go 15
Well,
miles,
how
15,000
high is
miles
the
per
glass
hour.
ceiling then, Stephen?
How high?
Yeah.
It's about 100 kilometers high.
So from 100 kilometers down to the Earth, they can gain enough speed to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere.
It's burning up as it skids through the sky. That's why meteorites have
Yeah, but
fusion
it hits the glass ceiling, Stephen. You said there's a glass ceiling it has to
Yeah.
cut through.
Yeah, that's why
So
they
it
get-
would
that's
lose
why
its
they get fusion
energy.
crust. Yeah, that's
And
why they
who
get
fills
fusion
the hole back up after it's gone through?
That's why they get fusion crust on meteorites.
Surely we would
Right.
expect, wouldn't we expect to see it
And why does the
streaking
hole have to
through the
get-
sky?
why does the hole have to get
explosion, and then it's streaking
Anyone listening to
through the
that can tell it's utter drivel.
Oh, why?
got
Well, then where are they
better-
coming from?
Listen, guys,
We got a better explanation where the Megacry meteors are coming from.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah,
mate.
it's
I got
probably
a
a big
bounce now.
hailstone.
Yeah, I got to go, mate.
Yes, from outer space, Stephen.
Hey, Martin, it was good talking with you, brother.
Really
Yeah.
good,
Good
Catman. You was
Thanks for
awesome. Jibby,
Thanks, dude.
Stephen, Mac. God bless you, P. Mash too. And
See you later,
thanks for
Martin.
the invite. Yeah,
It's
I've
not
loved
what
tonight. Thanks,
astronomers think.
Take it easy.
Because
Bye, brother.
theoretically, if it's coming
Catch
from
you on
what you
Facebook.
say is outer space, I mean,
God bless you.
they say they would be able to detect it long before it just hit them by surprise. They would say that it had to be like 1,000,000 times as big by the time it enters the so-called Earth's atmosphere and begins to melt and diminish in size. So that's ruled out. They can't say it's coming from outer
Well, it
space.
melts. What they say that the rock melts, do they?
Well, it's ice. We're not talking about rocks. We're talking about ice.
Oh, so talking about ice now.
Megacry meteors are ice, yeah.
So, see, but they still wouldn't have enough speed. You said they was coming from outside of the glass dome.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Is the speed of these things? Where are they getting it from?
The speed? No, the speed is not. The Megacry meteors are not. They don't have acceleration. They're attached to the glass sky
So why call them meteorites then?
Crazy.
because they're falling down from the sky.
Science has no idea how this happens.
Is that your definition, or is that science definition, Steve?
Dude, I'm looking up. Science has no idea how this is happening.
Who's science? What's his full
Well,
name?
science has no idea what something
Mainstream
imaginary is
science.
happening, P-Mars. Is that what you're saying?
Come on, we have hailstones all the time.
It says the
Yeah.
process.
Do we have ice balls
Hold
from
on.
the
It
sky
says
every day?
the process that creates meteors is not completely understood, and mainly with respect to atmospheric dynamics necessarily to produce them. Like they had fucking
So does that article say that they're coming from a glass sky, or does that article say?
Why would they become?
Well, obviously not. But it
Let
says
P-Miles
that
finish. Let
they
P-Miles
don't
finish.
know. There's some fucked up shit like.
Well, they do know, P-Mars. They know there's no glass
No,
sky, so
they
they
said
wouldn't
they
be
don't know.
claiming that they're coming from a glass sky.
Yeah, there's a glass sky, Mark.
No,
Think
there's
about
not.
There was
Think about it.
in January
Think
2000.
about it.
All the
about it.
evidence for a glass sky. Think
I
it's
thought
just
about
very,
it.
it's just
We
a
sent
very
probes
logical,
to Jupiter. We sent probes
rational
to the edge of
deduction.
our solar system, Stephen.
It's only because
this
these
is
actually
crazy.
Unless they've got a key
that
to the
you believe
glass
that there's no
door.
glass sky.
In,
There's
in-
glass sky.
in January 2000, ice chunks weighing up to 6.6 pounds rained on Spain out of cloudless skies for 10 days.
Yeah, I just
Wow.
read that.
How
That's
does that
What
happen,
the
Mark?
fuck?
How does that happen, Mark?
I don't know. You tell me, Stephen. Oh
I
yeah,
don't-
it comes off a
Well,
glass
I would
sky.
say that there's a glass sky and there's ice attached to it.
Is there
And
some
somehow
guy-
That story is true.
You have no
There's
reason
Yeah.
to believe
some
that.
kind of,
The
some
fact
kind
that
of
Mark
guy-
has got
warming
his own
effect
theory doesn't make yours any
charred
better.
these basketball
Well, it's
size
still
ice
it's still
chunks to
speculation
fall
on
down
his
from the
behalf, just
sky.
like it's speculation on your behalf.
I've
Well,
never
no,
heard
we're
of
not
speculation.
speculating, are we? Mark's refusing to speculate.
Hmm.
Confections, we sent
But
probes out.
I'm
so-
pointing out that ice falls from the sky all the time. That in itself isn't.
That's true. That's true.
What's unusual here is
What about the 10 days cloudless skies?
right. Well, like I said, but there's lots of things we don't understand, isn't there? Even about the weather, there's plenty of stuff we don't understand.
Yeah, and there's reported phenomenon of ice coming from planes as well. With how big it is, I'm not exactly sure, but there's been reports of that happening as well. So it's not as if that no one's ever seen any ice and then all of a sudden ice just falls out of the sky. You know what I mean? You're making out as if it's something that never happens. But it
You
is.
know,
Ice
it
falls out of the
It
sky all
doesn't
the
seem to be
time.
any
You know what it's
specific
really
direct
funny?
reason to believe it's come from a dome or anything like that.
What's funny is that the whole dynamics here. We got the legend of Chicken Little, and then we got this modern day Chicken Little. But am I Chicken Little? Maybe I'm Foxy Loxy. Foxy Loxy in Fairy Tale. Like he was the one who told all the chickens to get into the cave because the sky was falling.
So maybe you're Foxy Little.
Are you in the wrong hangout here, Steve?
And so I go by Stevie the Fox. Maybe I'm
So you're
Foxy
Stevie the
Loxy.
Fox. So God's name is
Maybe
Stevie
I'm
the
not
Fox.
Chicken Little. Maybe I'm Foxy Loxy telling everybody to get underground. to get
Maybe.
in the
Foxy
cave.
Little.
You never know. I'm kidding, of course.
Hey,
No,
as
this is
long
what
as
I-
the
this is
FEMA
what-
camps have Wi-Fi, I'm good, Steve.
Yeah, fresh
Yeah,
paint.
it's all right, Confections. There's a McDonald's in every FEMA camp, and McDonald's have Wi-Fi, so you'll be all right.
Well, I mean, the tunnels exist. He's not wrong about that.
What, the tunnels in McDonald's?
No, I'm saying the tunnels in general that he speaks about.
Well, they don't have FEMA camps in the UK, so I don't know what he's going to do about that.
Actually, you might want to check on that. There's quite a bit of these types of. I know they have them in Australia.
No, you're telling me there's FEMA camps in
No. It wouldn't be called FEMA, but this is called the continuity of government. They
So
do
you're
these
saying
things since the 80s.
America's got camps in
There's
the
thousands of
UK
them.
to hold people.
Well, that's just the whole public incredulity thing about me telling everybody we're living inside the earth and there's glass in the sky. It's kind
I
of
don't
funny.
know.
They just
Yeah.
kind of let me do my thing. Because
It is kind of funny, actually, Steve. They just, you do your thing too.
Yeah, it is funny, Stephen, in a comedy kind of way. if that
I think
makes
being a
sense.
virgin is cool.
It is
by the
funny.
way.
It is
But yeah, think about this, Mark. What if one day masses of ice started falling? Would you then reconsider Steve's assertion here?
No. I've seen no evidence
still
to
wouldn't.
disbelieve. I've seen no evidence to disbelieve that we've sent probes and we've been to the moon.
Oh, so you believe your
an interesting
government?
word. Why would you
Okay.
call them probes?
What do you mean the government?
You probe is
No,
something
I don't
that
like my government. I
injects
think my
something
government, I
into
hate
something
conservatives.
else. So
They're
a
idiots.
probe is you're injecting something
Yeah,
in.
Stephen, you might be Lord Stephen Christ in the outside world.
So
but
you're
in the
injecting
hangout,
a
have some
probe.
respect to shut the
Hey,
fuck up.
hey, have some respect and don't be so insolent.
Yes,
So
Stephen.
you're injecting a probe into space, not out into outer space, right? Why do you call it into space in the first place? Why do you call it a probe?
Because space is inside the ball, Stephen. Didn't you know?
You're going into inner space. That's what they're doing. They're going inside
Pigs in space.
Yeah, why do they call it probe?
Because it
And
probes.
into space.
Interesting.
They're poking around. They're probing it.
into inner space.
Hey, remember? Look, man, you can't deny what happened with Operation Fishbowl and Dominic, and the further ones after that. They were firing large munitions into the sky, and it looks like it's hitting something. There's no way
Large
around
munitions.
that.
What do you mean by that?
Nukes or whatever the fuck they had.
Yeah,
but
but
I'm
they
just
were
saying
doing
that.
that to
I don't know, because Exus, have you looked at that footage like critically?
Yes.
You know what
I
they were
have.
doing? They were calling their rockets by the names of different fish, right? Starfish Prime,
Yeah.
What else?
They were.
And they're
And Dominic,
inserting
hold on,
them-
I got to pull the Rob Skiba real quick. Dominic means of the Lord, and it was called Fishbowl and Dominic. It was Fishbowl of the Lord.
But it's
Okay.
we know it's not a bowl. We know it's actually
Well, fair play, fair play. What if it is a bowl though, like a fishbowl in the sky, like you're saying?
Yeah,
like,
it
or-
is.
you know what I mean?
It's a round bowl, a round spherical
Yeah.
fishbowl in the sky.
But what I'm saying, honestly, and I have Jibby, I've looked at it. And here's a funny quick story. Before I ever started looking at flat Earth stuff, I watched the movie Trinity and Beyond. Okay, this is a government-produced movie with William Shatner showing, talking about all the different, nuclear tests and whatnot. This was like 3 weeks before I even stumbled upon flat Earth stuff.
Did you know
And
that
when
William? I'm sorry
What's
to
that?
interrupt. Real quick here. Did you know that William Shatner actually produced a documentary on Megacry meteors?
No, I'd like to hear that in a second. But so when I got to that part when they're doing what they called upper atmosphere testing, it just shocked the shit out of me. First of all, I was like, why would you throw nuclear material into our atmosphere like that? Like I was under the presumption it wasn't hitting anything. And then when I kept looking at it, I'm like, why does it look like it's hitting something? And I was completely in the heliocentric mindset, and it was cognitive dissonance like instantly.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2 weeks later, I stumbled across all these other new ideas and whatnot, and it kind of all clicked. Because if you look at the timeline between them going to Antarctica, them coming back early, them firing nukes into the sky, them then creating NASA, it's within 3 years of each other, all of it. And to me, that's very suspicious. Now that could play into your paradigm, Steve, or it could play into the flat earther paradigm. But I definitely think that there's something to it at this point.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
but
do you
once they
guys
start
believe
whittling
this is
down?
real live action footage right here? Like this was photography, live action photography.
Here, let me get.
No, if this had a NASA logo, would you guys believe it? That's all it needs is a little
No,
NASA
but
logo here.
if it was a flat earther
Wait a
that
minute,
made a
is that
YouTube
Speed
video
Racer?
out of it, I would believe it.
Speed
Look,
Racer was
look,
one of
I
my
mean,
favorite childhood cartoons.
The physics are correct, so it must be correct.
Wait. Go ahead and play those upper atmosphere explosions, please. If you think that they're not real, can you please
Here's
show
the
them?
here's the issue I have with fucking nuclear weapons.
Well-
What is the Hold on. What's the differentiating point that says only the uranium atoms are going to be split? How come it doesn't go further?
Yeah, we're not. That's not the debate here. I don't think they're nuclear either. I'm just saying that.
Yeah,
they did
I
fire
said
up
large
What I mean,
munitions
though,
on purpose.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about what Jim's talking about, or what he's getting to.
You guys that don't think that
Look at that.
nuclear fission is real, you guys should volunteer to go to
Epistemology,
Fukushima
nobody's
and
saying that,
scoop
dude. You're
go scoop
derailing
out
us
the reactors.
with your nonsense.
Right here,
What-
Texas.
What should
Yes.
we do? We should live in Hiroshima
Look
or
at that.
Nagasaki or go to Tokyo where people are still living and perfectly fine.
And what
Okay,
you have
guys,
to
guys,
realize
guys.
is this:
Stop.
right after Fishbowl, I just want to say this: right after Fishbowl, you'll research, you'll understand that that's when they started launching geostationary satellites.
Yes.
Why after Fishbowl? Well, if you're understanding within my model, you have the spherical glass container that's preventing inner space travel, but then you all of a sudden you knock out a hole, an opening basically. You can fire up these rockets, and then they have these. They call them apogee kick motors, and so it actually exerts another thrust. They say it's to actually knock it into a circular orbit as opposed to an elliptical orbit. But if you understand, they're just simply getting these rockets close to this opening, and once it's hovering, as it's hovering underneath the glass sky, once it gets close to that opening, that's when they kick in these kick motors, and the kick motors actually.
I've got a video of that LSC actually. Here's a YouTube of that actually when the rockets go through that glass dome. You can check out that link. It's pretty amazing that
The
they caught it on video.
is trolling you.
No, they did. Look, check out the video. You can see the rockets hitting that glass.
Is he a troll because he destroys you in debates?
Derp. You fucking retarded, P. Morris.
Okay.
Epistemology and I have a long-standing history, so if you want to assert that he does, then that's on you. I suppose.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, the truth will get out there. I mean,
I agree.
You guys want to troll me? That's fine. I don't care. I mean, it's like I say before, the hail will sweep away the refuge of lies, and so the hail is connected to the glass sky. The ice is connected to the glass.
It wasn't meant to be a troll as much as it's supposed to be a joke.
Okay.
Since I think everyone loves ID4. Well, I think most people love it as much as I do, maybe.
What's ID4?
Independence Day.
Come on, Will Smith, 90s, feel good 90s movie. Come on.
Oh, the movie's hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
I didn't see the new one. I heard it was so bad I didn't even bother.
Oh my
watching
god,
it.
the symbolism in the new one is off the scale.
And you guys realize the timeline when Kennedy gave the speech about going to the moon. It was right after Fishbowl.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. The timelines of the Antarctica trip, the coming back quickly, the blasting the sky, and the creation of NASA, and then that speech was all within. Well, that was about a 5-year period because I believe they started in like 58, 59, and then that speech. Actually, when was the speech?
The speech was only like the speech was in
63.
62.
Oh, no, 63 he got shot. Yeah,
No,
63 he got shot.
Fishbowl
Yeah,
was in
61. That's
62,
what I thought.
and the speech was only like 6 to 9 months after Fishbowl.
Yeah, you're right. No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it really looks like they found something.
Oh yeah, they were excited. They actually originally sent up. I think it was the Mariner 2 probe.
Yeah, I was about to say they went to they put a probe to Venus and a probe to Mars supposedly before they even talked about going to the moon. So
but
that's
it was all
another
after,
interesting.
But it was all after
timeline.
Fishbowl.
Yeah, it was. Dude, I can't wait till the real nature of our existence comes out instead of all this bullshit lies. Look at that.
I think you'll be waiting a long time.
Right.
I think you guys are going to be quite disturbed here very soon.
I
really do.
$1,000. You should put $1,000 into a fund account, and I'll put $1,000 into it, and then we can set a contract. And in 30 years, whoever's right gets to collect on that.
Nah,
To Texas, I think they recycle this too for supernova footage.
Yeah, but come on, dude. That what you think it's that fake? Look at those.
I don't know,
It looks
dude.
like
I mean,
it's hitting something,
it's just
man.
a sky explosion if it is in the sky.
Right.
That looks like fucking. That looks like dye dropping into water.
Yeah,
But
and
what
on high-speed
What
shuttle.
would you expect to see if you were blowing something up in the sky? Well, like when you send a firework up and it explodes.
It looks like it's
what we
it's spreading across a barrier of some kind. Like it's going outward, not upwards and forward.
I mean, if it was a unidirectional explosion, you wouldn't get that gaping hole in the middle.
Thank you.
Nope, you would not.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, that's the thing, man.
Probably
Like,
not a
we need to-
unidirectional explosion.
It would be homogeneous.
Yeah, this is hitting something. You can see the center point right there. Like, come on, dude.
What you're seeing should be as bright as the edge in all directions.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is like people want to just ignore this stuff and just pretend that the mainstream. I mean, it's ridiculous. You guys are cucks for the mainstream.
You could say you're a cuck for the alternative media.
Wait a minute. Who just said that it needs to be as bright as the edge in all directions?
I did.
Okay, what makes you say that?
Because if it's an explosion in the sky, it would go in every single direction.
Okay, this is a nuclear bomb detonated in space. Okay,
It's not
so
in space.
there's implications that Project Fishbowl, that was all done in space.
It's a high altitude explosion. It's not.
Okay, let's see what the altitude was. Let's see what the altitude was.
Yeah,
What they say it was.
let's see that before we make any claims.
What they say it was.
What was
Yeah,
that? What's the name
anybody
of that?
know the
What's the name of that
altitude?
explosion?
Wiki it, maybe.
Starfish Prime was supposedly over 400 kilometers.
Jibby, does that have a name for that specific explosion, or is that a multitude of explosions?
It's just it's like the main explosion they keep showing for the Operation Fishbowl.
1962. Yeah, because they had a series of different altitudes. Okay, most of them are way up, really high in the atmosphere to where there's almost no atmosphere, which means because if you were to take a nuclear bomb,
They can say what they want, though.
if you take a nuclear bomb, because you
Whatever
think
heck they
about
want to tell you.
when you detonate a bomb here, right? Like you're going to superheat the air, the atmosphere. You're going to superheat it, and it will expand, which creates your shock wave, right? And when they drop a nuclear bomb, in the atmosphere, like they did in the desert in the testing, or in Japan, you're superheating huge amounts of atmosphere, which creates this huge shock wave. But when you do it deep in space, all that you have is a small amount of matter that the bomb is made of.
Yeah, but we have this aurora.
And it goes. And it only goes laterally from you.
No, it goes in all directions.
Starfish Prime
But
rocket.
there's going to be very little interaction with matter until that material, that energy that's expanding, hits the surface of the atmosphere, and that's what you're seeing. That's why you're seeing this effect that you're seeing. It's because of the way that ball is expanding. That ball of energy in space is expanding, and then it hits the atmosphere, and it's going to create
atmosphere
that
is hard.
pattern.
Yeah, it's a hard ceiling. That's why it's
All right. That's either Starfish Prime, Checkmate, or Bluegill Triple Prime. Bluegill Triple Prime was at 50 kilometers. Starfish Prime was at 400 kilometers, and Checkmate was at 147 kilometers.
So they say.
And there's also Kingfish.
So even the lowest one, 50 kilometers, it's 160,000 feet. There's very, very little to no atmosphere already at that height, and then you go higher up than that, there's even less. So
yeah, that's. I mean, if you want to believe everything that you read,
Yeah,
go right ahead.
he wants to really bad. Like he tries really hard to
what's your
believe.
data to the contrary?
Right. What else do you have to believe? You don't have anything else, do you?
Well, we have logic. We have the understanding.
Show me the logic. Show me the logic that you can
We have the logic that, like I said before, there's like a broken record here. The underside of auroras are about 100 kilometers. The top of upper atmospheric lightning, sprites, elves, is at 100 kilometers. We have
Absolutely.
radio-wave propagation. It hits off the atmosphere at 100 kilometers. We have Schumann resonance.
How do you know that it hits the atmosphere at that?
These are facts. Why do you think they call it Kármán line?
No, but how do you know this? How do you know we're talking about sprites? How do you know what altitude that's at?
Why do you think
you measured it yourself?
Because it's reported.
Why do you think they have this Kármán
so
line
you're
at
going
100
to choose
Answer
what
my
the
question.
scientific community reports
my
for one
question.
phenomenon
Yes,
and not
absolutely.
choose it for another based
Answer my
on what? How do you
Answer my
define?
question.
Critical
Why
thinking.
do they Why do they have the Kármán line at 100 kilometers?
Well, I think a number of reasons. It was just convenient in the end. I think.
Convenient.
They claim it's that where the particles are too thin for an engine to work. Essentially, like you couldn't get an engine past that point because there's nothing to process.
I think it's lower than that, isn't it? But I think they.
And you guys do realize that
it's 80 to 100
The Kármán line is pretty arbitrary.
Right.
Because there's still plenty of atmosphere above that. That's why the ISS is, if they don't boost it in the next 10 years, it's going to
you can even see the glass sky with the ISS with long shutter photography.
Can I see that photograph?
Why do you think they cannot explain where Bottlinger rings come from?
God.
You know what Bottlinger rings are?
No, I can't remember.
No,
But I've heard your spiel before. Should we do tektites? Let's do tektites.
Yeah, we can do tektites. Let's do.
No, I can't remember all that. I can't remember them either.
Yeah,
Libyan desert glass. That's it, isn't it? That's
the Libyan desert glass.
So there's a mystery.
What's really funny was the flat earthers, or even you, Stephen. I can't
There's
remember
a
exactly who it
mystery
was.
to the origin.
That put forward the rockets as some kind of fucking
Omega meteors.
the explosions as some kind of dramatic evidence.
But
And
there's
then
a
when people
solution.
started going into it, you deny it.
There's a
You say,
solution
"We
that I
believe
What are you
that."
talking about? What are you talking about?
Stephen, are you even on this planet?
Why is it so hard for intelligent
Why do you
people
just
to
keep rambling
understand?
on like some kind of fucking
Easy
nutter?
answer. Of
Well,
there being a glass
Stephen, I
ceiling
get
in the
it.
sky.
I don't understand what's so difficult for these other gentlemen.
But see, you brought up something about a photograph from the ISS.
It's the Mr. ASMR guy. Hey, how's it going, Troll?
Hey there.
Hey, yes.
It's a manga.
Nice.
Oh.
I don't know. It looks like it's hitting something. I mean, I'm looking at the stuff over and over. Tibias too.
Yeah, Cathexis,
No,
though, look at this, though. Like this, first they use the 7-Up bomb right here. This is, they all have different recipes and different colors. And the 7-Up bomb is going to turn into a planet that then turns into a nuclear explosion. Like, I think maybe what Ed was saying, like, we don't know, this could be a drop into some dye. You know,
I agree.
Or
But
maybe
they were
that's one of the lower
definitely.
altitude ones.
But here's the thing: that mission, those missions are well documented on several stages, and I mean these people were out there.
Is this
these
the
large
documentation
munitions.
that they did? The 7-Up
No, it's
bomb
not
right
just
here.
that.
We got
It's not
Saturn,
just that.
green
I've seen-
Saturn in the sky.
No, I've seen the documentaries, and of course they are produced by the DoD, but that shows like the actual whole mission, that island that they had out there, and what people did and what people didn't do, etc. Like I've seen it well documented. They were definitely doing something out there with high altitude munition. Whatever it was, or if this is real, it's hard to. Sure, I get that, but
I don't think they would have showed us the
You're
real
robot.
footage of whatever they were launching, though. I think they're gonna have a public version, maybe.
Cathexis,
You know?
your audio went to crap, by the way.
I mean, think about it in terms
What
of
about
national
now?
security. Is the military putting out their first-hand primary versions of events to the enemy?
What other reason do we have for them calling it fishbowl, bluegill, starfish? Why?
Yeah.
No, I mean, they could be doing that, but I don't think they're showing us their primary footage.
That's fair,
They give us the cartoon versions. They don't show us.
I mean,
okay, but
this is all Disney
like,
overlays.
if you're like in the know of some kind of knowledge and the public is not in the know, don't you feel like you would have that inclination to like toy with them? Just
it's occult knowledge.
throw that information like right in your face.
I think that's the last thing you would do if you were trying to keep a secret.
You are foolish
Exactly.
to think that. I'm sorry,
Isn't that why a
dude.
thief leaves things
But can you
behind?
give evidence? Can you give evidence of where that's happened in the past, where governments have been trying
It's called duping delight.
but
right?
they you know,
100
deliberately poke fun at the public with their secret.
Yeah, it's called duping delight. They do that.
Now,
got
I'm
Operation
asking for
High
evidence
Jump.
where it's occurred in the past.
Wait,
Operation High
repeat
Jump.
that again, John. You got
There you
you got
have
stepped
no
on,
reason
John.
to believe that happens then, because you cannot draw on a single example from
Jem, what was
public
your
history where
What
it's
was your
occurred
question,
before.
Jem, repeat that, please. You got
Talking
stepped on.
about
I didn't hear the whole question.
English guy. What are you talking about?
I'm asking for examples of where I
Of
can't
why
remember what it was.
why you don't have enough like common sense reasoning to understand things, to decipher things. I mean, you're having this.
Why would they call it fish bowl,
Confirmation bias
starfish,
against-
all of
No,
these
that wasn't
things?
his question. The question was, why would, at least I think the question was, give an example of where the government would use specific things to
Where they
deceive the
kept a
public.
secret and then you know, poke
They
fun
do
at the
that.
general public
They
with
do that in
while the
predictive
secret
programming
was
and
going on.
cartoons.
Because that's what's being proposed, that
Whenever they give you, you know,
that people who have hidden knowledge cannot resist the temptation
sure, hand signals.
to wave it in front of the public's nose.
Absolutely, waving, good word. Yeah, hand signals. Sure, why
So
not?
if you've got an example of where that, you know, where we've seen that happen
You gotta,
in the past.
you know, you gotta have enough
Holy shit,
brains
dude.
to just like
Okay,
go
okay.
fishing for yourself.
Critical thinking, it's understanding the occult nature of how these organizations operate, understanding
that's just
their
making
secret societies.
That's
no,
not
it's not. It's
No,
not
you
at
can't
all.
say understanding the occult nature of these organizations.
Jem,
You don't
Mhm.
even know who those organizations are. And
Mhm.
you certainly don't know anything about their occult nature.
Jem,
Yeah,
That's
I do.
just
Actually.
gibberish
how do you
you've just
feel
made
about-
up.
No,
How do you
it's
not
not.
critical thinking?
Did
Jem,
someone
let me answer
say?
your question. I want to answer your question, Jem.
Go ahead.
All right. So All right. What you said was give an example of the government flashing technology and making fun of the public. Okay. There are craft that are seen in the Nevada desert at Groom Lake, Area 51, whatever you want to call it. There's been government programs that go over and over, UFOs, this and that. I think it's realistic to think that UFOs and aliens, specifically the concept of aliens, is the PSYOP. And the actual reality of it is it's just advanced technology made by man, and they perpetuate the alien idea, and they laugh at us. They laugh at everybody.
The heat off them.
Who perpetuates that idea? The media perpetuate that idea.
No. You got Dr. Greer. You've got Dr. Greer out here who is clearly an ex-CIA operative.
Yeah,
he's out here pushing this shit.
You got people testifying before Congress that there are UFOs that shut down ICBMs in fucking North Dakota.
I still don't think that's really an example of what I'm talking about. I mean,
well, my point is
that from World War II, for instance, there were many things that were kept secret. You know, which of those people couldn't resist the temptation to kind of try and hint at it in some way to the general public? There's no evidence of
You
anything.
sound like a shill, dude. You do.
That's not how, government departments who are trying to keep things secret.
Are you a shill?
What are you selling, Jeremy?
Again, I'll ask you to produce evidence to
Gem
produce
Panda.
example of this.
Gem Panda.
Past.
There's plenty of evidence of people taking videos of craft lifting off from Groom Lake in Nevada. That's obviously man-made from a man-made base from a United States Air Force base.
Right,
And
but they're probably
the lie is,
aircraft.
but the lie is perpetuated through the media that it's alien technology, retro fucking engineered, and people actually bite on it, and it perpetuates the lie.
There's no actual video though of anything that resembles a UFO.
What
flying
about that
from
light
Groom Lake.
over Israel?
And there's no evidence that any of those stories are coming directly from the government.
Yeah, when has the
Actually,
government
have
ever
you
stood
heard
in
of
front
the
of a camera and
Majestic
said
12?
that there's UFOs? It's always
Have
the
you
media.
heard of the Majestic
Probably when
12?
they made that press conference after Roswell, it said the RAF not the RAF, the Army Air Corps discovered UFOs in fucking Roswell.
Yeah, have you ever
How
heard
was
of the
that not
Majestic 12?
how was that not evidence?
Anybody
How
ever
was that
heard
not
of the
evidence?
Majestic 12?
Yeah. How is that not evidence based on exactly the criteria that you're talking about?
Well, because that relies upon the fact that there's like a secret UFO thing that they're trying to keep secret.
Right. And they perpetuate the lie that it's aliens, and they laugh at people.
It's something that used to be a secret that we now know isn't a secret, and that during the time it was a secret, the people who held it as a secret couldn't resist the temptation to hint at it to the public.
And the UFO and alien story doesn't hint at that and doesn't fit the criteria.
It does if we know there's aliens that they're trying to keep secret.
No. See, that's what I'm talking about. The alien side, that's the fucking perpetuated lie to cover up the technology that's more advanced. That's coming out of United States Air Force bases.
But think about this. I mean, the big UFO craze was like the 40s and the 50s, and maybe to a degree the 60s was like the era where the UFO craze was crazy. And all these people were taking pictures of freaking hubcaps that they're flinging into their backyard and all this stuff, right? And now we live in an age where everyone's got a camera with them all the time. There's like more pictures taken in a day now than had been taken, in the 100,
on the moon?
Since the start of photography prior to.
Can you validate that claim?
Digital technology. Validate what claim?
That there were more pictures taken in the day.
No. I mean, I don't know the exact statistic on it, but obviously people take in a single year now take more pictures in a single year than we're talking actual individual pictures than probably all of the era.
Define pictures, sir. Go.
No, he's right. You're right, though. You're right, though. You're right.
What I mean by that is you would expect now, like, you would have like way more pictures of UFOs, but now you just have people on YouTube that are getting creative on their laptops that are trying to, make like the next viral video by doing some UFO. You don't have people legitimately posting UFOs and UFO videos.
Look, the most realistic
in Europe.
The most realistic. Sorry.
I'm just saying, there's a video just been released. You can see it online of two fighter jets escorting a plane over Europe. And the following plane is filming it, and you see something come in the screen, and it shoots across, and it's going faster than the two jets. If you go online, it's only just been released. But there's loads of things like that, but there's no conclusive evidence.
There's another piece right
And that's
here.
why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying the alien hypothesis. That's the fucking perpetuated lie. That's the. That's the put people off.
See those markings on that camera in there? They're implying that there's glass in the sky by doing that.
Yeah, but the
That's
government
what they're doing
doesn't say, "Oh, these are aliens."
Why do they have those
No,
markings
they
on the
just
glass?
create studies that allude to the acknowledgement of alien existence by creating organizations like the Majestic 12, like Project Blue Book, like all these other things. And they say, and people that say, "Oh, well, the government's actually doing this. Well, they must be real, and they have to be lying to us." No, they're probably not. They're probably covering up the fact that they have technology that's far beyond where we're at.
Yeah,
and that's my point.
I agree. Thank you, Ed.
Jibby, go back.
Go back.
Go back,
Jibby,
in
go
that,
back.
in that footage there where they showed the markings on the glass when the explosion happened.
here?
I think the
Oh,
UFOs
shit.
are demons and
No.
high technology.
They had like
Yeah,
like a
you would
black-
say
yeah,
that, but that's
that
because
marking right there.
epistemology defeats
That
you.
right there, what they're doing right there is they're implying that there's glass in the sky
fuck
by
said that?
writing markings on a glass in front of the camera. That's what
You
they're
think
doing.
so?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
All this
Well, what are those
shit.
markings?
What
Hold on,
markings?
hold on. I'm just trying to
It's
read
on the
it.
pane
It
of glass that
it
they're
says
filming
Lord
this through.
Stephen
It's on a pane
Christ
of glass.
is the real God.
Right. It's on a pane of glass. I'm telling you, man, they're fucking with you.
Is this some like Egyptian symbol right here? Probably.
No,
is.
it doesn't matter what it is. It's just that the fact that it's on a pane of glass in front of the camera.
Well, I think it does matter what it is.
They're
That's
implying that there's
It's-
glass in the sky.
Is this a drawing of Pluto? Are they still doing that stuff?
Do you mean you're implying there's glass in the sky?
It looks
David?
like it's the same thing.
They're implying that there's
Yeah, I mean,
wrote it twice.
So if
No,
it, you know, dirt
there's
on the
right-
Arctic Strait.
right-
I mean, I don't
hidden
know.
in
Well, it's
plain
not
sight.
dirt. It's supposed to be there, I
It's
guess,
hidden
because
in
they wrote
plain
it
sight.
twice.
It's hidden in
It's the
plain
same
sight. It's right there.
I agree.
Whatever it is, it's written twice. Let me
I
step
agree.
Back a little. See it? It's a double. Whatever.
I
it
got to
is,
be
it's
careful. I've been
double.
agreeing
showing-
with
they're-
LSC too
they're
much.
showing
People
it
are
in
going to
plain
think I'm a
sight.
concaver.
Is that what's supposed to say sex? Is that what you're showing?
Yeah, it's Snoopy sex.
I got to take a coffee break. I'll be back.
I'll be back. I get
I
coffee
get
now.
coffee. I get coffee now.
Is that two videos of the same explosion, or is that two different explosions?
I think it's the same one. It looks like it's the same one, but that.
So it could be different angles or different camera taking
yeah,
the
They
it
picture.
seems to be.
do. They do.
So, in fact, then that phenomenon there, that like writing, could only be happening once.
Well, if you do your research, Mark Taylor, you'll find that they do airbrush like words, sex, and stuff onto advertisements.
Yes, of course they do, PMOS. Or sex
Have you
in the
not done
clouds,
the-
yeah?
Have you
Yeah,
not done
like on the
research?
globe. They put that on the globe.
Yeah, of course they have.
If you look into Edward Bernays and watch The Century for the Self, which the BBC
So you're
produced.
talking about advertising of products. You're not talking about someone doing it from NASA then, PMOS. I'm well aware of
It could quite
advertising
likely happen.
stunts. Yes,
like
I'm well
that.
aware of that.
Why would NASA not use similar
Why
things
would
that
NASA write
advertisers
sex
use?
in the clouds, PMOS?
Why would Disney do it?
Yeah, why is
Oh,
Disney putting
so now
in
Disney's writing
pornography?
sex in the clouds.
Yeah, they did in The
Yeah.
Lion King. Look it up.
So it
Yeah.
wasn't real clouds then, was it?
What? I think it was in the stars,
So
actually.
you're on about a film.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his breath made the
Right.
star spell out sex, but I mean, it's written in the
Right, so
clouds
you're
in one of the
asking me
NASA released.
If Walt
uh,
Disney's putting
alleged
sex and
photos.
stuff in their stars and their films.
Yeah.
Yes,
Jesus
they do.
Christ.
Have
Yeah.
you? Are you serious? Are you unaware of this?
Yeah, they one
Yeah,
in the
I'm
re-
well
in-
aware
in
of your
the
fucking
rescue
ramblings and mad
Hey, quiet!
fucking
Shut up!
assertions.
In the
about
rescue,
conspiracy
Are you
Yo,
theories
shut up! Shut
that
up,
you haven't
Mark.
got one bit of evidence for.
There's a lot of
Mark,
evidence,
pull it up.
dumb shit.
Show them the evidence.
Look up the rescuers down under. And
Look, I'm sorry that we're breaking over your
Cathexis,
paradigms,
come on,
Mark.
man. I haven't talked
but-
a lot. And the rescuers down.
Trying
And the
to help
rescuers
you, you
down.
clown.
I know, but I haven't talked a lot. Whatever. And the rescuers down under. There's the guy, the editor, spliced in a legit piece of pornography, like a topless
Yeah,
woman.
which we can't screen share.
And that's not. You can look that up. It's legit. You can even look that up on Snopes, and it will agree.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that they've done quite
And
often, and it's not.
It's just in one frame, like your subconscious.
So the people who wrote that, are they dyslexic?
If you watch that, and you,
Like
you
dyslexic,
never
the
like,
people
see
that wrote
it,
that in the cloud.
you'd have to
there,
watch
that's
it
sex.
like one frame at a time to see it. So it goes into your subconscious because they're
Yeah.
trying to trigger your reptilian brain.
Right here.
That's the whole
It's-
deal.
this is the original
reptilian
version.
brain. So
You have to tip it upside down to see it.
So there's
Yeah, 'cause
reptiles
it's
as well.
SEX.
Mars, is
That could
You don't know
The
about the
reptilian brain
brain?
doesn't have anything to do with reptiles, dumbass. It's a part of the brain that's
that
named
couldn't-
after
that
Mark,
couldn't
Mark,
possibly
seriously.
Because-
be
Well,
apophenia, right?
anything wouldn't surprise me.
The
if they
limbic
Mars was you.
system emerged
That
from
couldn't
the
possibly
reptilian.
be apophenia, right?
What the fuck are you
Not
talking
at all. You mean pareidolia?
Dude,
Appletania?
What do you
look up
what
on
the fuck are you
Snopes.
on about, dude?
Go try to debunk.
Apophenia? Really?
Go try to debunk this shit. In the Rescuers movie, Disney, they spliced in one frame, just one
Yep.
frame, a topless woman, and it wasn't an animated topless woman. It was like they spliced out of a porno
But
mag.
you're talking about a man-made, product here. We're not talking about a freaking image of Earth. Okay.
No, but
The
there's
image
there's
of-
examples in advertising where they airbrush words into people's skin. And shit.
Sure. That could
Like
be
sex
the
Have you not,
is
have
one
you
of the
not
ones
seen
they
the
do.
sex in
That
the
could be the case.
clouds
But
on
this
the
thing is
globe?
freaking upside down. You have to spin it right side up to even get it to
Your
show
brain
anything.
sees
And the
it.
yeah, because your brain sees patterns. That's what all that your brain does is a pattern. A pattern identifying
It's
device.
messaging.
It's
That's
because
the way
it's
that
supposed to
brain
go.
works.
The idea
It's
is you're
the
not
same
supposed to be
thing
conscious
when
of it.
people see like their freaking sports team in their toast or
Dude,
something like that. It's
called
called
pareidolia.
apophenia.
Pareidolia is a better term for it in this case, but yes.
No,
I
but that's
understand what you're
bullshit
saying.
because they do put subliminal messaging in advertising and in movies in Disney, and there's lots of examples we can point to. So advertising corporations are spending money to do this. Do you think they're doing it because for no fucking reason? What is your explanation? Did these advertising companies subliminal?
This isn't advertising, PMARS. That's irrelevant. This isn't.
Okay, they're getting it mixed up here. He's talking about Disney. You guys keep talking about the globe, and I added to the whole globe thing. He's talking about Disney messaging to the reptile brain by putting in these sexual innuendos and the word sex and these naked images, etc.
I mean, what
That's
PMARS is
a
talking
fact.
about, did some animators, maybe cross the line with their work? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a handmade, man-made product.
It's a reason to
It's
do, and
called
so is the
pattern
globe.
recognition.
That globe
Oh, shit.
image is a man-made product, and you fucking know it.
Yeah,
They
it's called
put it in
pattern
there.
recognition.
So why the word sex though? Why the word sex?
To trigger your reptilian brain.
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't they show an actual phallic that more identifies with our
This is
reptile
what
brain?
because
Why would they do it in a freaking letters in a letter
this is
form?
what advertisers do. They try and trigger your sex drive.
If they're trying to trigger
buy
my sex
products.
drive, they should put the shape of a sexy woman on it, not a freaking letter.
So,
you're looking at a fucking picture of her.
hold the fuck on. Let me talk. They're not trying to sell a product. In this case, they're trying to sell an idea.
What, sex with a globe?
Oh my god.
You're a genius, Mark Taylor.
Why
If you
the
look
fuck
at it,
would
if
you
you
put
look at it,
sex
you have
on
to
the fucking
ignore.
picture of a globe, for fuck's sake?
You have to
understand
ignore a big chunk of it to
I don't
make.
know why
that
this is
into
hard for
an
you
S.
guys.
You
I
don't
don't
understand
what's
why.
the purpose
Maybe
of
you should
it.
go and talk to someone.
You're talking to the
I
Earth
literally
discussion crowd.
don't
That's why it's
understand.
hard for them.
No,
What the
I just
fuck?
want to know what would be the purpose of writing that in there.
He
I just
explained
explained it, you fuckwit.
What?
What
So
the
people
fuck?
have a look at that, and then what? They go and fuck their missus or go and have a wank in the bedroom when they see a picture
I
of
mean,
a globe.
Yeah.
Oh
You know
my
what I mean? Is
god.
that how they trigger it, P-Mark?
Did you
Yeah,
ask
people
why
have a
they would do
sexual
that?
drive.
Hold on,
I mean,
epistemology.
okay.
Did you ask why they would do
Don't
that?
don't address
Yes.
anything.
Why
That's
would
an
they do
appeal
that?
to motive fallacy.
They're
Just
not
accept
addressing
it
my
for what it
rationale
is.
because my rationale is
You have no rational. You
That's
talking
not
like
correct.
an irrational
Incorrect.
person.
Incorrect.
he's
I related
speaking
this
very
shit.
rationally
Look,
here.
that
I
don't even-
cited-
that
back
don't even
nicer.
fucking spell
I
sex.
cited
Look
a
at the X, it's
documentary
got
you can go
fucking
watch
big
called
God.
Century of the
So that ain't
Self
even an X,
by
is
Edward
it?
Bernays, where you can see how advertising
Oh, here
companies
we go.
use
Hey,
sex
Jibby,
Fuck's sake.
sell
Jibby,
products.
here, real quick,
So why is it so
Jibby,
far
can you
I bet
please,
you will
I
find
think
that.
NASA would use sex to sell an idea.
Jimmy, Jimmy, can you please
Team Mars
pull
wants
up
to have sex
real
with a
quick?
globe.
Can you please
wanna
pull
have
up
sex
real
with me?
quick the image
Do
of the
fuck.
gerbil on Mars?
Yep.
Thank you, Jimmy. Let's go ahead and address this because
Oh,
this is not apophenia or pareidolia. This is a legitimate problem.
Well, is
if
this
you
a
believe
squirrel?
this
Is
shit.
it the squirrel, the gopher? What one is it?
Oh, we'll pull it up here.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry about
that
it.
looks dodgy as fuck, that picture.
It's like you guys have no idea what you're talking about on this subject. I've studied this shit. You guys sound retarded.
Yeah, of course you have, P-Mars. Of course you have.
Oh, you don't think I have?
No,
He
I
has.
understand you've looked at a few YouTube videos and seen sex written in the clouds. I understand that.
Check this
You're-
out.
you're-
Here's
you're
the
a
gerbil
fucking-
on Mars.
Armchair quarterback, Mark Taylor.
An armchair quarterback. What's an armchair quarterback do? And I'll be able to tell you if
It's
I
someone
am
who sits on the sofa pretending like he can go.
I'm
in
not
the
on a
game.
sofa, I'm in a recliner. I'm not on a sofa, I'm on a
participate in the
recliner.
game, but you can't participate in the game because you don't know what the fuck you're talking
So
about.
does that blow your theory out the window? Because I'm not on a sofa then, P-Mars.
I mean, I just explained what the fuck you are. I don't know what the hell you're still talking
So,
about.
so look at Jimmy's screen real quick.
Well, I'll
gentlemen.
explain
If
what
you
you
look
are
at
in
Jimmy's
one
screen.
clear, precise word. An idiot.
It's a Mojave ground squirrel, actually. It's not a gerbil. So take a look at the image very closely. This is a real image from NASA concerning Mars on their silly little rover that
What's
15
this
years.
telling us, Cathexis?
Oh my god.
This is telling you that it's done on Earth in probably
Yeah,
the
but
Mojave
so what
Desert.
part of the brain is that? Is that to the hamster part of the brain?
That is the hamster part of the
It is
brain.
the hamster
Obviously,
part of the brain.
the
That's the hamster
particular
part
part
of
of
the
the brain that you
What
operate.
does it
from
tell you
clearly,
to
Mark.
do then? To go out and buy a hamster, maybe?
Actually, I could see the word "sex" written on the rocks
Maybe
behind
eat
it.
a hamster?
It
It's
must
a
have been
sexy
done on the
gerbil.
same
Don't
step the
anyone
moon
have
landing
say have
was
sex
done.
with a gerbil where Jimmy come really close then? I'd imagine P. Mars was going to say it.
I mean, how can you?
Oh, hold up. Can you zoom in? I think he's got sex written on the back of that fucking hamster.
Mr. Okay, gentlemen, let's pull it back a little bit.
Oh,
and
yeah,
let's
you
address this
fucking
issue at
card
hand.
player always loses.
Let's address the issue at
go-
hand, please.
Go watch The Century
There
of the
is
Self.
a
It's a BBC documentary.
Well, I'm looking up this claim about the naked woman in the Disney movie. So
No, guys, we found
claim
life on
you've never
Mars.
seen
Can
it,
we
Jeremy?
address this?
I'm gonna see if it's true.
Yep,
We
just type
found
in
life
the,
on
the
Mars.
rescuers nude. I guess is all you need to put in for keywords. It should pull it right up.
True.
We can't show that though.
Yeah, it's
But
not
it's there,
something you should
Jeremy.
share.
It is there. It is there.
Fucking like in the Little Mermaid when they're getting married, the priest
The
gets
boner.
an erection.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
what the fuck? That we could show.
Yeah, we can show that.
Find the old Little Mermaid title with his there's like fucking 17
Massive
dicks
phallic.
fucking drawn
Yeah,
inside
yeah.
of an asshole.
Pipes on the organ. Yeah.
Why are you lot obsessed with
endless
sex and phalloids and
No,
and naked
Disney
women?
is. They're training your
I mean, fuck
children.
me, if you want, I can
Yes,
send you
the children.
$100 so you can
Mark,
go fuck
haven't
a
you heard
bird.
the good news of the
Mark?
goddamn dick?
Mark, it's called propaganda,
curve.
but now they call it public relations, right? And we're talking about like Edward Bernays. Like you got to watch this documentary, The
Bernays, that's
Century
a
of the
source,
Self.
isn't it?
Yeah, he wrote the book on propaganda.
Oh, did he?
He's a related
Literally.
cousin of Sigmund Freud. So you should
He
watch
coined the
this
phrase.
documentary, Century to the Self, and then you can have a conversation on this topic, and you won't sound like a retard.
No, I'd rather not. Life's too
Oh.
short to be discussing stupid ideas like that.
Oh, that's a stupid idea. Let's not study public relations, Edward Bernays, or propaganda. Let's just live our life and think that none of that is a possibility or happening at all. We'll just
Let's not talk about the main deciding factor that sways opinions for the past 100 years in human fucking existence.
Thank you.
Right. Well, if you want to
Come on,
waste
dude.
your time looking at pictures and saying that sex is written on it and there's a hamster on Mars, a planet
There
you say
is
we've
a
never even
hamster
been
on
to.
Mars.
If you wanna say
Exactly.
anything,
That's
our
the
time with
fucking
it.
point.
God,
Art,
Cathexis,
that's the fucking point.
why would you use that as an example? That was a horrible example.
That wasn't an
Is this
example.
a-
I was
is
trying
this
to
a
change the
coincidence
fucking
too?
Example that
subject.
you've put up, though.
This
isn't
is a
it?
better
No,
example.
no, but I mean,
So if it's a
talking
bad
I was
about-
trying
example,
to
it's
change
example
the
that you've put up.
subject.
is it possible that animators are sneaking stuff like this into these movies? Absolutely. It's a human-made
Yep.
product, and humans do all sorts of weird stuff.
well, this is what it says on Snow. It says Disney also maintained that the
Snopes.
images were not placed in the film by any of their animators, but were instead inserted during the post-production process. The company decided to recall 3.4 million copies of the video to keep our promise to families that we can trust and rely on the Disney brand to provide the finest in family entertainment.
What do you expect them to say?
Yeah, exactly.
Disney's announcement of the recall was considered a bit curious by some at the time it took place, because unlike previous rumors about hidden items in Disney's animated films, knowledge of the hidden images found in The Rescuers was not widespread until Disney itself made a public statement about it. As well, the frames in question were not noticeable during a normal viewing of the film. One had to know that they were there and freeze frame the video to view them.
But that's
So
the point.
They're
That's
saying that,
subliminal.
you know, the human mind doesn't pick up these things, basically.
But that's the
what
whole
they're saying.
point of it. So it's like
Yeah, but it does pick it up. Your eyes may not see it, but your brain does, and it goes
Yeah.
straight to those reptilian parts, the
because
lower
if
parts
you're,
of your
if
brain.
you're conscious of it, then it doesn't affect you as much.
So who's the message? Who's
Right.
the message aimed towards then? The children or the adults?
It's
The
both,
children,
probably, but
they're trying to
mainly the
sexualize
children.
and then you look at what they have. They come out with these stars that are.
So-
wholesome.
so
Dude,
what's
look
the-
at Miley
so that
Cyrus.
picture
Hold on,
that's on the
hold on,
screen,
hold on.
yeah?
Miley
Mark,
Cyrus is a great
That
take
example.
a
picture
look at
that's on
Hannah
the,
Montana.
That picture that's on
For
the
8
screen.
years.
What would
Hold
be
on,
the
Mark,
age of
Mark,
the children that
Mark.
be watching?
Hannah
that?
Montana for 8
That
years
actual
was the
cartoon.
wholesome icon for
Yes.
all of these young girls. As soon as she hits 18, she gets turned out by the Ying Yang twins and pops
Listen,
Molly all over the place.
Cathexis,
No,
Starts
if you
twerking
want to
everywhere.
argue the
Now
point
you have
that-
a
if you
whole
wanna argue the
generation
point
of
that
young
No,
children
little
hold
are
on,
being
Mark.
girls who are doing
sexualized,
this.
Hold on,
then
Mark.
I would
You're,
agree with you there.
you're
I
wrong
would
here.
agree with you.
You're
I
wrong.
would agree
Listen,
with you.
Prove you're wrong because South Park did a whole show where Mickey Mouse was talking about the Jonas Brothers wearing purity
If
rings
your argument,
to make
if your,
little
if your
girls'
argument is that fucking society is
vaginas tingle,
sexualizing younger children as the day goes on, yes,
according
I
to
agree with you.
South Park.
But are you saying that Walt
This
Disney
isn't even a
deliberately putting
conspiracy. It's
pictures of
blatantly
cocks in their
obvious.
films
And you're
to
just
fucking
being
try and twist people's
argumentative
minds?
because
No, I
we're
don't
Welcome
agree
to
with
Earth
you.
discussions held on Jeremy's channel tonight.
retard.
Yeah, folks, we can sing together, but we can't talk together.
What does that mean?
Talk one at a time, I think.
It means
Okay, I'm back. You
these
can
people
start the
like-
show now. I'm
These
back.
people just really like Mickey Mouse.
LSC. Actually, I just want to jump to a little different subject. Back to the gerbil on Mars. Have you seen the gerbil on Mars? LSC?
I saw the gerbil in the Katy Perry song.
Yeah,
so
no,
many.
this gerbil.
So Cathexis,
John
is
Caveman.
it we've been to Mars and there's a picture of a gerbil there?
No,
Or
it's
they haven't been
fake.
to Mars.
They
and they've
haven't
just put
been
a
to
picture
Mars.
of a gerbil in a picture that's so blatant that everyone's going to see it's a gerbil.
Yes,
So they know
exactly.
they're taking a
That.
picture.
Yes.
But surely that defeats the object then, doesn't it?
No, they fucked up, is what it is, and there's several
Oh,
of
well,
these
so they're
anomalies.
so incompetent they spend 50 million a day
not an
to
anomaly, it's a
fuck up.
rock.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
It's
is
a
that
rock.
on the
dog.
prostitutes and the
Texas,
cocaine?
that's Cathexis, that's a rock and the earth is round. God damn it.
All right,
Is that,
listen.
is that on the
listen.
prostitutes and cocaine
Fucking
they're
kidding
spending
me?
all the money on?
Listen to these lyrics. Are we crazy living our lives through a lens, trapped in our white picket fence like ornaments, so comfortable we live in a bubble, so comfortable we cannot see the trouble.
Is that a rap song?
We all live in a
Cell
yellow.
Earth
It's
confirmed.
Katy Perry. It's her new song,
Is it?
and they got a gerbil running inside in her new song. I mean, it's all about
Well, I
concave.
can't. I still haven't clarified what it is. We went to Mars and there's a picture of.
I explained it, Mark.
saying they
We
faked
didn't
it
go
on
to
Earth,
Mars.
Mark,
It's
and
all
all
going to be fake.
Is it the incompetent one? Is it?
He's
It's
saying they
all
faked it on
fake.
Earth, and while they were faking it, a desert rat or whatever popped into the.
Mojave ground squirrel. They
And-
accidentally left it in, and we caught it as human beings. They fucked up.
And
They're
remember
not on
when I confronted George Norrie and I said we're living in a bubble.
Show
Yes,
Sex on
I
the
do.
Lion King, not this
Yes, I
shit.
do.
Sex on the Lion King is obvious and that's real.
So
This
they
is-
caught.
Yes.
that's
By
a
the way,
rock. That's a
Oh,
rock.
God.
by the way,
No, it's
I
not a
don't know if
rock.
any-
It's a fucking
I don't know if any of you guys
Mojave ground
have
squirrel.
ever
Oh, he's
actually
Jibby
watched
Party.
squirrels. Because I have squirrels all over my backyard, okay, and they don't like to stay out in the open. You know, whenever they're out in the middle of the
Are
open,
you
they're
explaining
usually
this
darting
way
around.
like this?
No,
Are
no,
you
no,
really
no.
doing this?
I'm trying to say
Wow.
it's pretty interesting that the one time that they caught a squirrel on that snuck into the frame, that it's acting like a rock, like it's like low slung to the ground. You don't see a furry tail, fuzzy tail. It's like you don't see its legs and its claws. Look at all these other pictures of squirrels, right?
No, these are prairie dogs because I think it looks like.
No, it's a Mojave ground squirrel. Go look that up, Mojave ground squirrel.
But isn't it interesting? You don't see claws, you don't see a fuzzy tail, you don't see any.
It's a Mojave ground squirrel.
The typical body, the typical body positioning of a squirrel. That's
you are exhibiting clown-like behavior.
That's ridiculous, and I have proof. That's ridiculous, and I have proof. Go to my channel. I feed squirrels out of my fucking hand right from my fucking back door. They're all over the place. They show up. They don't freeze when you fucking.
Show me one picture on the internet where it's positioned the way it is, like a rock. Like a rock. Show me one picture where it's positioned like a rock. Because squirrels, they don't freaking army crawl on the ground like that.
Concave Earth song.
Sure they do.
Jimmy, do you have it up right now?
Texas, show that.
Texas,
they also don't have no feet as well. That's another.
Are you seriously explaining away this clear image?
All squirrels have feet, unlike the one.
Texas, click my link.
He's laying down. Okay,
and,
1 second.
And no squirrel looks like a rock, unlike the one you're showing us, which looks exactly like a rock.
Are you serious? Ed, can you help me here? This is
it doesn't
absurd.
look like a rock. It looks exactly like every other rock that's around it.
Not really.
No, it doesn't. Not at all in any way.
Look,
sorry, dude.
It's almost blended into the rock in front of it. It looks so similar. You could barely tell them apart. Where they are.
What link?
If that dark spot that looks like an eye, if you just took Photoshop right there and you took a copy tool right next to the eye and you moved it over, you would see a rock. You would not see a squirrel.
Exactly. Here's the thing. This is anomaly hunting on both sides. Okay, so just whatever. It's a fucking squirrel. It's a rock. What's the difference? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that, like, all right.
Well, no, it's quite important.
People, hold on. People plain and simple see fucking faces in the clouds. We're pattern seekers by nature, right?
Exactly.
So we're gonna see it, but that doesn't mean that it disproves that it's a squirrel or not.
Yeah, but Ed, come on, do you really honestly believe that they're so incompetent they're going to let pictures go out with blatant mistakes like that?
Have you not seen the moon landings?
Why wouldn't I think they fake it when fucking Judith Resnick works at fucking Yale College?
You know that, right? Judith Resnick is still alive from the Challenger.
Judith Resnick is a professor at Yale University. She's still alive, and so are the rest of them.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Hold on, Chibi. Can you go back to that Mojave?
The people that died in Challenger were.
Could you go back to that Mojave ground squirrel picture thing?
Fuck's sake!
Right here.
That's a triple set concave Earth.
So
there we go.
Do you see the surrounding? Do you see the surrounding shadows when you zoom in on that? Because try to focus on the eyes for a second.
Balls, concave balls.
Focus on the eyes for a second. Do you see that the dark spot on what's considered to be the eyes is the exact same shadow layout as all the other rocks? You see like the angle of light which is hitting the so-called eyes, like that little.
No, I see the shadow underneath his little head.
And look how uniform
like
is the shadow under its body. By the way, I mean, look how uniform and how
Are you guys
it's not
seriously?
straight like this freaking. It's
Holy shit!
absolutely
You know what it's
ridiculous.
like? Hold on. I feel like an atheist trying to disprove Christianity in a room full of Christians. You guys sound like religious, indoctrinated people. Just look at this clear evidence.
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
The clear evidence of a squirrel that looks like a rock, and you guys cannot find one image on the internet of a squirrel positioned like that.
Can you please, Jimmy, go look at Mojave ground squirrels?
Yeah, I just did.
I'm confident in my position that history will look on me well.
I'm sorry, I'm affecting your belief systems and religions.
Hold on,
It's got nothing to do with my belief system. It's fucking looking at it.
No, it goes against your religion, so you can't do it.
What definition of religion are you using?
Dude, that's a fucking rock. Are you kidding me? That's a rock. You can see it's a fucking rock.
You can't prove it's either or, and it's okay. That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah, I
so
don't think you can prove either.
I think I can say something we can all agree on. It's the most rock-like looking squirrel we've ever seen.
No, it's the most squirrel-like looking rock I've ever seen. Are you kidding me?
It is a squirrel. It deserves disability.
That's why it's anomaly
Are you
hunting.
kidding me?
That's why it's anomaly hunting on both sides. That's why it's.
No,
you
it's
can't prove
not.
it.
Move on.
No, because
Okay,
I will
let's
bring
move
up
on.
real things. This is made up.
I
bullshit.
agree.
I can bring
Not
up
made up
real
bullshit.
shit.
That's
about
actually
the
from NASA.
The real anomaly.
Jibby, man.
If
Why
this
do you
is
keep
your
showing
if this
pictures
is
of
your
willies,
proof
man?
that the rovers aren't real, your proof sucks.
Get that fucking picture of a cock off the screen, for fuck's sake.
You don't need anything besides the inverse square law to prove the rover is a fucking fake. Let's be fucking
Boom.
serious about this.
Thank you.
Oh, do explain that.
The
What do you
inverse-
mean, the inverse square law?
The
In what way
inverse
does the
square
inverse
law,
square
the
law
inverse,
disprove it?
I'm trying to tell you, the inverse square law means that the distance that radio waves travel exponentially increases and also decreases in amplitude, which means that you have to have a specific amount of power to send a signal at a specific distance. So how is a 1 watt transmitter going to make it from Mars, fight the cosmic background fucking distortion, fight fucking solar fucking wind, which has a frequency? How does it fight that and reach Earth? Not to mention that you can bounce fucking signals off the ionosphere, which means that you can bounce things off the ionosphere on. Of course, it's magic. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, free
And don't
space
forget
path
the
loss.
solar wind and the solar charged asteroid belt that probably cause
Right?
interference.
That's another thing I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for a picture of the asteroid belt, and I'm curious how people keep getting fucking crap past it and without any trajectory fucking
Yeah, but
errors.
let's say on one thing, Ed.
the
Inverse square law, free space path
hold on.
loss.
The asteroid belt.
it.
I have to tell you, the asteroid belt is
See what he's doing here?
A Hollywood is a Hollywood.
Is that like some kind
propaganda.
of disciplinary action? Asteroid, like a hemorrhoid on your ass. And you slap
No. This whole thing about
It's
the
the
asteroid
asteroid
belt looking like,
Okay,
oh no, we're in an
who
asteroid
cares?
belt.
Oh
That's
no,
not the
Daddy's
point,
gonna
dude.
use the
Epistemology.
asteroid
That
belt.
is total nonsense. The spacing
Epistemology.
between
There's
these
nothing
rocks
to do.
is
Inverse square
unimaginable.
law, free space path loss. Answer that. Go.
Yeah, absolutely. When I
got
see
hemorrhoids?
George
No, I got
tonight,
asteroids.
who's got a PhD in electrical engineering and mathematics,
Okay.
I'll have him do the calculation for you to show that based on the sensitivity of radio equipment and taking into account the inverse square law, and keep in mind that there's a dish that's pointed towards the Earth. It isn't just broadcast in all directions. There's a focused signal that's being sent.
Right.
You got to spell with 2
Okay.
S's.
Okay.
And
Okay, so are you almost done with your word salad yet?
and it gets through the. If we're just going to take the piss out of each other, let's do that. I'm quite happy to.
Well,
call
I'd
you
like to hear a
flat-tard,
proper fucking answer.
You know, dumb flat-tard fuckwits. I'm quite happy to just do that if that's what you want to do. But we
That's
can.
not what I am.
Images
So that'd be
from
disingenuous.
Pluto.
But all you're doing is taking the piss right now, and that's obvious. So let's not pretend that that's not happening.
Okay, so all communications between Mars and Earth go through satellites. Because of the distance, there is a substantial delay. As communication signals travel at the speed of light, this means that it can take between 3 and 22 minutes for the information to reach the other end. So a phone call would not be practical. Fortunately, there would be no limitations to email, texting, or texting with the Mars residents. Blah, 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 and nothing more. I'm trying to look at the power of the broadcast from the rover.
Right.
I mean, do you know how big? Do you know how big the amateur radio community is of guys that build repeater stations and they support it and they build rigs at home and they build radios from scratch and they do all the mathematics that's well known as far as calculating the power of a
Here's
rig.
a good one.
How many decibels.
Okay, I get your point. Yeah. Okay, so apparently,
if this stuff could easily be like, oh, it's impossible. We do the math on it. No.
What's the distance?
There's no
to
way
Mars?
you're going to have enough saturation.
What's the distance to Mars?
About 3,000 miles.
Let's say in the heliocentric model.
It depends on where the Earth is positioned relative to Mars.
Sure, I know apogee perigee is different, but I'm saying just an average, isn't it? Like I can't remember.
Let's see, average distance
but apparently,
to Mars.
apparently,
225 million
rover,
kilometers is the average distance.
Say again.
225 million kilometers.
200. So what was that? 300 miles, roughly. We'll say. All right. So 300 miles away. Apparently, they even broadcasted a Will.i.am song from NASA's Curiosity for Mars in order to promote his album "Reach for the Stars."
Wow.
Wait,
Isn't
Texas.
I'm
Texas.
sold.
Texas.
I got to
Real
buy
quick.
that song.
Real quick, you said 300 miles. Correct that.
300 million, roughly.
Okay.
That's amazing.
I don't want anybody taking sound bites.
I said 300 million.
I agree with Lord Stephen Christ.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
About what?
Everything.
Everything.
So
I was speaking in respect to Will I Am's album.
okay, so here, let me just kind of go over this here, okay? So let's see. The calculator here. So the distance at 300 million miles, frequency of 10 gigahertz, transmitter at 70 dB, receiver at 20 dB. The free space path loss is 197.8 dB. So you have to overcome the free space path loss, and you need to transmit a power of 60. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but you're forgetting it's a vacuum. It's a vacuum, dude.
So that's 60,225 petawatts in order to reach this without the. Yes.
That sounds bad.
Yeah, so the satellite would have to be carrying. The satellite would have to be carrying the equivalent of 70,093,515.
That's total
islands
nonsense.
worth.
You don't have
Really.
You don't have any knowledge in radio communication systems and
I'm
radio.
talking to somebody who does.
Satellite
I'm
dishes.
talking to somebody who does right now.
I do.
There's a calculator right here we're using.
Okay, Ed, why don't you create a sheet with all the math on it, taking into account how focused the signal is coming off the dish and what the amplification through the dish is and all that, and show me how it doesn't pass muster.
Citation, please. Citation, please.
Okay. And we can run it by George on ED because he used to work for Hewlett Packard.
George is kind of incompetent, so I'd rather not talk to him.
Incompetent in what way?
In a lot of ways, he's very weird, egoic, very strange.
Yeah, but you said that so he's incompetent, so he cannot do math. He's like bad in mathematics or bad.
No, I'm not going to waste my time.
Has he given false information that you debunk to show that he's not credible?
Look, I was a radar operator on the AWACS jets, right? Okay, I worked the radar.
Did
they
you
put
design,
out roughly
you
about
worked the radar system. Okay, you worked the radar system. Did you design the radar system?
Oh my lord, really? They put out about 400 kilowatts. They have a fucking range of about 300 miles. 400 kilowatts, right? The satellites that are supposedly in space run off almost like a 1-watt fucking transmitter. Sorry, bud. You're not getting fucking satellite fucking phone underneath the fucking tunnel.
That's
it's
right.
Not happening.
It's
not happening.
Right.
No.
What we need to know then is what the actual wattage of the transmitter.
No, you need to stop with the bullshit.
You need power. You need power because the inverse square law demands
your
distance.
Your radio signals were not picked up, were not received.
Who pays you, Jim Panda?
Were not received.
Who fucking pays you, dude?
You know what? I'm going to beat you in a minute.
You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking complete moron.
Yeah, Lord God's drunk again.
Well, let's not be rude, gentlemen.
Very shameful person, Lord God. Bye-bye.
So, you need a 70-meter dish to receive the signal. And it's sent in, I don't know, maybe S-band or, one of these, like a microwave transmission that they're sending. So it's a very different thing to what's on an AWACS jet.
Well,
right, it's frequency differentials, but that doesn't change specific things. You send in low frequency waves, right? Long distances.
As far as I know, that's correct. Yeah. But
right. Okay. So low frequency waves such as AM band, right? Increased distances.
It's not AM. It's not AM.
Listen to me. No. What I'm talking about is
talking about something that it's not. Is there?
I'm trying to educate you on how low frequency waves work.
Talk about that because
I'm trying to drop some knowledge on low frequency waves. AM band radio expands further due to weather, right? So the medium that the wave travels through, right? It matters, right? But in a vacuum, like there's no resistance, but there's no medium, right? How do you send these frequencies? Let me ask you that question. Does anybody have a clue how you send a radio frequency through an empty vacuum? Considering it's a wave, and if we can all agree on it's a wave, then a wave has to propagate through a medium.
Yeah,
if
what's
there is
it
no
waving
medium,
through?
it cannot propagate.
What's it waving through?
Well, I mean, it's part of the electromagnetic.
Yeah, that was part of the Michelson-Morley experiment where they thought there must be an ether for electromagnetic signals to propagate, and then that was determined that it's false, that you do not need to have an ether or a medium for electromagnetic
No,
waves.
you're misunderstanding that. It had nothing to do with that, dude. Seriously.
No, of course it did. Michelson Morley was the search for the ether, which they thought was necessary for electromagnetic radiation to pass through. They thought that there was a medium in space necessary.
They didn't do their experiment in a vacuum. You have no idea what they're talking about, dude. Seriously, it has nothing to do with what he just asked. What is waving? What are you waving through? What is it propagating through in a vacuum?
What does it travel through? It's just a wave that has peaks and valleys. It has.
By the way, I'm looking on the amateur. People are talking about wattage power versus distance, and people are hitting repeaters. People are hitting line of sight repeaters with less than 2 watts at 150 miles with their handheld radios, which isn't even a focused antenna.
Oh, is that
over
okay? So there's geostationary satellites that go all the way out to Mars at 200 miles.
These are just amateur. These are just amateur CB guys. Amateur ham radio operators.
And they have.
So, but we're talking about 365 million miles away.
No, but his example of the AWACS is that they're running whatever he said 50 kilowatts or whatever crazy amount of radio power on the AWACS. And
well,
he's saying 400 kilowatts for the AWACS, but that's probably for is that radar returns that you're looking for? What kind of signal are you sending? Is that radar?
That's radar specifically.
Okay, yeah, that's radar. That's a whole different animal, dude. That's a whole different animal than sending a message.
No, it's all in the spectrum. It's the same principle.
It's the same
principle.
Dude.
But when it comes to output power and returns, because what you're doing with radar is you have to send a signal out so powerful that it will bounce off the object and then come back to you. And it's specifically off objects that aren't even designed to be like an RF reflector. And you're just looking, which is the whole idea of stealth technology, is you're trying to create a signal so powerful that it'll bounce off any kind of a shape that's out there and give you a strong enough return that you can pick it up and say, oh, okay, we got an object out here, 100 miles out or 200 miles out or whatever it is. Radar is a whole different animal. Okay,
it's on the electromagnetic spectrum, and you have.
It's an electromagnetic device, but his example about how much power you need to go a certain distance is clearly not relevant in this conversation.
Okay, so 365 million miles away. What do you think it would need to be in order to get back to Earth? What is that?
This isn't my field. This is not in my field of expertise, but I could, I said, we can go talk to George. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert on every subject, and I really doubt that you know the mathematics behind calculating. So then, how can you say, if you're not an expert on it, how can you say, oh, it's too far away to be sent to be able to send a signal with the rover?
Because I have critical thinking, and I'm not a coach for the mainstream.
Rather than you, who has absolutely no background in designing RF systems and calculating their expected performance, so you think that there would be a whole community of these amateur radio operators that design and build this stuff as a hobby that they are passionate about, that they do every single day, and that you have to take tests from to get your licensing to do that from the FCC? Don't you think they would do the back of the envelope calculation and say, no, this is totally bullshit?
No, it's an appeal to authority fallacy. Get
it's
out
not
of
an
here
appeal
with
for
that
authority
nonsense.
fallacy. It's an idea that you can just poo-poo it because you don't understand or you can't imagine it to work. That's not an accurate.
Dude, I'm getting echo. Don't you echo?
It's probably me. Let me get out and in.
All right.
I did it too fast.
Anyways, what I'm saying is, when you look at the numbers, when you put them in the calculator, it doesn't add up. It seems very unlikely, and especially considering you have these charged particles, you have the ionosphere.
Wait. You say it looks unlikely. Please. Show me the calculation that it's unlikely.
I'm trying to explain my thought pattern here, okay? So you can get an idea of why I'm even saying this. As Ed pointed out, you've got all this charged particles, solar flares, your ionosphere, and the distance, which if you look at and you understand the inverse square law and the free space path laws, it doesn't look good, doesn't seem likely. Technology, like if you understand it in just the smallest amount, it should spur you to want to understand it more, to figure it out. It's not likely, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. It just seems absurd. I have every right to think that. I'm not an expert, you're not an expert. Who cares?
Anyway, Curiosity rovers use 2 transmitters. One is on X band, and the other is a UHF transmitter.
Does it say the wattage?
most of the transmissions don't go directly from the rovers. So they transmit to the orbiters, and then the orbiters transmit to Earth. So it's really quite it's not an easy thing to answer, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going through like all these different. Yeah, I understand.
But so really, the power of the rover is irrelevant to its ability to communicate.
That's
with
fair, but then what's the power of the satellite or the orbiter or whatever?
Right.
It's just something we got to look into.
Hold on a second. Curiosity doesn't even send low frequency waves. They send UHF signals at 400 megahertz.
And X-band.
Where do you let me look into that. Signals at much higher frequencies. Okay, let me look into this real quick.
All right.
I think it's cool to be a virgin.
But I think the biggest factor in that communication is the 70-meter dish on Earth. That's essential.
Yeah, but you're still dealing with inverse square law and free space.
I know, but what that dish is doing is
And a vacuum.
very weak signal and amplifying it, isn't it? That's what a big
you can't amplify a signal you're receiving. What do you mean?
Well, you're collecting a lot of it, aren't you?
Sure.
X-band radio waves used by a rover to communicate. The rover communicates with the orbiters and the DSN through radio waves. They communicate with each other through X-band, which are radio waves at a much higher frequency than radio waves used for FM stations. And there is the UHF. Here are the radio waveband rovers through the orbiters using UHF antennas, which are close-range antennas that are like walkie-talkie compared to the long range of low-gain and high-gain antennas. So that's what they're saying. That's from JPL. I still don't believe it because you cannot use a parachute on Mars according to what they tell us Mars' atmosphere is comprised of. It's too thin. This would plummet down to the ground. This parachute would not work. It would be like walking at walking pace with a parachute behind you, dragging
Just
you
so
down.
you know, that parachute hits. The purpose of that parachute is to slow it from the high speeds.
Right.
But it would still destroy the craft if you use that parachute to get to the ground, which is why on the small rovers they use the airbags, and on the big rover they use actual rockets to descend it.
Which is preposterous when you see their mock-up of how it allegedly goes down. And for one, the parachute wouldn't even deploy. It wouldn't. There is not enough.
Well, it's half the Earth's atmosphere, I think, on Mars.
Half?
No. It's much less than half. Yeah, it's much less than
And
half.
it
It's
just
equivalent to like
it wouldn't
over
deploy.
100,000 feet on Earth. But yeah, it's equivalent to over 100,000 feet on Earth. But still, you know, that parachute is effective when this thing is coming in at several thousand miles per hour. But as it slows down, it becomes less and less effective, which is why you cannot depend on that parachute to deliver.
I really don't think they have
to the
a
surface.
cable or parachute that could withstand speeds.
Show me the
that.
calculations. Show me the aerodynamic calculations. I can tell you a couple of popular fluid dynamics programs that aerospace engineers use for that. Maybe you could show me the model you built that shows that.
I'm just saying I don't know of anything in existence that would withstand
Okay,
such
so you who don't have a background in fluid dynamics can just look at it and say, "Matt, I don't think it's possible."
This is fallacious of you. What are you gonna make this man not fucking look into things?
If you're gonna make assertions and you're gonna poo-poo some of the greatest achievements of mankind, and not actually even have the numbers to back it up.
Are you offended?
Yeah, in a way, I am offended. I'm not personally offended,
dude.
but I'm offended in that he's just willing to dismiss some of the greatest human accomplishments that human beings have
because there's a
done.
lot of fraud in those institutions. We're
But
talking about
he
a
can't
government
provide.
agency.
He can't provide evidence of the fraud. He
I
can
just
only make,
provided.
He can only make claims that he doesn't personally feel that it's possible because he looks
what
at
did
it,
I
he doesn't
just
know.
point
But
out
he has
about
no
the
expertise
distances?
in the field.
Do you know what free space path loss is? Do you know what the inverse square law is?
Do you know what X-band communication is? Do you know what difference the 70-meter receiving dish makes?
Is it 70 meters that the receiving dish is?
Yeah, that's what the DSN is. It's a
Okay.
network. It's a network of 70-meter dishes at 120-degree points around the face of the Earth.
Okay,
So
well, here I've got. Let me do this to help everybody out. I think this might be beneficial for everybody. First of all, let's not try to dissuade people from asking these fucking questions out of being disrespected. First of all. Second of all, I've got 2 calculators here that I have that we can use in order to convert the dB to watts and also the distances. Yeah, here we go. So let me link this into the main chat here. All right, here's the distance calculator with the
So
dB
what you're proposing here then is that although NASA have generated this conspiracy regarding space that they've managed to maintain for the last 50 years, that there's a good likelihood that they've just missed out on the deep space communications thing. And we're going to be able to sit here in this hangout with our rudimentary knowledge of the subject, and we're going to be able to successfully disprove NASA.
Hey, I'm up for the challenge.
Yeah, like if they're creating the hoax, why wouldn't they just come up with some totally outlandish numbers that would show that it's possible according to your logic?
It seems
right?
outrageous. These numbers already do seem outrageous.
I mean, if it was so easy that you
million
could just
miles away.
Yeah, if it was so easy to just do with you having no background in radio communication and actually designing and building these systems and predicting performance and measuring performance, and the sensitivity of a radio array and all this stuff, if you could just do a back of the envelope calculation, say, oh, it's impossible to communicate from that far. I mean, if you have a problem with this,
okay, I don't know if you understand what we're talking about here.
Which is like,
look, I'm sorry. Look, hold on. I'm sorry I offended your dad. And for one, for two, let's just communicate about this. Okay, there's nothing fucking wrong with that. You seem to be offended. It's weird. Let's look at the numbers and think about it. Or change the subject. I don't give a shit.
It appears they use the burn mark thing that they from the LRO on the moon of the moon landings. I guess it's a very popular one to keep using. A little burn mark.
Real quick, X-band. X-band sits from 8 to 12 gigahertz. Okay.
8 to 12 gigahertz. Okay, go on.
Oh no, he got dropped.
We're gonna fucking figure this out, damn it, because we're smart enough, we're good enough, and god damn it, people like us. So
doggone it.
Doggone it.
I think we're smart enough, Kat. I just don't think we have access. I don't think we have access to all the information that we need.
I do.
And I think for us to get all that information would take time and quite a lot of study to do. And I think
we all call NASA.
I think to pretend that
nobody's pretending
that we can figure it out here we're just kidding ourselves. And I think
what was the gigahertz that you said, Ed? Well, if you don't want to participate, then I'll drop off with Ed and figure this out and come back.
Well, you can't figure it out, Cathexis. Stop pretending.
I have the calculators. I have the information.
Okay. So how does a 70-meter receiving dish amplify a signal from outer space? What effect?
You're saying it's impossible to amplify a receiving. What are you talking about, dude?
You're saying you can't amplify a radio wave? Is that what you're saying?
No, not from the fucking dish on the ground. You can't amplify it coming in.
I can go to a shop and buy an RF amplifier right now. So that's ludicrous.
No, I'm saying
I can buy one to stick in my house.
No, you're misunderstanding. I'm saying the guy, whatever, dude.
Okay, Cathexis, you do understand.
You're trying to say you can't.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, Cathexis. You do understand that that radio waves is light, right? You understand that it's just a different frequency of light, right? It's electromagnetic radiation, so it's just at a different frequency of visible light, but it's still basically light. It's the same thing. You do understand that, right, Cathexis? That a radio signal and light is the same thing. It's just a different
Yes,
frequency.
radio is invisible light. Light is
And
visible.
you do know
radio.
that you can
Yes.
you can use a parabolic. You could use you can make a parabolic mirror, and you could take the sun and focus it on a spot that you could light a match or burn a piece of paper or something with at the focal point of that parabolic dish, right?
Right.
Because you're taking light energy that's diffuse and you're concentrating it on a single point. Right? And you can build a receiving head that can pick up, microwatts radio, something that's a millionth of a watt or even smaller of energy, that it can pick that up and amplify it and process it into a way that you can decipher it. So you're taking this dish, which is, he said, what did he say, 70 meters or whatever it is.
Right.
Now we're talking something that has a very large surface area, and it concentrates it in the same way that, a parabolic mirror will concentrate light to a point.
There's that effect.
On a very, very sensitive head, that could pick up microwatts worth of energy. And you're telling me, nope, it's impossible. You can't do it.
No, you're oversimplifying it. That's not what I was saying. I was saying the receiver on the ground is not going to be able to amplify the signal coming to it.
Yeah,
it might be able to catch more of it, but it's not going to.
You're not showing the
you're
math
totally
out. You don't
misrepresenting.
have a background in that. You're not in a position to say that. Okay? If you show me,
I don't give a fuck, dude. But obviously, we're 2 hours into this conversation, damn near. You think I give a shit? Let's look at it. Let's examine it. Stop being so defensive. You guys are so weird, man.
Cathex is background in looking at things.
Yeah, I've got a
You can't
background
look
in
at
looking
things. You don't
at
have a background. in it.
Exactly.
Where's your credentials?
Exactly. I know. I need them. So let's take a look at the numbers here again.
Is
looks
this
like
showing
Ed dropped
topography
off.
changes?
let's
and
just-
or
Ed,
wind? Is this
let's-
wind
Ed,
patterns on Mars
quickly-
here?
Let's continue
said-
to ignore the effect of 70-meter receiver.
No, that it's going into the equation. I'm just trying to get the numbers right here. Okay, hold on. I'm doing all this. So the frequency, you said it was up to 10 gigahertz. Is that right, Ed? That transmitter.
Which one?
The X band one.
No, the X band was what did I say? 8 to 12 gigahertz.
Yeah, I think it
Okay.
was 8 to 12. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So and
It
that
has
was
a-
the. Sorry,
Curiosity is designed to produce 125 watts of electrical power for about 2,000 watts of thermal power at the start of the mission.
Okay.
At its minimum lifetime of 14 years, electrical power output is 100 watts.
It's
Now we need to look
minimum?
up how much 100 watts would push a 12 gigahertz signal. That's what we need to
So
find.
100 watt transmitter. Okay, what is the receiver on the ground? What did you say, Jeremy?
I need to dig.
Receiver is 20. I looked it up earlier. Is it 20 for this one?
20 what?
What is the receiver gain on the ground?
I have
Did it
no
say
idea.
when you're looking at that 70
You're
meter
asking
wide?
me how a deep space network radio.
Yes, I am. It's
Telescope.
okay, Jeremy. It's okay.
don't
You
know
said
how
you had it up. Were you not? Okay, Ed, I guess you and I, let's just drop off and explore this idea, and then they can go talk about like Pokemon cards or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Yeah. You continue to pretend that you've got the ability to
Jeremy,
come up with an
be
explanation.
disrespectful. You see, what are you afraid of? Truth fears no
I'm not-
investigation.
I'm
If I
not.
want to take a look at the numbers here, I'm a grown man. I'm an adult. So are
Right,
you.
I'm
We can
I'm
look at
pointing out
numbers.
that in the process of doing that, you're pretending that you're looking at the numbers.
No, I've
and
been
that you're
quite
doing
clear. I've been
some
quite
form-
clear.
Some form of valid investigation when you're not.
Okay,
That's
I've been
the point
quite
I'm making.
clear. What, do you don't think that I have the aptitude or the intelligence to infer what is required to understand
Eventually,
this? Are you
eventually.
simply saying that?
Eventually, with the right education.
Yeah, not in a few hours of Google, no.
Right.
Exactly, Ed. We don't have a degree. We don't have the right education.
Yeah, neither did Nikola Tesla, but he invented the 21st century.
What do you think? What do you think the internet is? It is a collection of
you
all
could- you
the
could-
information the world has ever had.
Yeah,
Use
and
it.
again, And again, this is why it's all so silly, because what you're proposing is that you're going to discover that there isn't an explanation. And of course, there will be if you bother to look.
That's
yes, and that's what we're doing.
Explanation.
Why are you clowns like stonewalling this? Let's just fucking look at it.
Because again, it's not that I don't want you to do it. I want to point out that in doing it, you're achieving nothing apart from confirmation bias.
Sure,
It
seems that you guys are operating out of your confirmation bias
finding
here.
a dishonest way to reassert your belief.
How is this dishonest by actually looking
because
at
you're
this?
pretending that you're able to make a calculation that you aren't able to make.
No, I have both of the calculators right here. I just calculated it here with the 20 as the receiver gain. It says the free space path loss would be 167.8 dB. So now we go over to the other calculator and we figure this out.
So can I just change topic real quick, but still stay on topic?
Yeah.
No, you're good, dude.
Okay, Jem. So we agree inverse square law is real.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So because of that, that means that we're only going to see things when the when the amplitude of the signal is actually powerful enough for us to observe it. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so how come there hasn't been any star systems, galaxies, or anything else that have popped into view magically since we're supposed to be traveling around a galaxy and moving through space? How come everything that's observable is there and we haven't seen anything new just appear out of nowhere?
Well, we have, I think. But not in the way that you're saying, but obviously over time, our ability to see further has increased, hasn't it? So we are able to see more things, but in doing that, obviously that limits our ability to have things pop out of nowhere. Right?
Why would that limit our ability in a universe full of infinite possibilities, full of infinite amount of stars, infinite amount of galaxies with an infinite amount of light?
Well, because if you're stood in a jungle clearing, it's easy for a tiger to jump out on you. But if you're stood on a mountain, looking out over a vast plain, nothing is able to jump out on you. And that's essentially the thing. As we're able to see further, how can something suddenly...
The issue that you're thinking about is you're not understanding the scale of these, like how far these objects are, how far spaced apart they are, and how slowly we're actually moving through them.
Right.
What relation to the short span of a human lifetime and how long humans have had tools to observe the heavens with.
Yeah.
In a universe with infinite possibilities and an infinite amount of stars. And
Which, by the way, we've caught lots of supernovas. That's one of the ways that we're able to determine.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I understand that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about, maybe we get in line and a quasar gets, the output side of a quasar or something gets lined up with us.
What I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is if we're far enough away from a galaxy that we can't see because the amplitude of the signal with the inverse square law isn't strong enough for us to observe it. At some point in time, there is going to be something that pops up that we can now see, and it'll go from dim to bright.
The inverse square law, when you talk about it, it's affecting the bit rate, right?
It's not just
like what you're receiving back. Well,
it's signal sent. It's signal sent because when you send a signal from the transmitter, it cones out, and as it cones, the further it goes, you need more power to send it. You need exponential amount of power.
Yeah, but you guys just learned about X band, and you were making references to radar, and this is classic arguments from incredulity.
Maybe I should just burn. Maybe I should.
So the thing is Cathexis, I heard you say that you've had it figured out, and you just have looked at the evidence, and you've done calculations, and you got pedometers or whatever, and you've made an assessment with logic that leads you to believe that you shouldn't believe in this. Though you've done obviously no research in it, correct?
So what I'm saying is that I need to look into it more. That's what we've been trying to do for the past 30 minutes.
Should I burn my aerospace engineering degree that I got from the United States Air Force? Should I just burn?
Well, I can say, Cathexis, you have this obvious disdain for people like epistemology that actually comes on and tries to tell you things that you don't hear in your little echo chambers that you prefer, such as the flat earthers. I see you in Patricia Steer. I see you talking to Globusters, all these different people.
Yeah, in chat.
And you don't treat them like you do this person here, all right?
Epistemology has been rude to me over the past, and we have a special relationship. He does. I don't.
No, you do this to all of them.
But we're,
you literally, like, anytime that any of them come on, you're like, oh my god.
Are you offended?
But seriously, no. I am that you are supposedly about truth, and people come on with different information, and you just completely want to fucking dismiss it.
No, I don't. It's just I understand the paradigm they're coming from, and they're usually in a particular way.
Yeah, but you don't understand the information, obviously.
People.
You have a
Absolutely.
very
I've
weak
said that
grasp
from the beginning.
of
I'm
it.
trying to learn.
Tim's right.
I'm trying to learn what this is about. I'm trying to see
No, you're
if
not.
I'm wrong in thinking
You
what
are
I'm thinking.
extremely biased, and it's fucking evident when someone like epistemology comes in, man. Seriously.
He's extremely biased from his perspective. Wouldn't you agree? Let's be honest.
Well,
here.
his bias is empirically backed in many ways.
No, his bias.
Now
is
you can
in
get
line with the
into
consensus
Cavendish, you can get into all these different things where maybe we can talk about that. But as far as the shape of the Earth goes, it's pretty fucking
not
evident
talking
for
about
anybody with
that,
half.
dude.
Well, you kind of
Nobody
are
has tonight.
when you're talking about the universe. Yeah,
No, we're talking about space
we
being
have.
possibly different than what they told us. Dude. That's all I'm after. And Ed sees what I'm talking about too. And I told it from the beginning. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to stop looking. I'm not going to, what do they want me to do? To stop learning things? I'm just asking it differently than what the mainstream guys would do.
No, you came on with the presupposition as if you knew. All right.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, don't try to backstep. Yeah, dude.
I'm
I was
not
listening.
backstepping, dude.
Yeah, you are. You are.
No, I'm not.
Because somebody
I
called
did
you on your bullshit.
I put in the numbers that I found online. And
Yeah, what was
that
it?
what I
Petamiles? How many petamiles again? What was that?
60,225 petawatts would be necessary
very
to reach
nice.
365 million miles with a 10 gigahertz frequency, a transmitter of 70, and a receiver of 20. So
In what band?
That's the X band at the 10 gigahertz, and but you see, there's the orbiter too, which is what the numbers I have to get from that. I'm not asserting anything. I'm just adding this up right now and trying to
Look, the thing is what we obviously know that these people at NASA have mathematical constructs and have the best mathematicians. So for us to come on and just say, oh, this doesn't make sense to me or whatever. I mean, don't you think even if it is all a fucking hoax or whatever, that they would have probably, came out with the W2 band where it's, it can fucking travel anywhere. I mean, this shit is so out in the open.
That's the thing. I think that even if you were to make some calculations which show that it's incorrect, that it can't be done, further investigation would unearth an explanation that shows why it can be done, and that explanation already exists. And
it's funny because we've had these conversations, and Cathexis and other people have listened to me talk about this before, how they say that they can transmit, from Pluto with like 12 watts.
Right.
And with,
That's a ridiculous
nuclear
concept. That's a ridiculous concept of 12 watts.
They're coming to they're coming to the fucking arrays, dude. Huge fucking satellites, man. Like huge dishes here on Earth.
Penetrates this no problem. Never has a problem. HD
Right.
signals
And
come
radio waves bounce off the ionosphere. But, doesn't that mean things wouldn't be able to get in? And
So,
that's
JB, are you using
NASA's
NASA's imagery? Are you using NASA's imagery to debunk NASA? Are you kidding me?
But microwaves don't bounce off the ionosphere; they go straight through it. That's why
the bouncing off the ionosphere existed. That was discovered a long time ago, well before NASA, like in the early 1900s.
Yeah, only at certain wavelengths. And
It's
only
wave
at-
propagation. It's wave propagation.
away
And
during
the
the day,
issue,
by the way.
the issue of wave propagation again comes down to the medium, and also with the power of the transmitter. Again, with the inverse square law. Like, think about it, right? You have a loudspeaker standing in front of you, right? And it's real loud. You go behind it, it's not as loud. But the only reason you hear it is because there's a medium that allows the wave to come back, and you hear it, right? If there's nothing in it, there's like. As an experiment,
do you remember the flat Earth or actually the NASA insider that came in and talked to us, and we had this question for him?
I don't remember.
This was like a year and a half ago.
I don't remember that we asked that question, but I remember the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, it was about radio waves, and that was one of the questions. But I mean, I don't understand. This is total Globebusters nonsense to come on and bring what Texas has brought. His evidence is, because of these two things.
I brought it.
Actually, yeah.
No, I heard him bringing it, actually. The inverse square law and the path loss. I heard him say that.
That's a factor that we have to deal with and understand. Like, I don't understand what's so wrong about pointing that out.
I just think it's funny that you guys cherry pick things to try to debunk things that are within the scientific fucking community.
Do you think that's likely? Do you think that's likely? Especially from something like Pluto, but Mars 365 million miles away. Does that seem likely to you? I just simply
Are we going off what's likely, or
no? I'm
what?
saying just your first gut feeling.
Why is that?
I don't care about my gut feeling. Yeah, what does that even mean?
What I'm saying
What if
is,
I said
why
yes or no?
not?
What does
Okay,
that
look,
mean?
look. All the NASA fanboys and all the people in the mainstream, they don't care. They don't care about.
Why do you have to go to
like
that stupid derogatory flat Earth term?
I'm not talking about you. I'm just
Seriously.
saying that
You always say
guys
no. You always say
go to the
NASA
flat earthers,
fanboys.
dirt to dirt.
It's this rhetoric
Yeah.
that you have. It's just it gets
I
boring.
apologize.
Bro.
then.
Seriously.
You hear how much shit I get, Tim. I'm in a fucking.
Like, have a conversation with somebody. Be somebody, not this person that you just wrote out for yourself.
Do you want me to be an enemy
Seriously.
to humanity?
No, I want you to be you, man.
This is me. I'm pretty much like this, but when
Okay,
I'm
well, you're a
being
walking script.
told, when
Yeah,
I'm being told
just
not
be
to
real,
question
dude.
something, I am. When I'm
I think
told
a
not to
lot of people
question
call you
something a
out and say
certain way.
that you don't feel very real. You feel intellectual, but you just don't feel real. Like you don't.
Well, I just feel
PC.
that.
I think you're being PC. Because you're so.
It's just the way I talk. It's the way I am.
No, you just have a bias towards people that are conspiratorial minded. That's why you hang out with
Sure.
Glowbusters and Patty Steers and all these people that are pushing nonsense. But
that's what I'm
you
trying to get to the
and
bottom
the
of.
people, the
Tim, I will tell
antithesis
you
of
this
that
right now.
are
Look,
atheists,
seriously.
of course, that
Let
actually
me
have a lot more empirical evidence to back their
Okay, but let me say
justifications for their
this
beliefs.
right now. Let me
But
make this
you
statement
go
right
on
now.
with somebody
right
with
here.
a fundamental Christian that's a fucking flat earther and debunk science on shows, dude. It's a fucking joke,
Okay,
bro.
great.
Seriously.
I understand. Now
Seriously,
let me
man.
state something for the record right now. Jesse Kozlowski just put out a new video today, 5 hours ago.
Tim's right.
An hour long, flat Earth missing curvature found. He did a live stream and explained this even further. Now I've watched all of Jesse's stuff. I've seen his blog. I've gone over it. If I watch this and I can ascertain that absolutely there is curvature from this point right here, I will come out and say it loud as possible. I just haven't found convincing enough evidence to sway me
neither
that
have I.
way.
Same thing.
And
Well,
I'm serious,
Cathexis
dude.
understands.
I'm not out here.
The difference between you and him is that he understands star trails, and I believe that you still don't. Obviously,
I need
because
to
most
look
people,
at the ceiling
most
to determine the
people,
floor.
nah, that's ridiculous.
No, it's
that's
not.
absolutely ridiculous. And
That's
I'm not
what
going to say
Dell
that you
said.
make
No,
a full
I'm serious,
determination. Hold
dude.
on, you don't make a full determination from that. But you have empirical evidence that you can start stacking in favor of this model that they supposedly tell us that we're on, right? You know what? And it seems to actually work out a lot more than this flat Earth nonsense that nobody has a model for. This geocentric shit where they're just like, oh, I want to fucking feel like the center of God made me. It's just all bullshit, man. Like, come out with some proof. Come out with proof where you actually debunk gravity, not just here on Earth fucking spraying footballs.
It's not
and shit.
debunking it. It's about thinking about things
It's all a
differently.
joke.
It's just
Just
going to
saying.
think about things differently, Tim.
You're backing these people that are
No,
literally spitting
it's
absolute
not about
nonsense.
the people, dude. I'm down this rabbit hole too.
Is
I'm
it about
looking-
the information?
It
Because
is
the information is
absolutely
just
about
as
the
bad as the
information.
fucking dramatic people.
Look, it has
therein.
nothing to do with the people, dude. Seriously,
What does
you
it
know
have
me
to
well
do
enough
with
at this
then,
point.
Cathexis? What does it have to do
These
with?
are people that I can. At
What
least
does it
talk
have to
about
do with
these
it if it's
crazy
not the
ideas.
people or the information? What does it have to do with, Cathexis? To please you?
You can talk to me about crazy ideas.
What? I have fun in a
And I'm
social
not a
setting
flat
on
earther.
Hangouts. What's wrong with that, Tim? You're out here
Okay.
too. Like, what are you on about?
So you have fun with conspiratorial-minded people, and
There
that's
you
why
go.
you're so biased, correct?
Are you?
That's
That's why
why.
you
That's
scoff
why I
at
like
people like
hanging out with you
epistemology when he
because
comes
you're
on,
conspiracy.
correct?
Listen, epistemology and I have a history. I'm not being disrespectful. He's not being
Well,
disrespectful.
he didn't come
with
on
me.
here, and
We've
he
had-
wasn't treating you as if you treated him.
No, it's friendly. Believe it or not.
I've got no issues with him.
No,
We've had
you know
good
what? This isn't my
conversations in
first
the past.
rodeo listening to you, bro. Seriously.
Oh?
You, him, all together, everybody. All right. I understand
Okay.
how you act. I'm just calling you out, man.
All right, cool.
And
Are
some
you
of your other
afraid-
friends that aren't flat earthers have called you out too.
Are you
Okay,
afraid that if you say it's a ball, you're gonna lose friends?
That is
and that's
retarded.
why
I have
He's
a
gonna get Tiger
1,000
Danned,
subs.
man.
I
He's
got
gonna have to go
1,000
fucking
subs.
back to atheist or go back to gaming, dude. That's all he's got, man.
Rika, Texas. Here's those pictures of the Pope dressed as Santa.
Do you think it's like I feel like I felt like when I thought it was flat that if I were to say it was a ball, I was going to lose friends, and that's kind of fucked up. Like you shouldn't be my friend based
It's retarded.
off the shape of
Exactly.
the earth. And that's a fact, man.
Well,
It's
don't
called
project
dogma.
your insecurities on me. I'm not out here for friends. I'm out here for information. And if some people have a different set of information that I'm more inclined to listen to, I'm going to go around them. It's just that simple. I'm not out here for friends. John LeBon is correct. There is no such thing as YouTube friends. You got people that you
So
can
you're
talk
not
to
about truth
regularly.
either, is what you're saying.
No, I'm absolutely
You're about
truth.
something
Like
that
I
feels
just
you
said.
all warm and fuzzy, the
No, I
conspiracy
just
side of
said
things,
the
right?
opposite of that. I'm not out here for friends, not warm and fuzzy. I'm out here for information. Those people I can talk to
I
at
said
least about
the
alternative
information
ideas.
that makes you feel warm and fuzzy. That's what you gravitate
No, I
towards,
want to know the
correct?
fucking truth of this matter. It's a very complex situation.
Will you
Dude,
find the truth
what are you on
with a
about?
bunch of flat earthers that have presuppositions trying to prove
No, I'm
premises
watching
about
Jesse
flat Earth?
Kozlowski's video right now.
Well, yeah, that's what 1% of your time comparatively.
I could be out here and fucking have conversations with people. What's wrong with that? Seriously,
Well, now
I
you're
don't
getting backed
understand
into a
what
corner and
you're
you're not answering any questions, are you?
No, I'm answering everything here. What you called me out, okay? I'm a conspiracy-minded person. Great.
Okay, so
What
I'm
next?
badgering you into really you being truthful with yourself and saying you're not about truth, hanging out with these
Oh, it's
people.
an intervention. Nice. Epistemology. You want to jump in next?
I just said badgered you. I badgered you. I didn't say the group did. So
Well, we can get the
answer
group in on it
question.
if you want.
Well, I think they're enjoying listening to me as
What's
I'm
the question,
talking to
Tim?
you.
What's the question?
Never mind.
You just asked me if I'm interested in information or the warm fuzzy. I'm information. I'm after information. Am I a conspiracy-minded person? Absolutely. And I've been very clear about my position since the beginning. And I'm sorry I haven't picked a side or whatever people insist on me. I'm getting it from both sides, and you know that. Fucking Utes out there calling me a shill right now. Like I'm getting it from both sides because I refuse to accept.
No one's on
certainty
Ute's
in
side.
this matter.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
you just kind of burned the flat Earth community as much as he's burned everyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, he's hilarious. But look, all I'm saying is, when I find something that's convincing enough for me, and I can lay it out and prove it to somebody else, then I'm going to go in that direction. I've told everybody that from the get-go. It's just I'm being very strict as to what evidence is that will sway me.
Let me ask you this then, Cathexis. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so there's a whole bunch of things that prove that the Earth is round. Like we can talk about the ISS. The ISS you can go out and see. You can take a telescope and look at it up close. You can watch the passes. You can see how they're predicted. By the time and I are going to do a trigonometry measurement, where we're going to measure the altitude of the ISS when it passes right between us from 300 miles away, and we'll be able to calculate how high up it actually is.
That would be awesome.
We're actually, him and I, we're trying to coordinate because we got to wait for the right pass. But there's going to be one in the next month or two that we'll be able to do, assuming that we get a clear sky to see it. But you've got all the videos of that. 60 years of space. Pictures and video, and how many different countries have done it. You can go out and watch the rockets yourself. You can go watch the rockets yourself. You can get a telescope and you can
watch the rockets.
You can go look at.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on.
Just
Let me
quickly.
finish. I let you just go off.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay, you can go out and get a telescope, and even a decent $300-400 telescope, you can watch Jupiter. You could watch the moons of Jupiter. You could watch the moons transit Jupiter and cast shadows on Jupiter. You can watch atmospheric bands on Jupiter, so you can see that there's an atmosphere spinning with the ball, yet also independently spinning on the surface. Watch the great spot. You could time how long it takes for Jupiter to make a complete revolution.
Who's saying that stuff isn't?
like
no,
that.
no,
Like, what
no,
do you
no. I'm
mean?
saying you look up in the heavens and all you see is spheres with objects orbiting spheres and atmospheres that are spinning. And then you go, well, how does water stick on a ball? How do we live on a spinning?
Have you ever heard me make those
hold on.
arguments?
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the flat Earth
You
community.
see, you're lumping me
So
in
hold on.
with these people.
I'm not trying to lump you in, but I'm trying to say between all these things, like you can't explain to me why does the ISS calculator perfectly match the observation as well as location?
Okay, well,
why
you
is it
said
all the
you-
flight?
okay.
Hold on. Why are all the flight times perfectly matched with the globe model? Why is it that when people drive the continent, the mileage matches up exactly with how long they're supposed to be on the globe model, whereas on the flat Earth map, all the southern continents are stretched and would not be those distances, as well as the flight times, right? So you have all this evidence that all goes in, yep, checks out with the model, yep, checks out with the model, yep, checks out with the model.
But let me ask you
And
just
then
a
you're
quick
going to say,
question.
I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced.
Yeah,
You know what?
yeah. Okay, well, let me clarify real quick.
Let him finish his point. He's nearly done.
Let me finish,
Are you
okay?
sure?
A few months ago, I was having horrible headaches, and I had to go and get what they call an MRA, which is a type of MRI where they look at, you know, it looks at the blood flow through the brain, and it maps all the blood vessels in the brain, and it uses magnetism to magnetize the nucleus of your blood cells, and does all the by looking at the movement, it's able to completely map out your brain in 3 dimensions, right? That's how they can find aneurysms and save your life in many cases, right? To me, that's a hell of a lot more amazing that technology works. Like, you don't question that technology, which is way the fuck more mystical than, this stuff that you can go outside and see for yourself. So it's a very strange bias for you to say, I totally believe that the MRA works, even though I have not a fucking clue how this technology works, because you have to have a background basically in quantum physics to understand it.
Okay. Let me ask you this then, because you said you have a ton of proof for the globe, and then you went straight to the ISS and stuff. Can you please tell me the best proof of the globe if you take the military-industrial complex off the table? Just find something that is effective enough that I can either do on my own or verify it with some way without using these space agencies and military-industrial complex. Anything?
I'll tell you that what I would say is the 3 most damning pieces of evidence that you can do for yourself very easily. Okay. Over a large body of water, notice that there's a wall of water in the way of objects the further away they go. Okay. Whether you do what Red did, where he watched a large ship go over the horizon, and then more and more of the ship gets cut off.
Okay, so
or you go across
horizon.
Lake Ontario and you look at the Toronto skyline, where only the CN Tower and a few of the tallest buildings are poking up, and the rest of the city is blocked off by a wall of water. You can go and you can get a theodolite and do what I did, which is you can measure the horizon at sea level, measure the horizon at higher up, and see that the horizon is indeed falling with elevation.
Yeah, it goes down to about 3 degrees, I think, is up at the 120.
But there's no reason why it should go down at all if it was all a flat plane.
The problem also with that, though, is the atmosphere.
Number 3, when you look up and you look at the celestial bodies above us, which nobody can fake, nobody can put them there. They're what exist. And you buy a telescope so that you can improve your vision, and you can clearly see that all the objects above us that we see are spherical, and there's orbits, and that gravity is real because those orbits are real, that those objects are solid objects because they're casting shadows as they move across these objects.
Okay.
And there's literally, and then go and notice that, there's, we can't see the south celestial sphere from our latitude, but we can see that there's a north celestial sphere and objects are rotating around it. And,
I'm well aware of
and all these things perfectly point out to the fact that we are not on a flat plane. Forgetting about the fact that there's no pictures of a flat plane, there's no, sailors have sailed around the world, and it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous to say that if you, in the checkbox of evidence of a flat Earth and the checkbox of evidence of a spinning globe, that you're going to put more credence in the flat Earth model, which has no predictive power.
Okay.
Because, like the ISS, for example, you could take one
Cathexis, can't you just ask him, Cathexis, to show the evidence? Maybe we can see something.
I was trying to let him finish. He just keeps going. I wonder how his girl likes it. Dude,
no, I just want to. I know. I just want to see what he's talking. I'd love to see one thing what he's talking about, Cathexis. I mean, are you interrupting him?
The explanation's
What's the problem here? Just one?
Well, I think boats over the horizon seems to be the best proof for the globe.
apparently. Even though
Well, yeah,
I said
because
it
on
the
a
other
flat
day.
Earth, well, yeah, well, let me just make a statement. Yeah, because on a flat Earth, the tops would disappear first. I get it. Yeah.
Oh please!
Can you
flat
explain
earthers,
why the bottom?
you flat
The
earthers,
tops, obviously, the tops would disappear first. We
Can you
got it.
explain why the bottom disappear first?
You guys are full of shit.
No, let's trust me. We got it, guys. Obviously, in a flat Earth, the tops disappear first. I got it. Yeah.
Right, I'll ask you one more time, Pillbox. Can you explain why the bottoms would disappear first on a flat Earth?
Oh yes, yes.
Hold on,
Because
quickly.
because on a flat Earth, the tops would disappear first.
Well, hold
Jeremy.
on,
Man,
hold on.
you're
I
too
will
smart.
say this.
Too
if
smart
I could,
for me.
Pillbox, real quick. Atmospheric conditions, swells, waves, angle of attack, and height of observer.
That's
And
convexus. Convexus. I can zoom in with my P900 like
Guys,
Jimmy has
hey,
and see the boat reappear. That's the worst argument in the book. That's a 101 fuck. You can't be that stupid. Yeah, they reappear magically. So I guess cameras are magic. Yeah,
You're a fucking idiot,
Yeah,
Pillbox.
it's a complete
You're an
straight
idiot,
flat line. You can't be that stupid, P Mars. Sorry. Find something you're good at, P Mars.
Do show us, Pillbox, where you did that.
Try to pull your head out of your ass, P Mars. You might
Fuckhead
learn
idiot.
something. You might learn something, bitch. Try to pay attention, bitch. You might learn something.
Fuck you. Flat earthers are like this.
I'm sorry, fag. It's okay, fag. It's okay, retard. I know. On a flat earth, the tops of the ship should disappear first, retard. Sorry, fucktard. Get a life,
Pillbox is
bitch.
my
Next.
favorite fucking person.
Next.
Dude,
Who's
you're a
next, bitch?
clown,
Who's the
dude.
next bitch that's gonna get slapped around? Who's next?
Make sure you take your
Little
fucking, make sure you
bitch-ass
take your red
faggies.
nose
Come
off
on,
your
who's
face
next?
first.
This guy should
Who's
be
next?
fucking
Let's talk
kicked off
about
the
yeah.
panel.
On a flat Earth, obviously the
guy should
tops
be
of the
kicked off
ships
the
would
panel
disappear
because
first. That's
he's
totally
giving
legit.
evidence for
Yeah,
a
because
globe and
P
saying
Mars
it's a
watches
flat
TV,
Earth.
so he's an expert on everything because
What
he
do
saw it
you-
on
what do you
television.
watch? I watched Jersey Shore. Fuck you, you idiot.
Did you snipe it? I had my finger on it.
I don't snipe anyone, but that guy deserved it because he's full of shit. He's like, I'm going to present evidence for a flat Earth, but it's evidence for a globe, idiot. This is what all the flat earthers do. That's why it's a
Yeah, and
total
I
joke.
asked him 3 times, and he still kept repeating that same, sarcastic statement about on a flat Earth that the tops would
I'm
disappear.
sorry, man. I have no patience.
Why
for
would the
this
tops
stupid
disappear?
shit.
That doesn't make any sense.
He was trying to be sarcastic, wasn't
Well, look, things
Yeah, he was
disappear.
making a joke.
Things disappear underneath, and nobody talks about phase inversion or phase correlation when it comes to waves.
Yeah,
Right?
we're
Things-
cowards.
things-
No, sorry, Ed. Sorry.
Things are in phase when you see them. You can see everything. Like when you're on a hot road and you're 100 yards away and there's heat going on, the things are phase inverted. Like I bring this up all the time. Like phase cancellation headphones, like sound canceling headphones. What it does, it takes the ambient noise from around you in real time. It flips it 180 degrees. Now, what that is if you see a wave, it's the up and down the wave, right? A sine wave. Now, if you take that sine wave and double it, and the double that you make, you flip it upside down and play it together, it effectively cancels each other out because there's a peak on one and there's a valley on the other in the same area. So
Right.
it cancels each other out. It doesn't exist any longer, which is why light disappears from the bottom up. And it has to do with atmospheric conditions. It has to do with heat, and it has to do with distance. Nobody talks about that, and that's 100% what it is. Now, I think the Earth's the ball. I think the Earth. What I'm saying is, I think the Earth is the ball. But what I'm saying is, it's so fucking big that you can't. How do you?
Yeah,
fucking
boats
tell?
aren't going over some curvature,
Look,
even if it
look,
were a ball. I'm sorry.
Optical experiments are limited to distance. Right? Certain things can only go so far, and especially when you have things that are going to invert phase.
But we
certain
don't
things.
see
This is why real mirages are high, because you see them at a different alignment from what a normal phase you would see. It's inverted. It's different.
But we don't see the bottoms of aircraft disappear first.
It's in the air. I mean,
There's
well,
a
why would you?
Well, why wouldn't you?
What? It's in. Really?
Well, that's what you're saying. When it's a ship,
Inverse square law
you're saying-
applies to sight.
Hang on a minute.
Inverse square
Hang
law
on a minute.
applies to sight too.
When
The
you said
amplitude of the signal.
when it's a ship, you said it's 100% with the words you used, 100% the atmosphere. So it's nothing to do with curvature at all. So if it's only the atmosphere, then why doesn't it happen to aircraft?
It's not just atmosphere; it's light also.
But
it doesn't happen to aircraft because it's freezing cold.
On the light that is causing what we think is things going over the horizon. So if that's the case, why doesn't that work? Why doesn't it work with a mountain? You know, why can't I?
It does work with a mountain. You can see mountaintops. You can see mountaintops at a distance, and they look like clouds. And then you drive up to them, and then you see the base.
I've never ever looked off into the distance and seen just the top of a mountain and then nothing underneath it.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I hate to cut in, but I have to take off. I guess people just came over. So thank you for the intervention. You guys have a great night. Talk to you later.
What kind of work are you in, Cathexis?
My brother just showed up.
He's got a lady.
See you later, man.
My brother just showed up from out of town.
Oh, Cathexis.
You guys have a good one.
It's been fun.
So I just wanted to point out this phase inversion, whatever, doesn't make any sense because stars, we can see them when they're below the horizon. When they're physically below the horizon, we see them. So the atmosphere, if it does anything, enables us to see further and beyond the horizon, not the inverse.
How do you see stars that are below the horizon? If they're below the horizon,
Because of atmospheric refraction. It's the same reason we can see the sun several minutes
If that was true, if what you're saying is true, long exposure photography would show light trails at the horizon level, and they would streak lengthwise as opposed to in a circular pattern.
Actually, yes, they do. Because as it approaches the horizon, there's a refraction. There's more refraction near the horizon because you're looking through more atmosphere. When you're looking up near zenith, there's no refraction there. You don't have to. It's very well cataloged. You can get astronomy books that tell you how to make these predictions so that you can predict exactly where a star will be when it's near the horizon. We can actually see stars that are physically below the horizon.
No.
If you have the right conditions, yes, you can. So the atmosphere, in most cases, lets us see further. That's why geodetic surveyors, when they're making these calculations, actually calculate a radius bigger than Earth.
Okay.
They use a slightly bigger number because they're taking measurements through an atmosphere.
So what you're saying it lines up exactly with what I've been saying for months now, is that all optical experiments when it comes to the shape of the Earth and how far you can see are off the table because you can't trust what you see because there's so much refraction. So you can
absolutely you can. Yes, you can. Because like I was saying, we have perfect equations for predicting where a star will be. That tells us that we have very good equations for calculating how much refraction is happening in that medium of atmosphere from us to that star. We can make those same calculations with general atmosphere between two, like a building or a boat. We know refraction values for air and how temperature and humidity and density all affect these things. These are lab tested things that are very well established.
So you can lab test star trails over the horizon.
No, but you can lab test atmospheric refraction. How air refracts.
How big
light.
are these labs? How big are these labs? What's the density of the atmosphere? What's the moisture level? I don't believe what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, we have airplanes that fly through this atmosphere. We have all sorts of measurements of it and how much there is, how hot it is, how dense it is, how humid it is. All of these things. There's this thing called the standard atmospheric, or the standard model of the atmosphere that gives us basically a baseline for making a lot of these observations. And so far they proved very accurate.
A standard, standard model for the atmosphere, and they can't, and meteorologists can't predict the fucking weather tomorrow.
Well, that's one thing.
Standard model that is practiced in fucking
we can
labs
to a certain predictable percentage. We can say there's a 90% chance of humid precipitation. We can predict the weather, just not with absolute certainty because the atmosphere is a dynamic system.
You just said these are lab tested 100% accurate equations, but and then in the next breath you tell me that
atmospheric refraction isn't going to change that much from day to day. In general, unless you have really weird conditions like directly over a lake or mirage conditions or things like that, yes, you're going to have weird effects. But we actually understand a lot of these effects and have been able to reproduce them using what we know about atmospheric refraction. This is something I'm pretty comfortable with. I've dealt with a lot of these equations myself. I'm very comfortable with Snell's law. I've modeled lens refraction myself. See, the thing with the stars is we have all of the stars plotted on the inside of a sphere, okay? All stars have angular distance. Everything is in perfect relation to each other. Nothing distorts or changes size in terms of constellations or anything else. So we know that all of these stars plot onto a celestial sphere. That's why we call it the celestial sphere. All stars can be mapped onto the inside of a sphere. So when we do that, and then we account for atmospheric refraction near the horizon, we can predict exactly where that star will appear relative to where it actually is.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Let me ask you a question. Why is Venus, Sirius, much more brighter as it rises in the east as opposed to when it sets in the west? Same thing as the moon. The moon is much bigger when it rises in the east as opposed to when it sets in the west.
Bigger?
100% from the perspective's view.
You say the moon is bigger?
It's bigger as it rises in the east as opposed to when it sets in the west. I have plenty of video that shows it being absolutely fucking huge when it's on.
False. I've measured it myself.
Yeah, that's
bullshit. The angular size of these objects do not change one iota.
You guys,
they do not change. I've measured them. Show me your evidence, please.
Because I have to dig videos up, but yeah, the moon looks absolutely bigger when it's on the horizon.
Let me just tell you something.
How are you making these measurements?
What are you talking about? I can see it with my own eyes as opposed to when it goes up above us and when it sets.
But there is an effect when it's close to the horizon where it looks like
wait.
It looks
There's
bigger.
a very easy way you can actually measure it yourself. Just get a straw and look through the straw, and look through the straw when it's close to the horizon. Look through the straw when it's when it's higher up. It's exactly the same. And if you don't
have screenshots, I have pictures.
You can't use pictures. You have to use a straw. I mean, have some degree.
You have to measure it. You can't just look at it. I'm sorry, but you need to measure it.
Yeah, you're talking about
when it's near the horizon, you have a point of reference. When it's up at the zenith, you have no point of reference. That's why you get this illusion.
No. But here's the thing.
You see any more craters when it's near the horizon.
Listen. Let me talk. So when it rises, it looks bigger. When it's above me, straight ahead, like straight up, it looks smaller, and when it sets, it looks the same size. How come it doesn't change when it's on the western horizon? What's the
let me
difference
ask, if it were bigger, you would see more detail, correct?
You do see more detail. You can see this. You can see the moon.
You actually don't.
Bigger.
You actually don't. Try and find details when it's near the horizon that you didn't see when it was
Next time, do this for yourself. Next time the moon rises, well, not rises. Next time the nighttime comes. Next time the nighttime comes.
Astronomy for almost
literally
decades.
saying it's bigger.
I have never seen anything.
I'm not saying the moon grows. I'm not saying the moon grows. I'm saying from the perspective individual. It does look bigger.
Are you measuring it? Are you measuring the angular size? Because that is directly relative to.
I have pictures with a camera when it's coming up on the east, as opposed to when it sets in the west. It looks bigger when it's in the east.
It's not a measurement.
That's not a measurement.
Taking a
tell me
picture.
how you measure it. Please, no. Accurately describe how you measure the moon with pictures that show a moon with two different sizes.
Sure. So take a camera, say a DSLR with a 300mm lens, zoom all the way in.
Why would you do it with a 300mm? Why wouldn't you do it with a 50?
So
That's
you can make it
more
nice,
to the naked
and
eye.
freaking big, so it takes up the whole screen.
No. We're talking about the perspective of the individual, and the 50mm lens is absolutely the closest you can get to the human eye with a full frame camera. Why wouldn't you do it with the 50mm lens on a full frame camera? First off, that just tells me you don't know what you're talking about with photography.
Actually, I do. Pick one. I don't care. I'm choosing a lens that makes it big enough that you could measure with extreme accuracy.
So you're blowing out. Hold on, no. I'm talking about from the perspective of Earth, from the human perspective. You're talking about a zoom lens.
Right.
You're talking about a zoom lens.
Listen, do it with the 50mm.
If this was a science experiment, it would be absolute bunk. If it was a science experiment, it would be fucking bunk. You would need to go closer to the human.
Measure it.
Dodging like crazy. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm dodging. I'm talking about using like variables, invariables. I'm talking about saying, okay, what's close to
several times that the lens, it doesn't matter. If you want
the lens matters.
The lens, use a 50mm lens. That's what
use any lens.
Okay,
use
okay. So
any
what you're saying,
lens.
hold on, stop. What you're saying is the lens doesn't matter, right? But we're talking about atmospheric conditions from the observer's point. So what you're talking about is with the telephoto lens. Hold on. Hold on. So with the telephoto lens, you're zooming through the atmosphere. You're blowing it up.
Would you listen for 3 seconds?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm hearing bullshit.
Do you
I'm
see
hearing
my
bad
screen?
info.
So here I am. I took 3 pictures. One where it's near the horizon.
sorry.
One where it's up in the sky. I took 3 different zoom levels for each one. I did wide angle, 55 millimeters, and then I put a zoom lens on. So I had 18 millimeter, 55, and 250. They are all the same size in every zoom level. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what lens you use. I use 2 different lenses to take these pictures.
That's the goofiest thing I've ever heard in my life. The moon is not going to change in size from an 18 millimeter lens to a 50.
No. Okay, listen. You take the picture.
Are you kidding me?
No,
A human being standing 20 feet away from you is going to be
pictures-
different sizes from an 18 and a 50.
Okay, listen.
What's wrong?
Very, very important distinction. Different times, same zoom.
Different
She's not
times.
saying if you take a moon with one lens and a moon with another lens, it'll be the same size. She's saying with all
She
these
just
different
said that.
lenses. No. Maybe she misspoke or you misunderstood. She's saying that if you take this picture, as long as you don't change the lens or play with the zoom, you can take it at these 3 different times: at the horizon, rising, at the zenith, setting. As long as you don't change the zoom or the lens, it will be the same size. That's what she's saying. She's not
I'll just
saying
have to
that
wait.
it won't
I'll just
be
have
bigger.
to wait till next week. I'll just have to wait till next week when the moon's going to be on the eastern horizon. I'll take some pictures. I'll make a video. I'll show you exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Fair enough.
So this is what I would really love to see is get a camera, establish a zoom level that you want to take a picture of the moon with so that you can actually see how big the moon is. So you see how I've done here? So I've taken pictures where I see how big the moon is using a very specific zoom level. So I don't want to change the zoom. I want it to stay the same size and then take pictures hours apart from each other or vastly different days if you like. But understand that it's going to be within a range for apogee and perigee.
You just said you changed the zoom because you want it to stay the same size.
Do not change the
Not
zoom.
what?
Keep the zoom the same so it changes, or so it doesn't change size. What I did here is I took it with 3 different ones, 3 different times. So every hour I took 3 pictures, one at 55 millimeter, one at 18 millimeter, and one at 255 millimeter. And then I stacked them all with
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking
respective zoom
about.
levels, each one. So all the
That's
250
how.
ones are together.
Hold on 1 second. You're talking about as the moon is on the horizon, I'm taking it with an 18 millimeter, and as it goes higher, and my point is that it's bigger on the eastern horizon, but as it goes higher, it gets smaller. So you increase your zoom level, and it stays the same
don't
size.
increase your
No
zoom.
shit.
Do not.
And
Do
then it
not
goes
increase the
further.
zoom. Don't increase the zoom. Leave it at 18. Do not.
I don't
change
know
it.
what you. Oh,
So
I don't-
what the point is when you take it near the horizon, if you're saying it's bigger, then 3 hours later when it's up in the sky near zenith, it should be smaller, right? So when you take a picture with the same zoom, it should appear smaller, correct?
Yes.
That's what I've done.
Okay, and I'll do that next week, and I'll make a video on it, and I'm going to use 50 millimeters.
See, okay, I've already done it for you.
Yeah, that's great. I'll do it myself because I don't believe
know,
you.
I understand, but this is one I've done. So you
Yeah,
have
I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing like that, but I don't know.
3 hours
We're-
apart.
We're getting at it.
This one was taken near horizon, midway, and then near zenith. All of them are the same size, all taken with the same zoom. This was my 55 millimeter zoomed all the way out.
Is that a full frame or APS-C camera? I'm just curious.
It is a Canon T3i.
So it's an APS-C. Okay, so that's a 0.5. That's a 0.15 magnification
Yes,
on top of
yes,
the
it's a crop
55,
lens.
which means
the relevant
that you're not. So which means that you have to take 50 millimeters and multiply it by 1.5, and that's exactly what your true magnification actually is.
Sure.
So I'm going to do it probably
Yes,
at about
crop
35
lenses-
millimeters. I have an APS-C.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's not at all. I have an
It
APS-C.
won't- The point is, it won't change size. The moon will stay the same size all night from horizon to horizon. I promise you.
As
I
long as you don't
guarantee it
swap
and
out
promise you.
lenses or change the zoom level, it will stay the same size.
In fact, I could even predict, if you tell me your latitude, I could approximate that at zenith, it could be several pixels larger than when it's near the horizon. So it's actually bigger when it's higher in the sky by a very small fraction. And this is because of the radius of the Earth. When it's at zenith, it is a full Earth radius closer than when it's at the horizon. And you can actually measure that, believe it or not.
Yeah, I get that. I'll do my own experiment. I'll make a video next week.
So Ed, we got.
I
we
know
got
what you're
George-
talking about. It.
We got George in here who's got a background in electrical engineering, and he's going to be the one to ask about this question that we were having earlier about: do the Mars rovers have the capability, taking the inverse square law into account, to transmit as far as they do with the limited transmitter power that they have?
Welcome,
And, you
George.
know,
Yeah, I'd love to hear the answer to that.
Cathexis was trying to say, oh, you know, plug it in the calculator and you need like petawatts worth of power to get the signal to go that far. You still here, George?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it doesn't take much transmitting power at all because they have high gain antennas and it's line of sight. There's no attenuation between Mars and Earth until you get to the atmosphere. The only signal loss that you get is the inverse square law, and that isn't very much between the Earth and Mars.
Okay.
I wonder what, I don't know what calculation Cathexis actually did to get there, to be
Well,
honest.
think of it this way. Think of it this way. Every time you double the distance, your signal intensity lowers by 1/4, okay, because of the inverse square law.
Right.
All right. Now, you agree that you have pretty good signal intensity, say, between the Earth and the Moon, correct?
Right, yeah.
All right. Now, no problem communicating with the Moon. All right.
Right.
Well,
This wasn't my argument, by the way, George.
yeah. Well,
I don't buy
all I'm
this
saying
crap
is a way to figure it is you figured out the E field intensity, volts per square meter, which is the units that you use for gauging signal strength.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, for example, you have the equivalent, you're receiving the equivalent of 1 watt at the Moon. Okay. You double the distance from the Earth to the Moon, double the distance away from the Earth. So you're 2 Moon distances away. So now you'll be at 1/4 of a watt. Now you double that distance. So you're 4 Moon distances away. You'll be at 1/16 of a watt. And you keep progressing that way, and you'll find that you have a fairly good signal strength by the time you get to Mars. Because
Right.
time you're doubling the distance to only get the power to drop by 1/4. So say you make it out to the halfway between the Earth and the Mars. That's say signal strength A. To go from half the distance between the Earth and Mars to get to the rest of the way of Mars, it's only going to drop 1/4 more.
Right.
Wait, no, repeat that. Hold on one second here. Half the distance from Earth to Mars, it's only going to drop 1/4? I don't know about that, dude.
No, that's not what I said. I said, suppose you're out halfway the distance between Earth and Mars and you measure a certain signal strength. You're 1/2 the distance.
Right.
Now, get the rest of the way to Mars, you're only going to lose 1/4 of that signal.
Wait.
Because it's a 1/r². You double the distance, you're halfway to Mars. To get to Mars, you double your distance. So you're only going to lose 1/4 of your signal that you had at 1/2 of the distance from Earth to
And
Mars.
what's the reference for the 1/2 of the way there signal?
What is what?
The reference point for using that one half the way to Mars, like a signal strength that's reached halfway to Mars. What's the reference point for that?
I'm not sure what you mean. What's the reference point? I'm saying.
Well, you said like suppose.
No, he's doing the math. He's doing the math, is what he's doing, and I get it, but
all I'm doing is illustrating the fact that you don't lose that much signal each time you double the distance, because if you've made it halfway to Mars with the signal, to make it the rest of the way, you're only going to lose 1/4 of that signal.
No, so what? Well, okay. That's circular reasoning. Why is that circular reason? Is because, all right, look at it like this. If what you're saying is that half the distance from Earth to Mars, you only lose 1/4 of that distance, right? Now we go, let's say half the distance from Mars to the Sun. How much are you going to lose from there? Because exponentially, as you go further out, you're not going to lose so much signal. So you're going to go further and further and further until that signal just constantly goes. You have something called noise floor. And clipping.
No, wait. Back up here. What did you say about the Mars and Sun? The distance of Mars and Sun?
I didn't say anything. I was saying if you take the distance between Mars to the Sun, right, and you're talking about I over R squared, and it's it would be what, 4 times? What, maybe 4 times, 5 times the distance from?
No.
What I'm saying is that what you're saying is with the inverse square law. Hold on. Well, what you're saying with the inverse square law is the further you go, the less amplitude you lose, and that's not how it's not working. That doesn't work like that. So, and what I'm saying is that eventually, over time, you're going to get such distances that this signal is going to go so far and not lose any signal that neglects the inverse square law. That doesn't.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're not listening.
I am listening. I don't agree with the concept that you're bringing.
It's not an exponential function. It's a squared function. It's not exponential.
It's an exponential function indicative upon amplitude of the transmitter and the signal sent.
It's an inverse squared. It's a power function.
Okay, so if that's the case, why do they need such big radar dishes? Why wouldn't they just need small ones, since you're only losing half the signal between Mars and Earth?
Oh God. Like arguing ape about function of mirror. Oh shit.
All right. I'm gonna get off this thing. I'm gonna let you guys have your echo chamber. No problem.
No, listen.
No. It's getting late. I'm gonna go.
Get the fuck out of here, you stupid fuckhead.
It's pretty cool to be a virgin.
Damn, that hurt.
The distance between the Earth and the Sun is 1 astronomical unit. The distance between the Sun and Mars is about 1.5 astronomical units.
Yes.
It's not that much further.
So what you're saying is that, all right, okay, so it's not that much further. So the distance from, all right, you'd only lose half the...
We're talking 4 or 5 times. It's nowhere near 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so what you're saying is that it'll take, you won't lose nearly any amplitude going from the Earth to the Sun, as opposed to the distance it would be from Mars to the Earth, because the inverse square law, and it would exponentially decrease because you're only losing 1/4. And as you lose 1/4, the further you go, no, it would be exponential because distance traveled.
Correct. The terminology is wrong. It's not an exponential decrease. It's a power function. It's inverse square. That's not exponential.
It is exponential because distance is a factor. And amplitude is what sends the signal.
That's not an exponential function.
Yeah. You're talking about theoretical math involved in this stuff. That's why there is amplitude. That's why there is signals. That's why there's gain. It matters. That's why the specific bands it travels on, supposedly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you're not going to tell me that you're only going to lose half the signal from Mars to Earth. Right, but if it is I over R squared, then you're only going to lose 1/4 from Earth to the Sun.
No, Ed, an exponential.
I did not say you're going to lose half the signal. I said if you measure a certain signal strength halfway between the Earth and Mars, you're only going to lose 1/4 of the signal going the rest of the way. That's how the inverse square law works. So if you back it off, if you transmit say 5 watts of power from Earth, and you measure a certain signal strength, say at the moon, you can start at that point and figure out what you're going to get at Mars. Or you can start with the Earth if you want. But the thing is the inverse square law is also counteracted by high gain antennas that they have. It doesn't take much of a signal strength to communicate between the Earth and Mars, or even Earth and the outer reaches of the solar system.
Outer reaches of the solar system.
Yeah,
all right, guys.
Voyager 1 and 2.
Back to the echo chamber. You guys have a good night. Jen, thanks for fucking having me on, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Ed.
It's been a pleasure.
Take it easy. Ed.
Later, guys.
See, the thing people don't realize is that you're communicating line of sight, and there's no attenuation in space. The only signal that you're losing is due to the one over the inverse square law.
So
And
you
that
would
isn't
say
that much. You don't lose much.
so you would say like charged solar wind particles would not interfere with any of these signals. Solar winds 425 million kilometers a second. Excuse me. This wouldn't have any impact on any of these signal strength?
No frequencies.
425 million kilometers per second. That's impossible. That's faster than the speed of light.
Well, let me take. I think that's what it is. Let me
The
check
solar
space
wind
weather
isn't
again.
that dense.
All right.
It is really sparse. And solar wind isn't like light energy either.
Is it measurable? Here we go.
Sure.
Solar wind
Wind
speed.
is charged particles.
All right. Yeah, I was wrong. It's 600. Well, right now it's 608.3 kilometers per second. Density 5.1 protons per centimeter cubed. Yeah, I was way off on the speed. The point is, the solar winds, they shift quite a bit. Plasma, solar wind particles. Like I'm just saying, like I think that.
But
would
I think
have an impact
solar
on
wind is
signals.
primarily, I think, alpha and beta particles and some gamma radiation, and that's not going to be interfering with your radio wave in any way, right, George?
No, they won't be. See, one of the calculations that I think he might have been making where he goes wrong, and where you have to look at, say, if you're going to start computing from the Earth using the inverse square law, let's just say you're starting off with 10 watts, being a nice number. You can, once you get your result, you can correct for any wattage you want by dividing by 10 and multiplying by the new wattage. So if you assume the 5 watts is being emitted through from a parabolic antenna, let's say 3 meters in diameter, or say a meter in diameter, then what essentially is happening, say you're doing it to set the surface of the Earth, let's just say the area of that parabolic dish, let's just say it's 1 meter squared. It's not even the diameter of 1 meter. Say the total area of your parabolic dish is 1 square meter, and you're transmitting 10 watts. Very small power. Or it's a pretty good size power for space. But, you know, when compared to terrestrial communications, it's a pittance. So you're aiming towards Mars with a parabolic dish of 1 square meter, and with 1 watt being transmitted. Now, if you're going to use the inverse square law, then in the next doubling, the next doubling will be 1 Earth radius out. You're starting at the surface of the Earth with 1 square meter. So now that signal, if you're assuming that it's blooming out like it would from what we call an isotropic radiator, which it won't, it's more of in a beam. So it's not really going to spread out as much as the inverse square law. But let's just say for the sake of argument, it's going out at the inverse square law. You know, just like a laser beam. A laser isn't going out. Its beam is not spreading out according to the inverse square law, because the beam is fairly well coherent. And that happens with space communications, with these parabolic dishes and stuff. You have a very tight beam being sent out there, and it's not spreading out at the inverse square law, but let's just worst case it and say it is. All right. So you have 1 square meter at the surface of the Earth. Now you go out 1 Earth radius. So now that 10-watt signal is reduced by 1/4. So now it's 2.5 watts at an Earth radius from the surface. Now let's go out double that. Well, double that is 2 Earth radiuses. So now we're down to 1/16 times 10. Now we're at 4 Earth radiuses. Now double that, we're to 8 Earth radiuses. And then you reduce it another 1/4. Then you go 16 Earth radiuses. And then the next one, you're at 32 Earth radiuses, which puts you a little bit past the moon. Or, no, not. The moon is about 30 Earth diameters away. So we're about halfway to the moon at that point. So you can figure that way and, you know, take the distance. I don't have my calculator with me. I'll figure it out in the morning what the actual power will be at Mars. But you'll find that it'll probably end up being on the order of microwatts, which is a fairly strong signal, especially if you're receiving it with a parabolic dish. Your FM signals, if you're at with a good FM receiver, the sensitivity of a good FM receiver will do about a micro watt or less. So it really isn't that bad, but I can figure it out. But the thing to keep in mind is that the inverse square law is not the way to really look at it, because you're sending a fairly tight beam out from a parabolic dish. That beam is pretty coherent.
Thank you for that. I wanted to hear a good full explanation of that, because it comes up quite a lot.
Yeah, we're getting quite a bit of feedback through your side, George.
From me? I've got
yeah, we're getting an echo. It stopped now, I think, but a second ago we were.
So does an inverse square only apply to point sources?
That's correct.
As soon as you have a dish, it's no longer a point source. It's a...
That's correct. You know, kind of like a laser beam. I mean, you know, it's a laser beam compared to incandescent bulb, you know, a round bulb. You're taking all the power, say, of an incandescent bulb that's radiating in all directions. We call that an isotropic radiator, one that radiates equally in all directions. Well, that's not what you have with a parabolic dish or a Yagi antenna, for that matter. Is what you have is an effective aperture, and you're focusing all the power in a certain radiation pattern, in a more direct pattern, so that you eliminate wasted energy off the back and the side lobes. You focus it all straight ahead. So the inverse square law really isn't holding in that case like it would for a point source.
So in conclusion, Ed Upside Down Head was full of shit, right?
Well, I don't know what he was saying. I couldn't get what he was getting at.
Well, he said he worked on an AWACS, and they needed what did he say, 50 kilowatts or something like that to see 300 miles, and that was like to get a radar return, which is very different than what we're talking about here, which is interstellar communication with parabolic dishes.
And you're dealing, in AWACS, you're dealing with atmosphere and backscatter and everything. I mean, when you're looking at reflected signals, radar, you get very little signal return. That's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same as having a receiver.
That's exactly what I told them. Exactly. I said, with radar, you need to put tons of power out there because you're trying to reflect something off of something that doesn't want to be reflected. That's why we have stealth aircraft.
Well,
exactly.
Even if it's a highly reflective surface, nevertheless, you're only getting back what gets reflected. It's to suggest somehow you'd need that power for the ship you're ranging or the craft you're ranging to actually detect that you sent a signal, which is absolutely not true. It doesn't take anything near that power to communicate with a ship at that distance, but to radar range it.
Yeah, and you got to remember the targets that you're reflecting off of, they're not sending back a coherent signal. Their signal is getting scattered all over the place. And only the stuff that has surfaces that are perpendicular to your line of sight is what's going to be sending you a signal back.
Right.
That's why you have angled surfaces on the stealth aircraft and stuff, is so that anything coming in gets reflected off into space in directions other than the source.
The argument that I was making was that, you see, what Cathexis was trying to do was basically look up the power output of the Mars rover and then use the inverse square law and the distance to Mars to, just make some daft calculation. And I said, he just seemed to want to totally ignore the fact that we use 70-meter dishes to receive the signal, and a whole load of other electronics to filter and amplify the signal as well, I imagine.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the fact that the Earth's flat.
This is true.
It's kind of like somebody from halfway across the world taking, like, you shining a really bright light into a parabolic dish, and it lights up the whole dish for somebody 300 miles away. And somebody is just seeing the little glint of light as you turn the dish, just so the angle is perfect. So all the light is focused on your eyeball. Only instead of just your eyeball, it's a dish that's 70 meters in diameter.
Right.
And all you're looking for is this little glint of light, and you're picking up that signal and amplifying it, and then reading the data from that little glint of light.
I can give you guys a perfect example of that, which is when I went to the Hubble, or not Hubble, to the Mount Wilson 60-inch telescope. I was lucky enough to get invited to an observing session there, and looking at Mars through that dish. I mean, through that 60-inch telescope. It was unbelievably bright, like looking at the moon through a telescope, through a regular amateur telescope, like a 8-inch telescope. It was that bright through the 60-inch because it was collecting that much more light. And you just look at Mars with the naked eye, and it depending on where it's positioned, it can be pretty faint.
You ever seen?
Listen. Can we really trust what science is telling us, though?
Yeah, so we can go test this stuff right now.
PMARS is just trolling us all, by the way.
But to answer that question, yes, we can go test this. We can test these ideas and see that they apply and that they hold up.
Speaking of the Mars that you saw, how was the detail of the image? Could you see like the caps or something, or how did it look like?
See the big scar on Mars?
It was actually pretty. It was so bright. I don't think we had the right filter on it because it was so bright that it kind of washed out some of the contrast that you would want to see to really make out. I mean, you could see the polar caps, but it was fairly washed out, even though it was super big and bright in the eyepiece.
No, shout out to Shroomy, and shout out to George Orwell and Aldous Huxley with books like 1984 and Brave New World that make me think that the technocrats in charge of the world could lie to me and convince me the Earth is whatever shape they want.
Right, and you
Because
can
you have no ability to evaluate information for
yourself.
Yeah, or you have a learning disability.
Yeah, pick one.
I have an evidence disability.
To be fair to Ed, I think he did
You
say
ha-
at
no,
some
you don't.
point that he does think the Earth is a sphere. I think he did say that in the Hangout.
He does. Ed's he's an odd one, is Ed, because he says absolutely everything that flat earthers say, apart from the Earth is flat. He thinks it's a globe, but everything else he says is just all the usual stuff that flat earthers say. NASA's fake.
The logical.
That makes no
This
sense.
doesn't work. Sorry, Jimmy, I keep forgetting you're here. You've been very quiet tonight, mate.
You guys have been talking about things that's not really my area, like radar signals and such, inverse square law. I'm not a
Right.
maths guy.
Well, it's just light.
So-
Think of it as light. Imagine playing with bright flashlights and big mirrors.
Right. We did some of those with P900 over water, using
So it's like-
water
it's like
reflecting
looking-
the sun. And
It's like
we
looking
were-
at the sky with a
we weren't seeing
telescope
any
that's
curvature.
70 meters in diameter. The biggest telescope, like huge telescopes. These radio telescopes are just enormous, and we can use multiple. And we're just looking for a little point source of light, a star in the sky that's us. It's our artificial signal, and it blinks on and off, and you can use that little blinking signal to send messages. But that's all it is we're using very powerful radio telescopes to find little point sources of light that are just other little bright dishes. It's playing with mirrors, but in a different wavelength.
Right, and I took a tour of JPL. Oh gosh, 2006 ish, and even then, Voyager was pretty far out there, and we talked about Voyager and how they pick up the signals off of Voyager. The data rate is super poor now because of how far away it is, but they were saying how critical the alignment of Voyager's dishes to Earth. That if Voyager, and it's amazing that that the stuff still works, that they can get it lined up, because if they don't line the dish on Voyager because of how limited the transmitter power is, I think what's Voyager's transmitter power? It's like 10 watts or 13 watts or something. They won't be able to see the signal because, like George said, this is a columnated radio signal. So it's got to be pointed at the Earth for us to pick it up. If it's pointed somewhere else in space, we're not going to see it.
It's amazing how I get through the Kuiper belt too.
It's the whole glinting mirror thing. It has to be aimed very precisely. That's why it's not inverse squared.
See, I think this flat Earth thing is just the moon landing hoax kind of repackaged, because the best evidence basically comes down to that, the moon landing hoax footage, the original shit from NASA. Like, I never hear...
Is the lack of real photography nothing to even look at, though?
What do you mean?
No, I think that's the most compelling thing to flat Earth, but there's no evidence that the Earth is flat.
This conversation has nothing to do with the Apollo mission. Not one single thing whatsoever. You're trying to derail.
Well, I was just trying to
Derail.
Try to trigger.
make it not be an echo chamber and provide...
You're just trying to derail a perfectly legitimate conversation for some reason of your own.
Shit. Busted.
Yeah, Jimmy, you mentioned the Kuiper, the Kuiper belt, but exactly how dense do you think the Kuiper belt is that they'd have trouble passing through it?
I don't think we're getting accurate information. I mean, they just discovered 2 new moons of Pluto with New Horizons on the way there. Like 2 new moons. So now Pluto has 5 moons. When they launched it,
Do you know how large those are? Do you know how large those
Yeah,
are?
I know, but still, it's just okay. We'll just send these calculate. Now we have no idea the orbits of these moons or anything because we've just discovered them. But we'll send the correct calculations out, and no, not a worry at all. Oh, and then here comes the HD pictures with not a glitch of signal through all of the asteroid belt, everything, solar winds, plasma, charged particles, not a glitch. These things
You
come
know, this
out.
data is sent checksummed, right? It's not like a TV picture. So it's a compressed digital image, like if you like a JPEG.
Okay, well, there is not a hiccup at all.
If they received a hiccup, if for some reain packet 100,
Oh, the error correction.
there's error correction.
Parity, you put parity bits at the end of your digital word. And if it doesn't come out with the right parity count, you retransmit the signal until it comes back corrected.
Right. You ask for the bit you didn't get right to be sent again, because you can determine whether you received it correctly because of the checksumming.
At the speed that they were coming in, they're not going to even get one full picture in a course of like the amount of daylight or whatever that it's in range.
You're right.
To make the dish
But
out.
what I'm telling you is the protocol for if they had corrupted data, but they never did. They're sending at an incredibly slow data rate. This is sufficient.
I think it takes 11 minutes to get an image from Pluto.
Yeah.
The HD images? I don't think so. The
No,
HD images?
it's much longer than 11 minutes. It's on the order of many hours.
Well, it's four light hours away, right? So it's going to take 4 hours for any signal to get from there to here.
I mean, sending parity bits is pretty crude. We have things called ECC, error correcting code, where it's self-error correcting by having sufficient number of bits attached to the
That's what's in your CD, in your music CD, which is how you can scratch it and still be able to not hear a hiccup on it.
Yeah, that's not lossless data error correction. That gets more. This is a whole complicated field of its own. The point is, they can tell if they receive something corrupt.
No, but I think there's ECC in the format.
Yeah, there's
In the
ECC.
CD format.
The stuff that on your CD isn't quite the same animal. This gets technical, but yes, there is error correcting code in there. There's also the ability to determine if you cannot error correct, if the corruption was so severe, you can actually ask the probe to resend a given packet of information. The message getting out to the device takes 4 hours, and the answer takes 4 hours.
And it proves God is real.
All right, it takes 42 minutes to get an image from Pluto.
I thought there were 4 light hours out, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm sure I read 11 somewhere, but obviously I didn't.
Let me just check the distance to Pluto in light hours.
11 minutes sounds like something get from Mars.
There's a good article on it here that sort of
You're thinking of Mars. I'm talking about Pluto. The distance from Pluto to Earth is right now 4.703 light hours. So it would take 4.7 hours right now to send a radio signal to Pluto, and it would take that long to get one back. Mars is a different animal entirely. Mars is a hell of a lot closer. Mars in light hours is
easy mode.
It's like 10 minutes or something like that.
It's
Mars is about 3/4 of an hour, isn't it?
It depends on what side. It depends on what side of the orbit we're on
Yeah,
with it.
right now, Mars is only 16.5 minutes away by light. So.
Yep. Yeah. Being 1.5 astronomical units away at the closest approach, that puts it in the Earth. Is that right? 1.5 astronomical units. Yeah, on the closest.
Yeah, I think so.
So a half an astronomical unit is that? Yeah, that's right. So with the right year, you can have, what was it, last year was it that Mars was at the closest approach to the Earth in centuries?
Yeah.
So that would have put it only at about a half an astronomical unit.
Now, to Jeremy's point, full image, high-res image, would depend on the compression. It would depend on the content, because it's going to vary as to how big the data is for the picture. The picture that has a lot of dark.
They do give some base numbers that they're working from here. Let me run you through this.
Okay.
Right. So Laurie's detector is 1024 pixels square, like many modern space cameras.
Yeah.
When the camera reads out its detector, it digitizes each pixel as a 12-bit number.
Yeah.
So they're saying 12 million is an awful lot of bits, but fortunately Laurie's images are amenable to lossless compression, especially now they contain mostly black space. They can be zipped up to about 2.5 megabits without any loss of detail.
Okay,
They can be made even smaller with lossy JPEG compression, but for optical navigation precision counts, the pictures have to be returned losslessly.
Yeah.
So do the maths. 2.5 megabits at 1 kilobit per second. It takes 42 minutes to return one lorry photo to Earth.
Yep, that would make sense.
Yeah, and most communication sessions last about 8 hours. That's 11 images per communication session.
Mhm.
That's where I got the 11 from.
And so this thing downloads all the pictures it just took to Earth. It sends them over. If for any reason the ground station detected that part of one of those images was corrupt, they could ask for that part to be resent. It would take 4 to 5 hours for the request to get there, and that long for the answer to get back in the next data transmit. But this would be the worst case error correction.
And it also says, this I thought this was quite interesting. They have a neat trick that can nearly double New Horizons' data transmission rate, but it comes at a cost of doing simultaneous science. New Horizons' radio system includes 2 traveling wave tube amplifiers, or twitters. The twitters amplify the radio signals before they get broadcast from New Horizons' 2.1 meter dish. There are 2 twitters for redundancy. If one fails, the mission will still be able to return data to Earth. But the 2 twitters are not quite identical. One of them transmits radio signals with left-hand circular polarization, and one of them transmits with right-hand circular polarization. Because they transmit with different polarizations, both twitters can simultaneously transmit the same data through the dish antenna. On Earth, special hardware at the Deep Space Network can separately receive the 2 differently polarized signals and then combine them to make the signal stronger. Stronger signal means New Horizons can transmit at a higher data rate, about 1.9 times the rate with a single twitter. This 2-twitter mode wasn't developed until after launch. They deployed it early in the mission, and it worked well. But radio transmitters are power hungry. New Horizons' nuclear power source has decayed since it launched nearly a decade ago, and there is no longer enough power to run both twitters at the same time. As all the other spacecraft subsystems, if they want to nearly double the data rate and reduce their backlog, they need to shut something else down. Amazingly, they can shut down the guidance and control system and use the same power to run the second transmitter.
It's amazing,
isn't it?
You
like
really
an
think
episode of
there's
Star
enough?
Trek.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is.
Sorry.
You really think there's enough light, reflective light from the sun, to pull this much detail off Pluto?
I guess that would be just down to exposure, really, wouldn't it?
All right, exposure traveling at what is it, 34,000 miles an hour or so?
What?
I think it doubled its speed with its little loop around Jupiter or something.
Yeah, but you can search up the closest it was, and then you can determine the time it would take for the entire thing to leave the field of view. So it's like the parallax, the parallax you would get. So let's see.
These images are at Jupiter.
Pluto.
I want to point out, these aren't your typical camera sensors like you'd find in a handheld camera. They're very specialized sensors that can be very sensitive, and you can have pretty wide apertures as well.
Well, it's pretty much gonna have to use.
You want to ask? You're asking about how much light would be there. Well, just it's easy to figure.
Yeah, do the math.
The sun is 40 astronomical units away from Pluto. It's 1 astronomical unit away from the Earth. So in that case, if you use the 1 over inverse squared law, then the amount of light received at Pluto is 1/1600 that of received at the Earth. That's not
One a little bit less. It's 39 squared, but yeah, pretty close.
Yeah, and just so you know, a full moon is 400,000 times less bright than the sun. But a full moon, I mean, with a good SLR, you can take pretty good photography on a full moon night.
Right.
What's
So
the albedo of Pluto's surface for reflectivity? I mean, it's.
I don't know. What is the albedo of Pluto? Let's look it up.
I love Google.
Mm-hmm. 0.3.
And Jivy, was your question referring to that since the probe is traveling so fast, the Pluto shouldn't be in frame or something?
It's yeah,
that it
traveling
would
that
blur,
fast
that it
with
would
the
blur a long
needed.
exposure is what he
Long
was saying.
exposure at that speed, I just don't see how.
It comes down to exposure, but it's not a
A
question
couple
of.
seconds is plenty.
Yeah, we're not talking about a 30-second or minute or something exposure. You have quite a bit of light still reaching Pluto from the sun. It's not dark there. What is it? Somewhere between 150 and 200 times as bright as the full moon. Like, it's quite a bit of light.
It's also
No, it's
It's like an
It's
LED, a mildly bright LED in your room can light up the whole room for a camera.
Yeah, I've got a range here of 150 to 450 times as bright as the moon is from Earth. That's the full moon. So that's a significant amount of light, even at the low end of that. I mean, you can read by the light of the full moon. So they're getting 150 times as much light, minimum, as much as 450 times. This depends on because the orbit's really elliptical. So it depends on where it is in its orbit. But that's the range, and that's a lot of light.
Would there be no eclipsing of the sun's light from this asteroid belt?
No, asteroids are really, really tiny.
Well, you have large
it's
cluster.
very diffused. No, it's not a cluster like they show in the movies. It's incredibly diffused. I mean, there's like tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of miles between each individual rock.
Very, very.
I want to point out.
As the light would pierce that, it should lower the emission.
figure out the angle.
illumination.
Can I ask you, if you were to add all the asteroids together into like a body, say like a planet, how big do you think that planet would be?
That's total speculation. No way to determine that.
Well, if we add up the general mass of all the asteroids, it comes out to something like as big as Mars.
Yeah, it's roughly the size of somewhere between Earth and Mars of a size planet that was destroyed. That's it.
They're so spread out. So imagine Jupiter just spread out into thousands of tiny little bits spread around, and you can't even see them.
Over an incredible.
You can't even see that.
All right, well,
imagine.
think of then
one
a
the size of
swarm.
Mars.
Think of it like a swarm of locusts or bees flying in between you
figure
and
out
the
the
sun.
angular
Would that lower the illumination of the sun?
Sure, it would, but that's not anything like what we do with. That's
No, a
not
swarm of
reality.
bees would be tremendously larger in your field of view than any asteroid belt from Pluto. There's just no way it's going to be.
It's like a speck of dust.
The problem you would have is if they were that tightly clustered, the gravity they'd pull together to each other, because gravity would pull them together.
I mean,
That's why.
If it were true that the asteroid belt got in the way, we wouldn't be able to see Jupiter properly from here, and it never poses any problem. So.
Right.
Yeah, really, there's just not enough there.
No,
there just really
dust.
isn't.
It's interplanetary dust.
Back when I was studying all this back in the 70s and 80s, they just classified Pluto as basically a potato. Just kind of like a potato, not really spherical. And
Was it on April 1st?
Definitely no atmosphere.
A potato. You might be thinking of Deimos and Phobos, the Mars of moons, which kind of do look like.
Well, it was Pluto too, because
no,
I had to
but
draw out the planets, and I was using
To
the
be
most
fair to Jibby, I
current-
mean, I think Hubble got the best picture we ever had of Pluto, and it was only like 50 pixels or 20 pixels or something. I mean, that was really the best image we had of Pluto.
It was a composite. It was thousands of images composited into the best image we could get.
But I think the resolution was still terrible.
Oh, it was horrible.
But the mass of Pluto, and we knew the mass of Pluto.
Yeah, but that's true, because anything the size of the mass of Pluto, we know
There it
would
is there.
form a sphere.
Yeah, it was going to be round.
It was going to be round. Yeah, you're not going to get a potato shape with something the mass of Pluto.
No, you get potatoes below a certain limit, but Pluto's well above that.
Well, this is like the best quality images we were getting back then of what this Pluto looks like. So they were just determining this is not a sphere. Look at the way, the pixels were or whatnot. And
See,
they
just variations
didn't
in the
classify it
brightness
as a sphere to us.
could also cause this.
Yeah, and I don't know what phase Pluto's in. I don't know what took that. Was that from here, or was that?
See that picture there? That's actually New Horizons. That's actually a better picture than we
this
ever
is
had.
New Horizons, but
Than we ever got from
back in the
Hubble.
encyclopedia days of the 70s and 80s. Photography was impossible to come by with these objects. Really, it's all artist renditions.
Well, we have moved
That was what we had, and then and the thing that really made me crack up laughing was this picture, because that is pretty much saying Pluto has a full atmosphere.
Do you know the size of Pluto? So I'm not
Smaller
sure
than the
what
moon.
you're seeing there.
Oh, it's smaller than the moon, is it not?
It's larger than the moon. Let me just check the size of the two and give you the ratio.
No, it's definitely smaller than the moon.
It really
Would
doesn't
not,
take
would not
much.
an atmosphere wouldn't have the ring on the surface being white and blue. It would
The atmosphere, the gases in the atmosphere would create this silhouette. Without an atmosphere, you wouldn't have a silhouette. You put a basketball in front of a match. Is it going to create?
I'd be curious to know how much light information they captured from this, because if this was this could have been an extremely dim atmosphere, and it was taken over the course of 30 seconds or so.
Well, there's also scattering from the surface.
Like, if you take a camera and point it near the horizon where it looks dark and take a picture, oftentimes if there's a city there, it will glow, and you could not have seen that city glowing. So
All right, a city off in the distance versus
looking at this,
a light
you can't
source
make any
behind the
judgment.
planet.
Looking
Does
at this,
the
you
moon
can't make
have an
any
atmosphere?
judgment on how much atmosphere is there without knowing the
There shouldn't
exposure.
be any atmosphere on Pluto.
Oh, sure there should.
It's about 1 microbar.
Does the moon have an atmosphere?
Allegedly, no.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
does.
Allegedly, it does. It's just
Similar
incredibly
effect like
small.
this. You get a similar effect like this when you look at total eclipses.
No, but that
Something
picture,
to
that
note
picture
is-
is the atmosphere because I'm seeing this
yeah.
article on that.
Ice
And
can,
they did
can
find that-
capture. The reason it can still have an atmosphere is ice can capture a lot of gases as it forms, and as it can release
What's
over
going to
time as
cause
well.
the ice to release the gases?
That is true. It's dense there, right? It's colder, so the gases will be denser because of the temperature as well.
Even ice can evaporate.
Yeah, it says this is in response to that picture that Jibby's showing. It says nitrogen dominates the gases in Pluto's atmosphere with carbon monoxide and methane present in smaller
That's a
amounts.
good point. The sun itself will cause outgassing of the ice. It'll cause sublimation.
Very slow, and if you lose atmosphere slowly, all you need is a replenishment that is slightly faster than its loss rate.
So I'm a little curious, Jibby. Do you believe the Earth is flat, or because I haven't really met you?
I never thought about it before until it was presented to me, and then I did think there was something to it. Just Mark Sargent's clues, all that did was stimulate the thought road for me. It's not a proofs kind of thing. Just got
These
me
are
thinking because it was something I never considered.
I give you that these are great questions. I will give you that.
Yeah,
They are a
excellent.
great
Thank you.
question.
Yeah, I'll give you that too.
When I came into Matt Boylan's information, as soon as I heard, is it a picture? Is it a photograph? Artist renditions, like 30 plus years of NASA imagery just came rushing back to me. And the lack of photography kind of just came to my conscious mind, like, oh yeah. Because the way they used to do it was they'd put you on hold for the actual photography and give you an artist rendition while they had to process the raw data. Then you just kind of lose track of it. And then you move on to the next cartoon and the next one and the next one. So there's a serious lack of photography that I noticed. And then that started like this barn burning. Like now I'm starting to find lack of photography for satellites, lack of photography from the Earth and space. Now,
Lack of
now
photography
I'm getting
is
red
evidence of
flags.
something. You
That
have
was
to base
bringing
your
red
views
flags.
on photography, what we do have.
If I might
Well, the
ask,
photography that we have that is claimed to be
Don't base your views on the lack of something.
But composite strip photography is not going to have.
There's a reasonable
what
way
we
of getting
see. It's going to
data.
look like strips. They mesh it together, so it
Yeah, of
looks
course
like
they do.
the
They wanna
cloud
see the-
patterns all match
If
up.
they want to
and
see what it looks like, sure.
They wanna see
I
what
would
it looks
try.
like.
I would do the same thing myself. Sorry.
Do you know that the strips are available to you as raw data? That you can actually get them if you want them. You can get them
The
from.
way they merge them is deceptive to the
Yeah.
public.
Well, it isn't because they tell you it's a composite.
Yeah.
They tell you, but it's definitely a highly manipulated composite because for every
tell you from the
every
very
orbit
beginning.
that thing makes, the cloud pattern is going to be completely different. But yet, when you look at the entire picture, all the cloud patterns
Show
seem
me
to be
one
uniform.
image of Earth that NASA says is real that turned out to be CGI.
And in the blue marble images, what they're attempting to do there is get Earth's surface with no clouds in similar lighting, and they take thousands of images and composite those without cloud, and then create the cloud layers separately, because it's actually useful for us to have these high resolution images of all of Earth's land masses.
Yeah.
Well, why even bother about that? Why not just go to the Himalayas?
Himawari or
Right,
the
exactly. I mean, that GOES 16 is doing is every 15 minutes now. North America, it's geostationary over North America.
When
So
was Blue Marble? It was like 2002. Like we didn't have,
No.
with regards to CG, we didn't really have that much data. And this was Blue Marble is largely an attempt to get a beautiful texture to use for the purpose of CG. In a lot of regards.
All right. Well,
So-
texture and landmass changes are two different
The
things.
land masses, it make perfect sense if you understand how close you are to the planet.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the 2002 one. The one with the big America on. That actually didn't start life as a blue marble. What it was an oceanographer prepared this for a meeting of the National Geographic Society or something like that, Geographers Society or something. And basically the idea was to show ocean chlorophyll around the USA. And this image, the composite that they used was from a date in January, which was close to when this meeting was taking place. And because of that, the North Pole was in darkness at that time. So they just left it off. They didn't even bother to include it. So it isn't actually a full Earth image. It was just like an interesting way to show this chlorophyll data at a meeting. But then, to be fair, NASA did get hold of it and dub it a blue marble and release it. But as Cara says, that view is entirely possible, and I can show you this in a moment if you like. It's going to take me a minute to load it. But well, you've seen it with Charles, I think, haven't you, Jimmy, where he's got some pictures of a globe that he's taken at different distances, and you get exactly this same effect. Have you seen that before?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can screen share it right now.
The land masses,
Are you guys
is-
screen share?
to say anything about land masses is to completely disregard how perspective works.
Well,
Yeah.
perspective with the landmass,
If the ball is being stated to be the same size, though, is a little different.
Well, your
The ball's the
distance
same
to
size, but the
ground
land
below
masses are
you
different.
changes, and the amount of like, if you draw a cone for how much of the Earth you're seeing, as you get further away, you see more of the Earth. So
This was-
it's just a matter of understanding the problem.
This reminds me of Jaron. I said something to him about the ISS, and he said it was 250 miles up. And he said, well, surely from there you can see the whole planet. I said, no, do the math. You can see 3% of the planet from up there. That's it. You have to be remarkably far away.
Right, but that's
to get
quite a
an-
bit of arc angle for only 3%. It's only as
Ah.
high as West Virginia standing up, basically, this ISS. And the curvature differences, I'll just do Earth from ISS. Earth from
I'm
ISS.
talking about land mass, like how much area of
How much
land
of the
you
Earth
see.
you can see, not the curvature. I'm talking about how much of the planet you can see at once.
Okay, well, what are
You
these
appreciate
images
from
then? This
the
is a
moon.
lot more than 3% kind of an arc angle here.
3%.
Well, arc angle. I don't
Are you
think.
thinking about a ball being over the ball and how much of that ball you actually see? Not angles are not.
Yeah, I'm not sure the question you're asking.
Can you see this
You
image?
need to understand surface area.
Yeah, Jibby, do you see my screen share thing right now in regards to?
This is actually my screen share we're on by.
Oh shit!
I managed to get to mine quite quickly.
Oh man, you beat me to it.
Do this.
Yeah, 3% of the entire planet you can see from the ISS at once. You have to be quite far away to see as much as 50%. To get close to 50%, you have to be a good distance up.
So, like, pick a state in the United States. You could say one of those states maybe takes up 3% of the Earth.
Sure.
And if from inside a plane, you might be able to see 3/4 of a state at best.
Well, from 7 miles up, you could see 0.0008 of the planet. That's
So
in
very
percentage terms. That's in percentages. That's 0.08, 0.09%. Let's call it that. Less than 0.1% from a plane. You have the whole planet. From the ISS, you can see 3%. From the moon, I'll just do that quickly.
So, what is 3%? How would that equate to size of a state?
3%. I'd have to know the area of the state. So pick a
How
state.
much area is it, I suppose?
3% of the Earth's area. Hang on.
I guess I could have done that.
I'm doing it for you. Hang on. I suppose you want that in miles because I'm American.
Could either way.
Um, 5.9. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to do it the easier way because it's late for me. Pick a state. What do you want? Virginia?
We've only got about 3 minutes left, by the way, guys.
Yeah, Virginia's a fairly small state, right?
If I just take the square area and take 3% of that, it's 6.
I use West Virginia because it's about 250 miles across the ISS being
West Virginia. Okay.
Yeah, West Virginia.
Area of West
So if you were to
Virginia
take
is
West Virginia and stand it up perpendicular, that would be the height of the ISS.
But Jimmy, I don't understand. Like, there's IMAX footage from like the 1990 STS-31 mission. We've got 60 years of space photography and high resolution video from the early 90s. Way before CGI, and it looks absolutely amazing and perfect.
So the 2001, so the 2010.
No. You watch Spacewalks and you see all the little tethers and safety latches and all the little objects that are on their spacesuit and everything around them, everything perfectly moving in 0G.
But
Okay,
they appear to be the same movements as if they were underwater as well.
What? Wait, you do realize that there's a lot of materials there that if they let go, it would sort of just go up, and it should be just fly upwards. That doesn't happen. Like I'm pretty sure that if I pull up any video from the Apollo missions where they're sort of changing out the camera and stuff, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that are denser than water that they let go and doesn't float up. So
what was protecting the camera's film that was attached to one of the lander legs that filmed Neil Armstrong coming out? Like, wouldn't that camera and the film in it be subjected to all that solar radiation and everything? It just seems like that came out okay, which doesn't seem really logical.
That was a TV camera that shot that, so there wasn't any film in it.
There wasn't anything. Okay.
No, the film cameras
That
were
was
the
a
ones.
broadcasting camera. Then you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like a bit like a CCTV camera actually.
The cameras they carry.
I've argued like the film inside the Hasselblad cameras. I don't think it would be sufficient protection from the solar radiation, and just like putting film through a film canister X-ray machine in an airport will wipe it out. Never mind the solar winds and plasma and all that up there, and unprotected, on the moon.
I mean, I don't think they're unprotected. I mean, they're in a insulation, and that's several layers thick. So, I guess that's about all I know about that.
So let's just say it was a pretty special case.
And they would have to remove
But
the
it's
film
made out of the
in-
same stuff as the spacesuit, you know.
Yeah, changing out the film, keeping that safe from any light exposure or anything, and radiation, things like that.
Well, they
but we
changed
have
the film on the surface. They changed the film out inside the lander. So